Chapter 41, A New Broom Sweeps Clean. 3. Compared to these powerhouses from the Thousand-Star City, Han Fei had experienced it from the grassroots. Especially when he was in the Ideal Palace, he and the group of people on the Avenger had wandered at sea for decades. What kind of battle had he not experienced? Back then, the City of Hope had a population that was countless times larger than the Scattered Stars Island, but he managed the city well. And didn't the big clans in that world try to stop him back then too? But he easily solved them in the end. As for Patriarch Thug that Chu Ching mentioned, Han Fei thought to himself, I'm not going to admit I know any Patriarch Thug. The one I know is my junior uncle Faceless, Li Daxian. What has he got to do with Patriarch Thug? Patriarch Thug is just a title, and he has already been poisoned to death. The one you see now is an undead creature. But compared to the history of the Thug Academy, the big clans were simply trash. In front of these millions of people, Han Fei wasn't worried that Chu Ching would attack him. He just chuckled. Dear soldiers, look, these are the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. The group of venerables in the Thousand-Star City just watched us die but refused to help. You worked so hard to collect resources on the coastline, kill sea demons, and grab their sea-swallowing seashells. In the end, the refining hall and the alchemy workshops refined excellent weapons, but you couldn't use them. All of them were taken away by these beastards. How could you bear it? Han Fei, shut up. You're slandering us. Roar, Han Fei roared, his voice echoing. Shut up. Now that I'm the commander, who do you think you are? How can you be so impudent here? Either you swear to the Great Tao or shut up. Otherwise, get the hell back to your Thousand-Star City. Han Fei's voice had its own magical power. It echoed in the air, making countless people's blood boil. Everyone present was not stupid. Who didn't know that the big clans were extremely rich? Now they had come to stop Han Fei, only to have their dirty things exposed. Shame on them. However, although the big clans were not good, no one felt that Han Fei was good at this moment. This was because Han Fei really didn't win any earth-shaking battles for the Scattered Stars Island. Although Han Fei had indeed saved countless lives in the 2 venerable killing battles, the problem was that Han Fei won too easily and too frequently, and he took over the position of Supreme Commander too quickly. Inevitably, people couldn't accept it quickly. At this moment, Chu Ching's face was all red because of Han Fei's scolding. He really wanted to kill Han Fei, but just as Han Fei didn't dare to attack him now, he didn't dare to attack him either. If anyone dared to attack at this moment, as long as he killed or injured a single person, he would become the enemy of the entire Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei said ruthlessly, You said that I, Han Fei, can't take over the position of Supreme Commander. Was this Fei Yanmu furnace made by your Chu sect? Were those Sea Clan venerables killed by your Chu sect? Have you ever killed a single sea demon since you entered the Scattered Stars Island? You haven't even killed a fucking kingworm. How do you dare to claim that I, Han Fei, am not qualified to take over this position? Chu Ching calmed down a little. He had come out in a rush. Under such circumstances, if he still tried to stop Han Fei with his background, he probably wouldn't succeed. He used the wrong strategy. Everyone knew that the big clans exploited them, so this exploitation would be considered a tacit agreement. If it wasn't emphasized, at most they would be scolded. But Han Fei was different. Han Fei had become well known on the Scattered Stars Island and had made great achievements. Now he was going to be the new Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei's words carried a lot of weight, which was much more important than his. Chu Ching immediately issued an order in his heart, and suddenly, a junior explorer flew to the sky and shouted, Please forgive me for crossing the line. I am Qian Heng, the head of the command center of the Tactical Command. May I say something? Han Fei's face immediately changed slightly. He was about to proceed to the next step when this person jumped out and interrupted him. He was definitely up to no good. He remembered the name Tian Heng. Even if I can't kill you now, I will kill you later. Shui Shenqi narrowed his eyes. Does Tian Heng work for the big clans? Shui Shenqi said casually. Tian Heng, if you have something to say, just say it. But you have to make sure what you said is true. Tian Heng shouted, Marshal Shui, don't worry. I have my principles. Han Fei was born on a small island in the Heavenly Water Village in the Blue Sea Town in the 36 towns. Before he was 12 years old, his aptitude was extremely poor. After he was 12 years old, he suddenly became exceptionally talented and coincidentally entered the Thug Academy. Since then, he had been walking very smoothly on the road of cultivation. However, according to all the information I have, there is an invisible hand pushing him behind the scenes. The rumors had it that Han Fei's father is a venerable and forced Marshal Shui to give up his position. I think it's very likely. This matter has to be investigated from the ancient battlefield. This Tian Heng was quite bold. After showing a lot of information, he finally concluded, Han Fei has a big shot behind him who is extremely strong even among venerables. However, Tian Heng didn't say who the big shot was. There was no telling if he didn't find out or if he deliberately didn't say it. Tian Heng said, Although Han Fei has made contributions to the Scattered Stars Island, all his contributions and his current character are not enough for him to be the commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, the command center is strongly against Han Fei taking over as the supreme commander. At this moment, Chu Ching snorted coldly. What is the person behind Han Fei's back up to? It's unknown whether he is trying to destroy our human race or not. The entire Scattered Stars Island was dumbfounded by the debate. It was as if they were watching a show. What a horror. On the Scattered Stars Island, Big Yellow, Juyin Ling, and He Xiaoyu were indignant. Someone shouted, "Bastard, none of the big clans in the Thousand Star City are good." Big Yellow meowed. "These people deserve to be killed. Han Fei is great. He can cook and send kittens to me." There were many discussions elsewhere. Someone said, "It seems that Han Fei doesn't seem to be a good person." Someone sighed. Then why did Marshal Shui pass on his position to him? Was he really coerced? While millions of people were deep in thought and discussing, hundreds of people suddenly soared into the sky. The leader was Bei Huo, the official leader of the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. Bei Huo shouted, "Tianheng, don't start that messy investigation. Everyone has their own secrets. Among the millions of people here, how many people have secrets? How many people on the Scattered Stars Island are weak?" Beside Bei Huo, an old man shouted, "I'm Yu Shu, a 5-star refiner." A middle-aged man shouted, "Li Yunfei, a 5-star refiner from the refining hall of the central city." Bei Huo roared, "The people of the refining hall know that the Feiyan Mu furnace is a blessing to all cultivators in all the generations to come. The creation of the Feiyan Mu furnace subverted the refining techniques of the billions of people in the Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns. Isn't this contribution more important than those messy things investigated by the command center? Although we refiners are not strong enough, we think the appearance of the Feiyan Mu furnace is far more important than those big clans." Immediately, all famous 5-star refiners in the hundreds of refining halls shouted, "We'd like Han Fei to be our commander." Tianheng still wanted to say something when Han Fei's voice sounded. "Whether or not you think I'm qualified to be the commander, I am. I'm showing you the ceremony not to make you approve or doubt me. Bei Huo, from today on, the Scattered Stars Island will cut off the supply of weapons and resources for the Thousand Star City. So will the Logistics Division. Those residents of the Thousand Star City who want resources can come to the Scattered Stars Island for duty. The 7 major academies of the Thousand Star City shall arrange for batches of students to come to the Scattered Stars Island for trial, and will treat them the same as all the frontline soldiers. Everyone's life is a life, and no one can be an exception." Buzz! Instantly, the void trembled, and Chu Qing, Yang Kun, Yakai, Sun Beisheng, and even the others who seemed to be hiding in the void all changed their expressions. As they expected, it wouldn't do them any good if Han Fei took over as the commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Now they couldn't enter the level 3 fishery at all. It was the territory of Faceless, and any person they met there could be Faceless. With the mask on, Faceless could be anyone. They couldn't even find him. The big clans could no longer gain experience and obtain resources there. Last time, when the Thug Academy attacked the Thousand Star City, the level 3 fishery was also lost, and all the 100 dragon boats fell into the hands of Faceless. Venerables didn't dare to descend. Otherwise, with Han Guanshu's ability, who could withstand him if he wanted to kill ordinary Venerables? However, peak-level Venerables and even Half-Kings didn't dare to descend either. If they did, their lair would be destroyed and they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Now, with a few words, Han Fei cut off the Thousand Star City's channel to gain resources. How could the big clans still sit still? Seeing everyone amazed and surprised, Han Fei continued, "From today on, the soldiers on the island have the preferential right to use the best resources and those that can improve the realm." At this moment, Ye Kai, Yang Kun, and Sun Baisheng all came out, unable to sit still anymore. Ye Kai asked, "Han Fei, without the help of the big clans, can you defend the Scattered Stars Island?" Han Fei suddenly looked at Ye Kai. "If you don't, get lost. No one wants to keep you here. Now you want to beg me for mercy? But I don't buy it. If you have what it takes, you big clans can come to the Scattered Stars Island and kill me." Ye Kai was stunned. "Who the fuck pleaded with you? Are you making this up?" However, how could ordinary people hear the voice transmission of a venerable? They thought that Ye Kai had really begged for mercy. Instantly, even Chu Qing and the others wanted to tear him apart. Han Fei looked very righteous at the moment, and his voice resounded in the sky. Ye Kai trembled in anger. He really wanted to kill Han Fei. Tianheng wanted to speak again, but Han Fei didn't give him a chance. Han Fei shouted again, "To be frank, I regard the big clans as my enemies. Now that I've taken over the Scattered Stars Island, you won't be able to get even a low-quality pearl on the Scattered Stars Island from now on. The big clans have exploited human beings for thousands of years and accumulated abundant resources, which can only be described with astronomical figures. How can I not know what your intentions are to appear on the Scattered Stars Island? You want to get benefits but don't want to participate in the war. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Chu Qing frowned. "What does Han Fei mean?" Han Fei immediately shouted, his voice surging like a tide. "From today on, if the venerables of the Thousand Star City want to stay on the Scattered Stars Island, firstly, they must send out 1/3 of the explorers in their clans to participate in the battle. Secondly, every family has to submit a certain amount of resources to be qualified to stay. As for the amount, it shall be no less than mine. I have been fighting in the outer sea for more than 10 years and have collected some resources, and now I donate all of them to the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. No one had expected this. What was the use of your resources on such a huge Scattered Stars Island? However, Han Fei simply roared, I'll donate, Spiritual Spring, 5 million kilograms. When they heard this number, the Venerables didn't take it seriously at all, thinking that Han Fei was too petty. Han Fei continued, 50,000 spiritual fruits, semi-divine materials, 5 million kilograms. Huh? At this point, everyone below was in an uproar. Fuck, are you measuring the semi-divine materials by 10,000 caddies? The Venerables' faces all changed. 5 million kilograms of semi-divine materials. Although the materials are not very valuable, their value far exceeds that of 5 million kilograms of spiritual spring. And Han Fei was still continuing. Low-quality divine materials, 1 million kilograms. Mid-quality divine weapon material, 500,000 kilograms. High-quality divine materials, 100,000 kilograms. Heaven-level techniques and combat skills, 102. The audience was all silent in shock. What was the meaning of this? When did semi-divine weapon become so cheap? And the divine weapon level materials were already measured by 10,000 kilograms. Also, heaven level techniques and combat skills. For real? Also, were these materials really prioritized for the Scattered Stars Island? And these resources were only taken out by Han Fei alone? Chu Qing and the others were already dumbstruck. Although the total amount was still nothing, wasn't this amount of resources a little too much? And more than 100 heaven-level techniques? Are you kidding me? But Han Fei hadn't finished yet. He continued, 1,042 techniques below the heaven level. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, well, that's all. Oh, I forgot that I can also provide Spirit Awakening Fluid, 10 million kilograms. Everyone, Chapter 4002, Too Eloquent Chapter 4002, Too Eloquent Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations not just Chu Qing and the others, even Jinger was dumbfounded. Where did you get 10 million kilograms of Spirit Awakening Fluid? On the entire Scattered Stars Island, those who could and couldn't see Han Fei. In short, every time Han Fei mentioned a kind of resource, they trembled in shock. Han Fei had said that he donated all these resources to the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. What did donate mean? It meant that they were given away for free. Not to mention the resources that Han Fei was asking the big clans to pay. Just the resources that Han Fei donated had already scared these millions of people silly. The Empyrean Waterfall, Meow Big Yellow was shocked and meowed. Han Fei is too stingy. He donated 10 million kilograms of Spirit Awakening Fluid but only gave me 100 kilograms. No, I'm going to find him, clatter. Zhu Yinling knocked Big Yellow's head with a hand. Don't bother him. What you asked for is for your cat sons and cat daughters to improve their physique. But Han Fei's resources are for millions of human beings. They can't be wasted. Xiao Yu seemed to be used to Han Fei's unusual style, so she was just excited. However, her teammates were all dumbfounded. The armorist sighed. Marshal Han is so domineering. He retorted a venerable into speechless and forcibly claimed resources from them. He's too domineering. The manipulator covered her face. I love him. Marshal Han is a real hero, and he's so damn rich. The spirit gatherer swallowed crazily. I didn't know that a person could be so rich, Xiao Yu spat. Continue to consolidate your cultivation foundation. We'll return to the team in 3 days. Outside the central city, Sea God Square. Under the gaze of millions of people, Han Fei immediately shouted, where is the commander of the logistics division? Yes, Marshal Han, I'm here. Booma. An intermediate explorer strode over. He was completely dumbfounded just now. Han Fei said that these resources were accumulated over more than 10 years. He had scoffed at it at first, but now he was overjoyed. All the resources were reserved for their own use. How could he not be happy that Marshal Han offered such great benefits on his first day in office? Han Fei saw a fat guy flying over. When he was on the Scattered Stars Island before, he was still weak. He had seen some ordinary deputy commanders who could be peak-level hidden fishers or law enforcers. However, the leaders of each large division couldn't be weak. Otherwise, what if something big happened? However, these people generally didn't show up. After all, the 10,000 Demon Valley in the past was actually not strong, and Shui Shenqi didn't really want to completely wipe out the 10,000 Demon Valley, but was using the excuse of defending and actually training soldiers. But now the 10,000 Demon Valley was different from before, and the Scattered Stars Island certainly couldn't lag behind. However, in comparison, even if all the high-level forces of the Scattered Stars Island were deployed, they were still much weaker than the 10,000 Demon Valley. The man flew close and shouted, I am the inspector of the logistics division, Wang Lin. Greetings, Marshal Han. Han Fei looked at him casually and shouted, Wang Lin, lead the commanders, deputy commanders, and important members of the 4 logistics divisions on the Scattered Stars Island to cross-check the resources I donated and put them into warehouses in batches. If any mistake is made, you'll be subject to punishment. Wang Lin shouted. Yes, Master Han, if anything goes wrong with this batch of supplies, I, Wang Lin, will definitely cut my own head off. Han Fei said again. Wang Lin, remember my words. Even if the amount of the resources the big clans submit is one low-quality pearl less than the resources I donated, tell me. Wang Lin sweated. What else could he do except for saying yes? Compared to the big clans, he was more interested in the resources in front of him. He had seen a lot of money. Were the resources Han Fei donated much? Of course, there were a lot of them, but it was not enough to make Wang Lin excited. What really shocked Wang Lin was the amount of spirit awakening fluid Han Fei had. How many undersea chimneys had he robbed? Even the reserve of spirit awakening fluid at the peak of the Scattered Stars Island was not as many as 10 million kilograms. Just the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city alone consumed a total of 2 million caddies of spirit awakening fluid every year. In addition to the daily exchange consumption of the Scattered Stars Island, the amount of spirit awakening fluid consumed each year was as much as 5 million caddies. Therefore, every year they had to compete for the undersea chimneys. But Han Fei had casually thrown out the amount required in 2 years, which was a shocking amount. However, only the venerables knew that the spirit awakening fluid was nothing more than seawater containing the Tao runes. It wasn't anything good. However, people in different realms had different visions. Spirit awakening fluid was basically a treasure for people below the law enforcer realm. And Han Fei thought to himself, 10 million kilograms, only 10 sea-swallowing seashells. I still have more than 90 sea-swallowing seashells. At this time, Han Fei looked at Tianheng. Humph, Tianheng, do you still think I'm greedy? Do I deserve to be the commander? Tianheng was already sweating. Fuck, is Han Fei crazy to donate so many resources? And where did you get so much money? Tianheng gritted his teeth. If Han Fei wanted to win people's support with money, he had already succeeded. He could almost imagine what the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island would think, seeing him donate so many resources for free. He couldn't say it was wrong for Han Fei to donate so many resources. If he still blocked the way of the millions of soldiers, he would probably be torn apart by the gazes of countless people. Tianheng gritted his teeth. I will keep an eye on this matter, Han Fei sneered. Who do you think you are? When is your turn to keep an eye on it? The command center is in charge of commanding battles, not supervising. Everybody knows where I am from. You just need to behave yourself. Then Han Fei shouted, Where is Zhang Teng from Scattered Stars prison? I'm here. Zhang Teng flew to the sky and bowed his head. Marshal Han. Han Fei grunted a response and said, Transmit my order. The Scattered Stars Island will have a new unit, which is called the Supervision Unit. You can investigate everyone on the Scattered Stars Island, from me to any ordinary soldier. As for the position of the Scattered Stars prison's warden, you'll be in charge for now. Zhang Teng's heart did a flip. Fuck, why me? Doing this job will easily offend people. You, son of a Beta Chi, you must be taking revenge on me. Zhang Teng could only say, Yes, Marshal Han. This scene made Han Fei look selfless. A new unit was set up to supervise the entire island. Besides, the big shot of the Scattered Stars prison would be in charge of this new unit. Who wouldn't believe it? Tianheng's face alternated between green and red, and he could only step back. Han Fei's move was really effective. How could Zhang Teng, who was in charge of the Scattered Stars prison, be simple? How could he have been in charge of the Scattered Stars prison for so long if he wasn't capable? Han Fei solved all the questions that Tianheng raised with one move. When the questions turned into suspicion and died down, there would only be gossip left, which would become an extremely mysterious topic in the carnival shops and derive various strange stories. After sending Tianheng away, Han Fei looked at Chu Qing and the others with a cold face and said crossly, Now please send someone back to inform your clans. If the resources are not delivered in 3 days, please leave the Scattered Stars Island. And the Scattered Stars Island will have nothing to do with the big clans of the 1,000-star city. Han Fei looked at Chu Qing with a smile, knowing that it was impossible for them to retreat. The remains of a king were like the sea-quelling painting and the entrance to the heavenly palace. In their eyes, they were extremely important, far from what so-called resources could compare to. Even if these big clans went back on their word and became public enemies, they would definitely take action. In that case, they had to give him the resources. If they didn't, they would become the public enemies of the entire Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns. After all, the supply of the Scattered Stars Island and the 36 towns would remain unchanged and might even increase. Besides, once the Scattered Stars Island completely disowned the 1,000-star city, all the resources that should have flowed into the 1,000-star city would go to the 36 towns. In the long run, the foundation of the 36 towns would only become stronger and stronger, and the ordinary people of the 1,000-star city could come to the Scattered Stars Island through selection. Only the strength of the big clans would decline. Even the big clans had a lot of star beads. However, the star bead's secret realm was only suitable for exploration. How could it be as valuable as the Scattered Stars Island? Yang Kun shouted, Han Fei, if we leave and the sea demons attack again, how can you resist them? Because Ye Kai had been tricked by Han Fei just now, Yang Kun didn't dare to speak telepathically anymore and simply said it out loud. However, the people of the Yang family were simple-minded and brawny, so what if they had become venerables? Han Fei had never taken them seriously. Han Fei's voice echoed between the heavens and earth. The big clans didn't make any contributions to the Scattered Stars Island. In the battle at the Sea of Pearls yesterday, Sun Baisheng failed to hold back the Sea Demon Venerable and almost caused immeasurable losses. If you can't do anything, what's the use of keeping you? Sun Baisheng's face flushed red. The enemy is too strong. It's normal that I was caught off guard and failed to hold him back. Han Fei suddenly burst into fury. Shut up. Tens of thousands of people were almost killed because of your carelessness. Who dares to use you? There are many strong masters in the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Which family doesn't have an intermediate venerable? Why did they send you over? If I take action, I can kill you with 3 punches. How do you deserve to be called a venerable? Han Fei's voice rumbled and shook the world. On the field, countless people felt their blood boil as they listened. Sure enough, those who could become a marshal were all extraordinary figures. Han Fei, as an explorer, wanted to kill a venerable with 3 punches. Fuck, wasn't this a fantasy? However, everyone believed him, even including Sun Baisheng. He didn't dare to answer Han Fei's question, fearing that Han Fei would fight him to the death. Someone below said, exactly. How does he have the nerve to call himself a venerable? He almost killed countless people. Han Fei sneered. The big clans are too weak compared to the 7 major sects in the Thousand-Star City. In the battle yesterday, Patriarch Six Swords, Elder Bing Yun, and Venerable Sword tried their best to protect the territory of the Scattered Stars Island and made the Sea Demon Venerable unable to go any inch further. They were much more useful than you guys. With that said, Han Fei smiled and said, I'd like to cooperate with the 7 major sects. Patriarch Six Swords, please inform the 7 major sects. If they're interested, we can help each other. Watching Han Fei use strategies skillfully, Shui Shenqi nodded slightly. Han Fei had completely turned the big clans into villains. At the same time, he tried to rope in the 7 sects to completely isolate the big clans. Patriarch Six Swords, Elder Bing Yun, and Zhen Sansheng looked at each other and felt that it was possible. By doing that, not only could the strong masters of the 7 sects enter the island, but they could also be on good terms with Han Fei. Why not? Originally, the relationship between the 7 major sects and the Thug Academy wasn't that bad. Besides, Han Fei had a deep relationship with the Heavenly Sword sect. Now that Han Fei was in charge of the Scattered Stars Island, shouldn't he be friendly to the 7 major sects? Instantly, Patriarch Six Swords walked out of the void and said seriously, all right, in at most a day, the 7 sects will definitely send an envoy. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. In the distant void, Ningjing watched this scene the entire time and couldn't help patting her chest. She was startled. Han Fei could handle so many venerables? What a glib tongue he had. These venerables combined couldn't beat him in eloquence. First Chapter 10303. Power of Will Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Looking at Chu Qing and the others who were like clowns, Han Fei sneered in his heart. I may have a little problem, but so what? I have money to burn. Being rich and generous was different from being rich but stingy. Although the big clans had a massive amount of resources, they also had many children. The resources needed to nurture an excellent child were countless, let alone such a big family. Therefore, in the big clans, resource allocation was firmly controlled by the people in the center of power. But what about Han Fei? If he was full, his whole family wouldn't be hungry. If he had too much money, he would find it a burden. If that thing hadn't been a resource, he wouldn't be interested at all now. The spirit awakening fluid was useless to him now. If he hadn't been afraid that throwing out 100 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid would scare away the big clans and even cause others to covet it, Han Fei might have thrown it all out. In the past, when he was blackmailing the big clans, Han Fei was too reserved. 10,000 spiritual fruits and million kilograms of spiritual spring were simply nothing for the big clans. In that case, he should be ruthless today. Han Fei thought to himself, I have to take care of this matter personally. Whoever gives fewer resources won't be allowed to come to the Scattered Stars Island. If they come, I'll kill them openly. Chu Qing gnashed his teeth. Han Fei, you're good, Han Fei said in disdain. Of course. Do I need you to comment on whether I'm good or not? Also, don't call my name next time. Please call me Marshal Han. Chu Qing tore open the void and slipped away. As venerables, Chu Qing and the others had never thought that one day they would be so humiliated. When he left, he thought to himself, just wait, I'll definitely avenge myself. However, Chu Qing and the others lived in a different environment from Han Fei. It was impossible for them to beat Han Fei in eloquence. After they left, Han Fei spoke again in a thunderous voice. Now that I've succeeded the throne, I dare not let Shui down. I'll do my best to repay the human race. After a pause, Han Fei continued, the materials that I donated just now shall be classified by the logistics division in 3 days and distributed to the various units below. This matter is supervised by everyone on the island. Whoever embezzles will be executed. Buzz. At this time, the millions of people were refreshed. Fuck, what kind of efficiency is this? In 3 days, such a huge amount of resources would be distributed? Wang Lin's face immediately darkened. Fuck, how can we handle this? Are you forcing us to die? In 3 days? However, efficiency was the most important when a big war was imminent. On second thought, Wang Lin decided to do it himself. Immediately, Wang Lin said, Marshal Han, I'd like to ask you to give me the resources immediately so that I can make preparations. Han Fei was satisfied with Wang Lin's reaction and immediately nodded. Okay, however, this is a huge amount of resources. Count them in front of my eyes. After counting them, put them into the warehouse. Wang Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. Han Fei just wants to show off. But what can I do except for saying yes? Immediately, Wang Lin shouted, all members of the logistics division, come and assist me. Everyone, please make way. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and 1,000,000 spiritual springs and tens of thousands of spiritual fruits floated in the sky. It was like spiritual springs hanging upside down and spiritual fruits flying all over the sky like stars, dazzling everyone's eyes. When the spirit awakening fluid fell like a waterfall, many people couldn't stand it anymore. Shui Shenqi was speechless. Why do you have to do this? Do you have to make it seem like you bought the position? Han Fei seemed to feel it wasn't good either. He casually threw out a bunch of sea-swallowing seashells. Well, take your time to sort them out. Silence. While the members of the logistics division were organizing the supplies, the 1,000,000 soldiers below were discussing telepathically or in small voices. Hearing Han Fei's words, they immediately stopped discussing, waiting to hear what Han Fei was going to say. Han Fei's voice became resounding. Soldiers, as you know, the sea demons have been getting stronger and stronger recently. After repeated confirmation by Marshal Shui and me, we can speculate that the legendary Sea Demon Royal City has appeared. Huh? Yes. What? Sea Demon Royal City? Immediately, the entire Scattered Stars Island fell into an uproar. Even Wang Lin and the others who were counting the resources were stunned. Someone was puzzled. Where is the Sea Demon Royal City? Someone was stunned. The Royal City? It's said that it's a very strong force behind the sea demons, someone said solemnly. In the past, heavenly talents from the Sea Demon Royal City appeared from time to time, but no one can confirm it for sure. Has it really been confirmed this time? Han Fei said. Recently, you may have discovered that there are more and more strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island. Even venerables have appeared. This is unheard of in the past. As for the sea demons, as many as 20 sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm have died at my hands, as well as 2 venerables. It can be seen that the number of sea demon strong masters is rapidly increasing. Immediately, someone exclaimed, what should we do? Is a big war about to break out? Someone cursed, no, a war has already broken out. Someone sighed. No wonder there have been more and more big battles over the past few months. Someone was dumbfounded. It was already not easy for humans before. Now that the sea demons have become so strong, can we still resist them? When the 1,000,000 soldiers panicked, Han Fei shouted again, everyone, don't panic. The sea demons are getting stronger, but we humans have strong masters too. Although the sea demons are strong, they can't be endless. In the past wars, we humans always won. It was like this in the past and will be the same in the future. I'm telling you this because I'm going to do something big. Although I can decide this matter myself, I still need to respect your opinions. Everyone heard that the Supreme Commander wanted to ask for their opinion. This Han Fei looked very democratic. Some people guessed, what is the matter that even Han Fei dares not decide it on his own? In the midst of the discussion, Han Fei said, soldiers from the 36 towns, how many of you didn't know the existence of this place until you came to the Scattered Stars Island? How many of you still have families waiting for you after you die? How many of you quietly contribute but no one knows? I understand you because I'm also from the 36 towns. Like many of you, I'm from the same hometown as you. Just like you, I've gone on an adventure in the level 1 fishery, level 2 fishery, and level 3 fishery, boarded a dragon boat, and explored the secret realms. With a few casual words, Han Fei separated the soldiers of the 1,000-Star City from the people of the 36 towns, because most of the soldiers of the 1,000-Star City didn't feel this way. Besides, the people in the 1,000-Star City had always known about the Scattered Stars Island, which was kept a secret only to the 36 towns. Why? Because the 36 towns were too weak and not many strong masters were born there. Most people hoped that the people of the 36 towns could live in peace and pursue strength in peace. Therefore, when Han Fei said this, countless people felt the same. Someone laughed. I won first place in the resource competition in my village. At that time, I was the pride of our entire village. Someone clicked his tongue and said, you might not believe it even if I told you. When I boarded the dragon boat for the first time, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I was shocked that there was such a huge ship in this world. Someone sighed. When I think about the past, although there were dangers back then, there were also thrills. Adventure, treasure hunting, becoming stronger, everything was simple. Amidst the exclamations, Han Fei said, everyone, after discussing with Marshal Shui, I think that it's time for me to tell the people in the 36 towns about the Scattered Stars Island. We should let them know that their comfortable life was created by you in the front line. We'll let them know that the spirit awakening fluid they used for spiritual awakening and the weapons they used for adventuring were obtained by you with your flesh and blood. Now that the Sea Demon Royal City invades, the entire human race is in danger. They need to be vigilant. Instantly, many people fell silent. This question was actually quite perplexing. Although deep in their hearts, they really hoped that others knew what they were doing on the Scattered Stars Island. In the 36 towns, their life was so peaceful. Such a beautiful life was broken just like that? Reveal a bloody world to them? How cruel was that? But when many people were silent, the people from the 1,000-Star City said matter-of-factly, isn't this how it should be? I used to say that there is nothing to hide about the existence of the Scattered Stars Island. When a person dies, we don't even dare to tell how he died, but lies that he was eaten by a powerful fish in adventuring. Ha 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 ha. An ordinary person from the Thousand Star City said, "We're killing enemies outside, so our children at home are motivated to work hard to cultivate. We've been weaving them into a beautiful dream. What will happen to them if this dream is broken?" Instantly, the millions of people and all the ordinary people from the Thousand Star City felt that it was a matter of course. Half of the people from the 36 towns actually wanted to tell the truth to the people in the 36 towns. However, as for the other half, most of them had families and were very conflicted. They might not want their families to worry about them. Han Fei said, "What I hope is that even if you die, your family, your children, your friends, everyone will know that you are real heroes, heroes who have fought for the continuation of the human race." Han Fei's voice echoed, "I hope that there is trust and hope behind each of you. If you don't die, you will become their heroes. If you die, you will motivate them to move forward." Instantly, many people looked up at Han Fei. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I agree. The Scattered Stars Island should tell the truth to the 36 towns." The people from the Thousand Star City naturally agreed. This was a matter of course in their eyes, so at this moment they also agreed. With someone taking the lead, the situation immediately became one-sided. The deafening cheers echoed in the sky above the Sea God Square. The voices of millions of soldiers echoed. "We agree to inform the 36 towns of the Scattered Stars Island." When the million people were united, a strange power seemed to suddenly emerge between the heavens and earth, which was drilling into Han Fei's body. Han Fei felt it most clearly. This was not human energy or will, but a strange and gentle power. Once it entered his body, it would dissipate. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He sensed it. This was power of will. Chapter 104, A New Reform. Chapter 104, A New Reform translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, was not overwhelmed by this power of will. As early as when he decided to succeed the position of Supreme Commander, he had already thought about some things. The 36 towns were no weaker than the Thousand Star City, just like the former City of Justice. Anyone in any village could go to the City of Justice and accept missions there. There was no such thing as the people in the main city being stronger than the people in the villages. They were all ordinary in body and could all cultivate. Whether they could succeed in the path of cultivation depended on themselves. For the first time, Han Fei had a true wish in his heart. He wanted to open a passage between the 36 towns and the Thousand Star City. He wanted to wipe out all the big clans in the Thousand Star City. Furthermore, Han Fei wanted to change the relationship between the academies in Thousand Star City and in the 36 towns. If they were all academies, why couldn't they recruit students from the entire world with a fixed score? When the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns were completely connected, the world would be truly unified. After exchanging a glance with Shueishen Qi, Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "What I care about is the future of the entire human race." Shueishen Qi said solemnly, "Of course, or I would have objected to it." While the crowd was cheering, Han Fei held the rod in his hand and raised it high. "Now that I've succeeded the throne, I don't want to see you risk your lives for human beings anymore. The leaders of the Trans-Island inspectors and the law enforcement team, come out." Buzz, buzz. He saw two figures rushing over from a distance. "I'm Meng Liang from the Trans-Island inspectors. Nice to meet you, Marshal Han." "I'm the inspector of the law enforcement team. Nice to meet you, Marshal Han." Han Fei shouted. "The two of you, from today onwards, check all the soldiers on the island. Anyone who is seriously injured or disabled shall remove their armors and return to their hometowns. Arrange jobs for them in their hometowns. For anyone who is below the law enforcer level and has fought on the Scattered Stars Island for more than 8 years, if you want to stay on the Scattered Stars Island, you'll have to submit an application. Only after approval can you stay." The crowd was in an uproar. Someone was stunned. He met the requirements to return to his hometown, but what could he do after he went back? Someone immediately shouted, "Marshal Han, I'm not going back. The Scattered Stars Island has already become our home. We're not leaving. We're not leaving." Even the Guardian soldiers shouted, "We're not leaving." Han Fei smiled bitterly. This discharge was a bit tricky. These people were used to risking their lives here. If they went home, they wouldn't be able to sleep well. However, Han Fei's voice rumbled like thunder and he shouted, "The situation on the Scattered Stars Island is about to be announced to the 36 towns. Do you want me to give an order and forcibly inform them? The Scattered Stars Island, the unknown place in their eyes, is a mysterious and sacred place. I can personally break their illusions. However, it can't be too abrupt and violent. I need you to tell them the history of heroes, the epic battles and the legendary tales on the Scattered Stars Island, your heroes of the human race. What can stop you from returning home?" Someone roared. "Marshal Han, I've already got no family left. Are we just going back to tell stories?" "Yes." "Do we have to make up stories?" "I'm not going back." Han Fei felt a strong headache and immediately shouted again, "If you insist on staying, write an application to stay. You have to know that if you don't retreat, how can the newcomers come up? Every generation has new talents emerging. The Scattered Stars Island in the future will be a battlefield, a place of flames of the war. Besides, the 36 towns need your encouragement. In the crowd, someone didn't listen at all and shouted, "I'm not going back, Pa." Someone immediately slapped his head. "Shut up, idiot. I remember you have a son. Do you want your son to not even know if his father is still alive?" A captain-level powerhouse cursed, "Marshal Han is merciful. Don't fucking bark like crazy. If you don't want to return home, write an application." F. Others can't even get the chance to go back, but you don't want it? I really want to kick you to death. Meng Liang and Zhou Tianfeng smiled bitterly. This task is fucking tricky. But Han Fei didn't care. After issuing this rather disputed order, Han Fei finally took Shuishen Chi's 13-star token. After he spent a huge sum of resources and fell out with the big clans of the 1,000-star city, he finally became the new marshal, on the same day. The entire Scattered Stars Island was undergoing a thorough reform. Han Fei's more than 100 heaven-level combat skills and cultivation techniques, as well as more than 1,000 combat skills and cultivation techniques below heaven level, attracted the attention of everyone below the explorer level. Because the logistics division needed to sort out the resources, the logistics division's resource exchange window was drastically decreased by 90%. As for those cultivation techniques, they were copied immediately and spread out. But no matter what, the original copies had to be kept in the logistics division in the central city. The squares inside and outside of the 4 logistics divisions in the east, west, south, and north was already overcrowded. Someone shouted, "Haha, the water-stirring seal technique is too powerful. Once this technique is used, the seal technique may become a trend." Someone scoffed. "That's bullshit. The water-stirring seal technique is nothing at all. This war soul art is a heaven-level high-quality bow technique. It's really strong." Someone sighed. Although the war soul art is powerful, the spiritual energy it consumes is too terrifying. What kind of guy can shoot all the arrows? Someone laughed and scolded. "What do you know? Don't just be attracted by the big destructive combat skills. This flying fish technique is a heaven-level high-quality movement technique. If I can master this technique, I can kill 2 sea demons of the same level as me alone." Many people exclaimed, "All of you are wrong. Look at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. It's a demon-level divine quality body refining technique. This is the only divine quality body refining technique donated by Marshal Han. It's said that Marshal Han personally practiced it. Its rarity is unparalleled on the Scattered Stars Island." At this moment, in the crowd, several people were smiling bitterly in the garden outside of the logistics division. A short-haired girl said, "So, he used to practice this technique. Li Hanye, do you still want to compete with him?" Li Hanye was Li Hanye from the Blue Sea Town. He used to be a heavenly talent of the Blue Sea Town, but now he seemed to be mediocre. At this moment, Li Hanye heaved a long sigh. "I don't want to compete with him, but this 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies technique appeared too late. I can't use it now, neither can you, xuanhuan. Han Fei probably wants someone to send this technique back to the 36 towns." This was what countless people sighed about. Body tempering was not like other arts. If one didn't polish his physique in every realm, the further he went, the more difficult it became. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make up for his weak foundation. Of course, if there were special opportunities, it was possible. However, there were not so many special opportunities in the world. After all, only a few people would encounter them. In the crowd, another person was standing at the gate of the logistics division in the south of the city, looking absent-minded. Lin Wu looked at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and was a little tranced. In the past 5 or 6 years, she had cultivated diligently, passed through many secret realms, and experienced thousands of disasters. Finally, she came to the Scattered Stars Island 2 months ago. When she first came to the Scattered Stars Island, Lin Wu was shocked by the strong masters here. To a rookie like her who had just entered the Scattered Stars Island, almost everyone here had a higher realm than her. But Lin Wu was confident of her potential. In just 5 or 6 years, she had continuously broken through the 3 realms of Great Fishing Master, Dangling Fisher, and Hanging Fisher. This was because in her life there once appeared a different person, her master who liked to eat barbecue. Lin Wu stared at the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies in a daze, wondering, is Marshal Han my senior brother? Lin Wu never thought that Han Fei was actually her master. After all, her master once said that he walked in the world and had no fixed residence. Lin Wu felt that such a figure was at least stronger than those so-called venerables. In any case, he was definitely stronger than Han Fei. Lin Wu frowned, thinking to herself that this senior brother was really unreliable. He even provided the great techniques passed down by her master to everyone in the world for free. However, she didn't blame Han Fei. She was still too weak now. Perhaps she couldn't see the problem that senior brother saw. Since senior brother did this, he must have a reason. With this in mind, Lin Wu felt at ease. She just needed to cultivate harder. Her goal was never the Scattered Stars Island. But now, she had to grow on the Scattered Stars Island. She had already planned a growth path for herself. Her first step was to be able to walk 1,000 miles away from the coastline. The island was busy and bustling. On the second day after Han Fei took over as the Supreme Commander, people from the 7 major academies came. Among the people who came this time, there was an acquaintance of Han Fei, Mu Tianfeng from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfang was still a peak-level explorer, but today, Han Fei discovered that Mu Tianfang was actually a half-venerable. Besides, judging from Mu Tianfang's vigorous qi and control of strength, Han Fei felt that Mu Tianfang was very likely suppressing his realm. 4 venerables and 14 explorers came from the 7 major sects in total. Among them, except for Jian Senqing, Patriarch Six Swords, and Elder Bingyun who were already here, there was also the Fire Moon Fairy from the Sea Tower. Death Door Sect, Origin Returning Peak, and Mountain Sea Pavilion didn't send out any venerables but only explorers. There was no telling if they had no venerables or the venerables didn't want to come. This force was neither weak nor strong. These 4, plus Shui Shenqi himself and the hidden Elder Chen, now there were 7 venerables on the island. With Old Han and Ningjing as his trump cards, they definitely wouldn't appear for nothing. This also meant that no matter what happened, the combat power of these 7 people was probably the limit he could use now. On the big clan side, even if they brought resources over and sent someone over, their people wouldn't take the battle seriously because their goal was not defending the island, but for the corpse of the king. At this moment, Han Fei said, "You should understand what I mean. No matter what happens on the Scattered Stars Island, the big clans are now monstrously powerful and have countless resources. They are our common enemies. If the big clans obtain the Empyrean Waterfall, the consequences can be imagined. You can think about it." Mu Tianfang looked at the awe-inspiring Han Fei and thought to himself, it's only been a few years. Tunga has only just entered the advanced sea spirit realm, which is already shockingly fast. But Han Fei is already capable of slaughtering venerables. It's really incredible. Mu Tianfang said, "We know about the big clans, but we need to confirm one thing. The students of the 7 major sects have to be treated equally. Besides, the resources given to us need to be doubled." Chapter 1405, Take Off Armor and Return Home. COCC 5th, Take Off Armor and Return Home. COCOCOCC. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Impossible, Han Fei said. "Uncle Mu, what you want is too much. Only 4 venerables came and you require double the resources. If each of the 7 major academies sends 1 venerable over, what's the difference between you and the big clans? I can give you 50% more. Among them, 20% shall be distributed among the common people, and the rest won't change. In the past, if the Scattered Stars Island produced 10 portions of resources, more than 5 of them would flow to the Thousand Star City, 4 would be digested by the Scattered Stars Island, and only less than 1 would go to the 36 towns. As for the more than 5 portions that flowed into the Thousand Star City, the big clans and the 7 major sects would almost occupy all of these resources. This led to the ordinary people in the Thousand Star City not obtaining many resources. If they wanted to get resources, they had to attach to the big clans. This was just like the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Most of the star beads were controlled by the big clans and the 7 major sects. Where could ordinary people go? If they weren't attached to large families or sects, they had nowhere to go, and now the share of the big clans had been directly cancelled by Han Fei. Therefore, 3 of the 5 portions of resources were saved, which Han Fei planned to give to the 36 towns. How could he give them to others so easily? Mu Tianfang, as the representative of the major sects, was about to say something when Han Fei said, "Uncle Mu, there's no need to say anything else. This is a life-or-death moment for the human race. Let's talk about it when the sea demon disaster is over. At this critical moment, we have to resist the invaders and consider the continuation of human beings. Don't bother with trivial matters such as resources." Han Fei didn't give Mu Tianfang a chance to speak at all. "You're already here. If you leave, it'll be equivalent to falling out with us. Once you leave, you'll be a sinner to all mankind. The 7 sects will be reduced to the same level of reputation as the big clans." Mu Tianfang and the others exchanged looks. Han Fei was in the prime of his life, and his style of doing things was extremely domineering. If they annoyed him now, it would affect the relationship with him. Mu Tianfang took a deep breath. "Okay, we can talk about this after this disaster is over. However, Han Fei, we have to remind you that if the Sea Demon Royal City really appears, the number of strong masters will be several times more than mine. If the big clans really don't help, we 7 sects dare not take action casually. Otherwise, the strength of the 7 sects will suffer a heavy loss and the big clans will dominate." Han Fei grinned and said, "It doesn't matter. The big clans will definitely send many people over. Just wait and see." 36 towns, Wind Thunder Town. While Han Fei received the 7 major sects and met with the strong masters and leaders of the Scattered Stars Island, someone suddenly walked out of the teleportation array in the Wind Thunder Town, and that array was a teleportation array leading to the unknown place. Immediately, the guards of the Wind Thunder Town shouted, "A lord has returned from the unknown place." Immediately, 7 array guards rushed in, and the leading guard hurriedly said, "Greetings, my lord. The mayor has instructed that any lord who returns from the unknown place is an esteemed guest. Would you like to take a rest in our Wind Thunder Town? The mayor may come to receive you in person." Looking at this strange yet familiar place, Yulingyan narrowed her eyes and shook her head. No, there are still many people behind. Which teleportation array leads to the cloud-soaring town? Huh? Cloud-soaring town? The guard said. My lord, wait a moment. Our mayor will come soon. Buzz. Immediately, a suppressing pressure fell on them, and they all fell to the ground. Yu Lingyan asked intimidatingly. Which teleportation array leads to the cloud-soaring town? The guard leader almost peed his pants. He couldn't move at all just because of the suppressing power. This lord is so strong, he hurriedly said. My lord, the teleportation array at the end of the left-hand corner is it. Yu Lingyan calmed down and walked to the teleportation array without hesitation. For her, she had no family left and had no one to worry about, so she had never been willing to return. For her, Wu Xiaoqiao was the only one worth remembering. This time, Yu Lingyun listened to Han Fei and came back to take a rest. In fact, she just came back to visit Wu Xiaoqiao. She would still return to the Scattered Stars Island and join in the final battle. Yu Lingyun stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation and disappeared in the next moment. Only then did the guards get up from the ground in a panic. The leader of the guards roared, "Hurry up, inform the mayor that a top powerhouse has returned from the unknown place." After about 10 minutes, the person who sent the message hadn't returned. However, the teleportation array in the unknown place lit up again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, 5 or 6 people walked out. In a moment, another dozen people appeared from the array. The leader of the guards was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He was supposed to happily receive the strong and try to keep them in the Wind Thunder Town. But what happened today? The teleportation array that only flashed once every 10 days or half a month suddenly spat out a dozen people? However, buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another appeared in front of the teleportation array. Before the guards went up to ask, hundreds of people had already appeared from the array. Hiss! The guard leader thought to himself, oh, something big must have happened. Why have the strong masters from the unknown place returned in batches? The people who appeared in front of the array looked sad. Among them, someone sighed. How long has it been since I left? This is the Wind Thunder Town, right? An armorist looked at the guard. Hey, are you the guards of the Wind Thunder Town's teleportation field? Yes, my lord. The armorist said, go call more people over to direct us to return home. The guard, buzz, more and more people came out of the teleportation array. After only a moment, there were already 500 or 600 people, causing the entire teleportation hall to become noisy. Son of a bee, teach. I've already submitted an application, but I'm still kicked out. Why? It's so boring in the village. Heh, what's the point of submitting an application? I used my connections, but it was still useless. They said that I had been in the front line for too long and needed to come back to rest. Why would I need to rest? Someone shouted, we are not weak. If we leave just like that, won't the combat power there be weakened? Someone sighed. Even you can think of it, can't Marshal Han? Maybe he has a solution. Although it's for our own good, I really don't want to come back. Hey, it doesn't matter. At most, I'll rest for a while and have a few idle days. Then I'll go back. Hey, anyone here? Why is there no one guiding us? Yes, the teleportation hall of the Wind Thunder Town is too poorly guarded. Why are there so few people in such an important place? Someone shouted, hey, you, yes, I'm calling you guys. Why are you still standing there? Come here and tell me which teleportation array leads to Million Gold Town. I've forgotten about it. Someone said, come here, boy. Don't be afraid. Come here. Tell me, which teleportation array leads to Peace Town? The guards were already dumbfounded. What the fuck is this? Thousands of people have come out. Did something happen in the unknown place? Why are they all back? More terrifyingly, the aura of any random person made them panic. Even the old soldiers who had lost a leg or a hand had a murderous aura, which made their hearts skip a beat. Humph, shut up all of you. I'm He Lao Lu, the deputy commander of the law enforcement team. You guys are too noisy. Lao Lu's roar immediately made everyone's voices weaken. Then, He Lao Lu grinned at a guard and said, boy, come here. Each of you, write the name of a town on a fish skin map and stand at the corresponding teleportation array. Plop. The guard leader almost fell to his knees. My lords, this matter is serious. Please wait for the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town to come. Ha ha ha. Everybody laughed. Someone said, Master He, stop scaring them. Let's wait. Lao Lu was speechless. Am I scary? I'm such a gentle person. Why do you think I am scary? At this moment, someone appeared in the teleportation hall with a swish. This person was not weak and had reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. He was the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town, Xu Xin. As soon as Xu Xin heard that something happened in the teleportation field, he immediately came. However, this scene stunned him. When he arrived, there were already nearly 5,000 people waiting here. There were so many people that some had to wait outside the hall. These people were of varying strength. Some were only hanging fishers, and some were law enforcers. However, there were very few law enforcers. Most of them were physically disabled. If they weren't, they could be treated on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei didn't treat them personally. Otherwise, none of these people would be willing to leave. Xu Xin's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, all guards, retreat 10 kilometers away from here. Don't come here without my permission. Xu Xin released his aura, but how could the strength of one person compare to the strength of 1,000 people? The people who had returned from the Scattered Stars Island were all full of murderous aura. No one would flinch. After the guards left, Xuanhuan asked solemnly, "May I ask what happened on the Scattered Stars Island? Why did you come back in groups?" Immediately, Howl stood out. "Sir, under the order of the new Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Marshal Han, we will return to our hometowns. May I ask the mayor to arrange for someone to lead the way for us?" Xuan's face suddenly changed. "Ah? Did something happen to Marshal Chi? Someone immediately shouted, "Of course not. Since you're the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town, we can tell you. Now that the situation on the Scattered Stars Island has changed, the Sea Demon Royal City has emerged. The new Marshal, Han Fei, is very powerful. He killed 2 Sea Demon Venerables in a row, killed more than 20 Dao seeking greater demons, and has succeeded as the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island." Xuanhuan was stunned. "Fuck, this is too much information. Killed 2 Sea Demon Venerables in a row? When did Sea Demons have Venerables? Also, the name Han Fei sounded familiar. He somehow felt he had heard this name." Xuanhuan suddenly realized. It seemed that the sky had changed. Chapter 106, Take Off Armor and Return Home. To Chapter 106, Take Off Armor and Return Home. To Translator, Kenyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations for 3 consecutive days. The teleportation field of the Wind Thunder Town was overcrowded. In just 3 days, as many as 80,000 soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island returned one after another. And it had only been 3 days. One after another, people returned at every moment. This wasn't something that could be completed quickly. After all, there were still people who wanted to stay there. Therefore, there would be a process of examination. Most of the people were quickly examined. Their ages and physical conditions were checked, and their family conditions were asked about. If nothing was wrong, they would be directly sent back. In fact, although there were as many as 70 or 80,000 people, it would be only about 200 people for each village and town. Even if another 70 or 80,000 people returned, it wouldn't be much. Few of these people who were sent back were prepared to live a low-key life. In the villages and towns, they were undoubtedly strong masters. Why should they live a low-key life? They needed to tell their stories to many people, to publicize the danger of sea demons, and to spread the legendary stories they often heard in carnival shops on the Scattered Stars Island. Of course, the most important thing was to nurture the weak. The reason Han Fei wanted these people to come back was that the overall combat power provided by the 36 towns to the Scattered Stars Island was too weak, and most of the deficiency were made up by the people from the Thousand Star City. This wouldn't do. If the 36 towns had good teachers to nurture talents, they might not be any weaker than the Thousand Star City. Therefore, it was very necessary for these strong masters to return to their hometowns. With their help, the overall strength of the youths in the 36 towns could be improved. In recent days, the people in the 36 towns witnessed various ways of glorious return. In the Triumph Town, when the first batch of people returned from the teleportation array, there were 236 people in total. Someone said, "Everyone, remember the purpose and significance of our return. From today on, there will be no unknown place in this world. We must tell many people about the Scattered Stars Island and let them remember what the unknown place they respect and expect to see is like." Someone smiled. "Of course, let's go and report to the mayor first." Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Let's go. Hualala, among the 236 people, 56 suddenly opened their wings and flew into the sky. The rest, 180 people, couldn't have felt more regretful. They regretted that they weren't hidden fishers. Otherwise, they would have been able to soar in the sky like they did. Someone cursed, "You show-offs, brothers, let's release our strength and go to the mayor." "Ha! Let's go. I don't want my face anymore. Let me play with you." These people lined up in an array and moved extremely fast. Even if some had broken legs, they still moved very fast. Behind them, inside and outside the teleportation hall of the Triumph Town, everyone was dumbfounded. "Oh, angels. More than 50 angels have come at once. Oh my God, what happened?" When these more than 50 people flew in the sky, countless people were dumbfounded. Did something big happen in the Triumph Town? Why did so many angels suddenly show up? A child raised his head and shouted, Dad, I saw many hidden fishers." A child rushed home yelling, and his father scolded, "I haven't even seen many hidden fishers. How can you?" However, there were exclamations outside the house, and the person cursed and walked out of the house. "Why are you crying and howling in the day? Wow, see Heavenly Martial Town, War God Village." Heavenly Martial Town valued martial arts. Most of the people came back together with their townsmen, while the people from this town advocated individual bravery and often liked to fight alone. At this moment, Qin Kang returned alone. Qin Kang's eyes were covered by a black cloth. His eyes were injured in a battle, and from then on he could only see the world with his perception. Perhaps because he was blind, although Qin Kang was a soul warrior, his soul power was very strong. Among hidden fishers of the same level, his soul power was more than twice that of others. When the fishing boat came to the War God Village, Qin Kang was excited. In his mind, there had always been a beautiful figure. Back then, he was still young and resolutely went to the unknown place to pursue a bright future and didn't choose to stay to accompany the girl who was waiting for him. Although he wanted to come back countless times, he didn't due to guilt. He failed her and left her alone. How could he have the face to return? But now, he had to return. Before he returned, Chin Kang was excited. He wondered if the girl was married. In a place like the War God Village, she must have been married. Chin Kang's mind was filled with guilt for the girl. Besides, he was blind, and there was no such thing as a glorious return for him. He would consider how to perform the missions after he settled down. Chin Kang pulled the black cloth over his eyes slightly, put away the fishing boat, and soon returned to his yard. Chin Kang used to be a heavenly talent of the War God Village. Therefore, his yard had always been there. However, when he came to the door of his house, he found that the yard was well equipped with living facilities. There were dried sea linen clothes, a clam in the tank, a lot of dried fish hanging in front of the house, some exquisite handmade items, and a half-polished fishing pole. Huh? Someone is living here? Chin Kang couldn't help but frown. He hadn't returned for a few years. Who dared to occupy his yard? However, he immediately detected the clothes of women in the room. Hey, who are you looking for? Beside him, a chubby middle-aged woman said warily, holding an iron rod in her hand. Because of Chin Kang's height and the black cloth covering his eyes, he didn't look like a good person. Besides, Chin Kang smelled of blood, which made people think that he was a wicked man. Chin Kang turned his head and smiled. Auntie Ching, it's me. The chubby woman was surprised that this man knew her name. Then she looked at Chin Kang's face. Although it was covered by a black cloth, it still looked familiar. Ah, are you Chin Kang? Chin Kang nodded slightly. It's me, I'm back. The chubby woman exclaimed. Shao Kung, you've been gone for 8 years, haven't you? Why are you back now? Ouch, what's wrong with your eyes? Seeing the chubby woman begin to nag, Chin Kang couldn't help but say, Auntie Ching, my house, the chubby woman exclaimed. Oh, Jinner has been living here. Jinner has been guarding your home for you. She has been waiting for you for 8 years and has rejected so many good boys. Chin Kang, you must not let Jinner down this time. Otherwise, although I can't beat you, I must still whip you. Chin Kang trembled. What? It's her. Where is she? The chubby woman said. She was badly injured. Although she still has strength, she still has to make a living, so she is doing some small business while cultivating. At the port in the east, Jinner rented a small shop to make some jewelry to sell. War God Village, the eastern port. A few hooligans were causing trouble, and an 8-faced guy led 2 or 3 men to block the door of a small shop. The short and thin leader chuckled and said lasciviously, Lin Jin, just say yes. Shaolei family is very powerful. The second young master of the Shaolei family is very talented. If you marry him, your life will be wonderful. The girl called Lin Jin was thin and pale, but her face was still pretty. At this moment, she glared at the short and thin young man. Get lost! Another man suddenly reached out and slapped Lin Jin's butt. Lin Jin was so angry that she pulled out the long knife on the table and slashed at him. If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you. The rascal giggled. Lin Jin, if you kill me, can you still wait for your brother Kang? Aren't you afraid of being exiled? The short and thin man smiled and said, Lin Jin, if you want us to stop harassing you, marry young Master Shaolei, or you can marry me. Ha ha ha! As the scoundrels laughed, they grabbed a box of jewelry and sneered. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Put it down. The short and thin man grabbed the jewelry box and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a brawny young man with black cloth covering his eyes blocking the door of the shop. The short and thin man cursed. Where are you from, blind man? Get lost or I'll kill you. Shwa. Silver light flashed and a cold glint swept across. An arm flew up and the box of jewelry appeared in the blind man's hand at some point. Ah ha ha. The short and thin man fell to the ground and rolled. The expressions of the other scoundrels changed drastically as they shouted angrily, Bastard, do you know who you injured? This is Master He from the Shaolei family. You are doomed. The short and thin man roared, Don't let him go. Chop him up. Shwa. Silver light appeared again, and the other arm of the short and thin man was gone. Chin Kang's voice was cold, his body was steaming with murderous aura, and he pointed the long knife in his hand at a hooligan. You, tell the Shaolei family that if they don't come within half an hour, there will be no Shaolei family in the War God Village. The hooligan quickly ran away, but the shop was already surrounded by people. Brother Kang? The moment Chin Kang appeared, Lin Jin had already known who had come. At this moment, she covered her mouth, and 2 streams of tears rolled down. Chin Kang looked at Lin Jin. After a long while he said, I'm sorry, I came back late. At this moment, a group of guards from the port rushed over and shouted, Where's the thug? Someone rushed in and yelled, Thief, how dare you commit assault in public? Who gave you the courage? Plop. Those people had just run 10 meters away from Chin Kang when they all fell to the ground, vomiting blood, shaking like shrimp, unable to say a word. Chin Kang ignored these people and walked forward, reaching out to wipe the tears at the corner of Lin Jin's eyes. Instantly, Lin Jin fell into Chin Kang's arms and wailed. Why have you only just come back? Where have you been all these years? Do you know how long I've waited for you? Chin Kang hugged Lin Jin, his voice trembling. I'm back. I'm not leaving. In this life, I, Chin Kang, will never leave you alone again. In the crowd, many people sighed. Chin Kang? He seems to be a former heavenly talent. Huh? He is blind? He's still so powerful even though he's blind? His talent is not bad. What's so good about him? He probably couldn't hold on outside, so he came back. After a while, someone shouted from afar, Which thief dares to touch the people of our Shaolei family? An armorist rushed over with 2 junior fishing masters. Without saying a word, he rushed straight into the shop without even looking at the guards lying on the ground. Qin Kang gently stroked Lin Jin's hair and said lightly, "Only a great fishing master came? Heh, from today on, there will be no Shaolei family in the War God village." All of a sudden, a thunderous voice came from Qin Kang's mouth, and many onlookers fell to the ground in fright. "I am Qin Kang, the deputy commander of the 76th Division of Pioneer Group in the Unknown Place, the head of the War God village, the master of Shaolei family, come to see me." First chapter 107, Take Off Armor and Return Home, 3T. Qin Kang's situation was actually not uncommon. In the villages and towns, it was said that people were simple-minded. However, the so-called simple-mindedness was just because these places could hardly cause any big uproars. In the eyes of true powerhouses, it was nothing at all. They even felt that this was life. Unlike Qin Kang, the others were not as low-key. Someone descended from the sky with wings, shocking the entire village. Someone laughed and shouted loudly. When father and son met, the son suddenly had a father who was a strong master. Someone discovered that his family and friends had passed away or had a difficult life. Immediately, he was furious and eliminated evil and brought peace to his village. In short, in the past few days, the entire 36 towns were in an uproar. In the ordinary fisheries, a massive number of strong masters returned from the legendary Unknown Place. Each of them was terrifyingly strong. Cloud Soaring Town, Cloud Soaring Academy. The Cloud Soaring Town had been weak for 100 years and lacked teachers. This was people's impression of Cloud Soaring Town. Wu Xiaoxiao had been working at the Cloud Soaring Academy in the town since she came back. She even became a hidden fisher in front of the students and became the most popular teacher in the town. Wu Xiaoxiao knew that she didn't have enough potential or strength, and she would die if she stayed on the Scattered Stars Island, so she might as well return early. Therefore, she was particularly attentive when teaching students. At this moment, 6 manipulator students were besieging Wu Xiaoxiao, and 100 students were watching. Some spirit-entangled grasses were entangled, trying to absorb spiritual energy. Some green vines were like snakes crawling through the ground, and some stings were like blades piercing through the air. Petite Wu Xiaoxiao she didn't panic at all as she shouted, "No, spirit-entangling grass is too slow. Do you only know that? Who will stand still and wait for you to entangle them?" With that, Wu Xiaoxiao pointed her finger, and frost appeared in the air, freezing the spirit-entangled grasses that were extending. Then she stomped, and the vines that were trying to break out of the soil hit a wall. Wu Xiaoxiao said, "Your use of spiritual energy is so scattered, who will be afraid of you? If you encounter something like a sea scorpion, your manipulation technique will be easily broken." Before the grasses came close, Wu Xiaoxiao had brandished her whip and made an ice wall in midair. With a swish, an ice cone shot out, shattering all the thorny grasses along the way. In a moment, these students fell to the ground one after another, none of them able to get up. Wu Xiaoxiao snorted. "6 of you can't even take me down, although I've reduced my strength to your realm. You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught. If you go to the Unknown Place, I'm afraid you won't survive a day." Immediately, someone shouted, "Teacher Xiaoxiao, who can compare to you?" "You are too strong," someone echoed. "Yes, Teacher Xiaoxiao, why don't you tell us what's in the Unknown Place? Teacher Xiaoxiao, is it really so dangerous there? Teacher Xiaoxiao, how can I become a heavenly talent like you?" Wu Xiaoxiao was lost for words. "Who told you I am a heavenly talent? There is always someone stronger than you. For a real strong master, even 100 of me combined wouldn't be able to hurt him." "That's impossible." "Absolutely not. Teacher Xiaoxiao, you're lying to us again." While the students were yelling, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "She didn't lie to you." Wu Xiaoxiao, who was having a headache over the students, suddenly froze and then looked back, only to see a woman in red standing behind them. "Captain?" All the students looked back, dumbfounded. When they saw the scar on the woman's face, their hearts skipped a beat. What a horrible woman! Everybody had the same thought. Apart from the scar, this woman was quite beautiful. But how could she be so horrible? Their legs had gone soft after they just glanced at her. "Aha!" Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly screamed. "Captain, Sister Lingyun, why are you here? I miss you so much." Wu Xiaoxiao pounced at her. Because of her liveliness and childish personality, the teachers and students of the Cloud Soaring Academy liked her a lot. Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao, who was hanging on her like an octopus, Yu Lingyun's face was slightly relaxed. "Come down. You're a teacher now. How can you be so frivolous?" Wu Xiaoxiao quickly made a face. Sister Lingyun still lacked femininity as before. Getting off Yu Lingyun, Wu Xiaoxiao asked in delight, "Sister Lingyun, why are you back?" Yu Lingyun said casually, "The Unknown Place is going to be known to the world." "Huh?" Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned and didn't understand what she meant. Yu Lingyun said, "Captain Han Fei has succeeded to the position of Supreme Commander. He has ordered hundreds of thousands of people to return to their hometowns." Huh? What? Ignoring Wu Xiaoxiao's stunned expression, Yu Lingyun looked at the students and said, "Your teacher is right. In the same realm, she is not strong, but not weak either. There is indeed someone who can fight 100 people in the same realm alone. There is more than one such person." Some students looked at Yu Lingyun in surprise. "Fight 100 people in the same realm alone? And there is more than one such person? Yu Lingyun knew that they hadn't seen such a person with their own eyes, so they couldn't understand it. Suddenly, Yu Lingyun looked at a figure 1,000 meters away. The man seemed no weaker than her. Their auras collided, and Yu Lingyun sensed that the man seemed to be shrouded in an evil aura. She extended her hand and summoned a huge fiery sword before she slashed at the man. Ah! Oh my god! What technique is this? So scary. The students staggered, and some of them even fell to the ground. As for the person 1,000 meters away, he chuckled, stretched out a hand, and wrapped the fiery sword in the air before he snatched it. Heh. May I ask why a law enforcer has come to our Cloud Soaring Academy? Wu Xiaoxiao quickly said. Sister Lingyun, this is Chuli, the president of the Cloud Soaring Academy. If Han Fei were here, he would have exclaimed, this temperament, isn't this Uncle Faceless? Damn, when did you become the president of Cloud Soaring Academy? And when did you grow such a handsome face? Yu Lingyun crossed her hands. Sorry, President, my name is Yu Lingyun. I've just returned from the unknown place, and I'm here to visit my good friend, teacher Wu Xiaoxiao from your school. Chulai looked gentle without any evil aura at all. He nodded with a smile. Oh, that's a rare visitor. I found that energy is overflowing from your body, so I think you're going to make a breakthrough soon. Why don't you stay in our Cloud Soaring Academy for a while? Firstly, you can visit your friends. Secondly, I have some selfish motives. I hope you can instruct the students of our academy occasionally. Lingyun nodded quickly. That's good. Sorry for the trouble. Chuli nodded slightly and left, leaving Yu Lingyun puzzled. Everyone knew that the Cloud Soaring Town was weak. However, the president of the Spiritual Cloud Academy was so strong he could break her attack with a wave of his hand. Then why didn't he teach the students? After Chuli left, Yu Lingyun couldn't help but say, Xiaoxiao, do you know that your president has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm? Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I do. The Cloud Soaring Academy is the face of the Cloud Soaring Town after all. If the president is weak, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Cloud Soaring Town? Oh, forget the president. Our president has always been weird. Sister Lingyun, what did you just say? If I heard it right, you said that our captain has become the supreme commander? Are you kidding me? Yu Lingyun said solemnly. I'm not kidding. Captain Han Fei is also called Marshal Han. A few days ago, he killed 2 sea demon venerables and more than 20 Dao, seeking great demons on his own and shocked the entire Scattered Stars Island. Because of that, Marshal Shui Shenqi resigned. Hiss. Wu Xiaoxiao was stunned. If someone else told her that, she would have thought that he was a fraud, but she was too familiar with Yu Lingyun. Before Wu Xiaoxiao could come back to herself, Yu Lingyun said, Marshal Han wants to tell the 36 towns about the Scattered Stars Island. Since I'm living here for the time being, let's specially open a course to tell the students about the Scattered Stars Island. Sister Lingyun, I'm a little stunned. I've only been away for a few years. Why do I feel that even the sky has changed? Where are Daliang and Leng Hui? Yu Lingyun looked up at the sky. Dead. Blue Sea Town. The Thug Academy, which used to be prosperous, was now empty without any students. When the Thug Academy disappeared, rumors were everywhere. However, there were also credible rumors that the Thug Academy's Han Fei had offended a strong master from the Thousand Star City, causing the entire academy to be suppressed by the Thousand Star City and have to flee. With the departure of the teachers and students of the Thug Academy, no one would protect the businesses that Han Fei had left behind. Fish Dragon Cards, Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurants all changed owners. Fortunately, Han Fei had opened a school in the Heavenly Water Village and supplied resources, so some members of the Fish Dragons still had somewhere to go. Even so, the Fish Dragons had been weakened to the extreme. The Black River Chamber of Commerce used to be suppressed by the Fish Dragons and bore a grudge. After the Thug Academy disbanded, they quickly took revenge. Poor Brother Gang of the Fish Dragons used to be a gangster, sell barbecue, and even work as a shop owner. He used to be rich and be respected by everyone, but now he only had 200 members in the gang. The strong masters who were not from the Heavenly Water Village but recruited from outside all quit the Fish Dragons, which made the Fish Dragons decline. At this moment, Li Gang was in the gang. Someone had been bullying Little Red recently, which was intolerable to him. Suddenly, someone rushed over. Brother Gang, bad news. The Black River Chamber of Commerce came again. Li Gang frowned and gnashed his teeth. Jin Yuncheng. Outside the gang, a fat middle-aged man looked at Li Gang in disdain and said sarcastically, Hey Brother Li, who made you so angry? Li Gang immediately shouted, Jin Yuncheng, what do you want? Do you think the Fish Dragons are easy to bully? Ha ha ha, everybody laughed and Jin Yuncheng pointed at Li Gang. Look, I called you Brother Li because I gave you a face. If I don't give you a face, you aren't even a fish poop. Look at you, you're only a great fishing master after consuming so many resources. Your talent is too fucking weak. Someone from the Fish Dragons shouted angrily, Brother Gang, let's fight it out. Shut up, Li Gang thought to himself. How to fight it out? We obviously can't beat them. Li Gang took a few deep breaths. Jin Yuncheng, what do you want? Jin Yuncheng smiled coldly. Hand over all the secret recipes of the dishes. The Black River Chamber of Commerce will take the land outside the Thug Academy today. Li Gang burst into fury. Mother fecker, our leader is such a heavenly talent. If he learns of it, your Black River Chamber of Commerce will be doomed. Humph, Han Fei. The teachers and students of the Thug Academy all ran away. I heard that it was all because of Han Fei. Han Fei, that little beastard, must have been beaten to death and fed to the fish. Do you still expect him to come back to save you? Bang! Suddenly, a suppressing power descended, and the terrifying power directly pressed Jin Yuncheng to the ground, making him vomit blood. A full 12 hidden fissures fell from the sky. Someone shouted, "What a bold thief! How can you insult Marshal Han?" Jin Yuncheng was stunned and horrified. His more than 300 subordinates all fell to their knees. Jin Yuncheng didn't know where so many hidden fissures came from, and he shouted, "Spare me, angels. You may have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just talking about the leader of a small gang. Crack 1W, ECEH. Jin Yuncheng's legs were broken, and someone fell to the ground, releasing a murderous aura. You're talking about Han Fei, Marshal Han. Marshal Han is dominating the unknown place, killing invincible enemies, and protecting our human race. Now he is the supreme commander of the unknown place. How can you insult him? Who dares to insult Marshal Han? Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, a group of nearly 100 hanging fishers came in an array. Jin Yuncheng almost peed his pants. What the hell is going on here? This is just a small gang. How did things suddenly become like this? The supreme commander of the unknown place? What is that? When the group of ferocious soldiers surrounded them, someone looked at Li Gang. Is this the fish dragons? Li Gang was stunned and quickly said, Yes, this is the fish dragons. The hidden fishers and hanging fishers breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes, it's here, someone said with a smile. I didn't expect I was from the same town as Marshal Han. I must go to the Heavenly Water Village to see what kind of a paradise it is. How could it nurture a heavenly talent like Marshal Han? Someone echoed with a smile. Let's go together. Swish. A hidden fisher flew over in a hurry. Who else could it be but the mayor of the Blue Sea Town? The mayor was shocked. Everyone, you are, someone shouted in a low voice. We returned from the unknown place and came to visit Marshal Han's former residence. Who would have expected that there would be a thief who dares to attack Marshal Han's disciples? This is unforgivable. The mayor was stunned for a long time. Marshal Han? Han Fei? Humph, how dare you call Marshal Han's name? Plop. Jin Yuncheng fell to the ground, his eyes full of despair. He was doomed. Li Gang felt that his spirit had returned. He hurriedly got up. Hey, Jin Yuncheng, your time has come. The 36 towns suddenly became lively. The return of all kinds of strong masters caused countless people to go around to learn from them. The major academies in the 36 towns all offered an olive branch, recruiting strong masters as deputy presidents. The stories about the Scattered Stars Island were told by the powerhouses. In fact, they didn't need to emphasize anything but just needed to tell what they had experienced in person. There were too many stories to tell on the Scattered Stars Island. Chapter 1408, Secret Power of Will. Chapter 1408, Secret Power of Will. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. After Han Fei became the supreme commander, he immediately got the feeling when he planned the City of Justice. At that time, he and Shiman Linglin were so busy all day long that they didn't even have time to rest. But now Han Fei certainly wouldn't devote all his time to the planning and construction of the Scattered Stars Island. At this moment, in the Marshal's mansion, there were 7 or 8 plates of fruits on Han Fei's table, and Shui Chi was sitting opposite him. Yesterday, the representatives of the big clans, including the 6 venerables, came together with the intention of negotiating with Han Fei. However, they were rejected by Han Fei. They almost fell out on the spot and were scolded away. Han Fei declared that if they didn't bring resources next time, the big clans on the Scattered Stars Island would be the enemy of millions of people. It must be noted that the Scattered Stars Island had millions of people. Unlike in the 36 towns, every person here was an elite. Today, the big clans hadn't come. Han Fei invited Shui Chi over for a talk. Over the past few days, Han Fei had been troubled by a few questions and wanted to ask Shui Chi for an explanation. Han Fei said, Marshal Shui, I've been too busy these past few days. I have too many questions to ask you. Shui Chi said with a sullen face. First of all, I'm not the supreme commander now. We don't know each other well. You can just call me Mr. Shui. If there's anything, just say it. Han Fei grinned and said, I think Mr. Shui must be puzzled. I went to the Empyrean waterfall, but why did I suddenly appear in the Sea of Pearls? Shui Chi nodded. That's right. You can't have come from the Scattered Stars Island. It means that there is a channel under the Empyrean waterfall that leads directly to the Sea of Pearls. Shui Chi was really smart. But that was the truth. Since you didn't come here on the main road, you must have come here by a side road. Han Fei immediately said, Mr. Shui, do you know what kind of creature is under the Empyrean waterfall? Shui Chi shook his head. I don't know, but since you went down, didn't you take away the king's corpse? Han Fei thought to himself, I did take away most of the things inside. The world contained in the Cloud Whale's demonic origin has returned to reality. Now, except for that body, there is only some diluted spirit awakening fluid left. In the next few decades, the number of spirit awakening fluid might increase again, and he could collect spirit awakening fluid from there continuously. But the battle was imminent, so he obviously didn't have the time. Now, the only thing he could use was the huge corpse of the cloud whale. If it was used to refine divine weapons, there was no telling how many tens of thousands of pieces the corpse could refine. But how could the corpse of a king only have the use of refining divine weapons? Whether it was the corpse of a king or the corpse of a venerable, it could be used to comprehend great Taos, which was why everyone wanted it. Especially the king's bones, it was the essence of his great Tao. If one could absorb it, it would be of great help to comprehending the great Tao and the king realm. With the experience from last time, Han Fei could go there at any time now. However, he was not in a hurry to comprehend it. The cloud whale's corpse was there. Anyway, it couldn't escape. The 10,000 Demon Valley started a series of battles. Han Fei didn't believe that the number of people there was really endless. 2 venerables of them had died. Would they not take it seriously at all and still dare to invade? Regarding Shui Shenqi's question, Han Fei shook his head slightly. How can I just take away the corpse of a king so easily? However, I have a guess. Maybe there was another person who went in before. Impossible, Shui Shenqi frowned. If someone had entered that place before, the Star Turtle would have known. Besides, if that person had the ability to enter that place without being detected, why did he leave the corpse there? Han Fei said, as we all know, 12-year-old children need spirit awakening fluid when they're awakened. And the spirit awakening fluid seems to be something that only the king's Tao runes can produce. If that person took away the corpse back then we humans would have no spirit awakening fluid to use. Although someone can awaken naturally, the overall strength of humans would have inevitably decreased. Shui Shenqi couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Huh? Since you said that, I guess you've known who that person is. Han Fei paused. Mr. C paused. Shui, do you know Tang Yan? Shui Shenqi's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked at Han Fei quietly. Are you talking about the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island 1,000 years ago? Han Fei grinned. It seems that you know this person, Shui Shenqi said. I have been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island for so many years, so I naturally know. Tang Yan is a genius. He served as the Supreme Commander for 5 years. It can be said that he was the Supreme Commander with the shortest term in the history of Scattered Stars Island. But this person became venerable on the 7th day of the throne. After 3 years, he surpassed the intermediate venerable realm, and after 5 years, he reached the advanced venerable realm. In the end, because Tang Yan's strength improved too fast, it caused a big battle between humans and sea demons. It was also in that battle that the sea demon royal city completely faded out of human vision, and even its shadow couldn't be found. As for Tang Yan, he seemed to have left, saying that he was going to find the sea demon royal city. Therefore, he resigned as the supreme commander. What Shui Shenqi said was actually a bit rough. Han Fei had already read all the information about Tang Yan. However, the information seemed to have been deliberately left behind. It was like a resume, recording all the great things that Tang Yan had done, but the cloud whale was never mentioned. And Star Turtle once said that the cloud whale was brought back by Tang Yan. This didn't make sense. There must be something wrong with Tang Yan. Because of this, Han Fei didn't touch the corpse of the cloud whale. There must be some secrets in it that he hadn't figured out. Shui Shenqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei. Has Tang Yan been there? Han Fei nodded slightly. According to some traces, it should be possible. I need to check the specific situation again. Han Fei didn't intend to tell Shui Shenqi now. Now he was sure that Shui Shenqi knew much less than he did. Then there might be some other secrets. He'd better wait and see. Seeing that Han Fei was perfunctory, Shui Shenqi didn't ask further. Shui Shenqi asked, "Are you done?" Han Fei said, "Well, there's something else." Han Fei said, "A few days ago, I checked the time when the previous Supreme Commanders became venerables at Elder Chen's place. They all had one thing in common, which was that before they became Supreme Commanders, they were all at the Explorer level. There was even one person who became the Supreme Commander when he was only a junior explorer because of his intelligence. And it usually takes these people no more than 30 years from the moment they became Supreme Commanders to the moment they became venerables. Just now, the intelligent powerhouse I mentioned took 27 years to go from a junior explorer to a venerable. Han Fei was not a fool. Although he cultivated very quickly, how many opportunities had he taken to walk so fast? However, these guys who could become the Supreme Commanders all cultivated at an abnormally fast speed. Only 2 of them used more than 30 years to enter the venerable realm. Among them, Shui Shenqi was the one who took the longest time. It took him 50 years to become a venerable. As for Old Han, according to the records, it took him 21 years. However, after knowing Old Han's life, Han Fei felt that Old Han must have done it on purpose. By logic, Old Han's strength should have dropped from a very high realm. He was already a venerable. Why would he need 21 years to become a venerable again? Among them, Tang Yan was the fastest. It only took him 5 years to go from a peak-level explorer to an advanced venerable, so fast that the sea demons even initiated a great battle to kill Tang Yan. Shui Shenqi looked at Han Fei calmly. With your intelligence, you should have noticed it. Han Fei nodded. Of course I did. When I stood in front of millions of people, when I became the person everyone wanted me to be, I felt the power of will. Han Fei asked the old turtle this question. The old turtle said that this power was a kind of power of the great Tao between the heavens and earth, used to repair the Tao heart. If the Tao heart was firm, one could become a king, or even an emperor, and be omnipotent. Han Fei had asked Ningjing about it too. Ningjing was at a loss and didn't feel anything about it. The old turtle said, Ningjing doesn't walk this path, so if Ningjing wants to become a king, her way of becoming a king will be different from yours. The power of will in the water. Woodworld should go to Queen Life, not Ningjing. Han Fei felt that this power of will might only belong to the leader of the race. The old turtle talked about the Tao heart. Ningjing couldn't feel it, but Shueishan Qi should be able to feel it. Power of will? Shueishan Qi thought for a moment. That's a good word. In this case, there's an explanation for this power. Shueishan Qi said, you can try fusing this energy with the great Tao. I don't know what this power is exactly, but I think it's the power of faith. Under the nourishment of this power for a long time, the cultivation speed doubles, the perception of strength becomes stronger, and the perception of the great Tao becomes more sensitive. Therefore, this is why all the supreme commanders make breakthroughs quickly. Fuse it with the great Tao? Seeing that Han Fei was a little stunned, Shueishan got up and said, this power can help you become a venerable, or even a king. However, the power of will merely from the people on the Scattered Stars Island is not enough. If you want to become a king on this road, you have to hold the 36 towns in your hand. This is why I didn't stop you from revealing the unknown place to the 36 towns. Chapter 1409, Reappearance of the Great Tao. Chapter 1409, Reappearance of the Great Tao. Translator, Hen Yi. Translations Editor, Hen Yi. Translations. Han Fei nodded and decided to give it a try. His Great Tao should be a bridge, not just a seed. But since the last time his Great Tao first appeared, he had never seen the bridge again. The old turtle's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's path to becoming a king is different. You call the power you feel the power of will, but just like he said, it might be a power of faith. However, in my opinion, it's a kind of embodiment of the Tao heart. When millions of Tao hearts gather, it appears what you call the power of will. In fact, it's just that the power of their Tao hearts is too small. Of course, Han Fei knew the importance of the power of the Tao heart that the old turtle mentioned. However, this word Tao heart was too mysterious. What was the use of Tao heart? Tao heart couldn't chop wood or fish. It couldn't be materialized. However, Han Fei couldn't help exclaiming, no wonder the former supreme commanders have grown so fast. It turns out that they are not cultivating alone. Suddenly, Han Fei came back to himself and looked in the direction where Shueishan Qi left. Son of a BT Qi. Han Fei couldn't help cursing. Shueishan Qi has been a peak-level explorer for so long. He must have been suppressing his strength. With Shueishan Qi's reputation, it took him 50 years to become a venerable, twice as long as the other supreme commanders. Once he becomes a venerable, how can he be ordinary? Therefore, Shueishan Qi should be very strong. Therefore, he deliberately gave Blue Feather to me? Fuck. Trick. All tricks. Han Fei's face immediately turned dark. He thought that he was awesome because he killed 2 venerables in a row, but it turned out that they deliberately left them to him. Who could be happy about that? Huff, Han Fei shouted to the outside. I'm going to meditate. No matter who comes, let them come tomorrow. Outside the door, 2 hidden fisher guards accepted the order. Before Han Fei entered a meditative state, he set interconnected arrays in the mansion. Thousands of arrays covered all the secrets in the mayor's residence. As early as in the Age of Doom, Han Fei could spend a lot of time drawing arrays for the Avenger. Now, it wasn't a problem for his arrays to conceal the perception of a venerable. On that day, when he took over the position of Supreme Commander, he had donated a tremendous amount of resources and forced the big clans of the Thousand Star City to surrender resources. Because of it, many people had a good impression of him. Therefore, a large amount of power of will entered his body that day, so Han Fei could clearly feel that power. After a few days, Han Fei discovered that this power was almost omnipotent. It could not only nourish his body, but also improve his physique and soul power. Of course, no major changes could be seen in a few days. However, over the years, this improvement would be terrifying. However, with Han Fei's current physique, it could be said that he had cultivated to the limit of what he could reach. Therefore, Han Fei could feel that the weird power entering his body didn't consume much at all, but was hidden in every piece of flesh in his body, which was difficult to mobilize. Hidden in every piece of flesh in your body? Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked by a thought that suddenly popped up in his head. The power of the Great Tao was also hidden in every point of spiritual energy, which couldn't be found at all. This power of will was the same. In the old turtle's words, the power of will was also a manifestation of the power of the Great Tao, a manifestation of the Tao heart. Is power of will actually equivalent to the Great Tao? In order to verify his guess, Han Fei immediately removed some arrays and scanned the Thousand Star City with his perception. Immediately, Han Fei found Jinger on the top of the Empyrean waterfall with a yellow fat cat next to her. At this moment, this girl and the cat were making hot pot. Big Yellow said, let me tell you, I've learned 70 to 80% of the essence of Han Fei's cooking skills. This hot pot is only delicious when it's hot, and this red pepper is very precious. Han Fei only planted a few of them in his yard, but I dug them all out. After careful cultivation, I've grown a lot of them. Jinger rolled her eyes. Do you have to nurture them with care? Wouldn't there be a lot of them if spiritual energy is poured in? Big Yellow shook his head. That's different. Although I have a lot of red peppers, I usually keep them for myself. I'll give some to Xiaoju, as well as Granny Yin. Anyway, there are only these few people. No others can have it. Isn't it rare? Jinger said. Then why don't you put it into the hot pot? Why are you just holding the red peppers? Big Yellow was stunned for a moment. I forgot how much I should put in. Xiaoju told me just to put a little bit is. Hearing that, Jinger realized that this was an unreliable cat. Suddenly, she looked up at the central city and said, take 6 of them, crush them into powder and throw them in. Thanks to me, you've learned the essence of hot pot. Jinger echoed Big Yellow, but she was already talking to Han Fei in her heart. Han Fei asked, Jinger, let me ask you something. Before the queen became a king, was she worshipped at the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Jinger wondered why Han Fei asked that. However, she still said, of course, the queen is an unparalleled heavenly talent that appears once in 10,000 years. Every time she reaches a realm, she will be invincible in that realm in the Waterwood world. But that was tens of thousands of years ago. The queen became a half venerable in 10 seconds, a venerable in 100 seconds, and a peak level junior venerable in an hour. This shocking achievement has been eulogized for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei asked, then how long did it take for her to become a king from a venerable? Jinger said without hesitation, you'll probably be scared to death if I tell you. Han Fei said, just tell me. Jinger said, it took a total of 38 years. It took 18 years for the queen to subdue the 4 races and become the king of the 4 races. It took 10 years for her to fight the White Shell Royal City. In these 10 years, the queen killed 13 venerable level great demons alone. No one could achieve this before in the Waterwood world. In the last 10 years, her strength soared and she broke through in one fell swoop. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Was queen life so awesome? She seemed quite gentle. However, Han Fei immediately asked, hey, before the queen became the king, how did you resist the White Shell Royal City? Jinger said, at that time, the White Armor Emperor hadn't become a king either. You have to know that when a king appears, many heavenly talents will rise too. At that time, when the queen became a king, the White Armor Emperor in the White Shell Royal City became a king too. The days the queen and the White Armor Emperor became kings was only 7 days apart. Even if the White Armor Emperor became a king first, he couldn't stop the queen from becoming a king. Han Fei, so the queen has been worshipped by many people since she was young? Jinger nodded. Yes, what's up? Han Fei was silent for a moment. Okay, you can continue to eat barbecue. After asking Jinger, Han Fei already had a general idea. It seemed that the power of will from the millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island alone wasn't enough for him to become a king. What if these millions of people could turn into billions of people? Han Fei couldn't help sighing. What if he replaced the sea god statue with his own? However, as soon as the idea popped up in his head, Han Fei put it out. He didn't know it before, but now he knew that the sea god statue should be his mother. He didn't know where she was at this moment. If he stole her power of will, he would harm his own mother. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that becoming a king is still a long way to go. However, he was not in a rush to become a king. The first priority now was to comprehend his own great Tao. Then, he could use this power of will to become a venerable as soon as possible. Once he became a venerable, there was basically no place in the world that he couldn't go. Even the 1,000-star city was not a place he couldn't explore with his means. Han Fei continued to sit cross-legged. Although he could feel this power of will, it didn't seem to exist. According to the old turtle, it was a kind of great Tao, but the great Tao was invisible. How could he see its appearance? Therefore, Han Fei immediately changed his thinking. Since he couldn't find where the power of will that entered his body was hiding, he would let them come out themselves. In fact, this was what Han Fei was best at. Han Fei immediately activated his Tao seed and recited in his head, "The great Tao gathers." Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei thought so, the Tao seed immediately revolved. Although Han Fei couldn't see it, he could feel invisible energy gathering and entering the Tao seed. Buzz. Suddenly, a small bridge wrapped in mist appeared in front of Han Fei. Hiss! Han Fei was overjoyed. The bridge appeared again. He had seen this bridge when his great Tao first appeared. Now this was the second time it had appeared. Han Fei's heart trembled. "Can I go up to it this time?" the old turtle said. "Did you see that? There seems to be less white mist covering the bridge." Han Fei was stunned. Yes, last time he saw this bridge, it was shrouded in white mist and nothing could be seen. This time, although the feeling was similar, the white mist covering the bridge was at least 1/3 less. Han Fei immediately said, "It's because of the power of will." With this in mind, Han Fei was excited. Power of will could be integrated into the Great Tao, which could make the Great Tao stronger. Even at this moment, Han Fei still felt an invisible power gathering. This time, Han Fei didn't go up to the bridge immediately, because the amount of white mist was gradually decreasing. After half an hour, the number of the white mist decreased to about half of its original amount, and then no longer decreased. And Han Fei felt that the power of will he had obtained had almost been consumed. Hiss, seriously? The power of faith of millions of soldiers is gone just like that? The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Be content. This power is already a lot. If you have this power of will once or twice again, the true body of your great Tao might be revealed." Han Fei thought to himself, how can there be so many fucking times? If you want to win the faith of millions of people, shouldn't you do the corresponding things? If you don't do anything, how can they believe you? Chapter 1410, First Awakening of the Great Tao. Chapter 1410, First Awakening of the Great Tao. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At first, Han Fei felt that he might not be able to figure out how to use the power of will for a while. Who would have expected that it could reveal his great Tao so easily? In fact, not only had the bridge come out, but his Tao seed seemed to have grown a little bit, which Han Fei didn't know if his eyes were deceiving him or what. At this moment, his Tao seed was about the size of a small green bean. The Tao seed has grown bigger, and the bridge is out. No wonder my mother has to erect a statue of herself no matter where she goes. The power of will from billions of people is immeasurable. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the bridge of mist in front of him. Since it was a bridge, he definitely had to walk it. It was his path and his bridge. If he didn't walk it, who else could? At this moment, the power of will he had saved had been exhausted. What else could Han Fei do except walk it by himself? Han Fei took a deep breath. I'm going up. Bam! Han Fei stepped on the bridge. However, it was different this time. Last time, when he walked to the middle, he felt relaxed. This time, although it was the same, Han Fei felt that his strength was expanding and his Tao seed was trembling. Huh? Feeling different twice, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Old Yuan, have you found anything wrong?" However, Han Fei discovered that at some point in time, there seemed to be a blurred mist barrier in his spiritual perception, blocking the old turtle from him. Han Fei was shocked. Last time, it wasn't like this. The old turtle had been walking to the center of the bridge with him, but this time, the old turtle had been separated from him after he only climbed one step. Is my great Tao so strong? Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't feel the slightest worry because the old turtle was separated from him. The old turtle knew too much about him. The more he knew, the more he couldn't let him go. Otherwise, what if all his secrets were exposed by this guy? The old turtle couldn't see his own great Tao now, which should be a kind of self-protection of the great Tao. Without hesitation, Han Fei continued to climb the bridge. 1 step, 2 steps. Every time he climbed a step, Han Fei felt that the more powerful the vibration of his Tao seed was, the more powerful the fluctuation of his strength would be. For some reason, Han Fei had a feeling that he could already use the power of his great Tao. However, apart from creating something from nothing, he didn't know how to make use of this power. As soon as he climbed 7 steps, Han Fei suddenly felt that his legs were soft, as if he was suddenly carrying 2 mountains on his back. The gravity was astonishing, and his legs were bent. However, it was different from the last time when Han Fei only had a half-golden body, and his flesh and bones were much worse than now. Today, Han Fei had fully cultivated his golden body, and his flesh and blood had undergone qualitative changes. Therefore, Han Fei managed to withstand the terrifying gravity that fell like a mountain. Last time, he fused with Little Black and Little White and seemed to see another him, an invisible power and a void. This time, through the mist, Han Fei still couldn't see clearly, which seemed to be the same. However, Han Fei felt that he could still go forward. Han Fei gasped for a long time before he slowly and tentatively moved another step. Bam! When this step landed, Han Fei felt that his body bent a little again, and the weight on his head seemed to increase by a lot. Han Fei immediately realized that he was no longer on the bridge, but off the bridge. After this step, Han Fei realized that if he took another step forward, he might be able to hold on. However, if he continued, he might not be able to hold on anymore. Roar! Sure enough, Han Fei took another step down without hesitation. Pa! Pa! Han Fei put his hands on his knees. He felt that he was about to squat down and couldn't hold on anymore. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei's face suddenly turned cold. Through his eyes, Han Fei saw 3 paths in the mist. Huh? Different from last time, this time he saw 3 roads. Each road was about 3 to 5 meters long and then was cut off by darkness as if it didn't allow him to look back. And these 3 roads seemed extremely strange. Under the bridge there were 3 forked roads. On the one in the middle stood a person who looked exactly like him, looking at him quietly on the bridge. This feeling was very creepy. Han Fei stared at this person for more than 10 seconds, only to find that the man was as still as a statue. Was it his other self? He looked at the left road, which was full of twisted, complicated arrays, and was filled with vast and unpredictable weird lines. In those lines, Han Fei felt vitality and a soft brilliance that was full of purity and warmth. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment? Gulp. When he saw that road, Han Fei immediately sensed that it was the great Tao of spirit gatherers, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. But why did it appear in his great Tao of heaven enlightenment? Han Fei looked at the road on the right. There were no complicated lines on this road, but a strange kind of energy. Occasionally there was golden light circulating, occasionally there was tide energy, and what was left was the intense murderous aura and fighting intent. That kind of will was reflected in his mind. Han Fei subconsciously said, "The path of invincibility?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment was on the left, and the invincible path was on the right? Han Fei seemed to understand a little bit now. As a spirit gatherer, he had learned the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, therefore the great Tao of heaven enlightenment appeared in his great Tao. And because what he was walking on now was the path of invincibility, and what he cultivated was body refinement techniques, this path of invincibility appeared too. If the old turtle hadn't told him before that he had never seen this bridge-like great Tao, Han Fei would have felt that everyone was the same. In the explorer realm, there would be a bridge. After crossing the bridge, one would discover multiple choices and choose a great Tao that was most suitable for him. However, the white mist bridge itself was his great Tao. Did he have one more step than others, which was to cross the bridge? However, after crossing the bridge, would he still have to choose a great Tao to walk on? But if it wasn't a choice, why were there 3 great Taos? It was obvious asking him to choose. Han Fei knew the left and right roads. However, he couldn't understand the one in the middle at all. Why was there another him standing on the opposite side? What great Tao did it represent? Han Fei didn't understand this at all. Han Fei didn't want to choose now, and he probably couldn't make a choice now. Descending 2 steps, he thought to himself, "I'm afraid I still can't pass it this time." But in any case, the mist had decreased, and he walked 2 more steps than last time. The day when the white mist dissipated might be the day he walked to the opposite side of the bridge. And the day when he reached the opposite side of the bridge of white mist should also be the day he became a venerable. Roar. At the last moment, Han Fei exerted all his strength and took another step forward. However, as soon as his feet moved away, he sat on the steps. Then, Han Fei felt dizzy. When he came back from the dizziness, there was no bridge in front of him. Phew! Han Fei was panting and drenched in sweat. This time, what Han Fei saw was much more vivid than last time. He saw the 3 roads under the bridge. The old turtle's voice sounded immediately. "What happened?" "The moment you stepped on the bridge, the power of the great Tao blocked me." "Have you mastered your great Tao?" Han Fei said angrily. "Look how sweaty I am. Do I look like I've mastered the great Tao?" Han Fei looked at his data. However, this time, there were only some slight changes. It should be the nurturing effect of the power of will on his body after it filled his body. This matter of climbing the bridge should have nothing to do with strength, but only with the great Tao. Although he didn't pass it this time, Han Fei knew the way to cross the bridge. He had to think of a way to accumulate more power of will. As long as he got enough power of will, his great Tao would eventually be revealed. As for what the third path was, he would eventually have an answer. In that case, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. There was no need to cultivate in seclusion at this moment. The power of will had been used up, and it would take time for him to master how to disassemble the spiritual energy. What he couldn't afford to lose now was time. After all, only 4% away he would be able to reach the venerable level. Originally, Han Fei felt that he should polish it and cultivate it to reach the 70% disassembling degree as soon as possible. However, even if he reached 70%, Han Fei didn't think he would become a venerable immediately. What if he could reach 80%? He had spent too little time in the realm of explorer. It had only been 3 years. To reach the peak of this realm in 3 years, this speed was even comparable to Tang Yan's. And Tang Yan cultivated with the power of will, but he didn't. Just as Han Fei was thinking about what to do next, he suddenly felt that the array outside the residence was moving, and there was a force trying to break the array. Through the array, Han Fei saw a venerable who he had never seen trying to break the array angrily. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately knew which side this guy was from. Who else could it be other than the big clans? His guards had been thrown hundreds of kilometers away and were all lying on the ground. Roar! Han Fei's voice rumbled thunderously in the sky. "The thief of the big clans, how dare you break into my residence and injure my subordinates? Are you rebelling? Venerables of the 7 sects, please return and help me kill this bastard." Chapter 1411, Put on a Show. Chapter 1411, Put on a Show. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei didn't expect that someone would dare to disrespect him after he had just assumed office. Boom! In the sky above the central city, a dazzling knife light shot into the sky. Bang! Han Fei's roar caught everyone off guard. Many people on the Scattered Stars Island were taken aback. In a carnival shop, someone was drinking. Suddenly, he heard a thunder, and then his butt trembled, and the wine cup in his hand was overturned. In the Guild of Fishers, many people were fishing. This was their daily job. Someone was overjoyed. A blood spirit shrimp was about to take the bait, which was worth a lot of money. When the blood spirit shrimp was about to bite the bait, a roar came from the sky, and all the creatures near the sea fled in fright. Fuck, what happened? That voice sounds familiar. Huh, isn't that Marshal Han's voice? What's going on? Who is Marshal Han going to kill? At this moment, many people on duty saw a terrifying knife light sweep across the sky, directly cutting a huge hole in the sky. Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed at the sky. "Which family are you from? How dare you attack the mayor's residence?" Originally, the big clans were here to negotiate, but Han Fei was too domineering and didn't care about the consequences, so they were helpless. They couldn't kill him. If the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island was killed by the big clans of the Thousand Star City, the consequences would be dire. The Scattered Stars Island was full of elites of the human race. Once they had a grudge with the Thousand Star City, it would be troublesome. The big clans couldn't defend against so many people. There were too many of them. Any one of them could rise to prominence in the future. Killing Han Fei would make countless enemies for the big clans. Yesterday, the big families were here to negotiate, but Han Fei wanted too many resources. They really didn't want to invest such a huge amount of resources on the Scattered Stars Island alone. They couldn't attack Han Fei nor avoid him. Therefore, these big clans planned to give part of the required resources and then negotiate with Han Fei in private. Han Fei should know when to stop. But who knew that as soon as this idea was proposed yesterday, Han Fei immediately cursed and even wanted to attack them. With the strong masters of the 7 major sects here, what could Xuanhuan and the others do except to return in disgrace? Today, the people who came were different. There was no telling how many venerables the Zhang family had sent over, but another one had come now. Back then, Han Fei failed to steal from the Zhang family, which caused Li Daxian to start a fight with the Zhang family's second ancestor. In the end, the sky-dissecting finger was used and the second ancestor of the Zhang family was killed. Therefore, the person of the Zhang family came with anger today. Although he couldn't touch Han Fei, the Zhang family had another trump card, which was currency. Whether it was the currency of the Thousand Star City or the 36 towns, in fact, in the end, the Zhang family was responsible for reclaiming the useless pearls and then destroying them. The reason why it was the Zhang family was firstly because the Zhang family controlled the dragon boats and could get a share of the Scattered Stars Island's resources, and secondly, the Zhang family was also responsible for the various markets in the Thousand Star City. In terms of wealth, none of the Chu sect, Cao family, or other big families were a match for the Zhang family. Besides, because the Zhang family controlled the currency, no one dared to touch the Zhang family. Otherwise, if the Zhang family shook the world with their wealth, ordinary people wouldn't be able to resolve it. It was fine to let them fight, but to settle accounts, the other families were indeed helpless. But now, the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery were gone, so was the Zhang family's privilege on the Scattered Stars Island, but they still had to be responsible for regulating the economy. Therefore, Zhang Zhihua felt it necessary to talk to Han Fei. It was precisely because of this that the big clans pushed the Zhang family out to negotiate. After all, the Zhang family was best at negotiating and doing business. If the economy collapsed, the Thousand Star City and the 36 towns would be in chaos, so would the Scattered Stars Island. Zhang Zhihua had already made up his mind before he came. Even the finances of the Scattered Stars Island had to be controlled by the Zhang family to some extent. Where would the pearls collected from the Pearl Divers port go? This was all controlled by the Zhang family. If Han Fei didn't want the world to be in a mess, fine, hand over the level 3 fishery or waive the resources the Zhang family had to pay. Zhang Zhihua even felt that he could talk to Han Fei about the king's corpse, and this was why Zhang Zhihua dared to forcibly break the seal. However, when he led the crowd over, he found that Han Fei actually refused visitors behind closed doors. Damn it, you asked us to pay the money but you refused to see us? Are you deliberately torturing us and slapping our faces? Making a venerable waiting outside your mansion for so long? Who the fuck do you think you are? Even an explorer would be angry if being treated like this, let alone a venerable. However, what Zhang Zhihua didn't expect was that Han Fei would directly cut him with a knife. Fuck, this is a negotiation. Why are you cutting me? Han Fei burst into fury and pointed his knife at the sky. Tell me, who are you? If you don't give me a good reason, I'll kill you today. Xuanhuan and the others hid in the void and sneered secretly. Ye Kai said, Han Fei is just a reckless idiot who only knows how to fight. If the Zhang family takes action, Han Fei won't be able to deal with them at all. Xuanhuan said, but the Zhang family might not necessarily take action. Currency is a big deal. With the slightest carelessness, they will become sinners. However, it's not bad to let Han Fei become enemies with the Zhang family first. Even if the Zhang family endures it now, how can the humiliated Zhang family let Han Fei off? Zhang Zhihua and Han Fei looked at each other in the sky, and Zhang Zhihua shouted, I'm Zhang Zhihua from the Zhang family. I'm here to negotiate. Why are you refusing to see me? Hearing that he was from the Zhang family, Han Fei thought to himself, I've never seen this person before. It turns out he is from the Zhang family. However, the moment the guy came, Han Fei knew what his intentions were. Shui Shenqi and Mu Qianfang had both reminded him of this matter. They mentioned the Zhang family's ability to control the economy. Han Fei had originally scoffed at it. Handle the economy? I know how to do that too. I don't know how to do complicated economies, but how can I not know how to create innovative economic patterns and find some think tanks to advise me? After all, I've even seen the integration of the global economy. What's the big deal about the Zhang family? Secretly, Han Fei had already gone to the Scattered Stars 6th unit, which was the one devoted to research. Back then, the poison god Cao Chu invented was used by that unit. When Han Fei showed them the paper currency he invented and the rules on barter, the entire Scattered Stars 6th unit was shocked. They knew that Han Fei had done another great thing. This guy wanted to redefine the currency model. Once this method was carried out, the existence of pearls wouldn't be so necessary. At that time, paper money and pearls could be both used as currency. The situation would be complicated and difficult to interfere. Some people in the Scattered Star's 6th unit speculated that with two kinds of currencies, Zhang family's role was no longer that important. In fact, besides the Scattered Star's 6th unit, Han Fei had also consulted the Scattered Star's 5th unit. The Scattered Star's 5th unit was the most secret supervision department on the Scattered Stars Island. Ordinary people didn't know of their existence at all. Even many people who knew the Scattered Star's 7th unit didn't know that there was a supervision department. When he took over as the Supreme Commander, Han Fei set up a new supervision department. His real purpose was to investigate openly what could be investigated openly and investigate secretly those that could only be investigated in the dark. By doing this, he could control the island firmly. Although Han Fei had never really been a leader, how could he not know these things? Besides, he was the one who devised the system in the City of Justice. He proposed the plans and strategies. As for the problems in the implementation process, he could modify the rule while implementing them. It was the job of a leader to organize a think tank to collect opinions and draw up various rules. Therefore, the moment Zhang Zhihou announced his name, Han Fei immediately knew his purpose. At this moment, the venerables all flew over, wondering who Han Fei was going to fight. When they saw Zhang Zhihou, they were speechless. Han Fei, you are really a tough guy. You are only the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island, not a real king yet, and not yet taking over the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns. However, Han Fei took the initiative to shout, "How dare the Zhang family threaten me with the currency of the entire human race? Do you know that the currency will affect the entire human race and shake the foundation of the human race? The Zhang family of the 1,000-star city wants to shake the foundation of the human race for their selfish interests. You deserve to be executed." Humph, Hawk, Zhang Zhihou was dumbfounded. "I haven't fucking said anything yet. You son of a Beta Chi, why are you so dramatic? The venerables? Bershing?" Chuqing was alarmed and immediately said to Zhang Zhihou via voice transmission, "Not good. Brother Zhang, Han Fei is setting a trap for you." Even if you didn't have such plans, Han Fei's sound waves had spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island. Now, I'm afraid the entire Scattered Stars Island has heard it. Zhang Zhihou felt a chill down his spine. Can you not roar at the entire Scattered Stars Island for no good reason? Do you think it's glorious for us to fight? However, at the next moment, a scene that made all the venerables speechless appeared. Zhang Zhihou's voice sounded in the void. "Han Fei, don't go too far. Do you think you can say no to us? I'm afraid you can't afford the price you're going to pay." Zhang Zhihou was stunned. "I didn't say anything." Everyone looked at Han Fei. The voice came from Han Fei's side, echoing in the void and covering the entire Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei was putting on a show right in front of them. He didn't even bother to conceal it. Sure enough, after Han Fei said that, the entire Scattered Stars Island went crazy. Someone who was drinking immediately slammed his cup to the ground. What a vicious Zhang family. No wonder Marshal Han is so furious and wants to kill him. This guy wants to subvert the economy of our human race. Someone burst into fury and roared at the sky. "Fuck, old beastards of the Zhang family. Marshal Han is only asking for resources from you, and you dare to harm billions of human beings? You deserve to be executed." Even the itinerant cultivators of the 1,000-star city were dumbfounded when they heard that. They kept saying, "The big clans are despicable." "The big clans are really a cancer of the human race," someone shouted angrily. "The big clans are evil. They want to destroy our human race. They deserve to be executed." Chapter 1412, Slaying a Venerable Under the Sky, Hanging Mirror 1. Chapter 1412, Slaying a Venerable Under the Sky, Hanging Mirror 1. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At that time, the soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were in an uproar. For a moment, all kinds of curses were heard ceaselessly. It really reached the point where the sound of cursing could shake the sky. Even if the big clans didn't want to give resources, they didn't have to threaten Marshal Han with the stability of the entire human race. Zhang Zhihou burst into fury. "Han Fei, stop slandering us." In a panic, Zhang Zhihou shouted, trying to defend himself. However, now that Han Fei had said that, he didn't know what to say. Could he say that? He wasn't the one who said those words just now? Han Fei pretended to be him, and Han Fei's purpose was to make the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island hate the big clans. However, Han Fei had already finished his acting. At this time, how many people would believe him? Would these soldiers believe Han Fei or him who popped up from nowhere? In desperation, Zhang Zhihou said to Han Fei telepathically again, "Han Fei, don't make it public. We can discuss the resources you want." "Discuss?" Han Fei's lips curled, and golden light suddenly radiated from his body, and the shadow of a giant tore through the void. "You broke into my residence and threatened my human race. How can I tolerate you? If I don't kill you today, how can I take over the Scattered Stars Island?" Han Fei tore the void, reached out and grabbed, and a large mirror fell into his hand. It was none other than the genuine sky-hanging mirror. This magical mirror could show scenes tens of thousands of kilometers away. Ch1401 had personally shown it back on the ancient battlefield. Han Fei shattered the void, and his voice sounded in Zhang Jihuo's mind. You think you can threaten me with currency? Your Zhang family's estate that has accumulated for tens of thousands of years is now destroyed by you. Zhang Jihuo shouted, Han Fei, all this is just your self-directed act. What has it got to do with our Zhang family? Han Fei sneered, you're already here. If I say that it has something to do with your Zhang family, it does. Of course, if I say that it has nothing to do with your Zhang family, it doesn't. Zhang Jihuo was already furious, but Han Fei's words forced him to hold back his fury. He shouted, what do you want? A cunning gleam flashed in Han Fei's eyes. The big clans usually believe in the same principle. As time goes by, all the unfavorable factors will eventually fade away and then be forgotten. No one will hold you accountable for the dirty things you did in the past. Therefore, you can be as despicable as you'd like. Anyway, everything will be forgotten. However, today, your Zhang family was pushed to the front to bargain with me, and now you want to retreat and get out of the trouble? That's wishful thinking. I'll give you two choices. One is that let's fight for 3,000 rounds, and I'll try my best to kill you. The other is that you let me crush you 3 times to reassure the hearts of the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. Impossible. Zhang Huo was furious. Han Fei had even brought the sky-hanging mirror. How could he not see this? He had already run into the void. Why did he bring the sky-hanging mirror with him? Needless to say, Han Fei, this be-a-starred, just wanted the entire Scattered Stars Island to see his miserable defeat. This person was really shameless. Zhang Jihuo's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he couldn't explain it to the soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. He had been set up by Han Fei. The Zhang family had existed in the Thousand Star City for tens of thousands of years. If he was defeated by Han Fei 3 times, that would be a great disgrace. Zhang Huoji shouted, Chu Qing, Ye Kai, come and help me. However, Han Fei turned the round mirror in his hand, and the sky curtain above the Scattered Stars Island opened. What was happening in the void was fully displayed. Seeing the scene, even Yang Kun, who had just taken a step back, retreated. Including the 7 major sects, everyone's expression changed. Han Fei's move was too ruthless. What did the big clans want? Face. And they came to negotiate with Han Fei just to try to take back some face. However, Han Fei wanted to slap Zhang Jihuo in the face, and the whole process would be live-streamed. Millions of pairs of eyes were staring at the void. Who the fuck would dare to come up? With Han Fei's unscrupulous personality, what if he set them up during the battle? Then wouldn't their families lose face? At this moment on the Scattered Stars Island, countless people looked up at the sky. In that picture, Han Fei was wearing a battle suit, shining with golden light, and 10,000 knives circled him like dragons. In the black misty void, knives hung on the Long Star River, producing more than 10 terrifying knife streams. Someone exclaimed, oh, Marshal Han has made a move. Fuck, I've never seen a venerable fight in my life. Someone cursed, what are you talking about? Marshal Han hasn't become a venerable yet. It's said that he's only a peak-level explorer. He's crossing realms to kill a venerable. Gulp. Many people swallowed crazily, looking at the terrifying Saberbeam River. As soon as the sky curtain opened, the scene of the battle between the two parties was immediately magnified countless times. Only one shocking Saberbeam would make one's scalp tingle, not to mention tens of thousands of them. The Empyrean Waterfall. Big Yellow meowed. Han Fei is fighting, he's so strong. He Xiao Yu and her teammates looked at the sky blankly. Beside her, the armorist swallowed. Is this the combat power of a venerable? I'm afraid even our entire brigade can't resist this slash, right? Next door the manipulator said, a brigade? Even a whole legion can't resist it. This kind of power is already beyond our imagination. We can't judge it with ordinary standards. As long as its aftershock touches us slightly, we won't be able to withstand it. He, Xiao Yu, took a deep breath and looked at Zhu Yinling, only to find that Zhu Yinling was as calm as before. On the transverse mountain, outside a small house, Ch1401 watched this scene indifferently, expressionless. However, Ch1401 had complicated feelings. He didn't know if it was the right decision to give the position of Supreme Commander to Han Fei. My sky-hanging mirror is used in battles. What are you doing? Are you showing a movie? Somewhere in an unknown space, the corner of Han Guanshu's mouth twitched. Holding a cup of tea, he muttered to the void, our son's personality is a bit different from ours. I hope our daughter can be better. In the void. In the void. Han Fei thought to himself, I was wondering how to gather the power of will, and you sent me this meat bun. No matter what, I'll eat it first. Zhang Jihuo didn't accept his suggestion, so Han Fei certainly no longer waited. He simply shouted, Thief Zhang, today I must kill you. Boom The sacrificing punch suddenly erupted, and the extremely domineering Sky Fist showed its power at this moment. Seeing Han Fei's punch, all the venerables watching narrowed their eyes. Zhan Sanqing said, in just 10 years Han Fei has grown into another Ren Tianfei. The Fire Moon Fairy shook her head slightly. Although Ren Tianfei is very arrogant, he is also very direct. He said he would kill his way through the Thousand Star City, then he killed his way through the Thousand Star City. Do you think Han Fei would do that? The atmosphere immediately became serious. Han Fei? This boy was very shrewd and was especially good at acting. He knew very well that he just needed to tell the story to the people who needed to believe it. Just now, Zhang Jihua fell for Han Fei's trick. He imitated his speech blatantly. Beast King technique. At this moment, on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei was the only king here, regardless of strength. Han Fei was not afraid at all. His body expanded and grew to the height of the war giants. In his hand, wherever Snowmorn passed, snow and ice fell, the void was frozen, and sword marks tore the sky. Just looking at it made one's body turn cold and feel a chill. Someone trembled. What a horrible power. It looks so cold. Someone's eyes glowed. He's so strong. Is this the power of a venerable? Is this the real power of Martial Han? At this moment, many people felt that it was no wonder Shui Chi gave the position of Supreme Commander to Han Fei. He was too fucking powerful. A peak-level explorer was chasing a venerable all the way? How exciting. Zhang Jihua finally got angry and shouted, Han Fei, don't go too far. Do you really think I can do nothing to you? Han Fei sneered. Then try it. Buzz. With a thought from Zhang Jihua, the 100-mile void instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fuse. A flame serpent stood behind Zhang Jihua and then drilled into his body. Zhang Jihua's eyes, nose, and mouth were all on fire. It seemed that his flesh and blood were burning, and flames were spewing out of the gaps of his battlesuit. Burning sea of fire, hundreds of thousands of people on the Scattered Stars Island were frightened by the terrifying flames. The newcomers who had just come to the Scattered Stars Island were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Chu Qing said, Brother Zheng, Han Fei's great Tao can seal space. Be careful. Zhang Jihua issued an order in his heart, and a wave of fire rolled up, setting up a fire seed within 1,000 kilometers. Even if Han Fei really had a way to seal the void, he had a way to leave. Han Fei, just because I don't want to kill you doesn't mean I don't dare to fight you. The Zhang family won't touch the fundamentals of the human race, neither now nor in the future. Don't be an unreasonable person. Ignoring that, Han Fei continued, Are you afraid now? You want to compromise? It's too late. If I don't kill you today, how can I take over the Scattered Stars Island? Fuse! Han Fei roared, and the terrifying pupil spell was activated in front of so many people for the first time. He looked like an emotionless king. Whoosh! The giant Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. In the sea of fire, dozens of flame pythons turned into pure flame energy and were directly swallowed by Han Fei. Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. Fuck, what is this thing? Can it even absorb my great Tao fire? Zhang Jihua was dumbfounded. The other venerables and the million soldiers were dumbfounded too. Next to a certain coastline, Lin Wu looked at this scene in horror and mumbled, Senior brother is so strong. Is this the path I'm going to take? Roar! The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was used. In an instant, 100 beasts flew across the sky, and the rumbling sounds were distorted again and again. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Jihuo's face was twisted when he heard the sound of the 9 sounds. These were powers that many people had never heard of. Zhang Jihuo felt that his head was about to explode under the blast. Although he hadn't just entered the Venerable Realm, he was only at the peak of the Junior Venerable Realm and was still far from the intermediate level. As for Han Fei, his strength had already exceeded his own. At this moment, a terrifying power 1,000 meters long, like a primeval python, blasted at Han Fei. But in front of everyone's eyes, Han Fei didn't dodge at all, but just withstood the terrifying flame shock with his body alone. From time to time, Han Fei would take a big gulp. In just a few seconds, he had swallowed the fiery serpent. Techniques are sealed in this space. Zhang Jihuo immediately felt that something was wrong. He turned into a flame, and as the flame burned, he appeared thousands of kilometers away. However, as soon as Zhang Jihuo appeared, a sword shadow shot straight at his head. He had no chance to escape at all. Zhang Jihuo thought that he had run away, but Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique, making Zhang Jihuo only 10 kilometers away from him. Qila! Zhang Jihuo was cut into pieces by the sword. Then, frost flowers quickly froze in the void. Han Fei raised his sword and frowned. Not dead? Chapter 1413, Slaying a Venerable Under the Sky, Hanging Mirror, to Chapter 1413, Slaying a Venerable Under the Sky Hanging Mirror 2. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations on the Scattered Stars Island. Millions of people gasped. They were shocked by the sword light. A super powerhouse who should only exist in legends was killed by Han Fei with one slash. Gulp, someone gasped. Martial Han, you really dare to kill him? Someone was dumbfounded. Martial Han, this is too powerful. A venerable level powerhouse can be killed so easily. Someone cursed, well done. Chu Qing and the others' expressions changed. It seemed that the spatial power that Han Fei controlled wasn't as simple as sealing the void. This guy could actually control the void. With such a great technique, no wonder a peak-level explorer dared to kill a venerable. On the Empyrean waterfall, Ningjing curled her lips too, thinking to herself, I taught him this technique, which is my unique technique. Shui Chi watched this scene quietly. He probably knew that Han Fei's purpose was to obtain the power of will. Only the supreme commander of the Empyrean waterfall knew this secret. No one from those big clans had ever been chosen as the supreme commander because the previous supreme commanders were afraid that the people of the big clans would discover this secret after they became the supreme commander. And those who knew this secret wouldn't easily tell this secret to others. If one more person knew it, it meant one more competitor. Shui thought to himself, if Han Fei can become a venerable, I'm afraid he will really cause a huge uproar. As long as he is not in the Thousand-Star City, the big clans can't do anything to him now. When Han Fei becomes a venerable, he will certainly go to the Thousand-Star City. At that time, wouldn't there be great chaos? However, he would have to wait until the crisis on the Scattered Stars Island was resolved. At this moment, before the blood rain fell, Zhang Jihuo appeared again. Han Fei said telepathically again, you can dodge it once, but let's see if you can dodge it twice. Zhang Jihuo was shocked. He discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't beat Han Fei. What was that supposed to mean? In terms of strength, Han Fei was not much stronger than him. In terms of soul, Han Fei should not be as strong as him. Regarding the mastery of the Great Tao, Zhang Jihuo wasn't sure about this. Han Fei was too sinister. His control of space seemed to be beyond ordinary. It shouldn't be something an explorer could have. Furthermore, this guy's physique was too strong. He actually swallowed his Great Tao fire without being injured. He had broken his Great Tao. How could he fight again? In fact, it was not that Han Fei could swallow Zhang Jihuo's Great Tao fire, but that Little Black could. The terrifying flame was absorbed into Han Fei's internal organs. Little Black immediately absorbed it. All that was left was pure energy, which couldn't shake the current Han Fei, and Han Fei's behavior just now clearly meant that he didn't want to leave him a way out. If he hadn't separated a piece of his soul and hid it in advance, he would have died. This meant that Han Fei really wanted to kill him, and he really dared to kill him. This kid was lawless and didn't care about the price at all. From the moment Han Fei pretended to be him to speak, to the fact that Han Fei killed without considering the consequences, Zhang Jihuo thought that Han Fei was just a bloodthirsty person. Although he was stronger than Fishing Ch1401, he was far behind Fishing Ch1401 in terms of intelligence. Could it make sense for him to reason with such a ruthless killer? Instantly, Zhang Jihuo's body that had just been reborn split into countless flames that scattered in all directions. But Zhang Jihuo said, Han Fei, I agree. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Why didn't you agree until now? Fine, in that case, I'll let it go if you let me beat the hell out of you twice more. However, the Zhang family must take the lead to give me the resources right away. I think you must have brought the resources with you. As the richest family in the Thousand-Star City, it's impossible for you not to have one last trump card. No matter how angry Zhang Jihuo was, so what? Before he came, he had vowed to force Han Fei to surrender. After he came, to be honest, he was dumbfounded. He had never seen a person as reckless as Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, rebirth with blood? Let's see how many times you can be reborn. Han Fei stepped into the air, followed by snow and ice. In the sky, the fire was ablaze. Even through the sky curtain, ordinary people couldn't see the battle in the void with their naked eyes. Someone was puzzled. Wasn't the Zhang family's venerable killed just now? Someone sighed. That's a venerable. How can he die so easily? They can be reborn with a single drop of blood. Someone said angrily, I really don't know how such a person cultivated into the venerable realm. He doesn't take the lives of ordinary humans seriously at all, someone echoed. Not only do they not take our lives seriously, but they are simply a cancer of the human race, crazily embezzling the resources of the human race. The resources of the 36 towns are incomparable to those of the Thousand-Star City. Someone was discussing, do you think Marshal Han can win? Nonsense, of course he can win. Marshal Han is so strong, we've seen it for ourselves. He beat the Zhang family's venerable to the point of being unable to fight back. Do you remember he killed 2 sea demon venerables? However, the big clans are stronger. The million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were all looking forward excitedly. However, Chuqing and the others' faces had already turned black. After Zhang Jihuo was killed just now, although the battle between Han Fei and Zhang Jihuo was in full swing, it no longer felt like a life and death battle. As venerables, everyone knew what they were doing. Sun Baisheng's face was stiff. Zhang Jihuo has compromised. Yang Kun immediately said, are we really going to give such a huge amount of resources to the Scattered Stars Island? Can the Scattered Stars Island assimilate so many resources? Chuqing's expression was ugly. It's not a matter of whether they can absorb these resources or not. The problem is that the Scattered Stars Island accepted our resources, but they won't appreciate us. They will only think that the big clans of the Thousand-Star City have compromised. Ye Kai nodded. Yes, but this is his territory. If we want to see the remains of a king, we have to see his face before the battle. Yang Kun roared, damn it, I really want to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, Zhang Jihuo was blown up again. Han Fei was like a Vajra god of war, and the picture flashed away. Great! Marshal Han is awesome! Marshal Han is awesome! Marshal Han, kill him! Let the big clans know that we humans will never succumb to them. The big clans should be wiped out. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. Marshal Han is invincible. In an instant, on the Scattered Stars Island, millions of people shouted at the sky in unison. It was a magnificent scene. And Han Fei himself didn't notice that when these million people were united, a certain will seemed to descend, and the essence of the human world gathered here. Han Guanshu noticed it. Holding a teacup, he smiled at the scene. Ning Jing also noticed it and was dumbfounded. Is this how powerful Han Fei is in the yin-yang world? Millions of people shouted in unison and soared into the sky. This feeling, it made her a little absent-minded. It was a bit like when the queen united the four races. Boom, the flames exploded again, and Zhang Jihuo was reborn again. The crowd was in an uproar 3 times in a row. Zhang Jihuo was reborn 3 times, but he didn't really die. This also made many people realize how terrifying the venerable realm was. With blood rebirth, Zhang Jihuo could actually fight Martial Han to this point. All of a sudden, the sound waves surged in the void. Han Fei, I won't use human currency to threaten you. I'll give you the resources you want. In the darkness, a large number of sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells appeared. Seeing this, Han Fei finally stopped and grabbed all the resources. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the resources were about the same. He couldn't care less about the verification. Han Fei immediately turned his head and looked into the void, shouting, "Where are the resources of your families? If you take them, give them to me. If not, get the hell back to the 1,000-star city." When the million soldiers saw the massive amount of resources, they were all excited. They had already tasted the benefits of spirit awakening fluid, and there were scenes of breakthroughs everywhere on the island recently. At this moment, the Zhang family had been subdued by Martial Han and given the resources, which would all be given to them. Han Fei was fighting for them. At this moment, the million-strong army knew that the big clans weren't one family. Now that one family had given the resources to them, what about the other families? Would they give the resources? Everyone held their breath. Han Shui tried to kill him only to get a batch of resources. If these people didn't give them the resources, would Han Fei continue to attack them? Humph, a leisure voice sounded in the void, and then many sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei. In the sky, hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells flew towards Han Fei, which made countless soldiers grin. Ha ha ha, Han is invincible. Martial Han is so fierce. That's really great. Haha, they said they wouldn't give us the resources, but they did in the end, didn't they? Damn it, if we don't teach them a good lesson, they won't listen to us. I don't know if Martial Han can control the battle and command the battlefield, but in terms of robbing, Martial Han is definitely the strongest. Slap. This person's head was immediately slapped and someone scolded, "Fuck, what are you talking about? Martial Han is not robbing but is gaining resources for us. He is upright and above board." Hearing this, many people scratched their heads. Upright, above board, 1, Chapter 1414, Omnipotent Power of Will, Chapter 1414, Omnipotent Power of Will Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, won this battle. It could also be said that the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island won the final victory. Zhang Jihuo was very aggrieved. He certainly didn't want to lose to Han Fei. When he came, he never expected this result. However, Han Fei was determined to kill him from the beginning because he really wanted his life. Could Zhang Jihuo resist it? If he could, he wouldn't have been killed by Han Fei 3 times. In the first clash, Zhang Jihuo knew that if he didn't agree, Han Fei would definitely kill him. For a venerable, his life was the most important. Even the interests of his family weren't worth his life. Therefore, Zhang Jihuo compromised. He took the lead to hand over resources, and the other families had to do the same. Why? The million soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island were all watching the live telecast. If someone was unwilling to give the resources, wouldn't he anger the public? This was definitely not a wise move. Besides, with Han Fei's strength, if someone refused to hand over resources, the consequences would be even more serious. At this moment, Han Fei was very popular, and the big families didn't want to fall out with him now. Looking at the expressions of the venerables, Han Fei smiled faintly. He found this familiar feeling again. These big clans all bullied the weak and feared the strong. As long as you are strong enough and have the confidence to confront them, they will shrink. Just like in the Age of Doom, even if he killed their members in front of the big clans, so what? The big clans had profound assets and many strong masters. Although they were powerful, such families often had a lot of fears. They weren't alone and had too many properties. This was why Old Han and the others could overawe these big clans. When a huge amount of resources were gathered by Han Fei shouted, "Wang Lin, come and collect resources. Tell me if there is anything wrong." "Okay, Martial Han, I'm here." Wang Lin's heart was still trembling. Just now, he trembled all over while watching the battle. Unlike ordinary people, explorers like him could more or less tell the difference. After all, in terms of realm alone, Wang Lin was already an intermediate explorer. What Wang Lin was most worried about at that time was not whether Han Fei could grab resources, but if Han Fei really killed Zhang Jihuo, the consequences would be dire. The Zhang family was the richest family in the 1,000-star city. Zhang Jihuo came to the Scattered Stars Island to negotiate, but ended up being killed. Wouldn't the clan be angry? Now that Zhang Jihuo was still alive, Han Fei had acquired 5 large resources. To be honest, the Scattered Stars Island couldn't assimilate such a huge amount of resources for the time being. Han Fei's resources alone had occupied all the Fei Yanmu furnaces on the Scattered Stars Island. The Spirit Awakening Fluid, Spiritual Fruits, and Spiritual Spring were all distributed to every soldier as perks. Of course, the more Spirit Awakening Fluid, Spiritual Fruits, etc., the better. Even if there were more of them, the soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island could still assimilate them. However, those refining materials, combat skills, etc. couldn't be digested in a short time. Wang Lin didn't mind the huge amount of resources. They could at least increase the combat power of the entire Scattered Stars Island by 10%. If the rest period was long enough, they would definitely be able to deal with the next full-scale battle. Just now, Han Fei glanced at the sea-swallowing seashells and the sun-moon shells that Zhang Huo threw down. There was no 7th level of void fishing in them, so he threw them all to Wang Lin. After that, Han Fei looked at the sky and shouted, "Now all human beings and sea demons are in a state of war. I thank you for your donation resources. However, a war is coming, so don't run around. I need your help." While speaking, Han Fei was still regretful. Unfortunately, too few venerables had come. There were only 6 of them, so they couldn't provide a lot of help. Among them, he only trusted xuanhuan from the Cao family a bit. However, the Cao family was not necessarily a good thing. When Faceless caused a ruckus in the Thousand Star City, Old Han had asked the Cao family to take action, but they didn't. The Cao family didn't offer any help, nor did they make any trouble. They were just neutral. There were 4 venerables from the 7 major sects. Because of Tonga, he was relatively close to the Heavenly Sword sect, and the venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower could also be trusted. Except for the Sea Cloud Tower and the Heavenly Sword sect, he couldn't believe the other sects of the 7 major sects. To be honest, Han Fei didn't believe anyone except his own people. This was because the sects in the Thousand Star City had been infiltrated by the major families before. In Han Fei's opinion, the real purpose of these people's coming here should be the king's corpse, even including the venerables of the Sea Cloud Tower. Humfer, Zhang Jihuo, and the others left one after another. After all, there was no room for negotiation. They had already been defeated and given the resources. Zhang Jihuo thought to himself, "If I talk to Han Fei about the resource allocation of the level 3 fishery and the Scattered Stars Island at this time, I'll probably have to fight him again. Then let me wait until the war between the human race and the sea demons ends. The war will break out soon. Let's see if Han Fei can still be as arrogant after the war." Ignoring the venerables of the big clans who had already left, Han Fei cupped his hands at the strong masters of the 7 sects. Sorry for making a scene. Zhan Sanqing, the Fire Moon Fairy, Mu Tianfang, and the others all took a deep look at Han Fei, bowed, and said goodbye. However, in the opinions of these people from the 7 major sects, it was obvious that Han Fei had long been prepared. He was just waiting for the Zhang family to jump into his pit. Why did he ask them to come back? Although he said he needed their help, it was actually more like a deterrence. From the battle today, Han Fei's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He could kill Zhang Jihuo. Basically, Han Fei could kill anyone below the intermediate venerable level here. Perhaps some people thought that the Zhang family only knew how to do business, but they were rich and had resources. Zhang Jihuo was only one step away from becoming an intermediate venerable, but he was still beaten up by Han Fei. Be it speed, strength, or soul, he looked weaker than Han Fei. Zhang Jihuo's strongest strange fire had even been swallowed by Han Fei. They had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was the Beast King technique or the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, they didn't know it. Only Cao Shuang knew very well that the swallowing technique Han Fei just used was a secret technique of the Cao family. However, Cao Shuang didn't speak because even the Cao family themselves only knew that the Cao family's secret technique was passed down from their ancestors. As for where their ancestors got it, which generation of ancestors got it, there were no records. Han Fei withdrew the sky-hanging mirror, the sky curtain was closed, and the Scattered Stars Island was jubilating. For most ordinary people, the Battle of Venerables was nothing. They wanted resources, which was true. In the eyes of everyone, in fact, they didn't care much about resources such as spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, or even weapons. They could get spiritual fruits themselves. As for weapons, in the past 7 or 8 years, the Fei Yan Mu furnace had been operating at full power, and many soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island had used semi-divine weapons. It could even be said that all hidden fishers used semi-divine weapons. Some even had more than one. Those who didn't use semi-divine weapons were mostly below the level of advanced hanging fishers. Among advanced hanging fishers, semi-divine weapons were already common. What they really wanted was the spirit awakening fluid. For Han Fei and the others, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, or 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid were nothing. However, that was for people like Han Fei. For ordinary people, the spirit awakening fluid could improve their physique. They could even use the spirit awakening fluid when they were about to cross realms. The more they used, the better the effect. Who wouldn't like it? While everyone was very happy, Han Fei was also very happy. Except for the few people like Fishing Ch1401, no one knew that Han Fei's greatest gain from this battle was power of will. At this moment, Han Fei returned to the mansion. The 2 hidden fisher guards half-kneeled. "Marshal Han, please forgive us. We failed to stop them." Although they said so, the 2 guards looked calm, their blood was surging, and their hearts were racing. It seemed that they were extremely excited. Han Fei extended his hand and supported them with an invisible force. Han Fei said kindly, "It doesn't matter. He is a venerable. How can you stop him? I was too absorbed in cultivation to notice the anomalies in the outside world. You were almost killed." With that said, Han Fei waved his hand and activated the holy light technique, quelling the steaming blood of the two of them. Then he waved his hand and threw 10 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid at each of them. Take it. The two of them were dumbfounded. Didn't the marshal give us too much spirit awakening fluid? Although 10 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid wasn't very expensive, it was still more than 30,000 points of credits. Marshal, we can't take it. This is our duty. Han Fei smiled and patted them on the shoulders. Take it. Although I'm not rich now, 20 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid is nothing for me. You are loyal to me. I should thank you. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle rolled his eyes. You are already so bad, but you're still pretending to be kind? Do you have a conscience? Collecting the spirit awakening fluid, the two guards were excited and flushed. Marshal Han, I'm willing to do anything for you. Han Fei frowned. No, not for me, but for the Scattered Stars Island and the human race. Yes, Marshal Han. While they talked excitedly, Han Fei locked his mansion again. After a few days, Han Fei once again felt a large amount of power of will enter his body. Even at this moment, there was still the power of will entering his body. Obviously, at this moment, many people were excited, touched, and praised him. Han Fei was determined to use the power of will to unveil the mystery of the Mist Bridge and comprehend his great Tao. However, when he was about to sit down and continue to study the secrets of the bridge, the old turtle suddenly said, Han Fei, I think you can figure out your great Tao later. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? Why do you say that? The old turtle said. Do you really want to kill Zhang Jihuo today? Han Fei nodded slightly. It doesn't matter even if I kill him. The big clans have their limits. One person's death is not enough for them to erupt. The old turtle said, That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is that even if you try your best, it's still very difficult for you to kill a venerable if you don't take him by surprise. This shows that your strength is still a little lacking. Therefore, I think that you should increase your strength first. If you want to become a venerable, you have to disassemble spiritual energy to the extent of the venerable realm at the very least. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, do you mean that I should use the power of will to improve the disassembling degree of spiritual energy? Chapter 14.5 Make Trouble. Chapter 14.5 Nain. Make Trouble Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations reminded by the old turtle. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although he couldn't use all his great Tao, he had figured out part of its power. For example, his great Tao could make something out of nothing. Then, what about the degree of spiritual energy disassembling? Could it be activated through the great Tao? He can try disassembling spiritual energy with the magical power of will. Wait, what if I use the Tao Rune infiltration method? Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei. The Insect King had once told him about this method. However, at that time, Han Fei hadn't fully grasped his great Tao, nor had he fully grasped the ability of making something out of nothing. Although he had tried it later, he still felt that the Tao runes couldn't quickly permeate spiritual energy. However, what if he replaced the Tao runes with the power of will? After all, power of will was also a kind of power of the great Tao. With this in mind, Han Fei's heart stirred. A point of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. Although it was imperceptible, it emitted a dazzling light. Han Fei activated his Tao seed, and with a thought, the invisible power of will quickly rushed towards this point of spiritual energy. With this impact, Han Fei found that a kind of power was infiltrating, seeming to be entwined with the power of the great Tao in spiritual energy. Fuse. Han Fei's heart kept beating. This was because he discovered that the power of will was tens of thousands of times more effective than the Tao Rune infiltration method. The disassembling speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Han Fei used the yin-yang divine eyes so that he could feel the flow of the power of will. This was a feeling he had never had before. Now that the power of will was gathered in this point of spiritual energy, Han Fei had a hunch that he could find its trace. Sure enough, when the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately saw an extremely weak, light blue, weird power that seemed to be drilling into the depths of the spiritual energy. It's it! Han Fei immediately smiled, which stunned the old turtle. He thought to himself, can Han Fei see the invisible power of will? However, the old turtle suddenly sensed something and said, Han Fei, don't be excited yet. What you see is not necessarily the so-called power of will, but a dynamic feeling that your power of will penetrates the depths of spiritual energy. What you should pay more attention to is that little bit of spiritual energy, not the power of will. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei frowned and his heart turned cold. It seemed that what the old turtle said was true. What he saw was indeed a trace of the great Tao, not the power of the great Tao itself. Huh, you startled me. I thought I saw the great Tao. Han Fei was immediately relieved. The old turtle was also lost for words. Do you think you can see the great Tao so easily? There are thousands of great Taos, all of which are different. What can you see? What is the great Tao exactly? No one knows. Han Fei immediately focused his attention on the spiritual energy itself. The spiritual energy cloak was quickly infiltrated. In Han Fei's mind, he was quickly disassembling this bit of spiritual energy. Every time he went deeper, he felt that this bit of spiritual energy was more difficult to penetrate and separate. The more he went deeper, the more powerful this bit of spiritual energy seemed to be. The real power of this bit of spiritual energy seemed to have exceeded 1.7 times its normal explosive power. Hanfei felt that the spiritual energy was quickly infiltrating his body. After only a moment, it increased a little. 67%, 68%, 69%, 70%. As the power of will penetrated, the threshold of 70% had been broken. Immediately, Hanfei felt that the infiltration became more difficult. It was like two magnets. The closer they were to each other, the greater the repulsive force produced. At 72%, Hanfei felt that the power of will he got from showing a movie in front of millions of soldiers was almost exhausted. In Hanfei's body, the old turtle felt a chill down his spine. Is this the power that human beings call power of will? Strange. The disassembling degree of spiritual energy is improving too fast. At this moment, Hanfei had already stopped. In front of him, 2 points of spiritual energy appeared, one big and one small. Looking at the 2 points of spiritual energy, Hanfei suddenly had an idea. If he disassembled 1 point of spiritual energy to the end and gathered the rest, wouldn't he still get 1 point of spiritual energy in the end? Also, could he disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points, then split 2 points into 4 points, and 4 points into 8 points? In this way, theoretically, he could get infinite spiritual energy. However, in terms of disassembling, he needed to disassemble it into 8 points of spiritual energy, and then he would get 87% of spiritual energy, which could reach the level of the Insect King. Hanfei immediately told the old turtle what he thought, and the old turtle sneered. Hanfei, do you think all cultivators are fools? If it's really as simple as you say, why did the sea demons disassemble spiritual energy and perceive power? Hanfei frowned. But theoretically, it's feasible. The old turtle said, no matter how you disassemble 1 point of spiritual energy, you can only get 2 points of spiritual energy in the end. The bigger one is the power that you can already control. Remember, it's something you can control because you can only disassemble so much. As for the remaining spiritual energy that you can't disassemble, that's something you can't control. Therefore, continuing to disassemble it is meaningful. Every time the power you disassemble becomes 1% more, it means that your control over this power becomes 1% more. Although your mind is racing, you forgot that the most fundamental thing about disassembling spiritual energy is not really to disassemble a point of spiritual energy into 2 points and use the power of 2 points, but you can completely control all the power contained in this point of spiritual energy. So, as for the separation method I mentioned, no matter how much I separate, the final result will always be 50% disassembling degree and not much higher. The old turtle said with a smile, I can tell you that this method will work, but it's not what you think. As you said, there are also benefits in disassembling. You can comprehend the power of balance. You can try it later. It's quite beneficial for combat, but not for understanding energy like spiritual energy. Hanfei sighed. Fuck, the power of will that he worked so hard to get only increased his spiritual energy disassembling degree by 6%. Hanfei immediately pointed his finger and blasted the spiritual energy away. However, the next moment he saw a fire mark appear. The spiritual energy that had been disassembled by 72% blasted out nearly 1.8 meters. His Hanfei couldn't help but ask, wait, old Yuan, when you were in my realm, how many times more power could you exert from 1 point of spiritual energy? 1.8 times? The old turtle said leisurely. Don't be cocky. In the explorer level, theoretically speaking, the highest limit of spiritual energy disassembling is 2 times. Of course, these 2 times vary from person to person. Therefore, the power unleashed is different. If you want to catch up to me, you'll have to disassemble at least 3 or 4% more. If you want to surpass me, you'll have to disassemble at least 80%. Hanfei was a little frightened when he heard that. An explorer could reach 80%? This couldn't be simple. The Insect King was already a heavenly talent, wasn't it? Up to now, his degree should be around 88%. The old turtle had also said that 85% was already the standard for heavenly talents. Hanfei was about to speak when the old turtle said, you want to ask, what's the highest degree for the explorer realm, right? Hanfei nodded. Do you know? The old turtle chuckled and said, there's no need to pursue this deliberately. The disassembling of spiritual energy isn't something that an explorer needs to do. Therefore, as long as you reach 70%, you can become a venerable. It doesn't mean that the higher the disassembling degree, the stronger the venerable is. As long as you catch up later, it will be the same. Huh? Hanfei was stunned. The same? The old turtle said casually. Yes. That's why I asked you to uncover the mystery of your great Tao later. Look, in just half a day, although it seems that your strength hasn't increased, your combat power has increased by nearly 10%. Isn't this more useful than trying to solve the mystery of the great Tao? Hanfei realized that the old turtle's reminder was right. This guy must have realized that he was in a dangerous situation. If he didn't improve his strength as soon as possible, he might die with him. Hanfei grinned. Old Yuan, you're really something. To thank you for your reminding, I'll find a venerable to let you absorb his vitality. The old turtle said leisurely, you should worry about yourself first. Although I don't know the situation of the sea demons here, the venerables on your side are much weaker than those on the Waterwood World side, and they are not united. If there is really a royal city like the Whiteshell Royal City, I don't know why you take over the Scattered Stars Island. Because such a royal city is definitely not something the current Scattered Stars Island can defeat. Han Fei's eyes turned cold and he sneered. But it hasn't appeared yet. Han Fei rose and continued, now, my disassembling degree is up to standard. All I need to do is to unveil the mystery of the Great Tao. As soon as the mystery is solved, I can become a half-venerable. The old turtle seemed to have guessed something and asked, wait, what are you going to do? The old turtle knew Han Fei too well. When this guy found that the power of will was so useful, he would definitely try to collect it. With the daily supply of power of will of millions of soldiers, it would take at least several months for him to accumulate enough power of will. Could Han Fei afford to wait? Even if he could, he probably wouldn't. Therefore, the answer was obvious. Han Fei wanted to contrive an event, a big event that could shock millions of soldiers. Chapter 1416, Take Precautions. Chapter 1416, Take Precautions. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. 3 days passed in a flash. After the battle, there were too many things to deal with. All kinds of problems, when the major departments couldn't solve them, had to be sent to the marshal's mansion. Han Fei felt that he was even more tired than being an emperor. Although he didn't have to do everything personally, he had to keep an eye on literally everything. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. At this moment, only Han Fei's white mist body was guarding the mansion, and the black mist body went to the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall. The Star Turtle asked, boy, how did you break the seal last time? Han Fei replied ambiguously, I came back to find an answer. Standing next to the corpse of the cloud whale again, Han Fei didn't try to grab the cloud whale's demonic origin. He circled the corpse over and over again. Although the cloud whale had died, its scales, flesh, and bones were all exuding the aura of the Great Tao. This was why a large amount of spirit awakening fluid could be produced here. Han Fei walked here many times and tried to perceive it again and again, but in the end, he was a little puzzled. Although this corpse was exuding the aura of the Great Tao, he couldn't feel the strong power of the Great Tao at all, so he asked the old turtle. However, the old turtle said, with my current strength, I can't peep at the king. If I cultivate for another 100 years, I'll definitely be able to see his Tao. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'm not even 30 yet. I can't wait 100 days for you. Although the old turtle couldn't pry into the cloud whale's Great Tao, he accidentally asked, for some reason, I feel that this Great Tao is not strong. Even if a king has been dead for so long, his Great Tao shouldn't be so weak. Han Fei was puzzled. Weak? How weak? The old turtle said. It's just not strong. I don't know if it's because its demonic origin was ruined or something. By logic, its aura of the Great Tao should be at least several times that of now. Han Fei was also lost for words. It had already died, so what was the difference if its Great Tao was strong or not? After 3 days of fruitless exploration, Han Fei appeared in the Sea of Pearls through the cloud whale's demonic origin again. Sure enough, with such a long distance, the twin god technique immediately became unstable. Han Fei felt a strong attraction. He had to return to the Scattered Stars Island immediately. When the black mist body returned to within 10,000 kilometers of the Scattered Stars Island, the feeling that the twin god technique was about to collapse disappeared. Woo! When the black mist body was about to rush to the marshal's mansion, Han Fei saw that the cloud whale on the Scattered Stars Island had just taken off and was only 100 kilometers away from him. The cloud whale was flying towards him. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He was quite curious about the cloud whale and didn't think that it was a creature from the yin-yang world. Where did Tang Yan get this guy from back then? Woo! Although the cloud whale was huge, its speed was not slow at all. It swam in the clouds like a fish in water. Han Fei stepped to the cloud whale with his black fog body and saw many people on its back, who were flying to the teleportation island. These people had all undergone rigorous investigation and were confirmed to be returning to their hometown. In the subsequent work, Han Fei also expressed that it was not that he didn't want them, but that the 36 towns really lacked talents. Every soldier who had returned from the Scattered Stars Island would be a renowned figure in the 36 towns. Therefore, they should be happy to have such an opportunity. How comfortable would it be to go back and live a carefree life? If they could teach some students and tell stories, their lives would be perfect. At this moment, someone was complaining, son of a beta che, I'm still healthy. I don't understand why they sent me back. Someone laughed. Don't you know why they sent you back? Your foundation has been damaged and you can't make any progress. Do you want to stay here and wait to die in battles? The man cursed. But I'm a junior hidden fisher anyway. Am I not strong enough? Someone laughed. Yes, you're strong. The problem is that Marshal Han may think that it's better for us to teach the younger generation in the 36 towns and dig out talents. Don't forget, the Scattered Stars Island is going to be open to the 36 towns. Marshal Han is taking precautions. Someone echoed. Actually, Marshal Han is right. The casualty rate of the people from the 36 towns who come to the Scattered Stars Island is actually much higher than those from the Thousand Star City. In the end, what's the reason? Isn't it because the comprehensive strength of the 36 towns is not as good as that of the Thousand Star City? Even the ordinary people in the Thousand Star City live in a place with complete information and have long known the existence of the Scattered Stars Island. But it has been kept a secret from our 36 towns, and they told us the island is a dangerous unknown place. Even when we came to the island, they still kept it a secret from us for a while. Someone was lost for words. That's because we are really weak. When we just came, if we really went to the deep sea, we would have died 10 or 8 times. However, I still don't understand. Why do they have to keep it a secret from the 36 towns? If it's dangerous, it's dangerous. Can't you just tell us? Someone said. Why? It's because the 36 towns are weak and don't have the ability to help in the battle. Then why do they bother to make everyone panic all day long? On the contrary, treating the unknown place as a pursuit, this can stimulate the cultivation enthusiasm of the people in the 36 towns. Someone sighed. But now, the Sea Demon Royal City is going to come out, and the people in the 36 towns can't live in dreams anymore. This time, a large number of strong masters are returning to their hometown, which must have caused a shock. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to their discussion. In fact, they were right. This was what he thought. Just like when the City of Justice was founded, how could the surrounding towns rise quickly without the support of strong masters? Woo! Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that the cloud whale rolled its eyes and looked at him, and when it saw him, it opened its mouth slightly as if asking for food. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. What realm is the cloud whale in? How can it see my black fog body? He had fed the cloud whale several times before. This guy should be able to recognize him. Although there were many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island, every time he saw this guy, he would feed him and communicate with him. There were probably not many people like him. Han Fei remained calm and didn't feed it. Otherwise, a crab or a lobster floating in the air would have scared the people on the cloud whale to death. Although Han Fei didn't feed it, someone on the cloud whale's head said, the cloud whale opened its mouth. Does it want to eat something? This foodie. As they talked, someone took out a big squid, which was a rare creature and was only level 38. It was not very strong, but fortunately, it was big. The person who spoke patted the cloud whale's head. Xiaoyun, come on, open your mouth. Seeing that someone was feeding it, the cloud whale looked away from Han Fei and bit the big squid into its mouth, flying happily to the teleportation island. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood in mid-air, stroked his chin, and murmured, a legend creature, the kind that can't grow up? Interesting. Han Fei didn't think too much. He turned around and quickly returned to the mansion. A moment later, Han Fei pushed the door of the marshal's mansion open and shouted in a low voice, relay my order, all inspectors come to discuss matters. The inspectors on the Scattered Stars Island were at least peak-level law enforcers. When Han Fei got the 9-star token, which was specially given by Shui Shenqi, he was only a peak-level hidden fisher. Generally speaking, below the inspectors were the adjudicators, brigadier generals, and chiliarchs. They were all law enforcers, and the positions below them would be taken by hidden fishers. After a while, a total of 35 inspectors came to the mansion. Among them, 21 were explorers. When Han Fei saw these people for the first time, he was actually a little surprised. He was surprised that there were more than 20 explorers on the Scattered Stars Island, but Shui Shenqi said that there were still some who hadn't taken up posts. So in fact, there were more explorers than this number. Han Fei nodded slightly. He had underestimated the Scattered Stars Island before. There were indeed many strong masters here. However, on second thought, Han Fei realized that there couldn't be more than 50 of them, probably only about 30. Compared to the Thousand Star City or the Waterwood World, there were too few of them. At this moment, Han Fei looked at these people and said, everyone, you have been in your position for many years. Marshal Shui trusts you, so do I. Next, I'll discuss with Marshal Shui and the other venerables how to deal with sea demons. This matter is quite secret. Therefore, for some time to come, unless you encounter something you can't solve, don't disturb me for the time being. Everyone was stunned and then realized that Han Fei was probably making a big move. Now there were as many as a dozen venerables on the Scattered Stars Island. With such a powerful force, even they felt that Han Fei wouldn't be idle. Sure enough, Han Fei had only been in office for a few days, but he had already taken a move. Everybody immediately replied, yes, Marshal Han. Han Fei nodded and looked at one of them. Where is Meng Liang from the Trans-Island Inspectors? Meng Liang was a little surprised. Why did Han Fei call him? However, Meng Liang immediately responded, I'm here. What orders do you have, Marshal Han? Han Fei said solemnly. Although hundreds of thousands of soldiers have returned to their hometown, it's still not enough for them to wake up the people living in dreams in the 36 towns immediately. We Scattered Stars Island should do something too. Arrange for someone or you to go to the mayors of the 36 towns to tell them that you can arrange for the heavenly talents in the towns to come to the Scattered Stars Island to observe the battlefield regularly. Your inspection team knows the battlefields on the island best. I'll leave it to you. Meng Liang asked in surprise, why the rush? The others were also taken aback. Han Fei's purpose was to alert the 36 towns as soon as possible. However, no matter how they accelerated the process, a person needed time to grow up. Han Fei said leisurely, if you don't have a long-term plan, there will be immediate problems. You have to take precautions for everything. This is not a big action. They have to know the stories they heard are not stories but truth. Meng Liang immediately nodded. Yes, Marshal Han. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at everyone. Okay, go. Chapter 1417, Sneak In for Reconnaissance. Chapter 1417, Sneak In for Reconnaissance. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. The Transverse Mountain. When Han Fei first came to the Scattered Stars Island, he had been hearing stories about the Transverse Mountain and felt that there must be many secrets hidden in this mountain. At least, there was a secret that everyone knew. There was a bottomless hole in the Transverse Mountain. As for where that bottomless hole led, no one knew. However, it would produce spirit awakening fluid. At that time, Han Fei wasn't even qualified to enter it. Now that he had already become the Supreme Commander, he naturally had the right to inspect it. At this moment, Han Fei was standing at the periphery of this bottomless hole that had a radius of more than 200 meters. There were strange rocks everywhere around it. Looking down, Han Fei found that the cave could limit the perception of the soul. Therefore, he could see things more clearly with eyes than with perception. Of course, even if it was slightly clearer, this bottomless hole was unfathomable. In Han Fei's eyes, it was just darkness below. At this moment, not far behind Han Fei, Shen Chi's voice sounded, "After many inspections, no one will appear in the underground city if going down from here." Han Fei couldn't help turning his head. "How did you investigate it?" Shen Chi said. "Threw something down and went to the underground city to search for it, but we didn't find anything. As you know, the underground city is not big, so it doesn't lead to the underground city here." Han Fei shrugged slightly. The Supreme Commanders of the past had controlled the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but they hadn't figured out anything yet. How could he have the time to bother with this now? Immediately, Han Fei changed the topic. "So you think there's something wrong with this bottomless hole? In order to prevent any problems here, you asked all the explorers on the Scattered Stars Island to live on the Transverse Mountain, right?" Han Fei knew this when he just came back. After all, he was one of the top powerhouses on the Scattered Stars Island. Many years ago, Han Fei was far from the explorer level, so he didn't know this place. Han Fei's perception swept across the Transverse Mountain. There were as many as 500 law enforcers and explorers here. Of course, most of them were law enforcers. Han Fei asked suspiciously, "Is the Transverse Mountain equivalent to a slightly more advanced Empyrean waterfall?" Shen Chi said indifferently, "You can say that. By staying here, we can collect the spirit awakening fluid that comes from here." Han Fei saw a small wisp of spirit awakening fluid floating up from the bottomless hole. His eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything to Shen Chi, but said to the old turtle, "Can you feel what's down below?" The old turtle said, "I'm not omnipotent. My perception can't go down." However, since spirit awakening fluid can be produced indefinitely here every day, it means that there must be some kind of great Tao rule, the remains of an expert, or some kind of spiritual treasure below. Otherwise, the spirit awakening fluid won't be produced inexplicably. Han Fei gathered his thoughts and didn't ask further. Instead, he looked at Shen Chi and said, "I'm going to the sea. So I may have to trouble Mr. Shui to cover up for me and help me handle the military affairs on the island." Shen Chi had said earlier that although he had temporarily resigned as the Supreme Commander, he wouldn't let Han Fei mess around. If anything went wrong, he would come forward. At this time, Shen Chi frowned. "Going to sea? Have you figured out the secret of the Empyrean waterfall?" Han Fei said. "The Star Turtle said that it would be able to suppress it for 3 months at most. I haven't figured out what's underneath it yet. However, I can tell you one thing very clearly. That king's corpse can't make a person break through and become a king." Shen Chi's pupils were constricted, and he asked telepathically, "Are you sure?" Han Fei smiled. "I've set up soundproof barriers around us. Zhang Jihuo and the others can't hear us." Shen Chi asked again, "Are you sure? This is not a joke. Whether the corpse below is valuable or not, this matter involves a lot of things." Han Fei nodded. "At least for now, I'm very certain. But will there be any special changes after the corpse appears? I don't know yet." Shen Chi asked, "What's down below?" Han Fei smiled. "Mr. Teen. Shui, why don't you let me keep it a secret for another 3 months?" Shen Chi looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and didn't ask further. He simply said, "I can help you with your duty, but I need to know what you're going to do." Han Fei's lips curled. "There's nothing to hide. I'm going to pry into the secrets of the 10,000 Demon Valley. This matter is urgent. If it weren't for the corpse under the Empyrean waterfall, I would have been there." Shen Chi knew Han Fei's trump card, but he still frowned and said, "The current 10,000 Demon Valley should also have peak combat power of the Venerable Realm. Are you sure you can investigate it?" Han Fei smiled. "Whether or not I can, at least I can ensure my own safety." In his heart, Han Fei was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. If he had to think of a person like Han Fei, Shen Chi could only think of Cao Chu. Back then, the two of them got together by a fluke. However, Cao Chu was still defeated in the competition for the sea-quelling painting. But so what? Cao Chu was still a heavenly talent. The Cao family used the power of the Cao family to pamper him and pave the way for him. There was news that ever since the boy's seal was removed, his strength had risen crazily, and he swept across many thousand-star proving grounds and was invincible among his peers. Han Fei had more powerful people behind him than Cao Chu. Although Shui Shenqi didn't know who Han Fei's mother was, Han Guanshu seemed to only have one son, and it could be said that he had given everything to him. At this moment, with Han Guanshu and Ning Jing, who was a half-king, how could anyone kill Han Fei? A half-king was enough to be called the strongest combat power in the entire Thousand-Star City. Her strength was definitely on the same level as that old beastard from Chu sect. Shui Shenqi said indifferently, "If it's just an investigation, don't spend too much time. As you know, the Star Turtle can't last long." "This war will break out sooner or later," Han Fei said with a smile. "At least 3 days and at most 10 days. I'll be back within 10 days. Everyone thought that Han Fei was still in the mansion, but he was already 100,000 kilometers away now. Here, Han Fei took out the venerable token. After all, it wasn't safe to go alone. He had to have a guard. The moment he took out the venerable token, he saw Jingher walk out of the void with a swish. At this moment, Jingher was holding a skewer of roasted squid in her hand. As she ate, she said, "I can perceive your dark mist body. Even without the venerable token, I won't lose you." Han Fei grinned. "Is it delicious?" Jingher nodded quickly. "I have to say that although the overall strength of your yin-yang world isn't too strong, you really have a lot of food. In the fair, wow, there are so many delicious foods. Blah 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 Yinger." Shinger simply couldn't stop talking. Han Fei interrupted her. "Come with me to the sea demon's camp to take a look. If we're lucky, I'll let you experience the smell of a venerable level great demon in a few days." Han Fei didn't ask if Old Han was around. Old Han's whereabouts had always been mysterious. Since he didn't stay in the Scattered Stars prison, God knew where he usually stayed. However, since he knew about his return, he should know that he went to sea. 1 day passed. In the waves of the deep sea, a pair of figures stood on the sea. Han Fei asked, "Jingher, what's the range of perception for peak-level venerables and half-kings?" At this point, Han Fei was stopped by Jingher. Han Fei immediately guessed what was going on, so he asked this question. Jingher thought that Han Fei's growth was so fast that she couldn't understand it. She also knew that Han Fei was not a king's attendant but a candidate for king or even an heir. Therefore, she didn't keep it a secret. She said, "For me, when I was in my peak state, my real perception range was actually about 20,000 kilometers. But in addition to perception, there is also a certain premonition, which can also be called intuition. This range may reach 50,000 kilometers. Well, premonition is hard to describe. If someone is particularly hostile to me and has reached the point of obsession, maybe I can detect him more than 50,000 kilometers away. Oh, provided that the person can't be much stronger than me. Otherwise, even within 20,000 kilometers, the other party has a way to avoid my perception." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. A peak-level venerable was already at this level? That was 50,000 kilometers. His current perception range was less than 10,000 kilometers. It was definitely not because his soul was not strong enough or his talent was not high enough, but because he didn't live as long as them. As long as he lived long enough, Han Fei felt that it shouldn't take him more than 100 years to double the strength of his soul. Han Fei took a deep breath. "What about a half-king's?" Ning Jing said. "Well, at least 50,000 kilometers. However, a half-king's perception of certain events may cross space itself. For example, even if something happens 200,000 kilometers away, as long as you want to see it, you can see it. If you plan to go somewhere in advance, although you can't perceive there, you can directly teleport there. Alas, but you must not appear, and the sound can't be too loud. With your dark mist body, even a half-king won't easily detect you without deliberately searching. Who would search for a pure darkness in the darkness for no reason?" Chapter 1418, 10,000 Demon Valley. Today, Chapter 1418, 10,000 Demon Valley. Today translator, Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei was quite familiar with the 10,000 Demon Valley. In order to rob the 10,000 Demon Valley, he had specially memorized the topography of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. However, Han Fei had never been to the Blood Demon Valley. The main reason was that he had been determined to break into the inner part of the 10,000 Demon Valley, so he didn't have a chance to go to the Blood Demon Valley. This time, Han Fei was here specifically for reconnaissance. Something must have changed in the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley today. For example, during the battle in the Sea of Pearls, the Blood Valley 5 restrictions appeared. Was it really a trump card hidden by Blue Feather? Although Blue Feather said that, it might not be true. To the humans, of course, Blue Feather would say that this was his trump card. He certainly couldn't say that those were goons sent to me by the Sea Demon Royal City. Because of the Blood Valley 5 restrictions, Han Fei's first goal was the Blood Sea Valley. He had to ascertain the basic combat power of sea monsters first. When he was less than 50,000 kilometers away from the Blood Sea Valley, Han Fei said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, I know that your perception ability is definitely stronger than mine. You just don't reveal it. My soul power is not enough, and my perception can't hide from a real expert. Therefore, it depends on you to investigate the enemy." The old turtle was lost for words. "So, you had already planned to use me when you were on the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei smiled and said, "Old Yuan, we are already so familiar with each other. You should know me. Only if I am strong, I am invincible, and I become a king, can we live longer. Besides, in the future, I may have a chance to find your sealed body. Think about it, an emperor's body. Are you willing to give it up? The old turtle cursed. Of course I don't want to give it up, but why are you so nice? Han Fei sneered. If I become a king, how much do you think I'll be afraid of emperors? To be honest with you, I still have a lot of things to do in the future. Becoming a king is just my first step. The old turtle sneered. Keep bragging. Become a king first. While they mocked each other, they reached a tacit understanding. Jinger naturally didn't follow him because she was afraid that the other party had a half-king who would discover her. In that case, it would be even harder for Han Fei to sneak in. After all, if the traces of a half-king was found, the other party's expert would definitely pay more attention to everything in the nearby sea area. How could Han Fei possibly escape the other party's strong master's perception scan? And if Han Fei snuck in alone, once he encountered any danger, he could take out the venerable token and position himself. Then Jinger could come over very quickly. To be honest, Han Fei was also afraid. If the other party had a half-king, although he wouldn't worry that Jinger would be killed here, the other party's strategy and tactics would definitely be adjusted and they would be more careful in provoking a big battle. At that time, once a battle broke out, it was very likely that a big war would break out and there might be no 3-month preparation period. After all, the sea demons also knew that there was the remains of a king on the Scattered Stars Island. Why did the half-king come? It was definitely for the remains of a king. Therefore, on the one hand, the other party would be more cautious and send out stronger forces. On the other hand, they would speed up the strategic and tactical arrangements and invade the Scattered Stars Island in advance. Therefore, Han Fei didn't let Jinger follow him all the way. After that, it took a full 5 hours before Han Fei walked more than 50,000 kilometers and slowly entered the Bloodsea Valley. Compared to the splendid 10,000 Demon Valley, there were exquisite seaweed decorations and various decorative caves. The Bloodsea Valley was more like a slum. Even with the luminous seaweed decorations, it was mostly in clusters. On the valley cliffs, one hole appeared after another. Like a beehive, there was no telling how many people were stuffed inside. Han Fei swam in the Bloodsea Valley at an extremely slow speed for more than 6 hours and found many unusual places. In fact, Old Yuan discovered these unusual things. The old turtle had been explaining, the entire Bloodsea Valley is a large mountain composed of 308 seabed hills. Most places are deep, the cliffs are straight, and there are many deep ravines. The population is quite large. From the Awakening Realm to the Sea Spirit Realm, there are nearly 3 million people. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. Good, very good. The population of Scattered Stars Island is twice as large as theirs. In fact, Han Fei's face had turned dark, although he was still comforting himself. Han Fei knew that the sea demons wouldn't come all out in combat. They would drive endless sea creatures to attack the island, which was the most terrifying thing. Besides, these 3 million people were just ordinary inferior manfish and red demons. In Han Fei's eyes, those creatures that hadn't evolved completely were nothing to be afraid of. However, it was not a good thing for the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island. In the yin-yang world that stretched for 8 million kilometers, there must be many half-mermaids and even powerful creatures that hadn't transformed yet. As there was no royal city before in the yin-yang world, these powerful creatures were not completely unified. With the appearance of a royal city, many such itinerant cultivators should have been gathered. Therefore, although Han Fei looked awful, he felt lucky. 3 million people could be resisted. He didn't panic at all. Inferior manfish and red demons, in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat skills, were inferior to humans. Therefore, the human side had no reason to lose. However, a moment later, the old turtle said, 3 venerables and 38 Dao, seeking great demons have been found. Han Fei immediately asked, how strong are the venerables? The old turtle said, 2 juniors and 1 intermediate. Fuso Han Fei was relieved. Good, very good. As long as there weren't advanced venerables, everything would be fine. As for the 38 great demons in the Dao-seeking realm, although the number startled Han Fei, it also confirmed his guess that the Bloodsea 5 restrictions were fake. These were all powerhouses who suddenly appeared. Just in the Bloodsea Valley, the number of Dao-seeking experts was almost comparable to the number of explorers on the entire Scattered Stars Island. Fortunately, the big clans and the 7 major sects all had explorers coming, which could be considered a part of their combat power. However, Han Fei was immediately alarmed. This was just the Blood Demon Valley. The half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley had always despised the inferior manfish and the red demon. It could even be said that they discriminated against them. Now, even the overall power of the Bloodsea Valley was so strong. Then, what about the 10,000 Demon Valley? Perhaps because there were not many strong masters in the Blood Demon Valley, no one found that a shadow came in and swam around. Han Fei sneered. These sea demons are really careless. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Bloodsea Valley are only 20,000 kilometers away, if a strong master sneak attacks here, there will definitely be heavy casualties. The old turtle sneered. As long as the other party is in the Half-King realm, no. As long as they are at the peak of the Venerable realm, a mere 20,000 kilometers will be crossed in the blink of an eye. Unless your father and Ningjing attack at the same time and flatten this place with great means, it's impossible for a half-king to sweep 10,000 kilometers with one blow. One blow. Han Fei said perfunctorily. I was just saying. In fact, when the old turtle proposed this proposal, Han Fei had the same idea. Assuming that he had a way to lead the crowd to attack this place, if they could kill the more than 3 million ordinary sea demons here, it could definitely seriously injure the 10,000 Demon Valley. After all, no matter how powerful the 10,000 Demon Valley was now, it was impossible for it to be stronger than the White Shell Royal City. With such a huge number of troops eliminated, if they fought again in the future, they could only count on the people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. The old turtle suddenly said solemnly, Han Fei, I advise you not to do that. Although you humans and sea demons are enemies, the sea demons are still creatures of the world. You can kill hundreds or thousands of people from time to time, and if you hadn't done it yourself, nothing would have happened. However, do you know how terrifying the heavenly blood tide that will appear when millions of creatures die is? Han Fei was stunned. What do you mean? The old turtle asked. Let me ask you, are sea demons really bad people? This question stunned Han Fei. In terms of race, the sea demons were certainly ferocious. Besides, with the story of the stone monument, the sea demons seemed to have deliberately destroyed the other races. However, in a real sea demon society, they were actually no different from human society. At most, they had different customs and living conditions. In terms of ruthlessness, of course, not all sea demons were ferocious. There were still some sea demons who were upright. Perhaps they just stood on different sides. Han Fei looked at the vast sea and said, in this infinite sea, how is it possible that only 3 million creatures die every day? You are the demon emperor. Why would you care about the life of 3 million sea monsters? The old turtle said. Of course I don't care. What I care about is that this might become your negative karma. You can launch a sneak attack now and kill these 3 million ordinary sea demons. But if a sea demon powerhouse kills 1 million human beings because of this matter, do you think this negative karma has nothing to do with you? Can your Tao heart still be firm, and can you still take the great Tao? Han Fei was horrified. According to what the old turtle said, it didn't seem to work. He could kill these sea demons, but if he did it, the consequences might be unbearable. Of course, this was also the rule between humans and sea demons. Perhaps one party could take advantage of the occasional loophole to kill some of the other party's heavenly talents. However, blatantly killing millions of weak people from the other party? This had never happened in history. Han Fei gave up this idea. He could trick his opponents once in a while, but if he suddenly killed 3 million sea demons for no reason, even if there was no punishment from the heavens, the sea demons would be infuriated. Then, if both parties played dirty, the world would be messed up. Han Fei said lightly, got it. In fact, in the end, it's still because we're not strong enough. If I'm a king and completely destroys the 10,000 Demon Valley, leaving no survivors, then who will come to take revenge? The old turtle said leisurely, the premise is that you become a king first. Han Fei fell silent and swam towards the 10,000 Demon Valley. But Han Fei's goal was not to go straight to the 10,000 Demon Valley. From xuanhuan's memory, Han Fei saw an abyssal chasm appear between the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Sea Valley, and strong masters walked out of that chasm. This crack was Han Fei's main reconnaissance target this time. He didn't dare to speed up. It took him half a day to quietly arrive at the periphery of the abyssal chasm. It was not that Han Fei saw the cracks, but that he found demonic energy turbulence here. The old turtle said, there is a crack 2,000 kilometers to your left. There is an advanced venerable and 2 intermediate venerables guarding it. Upon hearing this, Han Fei realized that the sea demons here were much stronger than those in the Blood Sea Valley. Furthermore, this place was closer to the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were 3 venerables guarding it. It could be seen how important this place was to the sea demons. With Han Fei's current strength, he could kill ordinary junior venerables. If it came to intermediate venerables, there was a 90% chance that he wouldn't be able to kill them. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the explorer and the venerable realm. No matter how ordinary a venerable was, their comprehensive strength wasn't something a half-venerable could compare to. Han Fei also knew that he could kill a junior venerable because of his golden body. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated the indestructible golden body in advance and his strength had improved greatly, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a junior venerable. Han Fei said, let's take a look. Chapter 1419, not good. Something big has happened. Chapter 1419, not good. Something big has happened. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Undersea cracks were actually a common landform. Not to mention dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, some even extended even millions of kilometers. These seabed cracks were various, and there were all kinds of strange creatures living in them. At this moment, Han Fei was swimming slowly. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice him. At the very least, it was not easy for even advanced venerables to detect Han Fei's black mist body. Therefore, Han Fei dared to press deeper. Finally, after he slowly moved forward, he saw the crack with his own eyes. When Han Fei saw it with his own eyes, he found that this place was already enveloped by an array. Around the crack, there were tens of thousands of arrays. On the array, a void crack flashed from time to time, and a large amount of demonic energy and spirit-awakening fluid seeped out of those cracks. Every time these things came out, they would be gathered by an invisible force. Hen Fei suddenly gasped. Old Yuan, that's spirit awakening fluid, right? Is there a king in this crack? The old turtle said indifferently. It's hard to say. I don't feel the aura of a king. However, even if there is a king, he can't come over. Otherwise, how can there be a place for you humans? Han Fei observed here for a whole day. He was willing to wait here because he wanted to see what kind of person could come out of this crack. Bang. Just as Han Fei was wondering if he should go to the 10,000 Demon Valley to investigate first and then come back to take a look, suddenly there was a sound of breaking the seal. Then, a lobster jumped out of the crack with its claws on the cliff. However, there was no intact shell on the lobster soldier. Clearly, he had been seriously injured from the other side. The corner of Han Fei's eyes twitched, and he frowned. A great demon at the peak of the Dao-seeking level had come out just like that? It could be seen that even if this crack was not connected to the capital, there must be many strong masters on the other side. The moment the lobster soldier appeared, he looked around and immediately said respectfully, Master Yu Chuan, nice to meet you. Venerable Shun, Venerable Shun. The advanced venerable said calmly, oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it's you, Qian Yuliu. Why, when can the experts in the city come? The lobster soldier, Yuliu Qian, turned into a human form and hurriedly bowed. Master Yu Chuan, the channel is still not stable. Our king is strengthening the seal. Our king said that no one will come over in the next month. Oh, why is that? Qian Yuliu said. Because Master Qingliu wants to come in person. Huh? The advanced venerable suddenly rose. Really? Lord Qingliu is a half-king. Can he really pass this narrow passage? Qian Yuliu said. My lord, it's exactly because the passage is narrow that our king has asked Master Qingliu to come over. At that time, Master Qingliu wants to use a secret technique to broaden the passage. In this way, more experts in the city can come over. Really? The three venerables looked at each other. At present, the 10,000 Demon Valley didn't have a half-king level powerhouse guarding it, so they couldn't stay calm. Although Bluefeather had said before that for so many years there had never been a venerable level powerhouse on the Scattered Stars Island, they didn't know if the humans' Thousand Star City had a half-king level powerhouse or not. Although the people from the yin-yang world couldn't become a king, it didn't mean they couldn't become a half-king. Besides, in the war to sneak attack the Sea of Pearls and the Scattered Stars Island a few days ago, at least one peak-level human venerable had appeared. Furthermore, the peak-level venerable from the 10,000 Demon Valley had said that there was a mysterious aura descending, which might also be a peak-level venerable. Because of this, Venerable xuanhuan, who was a peak-level venerable in the 10,000 Demon Valley, gave up attacking the island and retreated temporarily. Anyway, in his opinion, the return of the royal city was certain. The reason he wanted to take down the Scattered Stars Island was nothing more than to make a name for himself. However, the sea demons and humans had fought for tens of thousands of years. If they could be taken down easily, they would have done so long ago. Therefore, when xuanhuan discovered that human beings were not weak, he chose to lay low for a while, accumulate strength, and plot to invade again. It occurred to Ziyu Chuan that their king perished in the war between the human race and the sea demons, so the sea demons' royal city had to hide from the yin-yang world. After so many years, the new king had already transcended the tribulation, and it was the day the royal city returned. The king wouldn't come over for the time being, but if a half-king came, he would still be invincible in the yin-yang world. Ziyu Chuan shouted, Okay, I've got it. Yu Shun, take him to the 10,000 Demon Valley and report this to Master Cao Xuan. Among the three venerables, one of them got up, stretched out his hand, and left with the lobster soldier. Han Fei, who was hiding in the dark, overheard their conversation. They didn't expect that anyone else would come here because they were all arrays next to the crack. Besides, they were speaking in the sea demon language, which human beings couldn't understand at all. But when Han Fei heard the word, our king, he couldn't have felt worse. As he expected, it was the Sea Demon Royal City. The Sea Demon Royal City of the Yin-Yang world was about to emerge again. The old turtle said, Look, they have a king. Han Fei said crossly, I'm not deaf. Even if they have a king, so what? He can't come over. Otherwise, if he comes alone, who in the entire Thousand Star City can be his match? Han Fei suddenly looked at the undersea chasm. Old Yuan, do you think we can blow up this teleportation array? The old turtle said leisurely. Someone from the Sea Demon Royal City can come here, which means that the seal stopping them from coming over has been broken. Or rather, the entrance is already there. How can you blow it up? Han Fei said. I have billions of demonic stones. This is just a channel. Then his voice faded away. This kind of space channel seemed to only be related to the great Tao of space. Spiritual energy explosion was probably too low level compared to it. Han Fei calculated in his heart. The other party didn't send a half-king over until a month later, which meant that they didn't have any now. In other words, Ningjing should be the strongest person now. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Queen Life had told Ningjing not to help him easily, and told him that the path of kings was rarely completed with the help of others, however, this temptation was very strong. Holding back his excitement, Han Fei decided to check the 10,000 Demon Valley first. As for whether to ask Ningjing to take action or not, Ningjing was 100,000 kilometers away anyway. After he finished reconnaissance, he would have a month to think about it. After another half day, Han Fei finally came to the familiar 10,000 Demon Valley. Although he hadn't stayed long in this place, he had explored it carefully back then. As he saw, there were 100,000 residents in the core circle. How many people were there in total in the outer abyss? He didn't know. After all, he didn't have the ability to investigate it back then. What surprised Han Fei was that the Sea Demon Coliseum, which was the most popular place for sea demons, was in a sealed state. Also, for some reason, Han Fei found that the people in the 10,000 Demon Valley seemed to be much fewer. Were they all cultivating? Han Fei didn't stay long. He passed the canyon channel, passed through the huge half-mermaid statue, and came to the circular core area. Back then, Han Fei lived on the outermost layer of this circle, and Yuji lived next door. Now when he thought about it, he was a little naive back then, thinking that all the heavenly talents lived here. After all, when he pretended to be Yu Fei, he was only a hanging fisher, not even a hidden fisher. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that only the outermost level was occupied by creatures of the demonization realm. And further in, the half-mermaids were getting stronger and stronger. Passing the circle, above the innermost layer of the circular pillar, Han Fei sensed that there was a hall hidden in the darkness, like the control center of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley, suspended in the sky. Demonic energy was steaming there. He didn't know if it was gathering the demonic energy or releasing it. The old turtle said, "All right, although ordinary people can't discover your current body, that's only relative. If you happen to be discovered by a peak-level venerable, even if Jinger wants to save you, you might not be able to escape." Han Fei stood still. "What did you feel?" the old turtle said. "There is indeed a peak-level venerable here, the one we saw last time in the Sea of Pearls. The lobster soldier we saw just now is reporting, oh, I forgot to tell you that in addition to one peak-level venerable, there are 3 advanced venerables and as many as 6 intermediate venerables. This strength is probably much stronger than that of your Scattered Stars Island. Your Scattered Stars Island doesn't have any advanced venerables at the moment, and here there are already 4. Han Fei's expression was also ugly. 1 peak-level venerable, 4 advanced venerables, and 6 or 7 intermediate venerables? Han Fei asked. What about junior ones? The old turtle said. The junior ones don't seem to be here. I haven't seen any. Not here? Han Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. There were even mid or high-level venerables in the 10,000 Demon Valley. It was impossible that there weren't any junior venerables. He had killed 2 of them. Could it be that the 10,000 Demon Valley happened to only have these 2? The old turtle said, I haven't found any yet. However, there aren't many people in the 10,000 Demon Valley. As far as I can tell, there are less than 100,000 people. Impossible. Han Fei immediately shook his head. It was impossible that the number of people had decreased by at least hundreds of thousands in the past 10 years. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. The junior venerables are not here, nor are a large number of half-mermen. There must be something wrong with them. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and asked, Old Yuan, what is the strength of the half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley? The old turtle said, Well, you might not believe it, but there are probably less than 100,000 people in this place, and half of them are in the Sea Demon realm. Huh? Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Something big must have happened. It was impossible that the 10,000 Demon Valley only had 100,000 sea demons, and among these 100,000 sea demons there were 50,000 sea demons? That was equivalent to 50,000 hidden fishers? This ratio was ridiculous. Han Fei immediately shouted, Not good. Old Yuan, something big has happened. Chapter 1420, Soul Search. Chapter 1420, Soul Search Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this time, there were only 100,000 people left in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Besides, half of these 100,000 people were sea demons. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was definitely impossible in the 10,000 Demon Valley in the past. Just think about the White Shell Royal City. How many years had the White Bay Royal City been tried before it managed to produce 100,000 sea spirits? Gosh, how many years had it been since he left the Scattered Stars Island? 50,000 sea demon realms had appeared out of nowhere? Did they fall from the sky? Han Fei thought to himself, the 10,000 Demon Valley certainly didn't have the ability to create so many sea demons in the sea demon realm. Either the 10,000 Demon Valley opened a king-level secret realm which had infinite resources, or these people came from the cracks. Han Fei panicked. Old Yuan, where are the 50,000 sea demons? The old turtle asked. What do you want? Han Fei said. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to slaughter all the sea demons in the sea demons camp. I need to catch someone to see where the people of the 10,000 Demon Valley are and how they've grown so fast. In the end, the old turtle pointed in the direction of the Cultivation Canyon in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei rushed over without hesitation. He had already passed the 72-floor Soul Realm. The Cultivation Canyon had no secrets to him. After only 15 minutes, Han Fei came to an ordinary demon realm outside the 72-floor Soul Realm. This demon realm was a place to cultivate the soul. Han Fei quietly crept in. Generally speaking, even if the other party had a king, he wouldn't go to the Cultivation secret realm to observe everyone. Han Fei just took a few random steps, and with a thought, the void lines caught a half-mermaid who was cultivating. Han Fei's realm and strength were too far above this half-merman. Therefore, the moment this half-merman was controlled by Han Fei, he couldn't even open his eyes, but he had already lost control of his soul. Deep in his heart, Han Fei could even feel the horror in his soul. This time, Han Fei's soul-searching technique finally came in handy. Since Han Fei deduced the awesome soul-searching technique, he hadn't really searched a soul once. This time, the half-merman was still in a state of cultivation. Han Fei scanned with his soul and felt that part of his consciousness had directly entered the sea demon's consciousness. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of pictures appeared in Han Fei's perception. For example, this half-merman was named Yu Fa. For example, this half-merman was originally a butterfly fish. For example, from the moment this half-merman successfully evolved and entered the 10,000 Demon Valley, he was instilled with the belief that humans should be wiped out. Han Fei ignored the trivial information. Soon, Han Fei found a different battlefield in the depths of the half-mermaid's consciousness. On a cultivation night a few years ago, Yu Fa was cultivating in the Cultivation Canyon as usual. At that time, he was only in the high level of the demonization realm and wasn't very strong. On that day, with a loud noise, there was a strong earthquake, which woke countless half-mermaids up from their cultivation. A terrifying pressure appeared out of nowhere, directly suppressing everyone. All the half-mermen were trembling, fearing that a human powerhouse had sneaked up on them. But immediately afterwards, a phantom stood proudly in the air. The man was bathed in brilliance. Under the holy light, the person said, "Our king has descended. In order to award the 10,000 Demon Valley that has been fighting against the human race and suffering heavy casualties, he specially set up a cultivation sage realm, allowing all creatures above the demonization realm to enter this realm to cultivate." Blue Feather immediately knelt in front of the holy light. "Thank you for the arrival of my king's divine body. I'll do my best to fight against the human race." The man continued, "Well, Blue Feather, our king appreciates your contribution to the Sea Clan, so he asked me to inform you that you and the other powerhouses of the 10,000 Demon Valley can enter the Sage Realm to cultivate." With that, the person waved his hand, and a mountain in the center of the 10,000 Demon Valley was shattered. Under the ground veins, a golden light shot to the sky, and a big golden fish rushed out, turning into a human figure in the blink of an eye. Han Fei read Yufu's memories and saw this scene clearly. As soon as the man appeared, he half knelt on the ground. "Yin Gei thanks the king for breaking the seal." In the sky, the voice said indifferently, "Yin Gei, your defeat 1800 years ago almost destroyed the foundation of the 10,000 Demon Valley for tens of thousands of years. Now our king has come to earth. Seeing that you have already become a venerable and have been guarding the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than 1,000 years, he allows you to make up for your error. Don't disappoint our king." The man raised his head and shouted, "I'll do anything for you, my king. If I fail again, I'll kill myself." Han Fei was stunned. 1800 years ago, this person almost caused the destruction of the 10,000 Demon Valley? But wasn't it Tang Yan's era 1,800 years ago? A shocking battle indeed broke out, causing the royal city to disappear. Not only the sea demons stopped fighting, but the humans also suffered heavy losses. Even Tang Yan had given up his position as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island to find the royal city. That day's miraculous scene was roughly like this. Except for the guy wrapped in holy light, it seemed that from the beginning to the end, only one venerable had jumped out. In Han Fei's experience, this was undoubtedly an act. Obviously, the person and Blue Feather had agreed in advance. Of course, Han Fei couldn't directly tell the strength of this person from Yu Fa's memories. However, from this person's words, he could get a few key information. One was the Sage Realm. This must be a place with abundant resources that could quickly upgrade the half-mermaids. The other was the new arrival of their king. What did it mean by new arrival? Did it mean that, in the past, there was no king in this royal city, but now there was? From this information, it could be deduced that this sea demon royal city was not in the yin-yang world, nor was it related to the water-wood world. There was only one result, the Wall of Death, which was the turbulent sea. This sea demon capital could only be in the turbulent sea. Han Fei continued to search. After that night, the 10,000 Demon Valley was in an uproar. In the following days, the 10,000 Demon Valley restricted the sea demons from going out. All exits were blocked. 7 days later, on the 10,000 Demon Valley side, 6 super venerables that no one had ever seen suddenly appeared. They carved an extremely huge array together, almost covering the entire sky above the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei could tell from Yu Fa's memory that it was clearly an extremely huge teleportation array, and it was a directional teleportation array. How could Han Fei, a master of arrays, not even recognize a directional teleportation array? Furthermore, Han Fei even saw some relatively complicated things from this directional teleportation array. For example, this teleportation array was mixed with some defensive arrays and soul-driving arrays. However, when Han Fei saw this, he had a bad feeling. The Sea Demon Venerable was not a fool. How could he have created such a huge teleportation array for nothing? Sure enough, Blue Feather's voice resounded throughout the 10,000 Demon Valley. "Attention, everyone. You are all outstanding members of our 10,000 Demon Valley. Honor my king's order, and I will tell you shocking news. The Sea Demon Royal City is returning, and our king is returning. Before our king returns, he will bestow an unparalleled sage realm to you. In this realm, there are countless opportunities, and you'll have to reach the sea demon realm to leave the realm. Everyone, prepare to enter the realm. When seeing this scene, Hanfei had a question. If they couldn't leave until they reached the sea demon realm, then why were there still 50,000 people in the 10,000 demon valley who hadn't reached the sea demon realm? However, on second thought, Hanfei realized that the incompetent half-mermaids who were responsible for shopping and refining or served as servants would probably be ordered to stay. Or rather, some people missed the time. This was because under normal circumstances, sea demons could leave the 10,000 demon valley and go out to hunt. Those who hunted outside were definitely not a small number. Originally, they had gone out to hunt with all their might, but the other people were sitting at home and enjoying the benefits. After they came back, the teleportation array must have been closed. Otherwise, how much of a price would it have to pay to maintain such a large teleportation array? The time it could be opened must have been special. At that moment, Hanfei saw countless half-mermaids rushing towards the array. It was really shocking. Hanfei was calm. In fact, he had already expected it. He knew what the 10,000 demon valley was like. How could so many sea demon realms suddenly appear? To put it bluntly, the path of cultivation was the same as the insect race's soldier explosion. Only with a large population could some extraordinary powerhouses be born. There were even 50,000 sea demons in the sea demon realm. Then there must be at least 500 sea spirits. After all, this was equivalent to a welfare secret realm. It was normal for those whose strength had been suppressed to soar after obtaining a great opportunity. Even if the number of sea spirits was less than 1%, there should be 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000. The population of the 10,000 demon valley was there. It would be strange if 1,000,000 sea demons couldn't give birth to 100 sea spirits. Hanfei followed Yufa into the teleportation array and reached an unknown sea area. This place was covered by fog and strong wind, huh? Hanfei was shocked. Why was this place so familiar? The periphery of the Wall of Death. Hanfei had already been sure that this was outside the Wall of Death. In the Waterwood world, when the three parties gathered at the periphery of the Wall of Death, he saw such a scene the moment the resource competition appeared. At this place, a venerable that Hanfei was familiar with appeared. It was the venerable named Yingei, and there seemed to be other venerables. Yufa and the others were led to a place. His Hanfei gasped hard. A crack? Yes, in the world outside the Wall of Death, Hanfei saw a huge crack. 1,000,000 sea demons were lined up and walking towards the crack. Son of a BST Chi, did they go into the Wall of Death? Chapter 1421, Secrets of Speed, Chapter 1421, Secrets of Speed Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Fortunately, he had the soul-searching technique, which was so simple, effective, and fast. When Hanfei continued to search his soul, he soon saw what was like in the so-called Sage Realm. It was a boundless undersea jungle of pebbles and stones, a reef area full of sea anemones, a coral bush, an undersea jungle, a desert. In short, that place was equivalent to a terrain mixed with multiple secret realms. And the so-called cultivation was actually not accurate. There was a massive amount of conchs there. Whether it was the coral sea, the undersea jungle, or the land of sand, there were conchs everywhere. The sea demons could quickly improve their strength and soul by killing the conchs and swallowing a drop of blood produced from the conchs. In the so-called Sage Realm, Hanfei saw millions of conchs. There were more than 100 kinds of conchs. Because this place was too big, Hanfei didn't doubt it. This was a world of big conchs, and the number of big conchs was far more than what Yufa could see. Oh my god, are there conchs everywhere? Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Those who got the real benefits would also encounter risks. After the essence blood of these big conchs was absorbed into the body, it didn't seem to be digested or absorbed immediately. As a result, some of the half-mermaids who were hunting the big conchs began to fight each other. The total number of those who died in combat or were swallowed by the big conchs was not small at all. There was definitely a 30% casualty rate at least. Theoretically speaking, this number was already very high. After all, you said it was a sage realm, but people died after entering it? This was not a sage realm, but a secret realm of death. When 1,000,000 people went in and came out, there were only 700,000 people left, and 300,000 had died. However, the sea demons obviously didn't care about this. After all, 1,000,000 demonization realm sea demons had become 700,000 ones in the sea demon realm. This was a good deal. Even Hanfei was very envious. If this news was told to the 1,000,000 soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island, they would probably rush to explore this secret realm like crazy. Of course, this was what he had sensed from Yufa's memory. As for the specific situation, he had to see it in person. In Hanfei's view, although the benefits there were great, that place was too demonic. The ecological environment of a place full of conchs must have something wrong. Did conchs not eat algae after swallowing spiritual energy? Or had spiritual energy replaced their food? Had most sea creatures forgotten the traditional hunting method? These people were growing rapidly because they had absorbed the essence blood in the conchs. But why was that? How could a creature's essence blood work even better than an ultra-quality spiritual fruit? Was there some special power in the essence blood? Hanfei was speechless. If a drop of essence blood was so useful, it probably contained some power of the great Tao. But Han Fei wondered, how could a creature that could be killed by a half-merman in the demonization realm have the power of the Great Tao? It seemed that there were some unknown secrets in it. No matter what, this place could indeed be regarded as a sage realm. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Although the conchs were difficult to kill, the sea demon's cultivation speed was improved a lot. Immediately, Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, if such a place can't be used by the human race, I won't allow you sea race to use it. Han Fei had already made up his mind to explore the secret realm first. If he found that secret realm, he would take his men to destroy it first. Otherwise, if this went on, wouldn't the 10,000 Demon Valley be full of half-mermaids in the sea demon realm? It could be imagined that if all the half-mermaids in the 10,000 Demon Valley reached the sea demon realm, what about the Blood Sea Valley? How many sea demon realms and sea spirits would be born from the 3 million ordinary sea demons in the Blood Sea Valley? Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, the Scattered Stars Island would be doomed. With a thought, Han Fei used the power of his soul to erase a part of Yufu's memory. After a minute, Yufa was woken up from his cultivation. He looked around and was relieved to see that nobody was around. For some reason, Yufu felt that he seemed to be dreaming just now. He dreamed of the scene in the Sage Realm. Yufa couldn't help shivering slightly. Although the Sage Realm was a place where he could grow up, it was still a huge abyss that kept swallowing the lives of half-mermaids. There was no free lunch in this world. If you wanted to grow up, you had to pay a price. If you got something, someone would have to give something. Nothing was for free. Yufa swore that he must become strong. Only by becoming strong could he survive in this chaotic world. While Yufa was still silently making his oath, Han Fei had already quietly drifted out of the 10,000 Demon Valley. In less than 3 days, all the 3 places had been investigated. At first, Han Fei just wanted to see what the hell the new crack was. However, he didn't expect to discover such a big secret. Seeing that Han Fei was swimming out, the old turtle said, Han Fei, you were using the soul-attracting technique just now, weren't you? Han Fei said, of course. Without the soul-attracting art, how would I know where these people went? Why did they suddenly grow up? The old turtle asked. Have you found it? Han Fei said, yes, but I need to verify it. Han Fei felt that he had to find a way to let Little Black and Little White continue to grow. Now, he couldn't really hide from top powerhouses. Even peak explorers like the Star Turtle could discover him as long as they paid attention. Indeed, this pure darkness was very suitable for stealth. When Han Fei was 100,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley, no one discovered that their base camp had been visited by someone. Taking out the venerable token, Han Fei sat on the sea. After a moment, he saw the void flash, and Jinger appeared directly beside him, holding a cup of burning, fiery liquor. Han Fei was stunned. Do you like drinking? Jinger said. I was bored waiting. So I went to the Scattered Stars Island and got some food and drink. Han Fei thought to himself. Half-kings are really capricious. She traveled 500,000 or 600,000 kilometers just to get something to eat? Interesting. Jinger asked, how is it going? What did you find in the sea demon's camp? Han Fei shook his head. What's certain is that there are no half-kings. There is one peak-level venerable, but I don't know if there is only one. By the way, Jinger, how far is the perception range of your venerable token? Jinger was puzzled. This thing can show me the direction. If the yin-yang world is not much larger than the waterwood world, then no matter where you are, I can perceive your direction. Of course, the further you are, the less accurate the perception will be. If you are more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, I can only sense which region you are. As for where you are exactly, I can clearly sense it only when you're close to me. Han Fei thought for a moment about the yin-yang world sea chart hanging in the Marshal's mansion. The sea chart only covered an area of about 3 million kilometers, and the area behind the 10,000 Demon Valley was only more than 1 million kilometers. The map didn't mark places like the 36 towns and the level 3 fishery. However, the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley were like two armies confronting each other. They were separated by the middle line between the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley, and both parties occupied half of the sea. Therefore, Han Fei could estimate that the 36 towns were right behind the Scattered Stars Island. However, this distance should be more than 2 million kilometers, or even more than 3 million kilometers. It was only because of this that the sea chart in the Marshal's mansion didn't mark the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. Besides, the 36 towns were array islands, so they should also have a corresponding defense. Similarly, Han Fei could also guess that the so-called Sage Realm must be behind the 10,000 Demon Valley, near the Wall of Death. Han Fei said, Jinger, I'm going to a place that's about 4 million kilometers away. When the time comes, I need you to cross the void and come to me. Han Fei decided that he'd better not use Jinger's power if he could. Jinger was surprised. So far away? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Is this very far away for you? Jinger shrugged. Yes, it will take at least half an hour even for a half-king to arrive as quickly as possible. If you want to go there quietly, it will take at least an hour or more, but if you have 2 hours, you won't be easily discovered. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? Even half-kings are afraid of being discovered? Jinger shook her head slightly. You don't know this. When your speed reaches a certain limit, space will change, and the flow of time will change slightly. When you reach the level of a half-king, your speed may cause a change in space and time. That's a dangerous domain. Under normal circumstances, only a king realm powerhouse dares to rush like this. After Jinger explained, the old turtle also said, when your speed reaches a certain limit, the way you travel has changed. You're no longer just traveling in reality or the void. You can create your own channel in the void. Half-kings haven't reached this level yet, so Jinger didn't lie to you. Hiss, Hanfei couldn't help taking a breath, wondering if the speed that Jinger and the old turtle mentioned was close to the speed of light. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, Jinger, can your current speed catch up with the speed of light? When Jinger heard that, she was stunned for a moment and then chuckled. How is it possible? That's a domain that only kings can touch. I'm still far away from it. When I burst out, my peak speed might be 1% of light. Hanfei, W. Chapter 1422, C. Demon Sage Realm Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. Hanfei felt that it was not bad to chit-chat with the old turtle and Jinger. He didn't know that Jinger's peak speed had reached 1% of light. Hanfei really wanted to count with his fingers. He didn't know what to say. Jinger's speed was 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers per second. Was she really a human being? Seeing that Hanfei was stunned, Jinger couldn't help but say, Hey, don't equate the distance in the real world with the distance in the void. You should have experienced it yourself. The distance between reality and the void is completely different. Similarly, when you enter the venerable realm in the future, or even the half-king realm, you will understand it. Hanfei thought to himself, anyway, I can't understand it now. If my speed is really so fast, can I really travel through time? Maybe I can explain the mystery of the century. However, Hanfei didn't dwell on it. This world was just so magical. In a sense, he was no longer a human. Well, it wouldn't be outrageous to call him a god in the eyes of his former self. He had the immortal golden body, golden blood, and yin-yang divine eyes. If it weren't for the experience along the way, Hanfei would have thought that he was a legendary figure. This was because Jinger had said that if the distance was too far, even if she rushed over at her fastest speed, it would take more than half an hour. The Sage Realm had a venerable level great demon guarding it. If an advanced or peak level venerable appeared, no matter how conceited Hanfei was, he would probably be crushed by them. Hanfei said, you'd better go from the teleportation array with me. Jinger was puzzled. What teleportation array? Hanfei said. On this reconnaissance mission, I set up a directional teleportation array, from which we can go to a magical secret realm near the Wall of Death. Upon hearing this, Jinger agreed. It was a good opportunity for her to see what the yin-yang world was like with Hanfei. Hanfei extended his hand and pointed, and demonic energy rolled on his body. As a brilliant light bloomed, a 100-meter-long array appeared in the air. This array was exactly the same as the huge teleportation array that Hanfei had just seen. The venerables of the 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't have imagined that their teleportation array had been completely copied. Looking at the teleportation array, Jinger couldn't help but say, it seems to be very far away indeed. This teleportation array consumes a lot of energy. The Waterwood world was a place with teleportation arrays everywhere. Jinger was already used to all kinds of teleportation arrays. However, the teleportation array furthest in the Waterwood world didn't pass 500,000 kilometers. Even the teleportation arrays passing 100,000 kilometers were pathetically few. This was because the longer the distance, the more spiritual energy this teleportation array needed. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't necessary. Hanfei and Jinger entered the teleportation array one after another. Swish! The moment Hanfei appeared, he saw heavy mist around him. Having no time to observe, Hanfei stomped and a defensive barrier appeared around him. Then he opened his mouth and activated the swallowing technique, immediately swallowing the demonic energy and energy that he had teleported over. As for some fluctuations in space, Jinger waved her hand and immediately vanished. Jinger said, the disadvantage of the teleportation array is that there were spatial fluctuations here before we came. Someone has noticed this. Let's leave first. Jinger grabbed Hanfei and took a step forward, appearing thousands of kilometers away. Then, the mist covered them and no one could find them again. About 20 seconds after Hanfei and Jinger left, a figure swept out of the void. The Sea Demon Venerable looked around and murmured, did I sense it wrong? Having avoided the Sea Demon Venerable's pursuit, Hanfei swam away with the black mist body again, while Jinger just watched the show and didn't intervene. He took Jinger with him just in case. Otherwise, with such a strong master by his side, what was the difference if he didn't use her? After only half an hour, Hanfei, who was slowly moving on the bottom of the sea, found the huge crack. However, what surprised Hanfei was that the huge crack he found was actually on the seal on the Wall of Death. Fuck, is the so-called Sage Realm really inside the Wall of Death? Hanfei frowned slightly. From Yufa's memory, probably because of the limitation of his strength, he couldn't find the existence of the invisible seal on the Wall of Death. After all, from the outside, this huge crack looked like a crack from the sky to the ground. As for why there was this crack and what was behind the crack, they might think about it, but they probably wouldn't get an answer. At this moment, Hanfei found another venerable sitting next to the crack. This person had 3 big spears erected on his back, which looked like 3 black bones. They should be related to his original body. The old turtle said, an advanced venerable. It seems that you found the right place. Han Fei, however, didn't feel happy because of this. He had found the place, which meant that many sea demons were still in the middle of a trial. It also meant that this place was continuously supplying Sea Demon Realm soldiers to the 10,000 Demon Valley. Buzz. The crack trembled, and Han Fei saw a half-merman walk out. Judging from his strength, he had just entered the Sea Demon Realm. When the half-merman saw the Venerable, he immediately said respectfully, "Master Mo, okay, go 1,000 kilometers to the west. Wait there." "Yes, my lord." The half-merman immediately agreed, lowered his head, and went west. Hearing this, Han Fei quietly tailed them and waited for a moment. Finally, 1,000 kilometers away, he found a place blocked by an invisible seal, and the fog and storm couldn't reach here. At a glance, there were more than 800 Sea Demon Realm half-mermen and 16 half-mermen who had just entered the Sea Spirit Realm. In front of this group of people was a familiar face. Han Fei remembered from Yufa's memory that this was the Yin-Gei that had been suppressed under the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than 1,800 years. Looking at it in person, the old turtle said, he has just become an intermediate venerable. Looking at the more than 800 Sea Demon Realm half-mermen who were consolidating their strength, Han Fei said coldly, "I want to go in." The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "What can you do in there? Attack hundreds of thousands of them alone?" Han Fei sneered. "Entering it doesn't mean I have to kill the enemies. Only by entering it can I know what the secret is, and how the Scattered Stars Island should deal with it." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He was still curious about what the hell those big conchs were. If their essence blood could allow ordinary sea demons to quickly improve their realm, it would be fine, but Blue Feather and other great demons at the Dao-seeking realm could also go in to improve their strength. Blue Feather had even become a venerable, and xuanhuan had transcended the tribulation. There must be something behind this. Ignoring the hundreds of people on the Yin-Gi's side, Han Fei returned to the crack again. As the saying went, eliminate the weeds at the root. To become a king didn't mean that he had to solve everything alone. Otherwise, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? With the help of the night and the fog, Han Fei hid by the crack. If he went in rashly, it would cause a spatial vibration. The Venerable was not an idiot and would definitely find out that something was wrong. According to the number of sea demons, at least a few people would come out of the Sage Realm every day, right? Otherwise, the Scattered Stars Island wouldn't need to be afraid, and the 10,000 Demon Valley wouldn't have owned 50,000 Sea Demon Realm half-mermen in just a few years. Sure enough, after Han Fei only stared for about 2 hours, the dark crack trembled, and 3 people came out in a row. Han Fei took the opportunity to brush past the 3 of them, and with his mist body, he slipped into the so-called Sage Realm. Perhaps the Sea Demon Venerable was used to seeing people coming out, so he ignored these people and was focused on cultivating, so he didn't notice Han Fei. Swish, the scene in front of him changed, and Han Fei felt more than 10 times the gravity. Such a little gravity had almost no effect on him now. The world in front of him was an undersea reef area. Most of the reefs were covered by algae and sea anemones. Han Fei saw a big green conch chewing on a broadleaf algae dozens of meters long. However, what made him a little speechless was that this conch actually had 3 mouths. Han Fei was stunned. He had heard of 9-headed snake, 9-tailed fox, but not 3-mouthed conch. This creature really refreshed his worldview. Han Fei was surprised. "Oh, it's eating. I thought these big conchs also depend on photosynthesis." Han Fei certainly wouldn't take a mere conch seriously. He stepped to the conch, and information popped up in his eyes. 3-layered demonic conch, green conchs unique to the conch sea. It's contaminated with the corrosive blood of king-level creatures, causing its body to mutate and transform into a demon conch. This conch has 3 mouths, which are respectively for soul-absorbing, blood-sucking, and spirit-swallowing. Its defense is extremely strong. Remember to kill it as quickly as possible in combat. 58 rare 15,924 points. Eating its corrosive blood is very easy for the body to mutate, causing the bloodline to awaken. Corrosive blood. Corrosive blood can corrode the foundation and spiritual heritage. Don't eat it. Han Fei's pupils were constricted when he saw the information. Contaminated by the corrosive blood of king-level creatures? No wonder these sea monsters could grow so quickly. It turned out that all of them had taken a king's contaminated blood, which helped them quickly improve their strength. Son of Abitus Chi, Han Fei cursed secretly, thinking that the king of the Sea Demon Royal City was really tough. He seemed to be willing to do anything to destroy the human race. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that there was a force trying to draw him away. Then he saw that the 3-layered demonic conch with a green shell was sucking at him crazily with its 3 conch mouths. Bang! Han Fei slapped it and smashed it. Absorb my ass. Don't you know what level you are at? How dare you absorb me? The old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Why are you angry at a conch?" Han Fei said fiercely, "Because it is no longer a pure conch." Chapter 1423, Conch C. Chapter 1423, Conch C. Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations. The big conch was smashed to pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei reached out and a bubbling blood drop appeared in front of him. Han Fei frowned. This drop of blood was dark green, very different from ordinary red blood. Not only did it have a sweet aroma, but there was also a pounding sound in the blood drop, like the sound of a heart beating. When Han Fei picked up the drop of blood, the dark green blood tried to touch Han Fei's skin. However, knowing that it was corrosive blood, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let it. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a mass of water, wrapping the drop of blood. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, do you know what this is?" The old turtle was lost for words. "Do you think I'm omnipotent? I'm not a god. This is just a drop of dark green essence blood. In this vast sea, there are at least 80,000 kinds of creatures with this color of blood. How can I guess? Huh? Wait, the old turtle had just finished complaining when he suddenly said, "Something is wrong. This drop of blood contains so much blood. Chi." Such surging blood chi is simply a great tonic for those little sea demons in the demonization realm. It's no wonder their strength has improved greatly, Han Fei said leisurely. So? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "In order to achieve this effect, one has to have the blood of a half-venerable demon at least." Han Fei said leisurely again. However, the 10,000 Demon Valley has already created 50,000 sea demon half-mermen. Here, as far as I can perceive, there are more than 1,000 half-mermen, and this big conch is even more than sea demons. The old turtle was stunned. After a long time, he said, "Why don't you try hunting another conch?" Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and a fishing hook appeared in his hand. He threw it casually, and the hook shot through the void like an arrow, instantly catching a big conch 10 kilometers away. Crack. The big conch didn't even know what was going on, but it felt that it was grabbed in an instant. Then there was no then. The moment the big conch appeared, Han Fei had already smashed it into pieces. Han Fei didn't know when it started, but when he looked at these creatures, he suddenly felt as if he were looking down at ants. He felt that as long as he issued an order in his heart, they would die. However, Han Fei didn't take it seriously at all. Both he and the old turtle were attracted by a drop of identical dark green blood. Seeing the drop of blood, Han Fei said, "It seems that every conch has such a drop of blood." The old turtle paused and said, "Try catching one more. Catch a conch further away." Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei cast his hook 3,000 kilometers away and caught a sea spirit conch. In just a moment, 6 drops of dark green blood essence had appeared in Han Fei's hand. Among them, the blood essence of the sea spirit conch was much more intense than the other drops. At this moment, the old turtle finally said leisurely, "You seem to be in serious trouble." Han Fei said indifferently, "Judging from the blood drops, they should all be from the same person. And this sea demon secret realm is enough for hundreds of thousands or even millions of people to hunt and grow. This means that there may be millions of such blood spirits." The old turtle nodded and said, "It's impossible for anyone below the level of a king to do that, unless it's an evil cultivator who specializes in this. Just like the blood pool you saw last time and the evil cultivators in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, these people are actually the same." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Evil cultivators?" the old turtle said. "I'm almost certain that all the big conchs here are used by a king to absorb power. Although these big conchs are still alive, they can't live long. With or without these sea demons, their lifespan is definitely less than 100 years. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "What if they're eaten?" The old turtle chuckled. "This kind of blood is a vitality-snatching tool in the first place. Maybe it can stimulate one's potential and increase one's strength, but this is at the cost of one's own potential and longevity. This kind of reckless digging and using one's own potential will inevitably lead to a crazy decrease in longevity. The faster one cultivates, the faster he will die." "Huff," Han Fei suddenly said. "The king absorbs these sea demons' power through the conchs, but can he take back all these powers? With millions of sea demons supplying power to him, how can the king digest such a huge power?" The old turtle said solemnly, "You underestimated kings. Queen Life can give birth to a drop of like spring water in a few years at most. However, a drop of like spring water can even extend the life of a venerable for decades. If an explorer takes it, it can at least increase his lifespan by 100 years. That's the power of a king." Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. Fuck, this explanation seems interesting. Assuming that this so-called sage realm was developed over many years, then it only took a little time to create such a secret realm for a king. The old turtle continued, "As for how to take back this power, there are many other ways. For example, the technique that Yu Wen Dao gave you can ignore the distance of space by offering sacrifices. Also, if this evil technique is the power of the king's great Dao in the first place, then he can easily take back these powers. The so-called seal is generally unable to seal the power of the great Dao unless one deliberately seals this power. However, if you can seal 1 or 2, can you seal thousands or tens of thousands?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched as he said, "According to what you said, isn't this king-level creature a bit too powerful?" "Are all the kings in the world so strong?" the old turtle said disdainfully. "What do you think? All those below the king realm are ants. Only after entering the king level can you know what real strength is. At least in this desolate land, the king level is still extremely powerful." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei thought to himself, "The old turtle seems to look down upon the king realm a little bit. But all those below the king realm are ants," reminded him of the scene Luo Xiaobai experienced in the ideal palace. Han Fei had already learned from the information that it was the corrosive blood of a king. He chatted with the old turtle because he wanted to figure out the purpose of the king. At this moment, Han Fei had an idea. The sea demon royal city probably wouldn't come for the time being. If it could, this king wouldn't have exploited his million sea demons. If he could make it, he would have come early. With this evil cultivation technique, billions of humans would be doomed. At this moment, all he needed to do was to consume some of his strength to create this sage realm. What was the purpose of him snatching these powers? Han Fei didn't know, but there were several possibilities. Firstly, he wanted to come over, but he couldn't. Therefore, he needed a medium and needed to sacrifice some sea demons. While sacrificing sea demons, he could still increase his strength and maybe kill humans along the way. The second was that he was at a critical moment of cultivation and needed strength to make a breakthrough. Perhaps there was a third, a fourth. However, no matter how many possibilities there were, Han Fei was only interested in whether he could come over or not. Once this kind of evil king came over, it would be a disaster for the human race. While Han Fei and the old turtle were chatting and thinking, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Around him, there were at least 7 sea demon realms and 2 sea spirit realms rushing in his direction. Han Fei frowned slightly. What was the meaning of this? How could these little shrimps find him? If it wasn't because they found him, then it was because they sensed the corrosive blood. After all, Han Fei was holding a small blob of corrosive blood in his hand. For these sea demons who were eager to improve their strength, it was definitely a treasure. However, in Han Fei's perception, there were actually many sea demons around. Many sea demons didn't conceal the traces of fighting because there were too many 3-layered demonic conchs here. However, only 9 sea demons were attracted here. Did the other sea demons not notice him? Han Fei immediately discovered the problem. These 9 sea demons were relatively the strongest group of the sea demons around. They were all sea demons who were about to make a breakthrough but didn't intend to go out of the sage realm. About half an hour later, 3 half-mermen in the junior sea demon realm rushed over. Han Fei was still in his black mist form and didn't use his real body. When the 3 of them came over and saw a mass of blood essence floating in the sea, they were stunned. Someone was surprised. Why is there no one here? Someone suddenly said warily, could it be bait? Since this person can get such a large mass of essence blood, he can't just leave it here. Hearing that, the 3 of them immediately became vigilant and even fused with their companion spirits. After confirming that there was no danger here, the 3 of them came to Han Fei, who had been waiting for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei activated the void lines and all 3 of them were hit. Instantly, all of them became living dead. Han Fei controlled the souls of the 3 of them and suddenly felt a power, which attempted to enter his soul along the void lines. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei frowned and controlled their internal organs to explode. Recalling the void lines, Han Fei grabbed 5 drops of corrosive blood from the 3 of them. Humph, you want to contaminate me? In your dreams. There were only 2 people in the second wave, one of which was a junior sea spirit and the other an intermediate sea demon. This time, they didn't even see the few drops of corrosive blood that Han Fei controlled before they were killed on the spot. Same as last time, the corrosive blood intended to contaminate Han Fei. However, the result was obvious. When Han Fei collected another small mass of corrosive blood in his hand, suddenly, he perceived that more than 100 sea demons were rushing towards him at the same time. Han Fei frowned slightly. Could it be that because he had more corrosive blood in his hand that there were more sea demons sensing him? Chapter 1424, Ambush. Chapter 1424, Ambush Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. More and more sea demons were attracted by the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand and came over one after another. If Han Fei was slightly weaker, he would have run away. When these people rushed to where Han Fei was, their eyes were red and demonic energy was surging from their bodies. They were even ready to attack. However, all they could see was a mass of corrosive blood. Someone couldn't care less. How many conchs he had to kill to get such a mass of corrosive blood? Immediately, someone reached for it. Bam! Someone had just rushed 100 meters away from Han Fei and exploded, not even knowing how he died. And Han Fei was still observing. He wanted to see how attractive the corrosive blood was to these sea demons. As he expected, almost all the sea demons who came couldn't hold themselves back when they saw the mass of corrosive blood. They were desperately rushing to Han Fei like drug addicts. Bang, bang, bang! The brilliant fireworks had exploded dozens of times. Han Fei didn't even move from beginning to end. He only set up a few killing arrays. In less than half an hour, Han Fei had already killed more than 100 sea demons. Most of them were walking right into the trap. However, there were 3 half-mermen in the sea spirit realm who were stronger and thus had better self-restraint. Although the corrosive blood was very attractive to them, they still held back, thinking that such a large amount of corrosive blood couldn't have appeared here for no reason. Of course, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The void lines had already controlled them before they left. In just half an hour, the corrosive blood in Han Fei's hand had increased several times. What surprised Han Fei was that as more and more corrosive blood gathered, the power it could unleash was greater too. The surging blood stirred the seawater nearby, which was shivering now and then. Huh? Han Fei was suspicious. Old Yuan, do you think this blood is intelligent? They are trying to break my seal. The old turtle said, I don't know if this blood is intelligent. However, the power of the great Tao in this blood seems to be gathering. I can't tell if it's 1 drop or 2 drops, but once it's large enough, the power of blood qi it can unleash will be very strong. Han Fei asked, what if the power of the great Tao gathers too much? The old turtle pondered for a moment. Don't worry, the king won't be able to come over. However, it's entirely possible for his projection to descend. This essence blood is only one kind of energy. Without the support of the original body, even if all the blood essence in this secret realm gathers, the king's projection will eventually disappear in battle after it appears. Han Fei asked, in other words, the king may arrive through the blood essence. Even if it's a projection, it's still a king's projection. No, the old turtle retorted, you can't say that. A king's projection doesn't necessarily have the strength of a king. Your world probably can't accommodate a king. Even if he can come over, can he leave this secret realm? Han Fei grinned. That makes sense. The yin-yang world was watched by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Ren Tianfei had warned him with a fish skin map when he was in the level 3 fishery. If a sea demon king could ignore the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye, the yin-yang world would have long been destroyed. Why would he still wait? Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that in the distance there was a force attracting him, and the blob of corrosive blood in his hand, like a magnetic iron, could feel the power. It was indeed an attraction power, which could be observed through the blood essence dynamics. Releasing his perception, Han Fei found that there was nothing unusual 8,000 kilometers away. At most, some scattered half-mermen were hunting and fighting the big conchs. He had to admit that the power limitation of this so-called sea demon sacred realm was too low. It wasn't like the kind of dangerous secret realm at all. His perception was completely unrestricted and could directly sweep more than 8,000 kilometers. Buzz. Han Fei flew away. These sea demons were too scattered. If he killed them one by one, it would waste his time, which couldn't solve the problem at all. Even if he had the ability to kill these hundreds of thousands of people who had dispersed, what if the 3 million ordinary inferior manfish from the Blood Sea Valley came over? Would he come to kill them again? Therefore, when the corrosive blood stirred, Han Fei's first thought was to find the source and kill him. A king-level creature was sealed in the Wall of Death. There must be some medium helping him interfere with the internal affairs of the yin-yang world, right? After a while, Han Fei was more than 10,000 kilometers away. At this moment, he was flying across a sea of sand. The big conchs here were of different species. The big conchs here were called the Sand Gate demonic conchs, and their strength was generally at the peak level of sea demon or even sea spirit. Therefore, there were fewer sea demons in this area. Han Fei casually killed 2 of them and found that the corrosive blood was the same, except that it had more intense blood qi than the previous ones. After another 6,000 kilometers, Han Fei passed a sea anemone tentacle area, a coral area, and a mud pool. What was worth mentioning was that the conchs in the mud were called snake conchs. There was a big snake in the conch, and its shell was buried in the soil. This place looked like the 10,000 snake cave and was extremely creepy. A world full of strange conchs? Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't know that conch could look like this. As he walked, Han Fei accumulated more and more corrosive blood. He killed one after another. Along the way, he killed as many as 200 strange conch. Han Fei felt that the blob of corrosive blood in his hand was already enough to upgrade an explorer. Of course, that was on the premise that this explorer dared to eat it. After a while, Han Fei saw that in the pitch-black sea area, there were some conchs with transparent carapace floating in the water like jellyfish. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived 3 figures. Qianian Ying, Kelvei Chunfeng, and Hai Xinlan. Coincidentally, Han Fei knew all 3 of them. They were the remaining 3 of the 8 wings of blue feather. In the battle at the Sea of Pearls, Han Fei didn't see these people. He thought they had died long ago. Who knew that they would appear here? At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting facing each other in a triangle. In the middle of the 3 of them, there was a dark green large cocoon on which blood qi were oscillating. The 3 of them seemed to be holding some sort of ritual. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Apart from Qianian Ying, who had long reached the Tao-seeking realm, both Hail of Changfeng and Hai Xinlan had already broken through to the Tao-seeking realm. At this moment, it seemed that Qianian Ying had reached the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Hail of Changfeng and Hai Xinlan were in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm. The 3 of them had grown so fast, it could be seen that they had benefited a lot from the so-called Sage realm. Han Fei quickly approached. With his strength, even if he was within 100 meters of these 3 people, it was impossible for them to discover him. With this in mind, Han Fei forcibly sealed the aura of the corrosive blood in his hand and really came within 100 meters of these 3 people. Sweeping his perception over, Han Fei found that there seemed to be a figure in the big cocoon. Not good. These beastards definitely aren't doing something good. Han Fei's first reaction was to kill these people and stop the weird ritual. However, the old turtle suddenly shouted, "Not good, we've been tricked, retreat." Han Fei? Hey? Han Fei was stunned. "I've been hiding well all the way here. When was I tricked?" Of course, Han Fei chose to retreat without hesitation. Although the old turtle was almost a useless turtle now, its life level was still different. Buzz. In all directions, dark green walls rose. Even with Han Fei's speed, he couldn't be faster than these walls. Star teleportation. The speed of this light array was like the 6-gate array of the hexagon starfish, extremely fast. However, the star teleportation technique was specifically used to break such an array. Han Fei didn't panic. Bang, boom. But when Han Fei was about to twist the space, the large mass of corrosive blood in his hand exploded with a bang. The terrifying power directly blew up the distorted space. Han Fei was blown 1,000 meters away and missed the chance to escape. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei felt that 10,000 times the gravity had fallen on him, making his body sink and fall directly to the bottom of the sea. Kill. Qianian Ying, Hail of Changfeng, and Hai Xinlan had already attacked. Wither Sea King's soul-breaking strike. Waterpath twining technique. The attacks of these three people instantly fell on Han Fei. This shocked Han Fei. By logic, these three people couldn't even see him, let alone attack him. However, although it was unexpected, Qianian Ying's time law hadn't reached the level of Great Tao yet, so it couldn't shake him at all. The power of time was directly sucked up by the time ring. Hail of Changfeng launched a terrifying attack at Han Fei's soul with his single horn. Even under this 10,000-time gravity, Han Fei still stabbed back with the god-scaring spike. Crack! With a bang, the sound of soul cracking sounded. Under the god-scaring stab, how could Hail of Changfeng withstand it with the strength of an intermediate Tao Seeker? Han Fei could easily kill Hail of Changfeng with a single blow now. He must be dreaming to kill Han Fei with a soul attack. Hail of Changfeng's head exploded in an instant, scaring Qianian Ying and Hai Xinlan away. Qianian Ying shouted, "Not good, this person's strength is beyond our imagination. My time technique is completely ineffective." While retreating, Hai Xinlan put her hands together. Han Fei felt that the surrounding seawater turned into seawater spears, darting at him frantically. Clang, 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 clang. While the two of them were shocked, Han Fei turned into a humanoid shadow and smiled. "Why? It took you so much effort to tie me up, but this is all you've got?" Chapter 1425, Black Evil Conch, King Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations Qianian Ying and Hai Xinlan couldn't see Han Fei at all. Even if Han Fei had turned into a human form, they could only feel the existence of a person not far away from them through the flow of seawater. However, no matter how they observed with their naked eyes, they could perceive no one, even if the person was already standing in front of them. Besides, from the attack just now, the two of them knew that this was not something they could handle at all. The two of them simply ignored the remains of Hailvei Changfeng and began to retreat as fast as they could. Fortunately, there was 10,000 times the gravity here. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to run. Roar! Suddenly, there seemed to be a dragon roar. The terrifying roar was none other than the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Under this roar, the two of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their heads were dizzy and they fell to the bottom of the sea. Before they realized what was going on, the void lines had already caught them. The moment Han Fei controlled them, he suddenly felt a strong force trying to catch him through the void lines. Humph! Han Fei immediately released the void lines. 10,000 knives in one. Han Fei raised his hand, and the infinity water ignored gravity and swept past Qianian Ying and Hai Xinlan in the blink of an eye. Puh! 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 Pooh! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were minced and dying. It would only take one breath for Han Fei to mince them. However, something shocking happened. After 3 explosions, Qianian Ying, Hai Xinlan, and the dead Haiyi Shangfeng were blown to dust. This was different from self-detonation. The self-destruction of an advanced Tao-seeking powerhouse could be described as terrifying. Its power was no weaker than that of his million-knife art. However, these 3 people were blown to pieces by an external force. At this moment, in Han Fei's eyes, the souls and flesh that the 3 people exploded into were swallowed by the dark green cocoon. In the sea, a heavy voice suddenly echoed, You're not a sea demon, are you? I smell human breath." Hiss. Han Fei didn't respond, but Snowmorn appeared in his hand. He struck out with all his strength and slashed at the big cocoon. In front of the big cocoon, layers of invisible carapace appeared. Ka-ka-ka. After breaking 32 invisible carapace barriers in a row, Han Fei's attack was blocked. Huh? The big cocoon was puzzled and said in surprise, "A human venerable? No, you aren't a venerable. I will definitely know if a venerable enters this realm. It seems that you are still an explorer." Han Fei still didn't respond, but said in his heart, "Old Yuan, didn't you say that the king couldn't come over? What's going on here?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Why are you panicking? If it could have come over, it would have done so long ago. What the hell is this thing? You should feel it out first." Han Fei finally said, "Oh? So you're the king of the Sea Demon Royal City?" The big cocoon was silent for 2 seconds. Don't you panic at all? Do you think you can survive under my hands? Han Fei grinned. It's not up to you whether or not I can survive. If your true self is here, I'll admit it. The problem is your true self here? Come out of this cocoon if you have the ability. It was not the first time Han Fei had faced a king. When he was with Queen Life, he didn't have any embarrassment or fear. He had even challenged the White Armor Emperor and almost equaled them. Now, he hadn't even seen this evil king, and the other party only sent 3 cannon fodder to attack him? They weren't even able to withstand a single slap of his. The only thing he couldn't see clearly was the big cocoon in front of him. Han Fei bet that it was at most a projection. Han Fei was no longer the hanging fisher he was when xuanhuan was taken away. Now, with Han Fei's combat power, he dared to fight even xuanhuan's projection, not to mention the projection of this evil king who had been sealed in the wall of death for countless years. The big cocoon began to tremble slightly after hearing Han Fei's words. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers and activated the heavenly luck technique. It seemed that the big cocoon was indeed a threat to him. In his heart, the old turtle shouted, "Why don't you try breaking this seal? The sea conchs within thousands of kilometers are all breaking. A massive amount of blood essence is gathering." Unlike Han Fei, this evil king might be able to block Han Fei's perception with the seal set up by Qiani and Ying and the others. However, he never thought that there would be an ancient turtle in Han Fei's body. Its soul realm was even higher than that of a king. As soon as the big cocoon took a move, the old turtle had already noticed him. Han Fei scanned the seal with his perception. If he guessed right, this evil king's technique was a bit similar to Master Hexagon's 6-gate array. His speed was extremely fast and his defense was extremely high. Han Fei thought instead of spending time attacking it, he might as well try to kill this big cocoon. Buzz. In the sea, a white mist appeared out of nowhere. It was his white mist body that Han Fei hid and forged the universe. However, after the white mist body appeared, Han Fei didn't choose to fuse with it. The white mist body transformed into a human and waved his hand, and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. The black mist body was holding Snowmorn, and the white mist body was holding the embroidery needle. Seeing the 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, the big cocoon trembled even harder. 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures? It seems that you have an extraordinary status in the human race. You can unleash the combat power of a venerable when you're only an explorer? If you're not the current supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, then you must be from a top family in the 1,000-star city. People from the Chu sect won't come here. Cao family. Are you from the Cao family? Guess my ass, Han Fei thought to himself. This king knows about the 1,000-star city. It seems that he has interacted with these families before. In that case, Han Fei had an idea. He activated the absorption technique and swallowed all the surrounding energy. Beast King technique. The draw. Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. 10,000 knives in one. In an instant, Han Fei launched an attack. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei didn't believe it. It was just a projection, and it was a large cocoon created by 3 mere Dao Seekers. How strong could it be? Han Fei stepped out, and the law of gravity descended, directly offsetting 70 to 80% of the gravity. The big cocoon was surprised again. It's indeed the Cao family's swallowing technique, but you actually tried to block my way with the power of law? Boy, are you looking for death? Crack, boom, Han Fei felt that the law of gravity around him was instantly crushed. Han Fei's muscles tightened as he activated the Dao Seed. All laws forbidden in this space. Shua. Han Fei felt that the gravity was instantly gone. How is that possible? The big cocoon trembled crazily, trying to perform another great technique. However, Han Fei had already activated the draw technique, and the 100-foot-long saber torrents that looked like tornadoes were also rushing at him frantically. The invisible barrier rose again, and the shields were broken one after another. In an instant, more than 50 layers were broken. Han Fei could feel that the dark green color on the big cocoon was fading and becoming lighter. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. I've told you, you want to keep me here? Unless you come in person. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Bang, bang, bang. The white mist body waved his hands, and the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks fell crazily. In the hands of the black mist body, 2 hammers appeared, and the 100 War Divine Hammer blasted out. Knock, knock, knock. Clang, clang, clang. Without using any techniques, Han Fei only used his physique, which was terrifyingly strong. In terms of strength alone, he could easily tear a junior venerable apart. The big cocoon was shattering one layer after another. After only a few seconds, the invisible shield was broken through 100 layers, and dozens of cracks appeared on the big cocoon. The big cocoon stopped speaking. At this moment, corrosive blood was already gathering crazily from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. After a round of bashing with the 100 War Divine Hammer, the dark green cocoon was already full of cracks, and its surface was already dim. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks hadn't stopped yet, and Han Fei had hit 500 layered waves in the furious sea. Crack! Suddenly, Han Fei smashed a hole in the big cocoon. Through this hole, Han Fei saw a big black conch. But this big conch was different from all the sea conches Han Fei had seen. This big conch had a total of 6 layers, and on each layer there were 24 sharp blades that looked like bone spurs, extremely shiny, like newly sharpened blades. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Black Evil Conch King Weak, an ancient creature that has been sleeping for millions of years, tempered by the heavens and earth. Its defense is astonishing. Its blades can cut the hardest crystals. This conch has no real body and complete information can't be obtained. 85 Ancient Fierce Beast? Blood? It can significantly increase blood chi and mutate the body. None. Han Fei was relieved to see the information. It was indeed a projection. Although it was a projection in the intermediate venerable realm, it was probably because the ritual hadn't been completed, or the people who held the ritual were too weak. Anyway, even if this was only a projection, he was very strong. Han Fei felt that he might not be able to beat him. Buzz. Han Fei rushed to the edge of the seal and activated the sacrificing punch, intending to escape. The Black Evil Conch King chuckled and said, "Well, you're right. My real body can't come over, but this sage realm was created by me. I can ban all creatures here, including spiritual energy and energy. How can you escape?" Chapter 1426, Fight the King. Chapter 1426, Fight the King. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Rumble. Although Han Fei's sacrificing punch, which was launched at such a high speed, failed to break the seal, it did dim it. The seal was full of cracks. But even in this state, Han Fei didn't combine his two bodies. After all, once he did it, if both his bodies were killed by the other party, who could he cry to? Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" The infinity water suddenly exploded. The terrifying power swept the entire seal. The ground outside the seal was shaking, which stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the seabed had sunken dozens of meters. Crack. With a sound like glass shattering, the dark green seal was directly blown through by Han Fei. "Huh?" The Black Evil Conch King exclaimed in surprise, as if he didn't expect that his seal would be broken so easily. Although this seal wasn't set by him, it was made with his own power. How could it be broken so easily? Besides, to the Black Evil Conch King's surprise, Han Fei didn't break his seal with some magical technique, but with pure strength. What kind of physique could have such terrifying power? The Black Evil Conch King thought that in terms of pure strength, the person in front of him was at least an advanced venerable. This was completely unreasonable. On the path of cultivation, although there was still a gap in the same realm, how could there be anyone who could cross such a large realm? The Black Evil Conch King was shocked and roared, "Do you walk the path of becoming a king with physique?" At this moment, Han Fei had no time to answer the Black Evil Conch King. No matter what, this was a king. Even if it was just a projection, it had the strength of an intermediate venerable. Furthermore, this intermediate venerable was different from other intermediate venerables. His true body was a king. This was like Han Fei lowering his realm to the Sea Spirit realm. Although he was in the Sea Spirit realm, he had seen the scenery of the Explorer realm and knew the abilities of the Explorer realm. This kind of knowledge was the biggest chasm between the enemy and him. Even if Han Fei could try beating him, there was really no need to fight this battle. What was the point of fighting him to the death? He was risking his life, while the other party was using his projection. It wouldn't be worthwhile for him to fight him. Just now, the Black Evil Conch King had said that this was a secret realm he created. It could be said that the million conches here were all his energy. Everything here could be used by the Black Evil Conch King. When the old turtle said that the surrounding conchs had died in batches, and when Han Fei saw the blood of corrosion swarming over, he knew that it was all true. Not only was his enemy strong, but he also had inexhaustible energy and demonic chi. If it were someone else, even if that person was an advanced venerable who was stronger than the projection of the Black Evil Conch King, it was impossible for him to escape from this world. Huff. Han Fei ran and tried to absorb the energy around him with the swallowing technique. However, he certainly couldn't absorb it. The projection of the Black Evil Conch King descended, and Han Fei's perception range dropped from 8,000 kilometers to a range that could only be controlled by vision. Fortunately, Han Fei still knew where he came from and where he should run. However, at this moment, the speed of the Black Evil Conch King was not slow at all. He was an intermediate venerable, a king's projection. It would be outrageous if he was slower than him. Of course, as he chased Han Fei, the Black Evil Conch King was dumbfounded himself. What the hell is this? Is the speed of a peak-level explorer so fast? This person is so fast that he has entered the realm of real and fake. This is a speed domain that only a king can grasp. How did this mere explorer do it? The Black Evil Conch King said, "In my world, your Sal family's absorbing technique is useless. Everything here was created by me. Offer your body to me, and I can spare your life." Swishta. The twin bodies immediately split up and fled in two directions. The white mist body cursed, "Who do you think you are? You're just a king who can't come out. How can you subdue me with a projection?" In an instant, the twins had already separated. They ran blindly, not walking towards the exit. "Avatar?" The Black Evil Conch King sneered. So it's just a combat skill. In my sage realm, so what if you have thousands of clones? Do you think I can't use this technique? Buzz. When Han Fei passed by some big conchs, these big conchs inexplicably died. Obviously, he felt that vitality, soul bodies, and corrosive blood, as well as some special power, were fusing quickly, and a new Black Evil Conch King was born. Han Fei bared his teeth. This is too fucking outrageous. At this speed, wouldn't he be able to have as many clones as he wanted? The old turtle said, I think you can fight him. You have a lot of resources. If you fight a war of attrition, the space he created will collapse. Han Fei still didn't stop. I know. From the power he showed, I know. But those are all the resources I worked so hard to get. Why should I waste them here? What Han Fei really feared was not the strength of the Black Evil Conch King, but the ability of a king. Besides, in his opinion, this battle was not worth it. Therefore, if it was possible, Han Fei was not willing to fight. But soon after the old turtle proposed, Han Fei saw another 2 dark green barriers blocking his way. Not just that, in front of the 2 barriers, there were also 2 projections of the Black Evil Conch King. Fuck, seriously? 4 projections? The old turtle explained. They're not projections. He's extracting the power of those demonic conchs and creating clones with their power and the blood essence he hid in the conchs. Each clone needs a large amount of vitality, energy, demonic energy, and ownerless souls to support. Well, how should I put it? At least, you won't be able to escape for the time being. Han Fei's face was black. 4 Black Evil Conch Kings had appeared. They were determined to kill him. However, how could Han Fei surrender? He had experienced thousands of hardships but ended up killed by a mere projection. How could he accept it? I hate projection. You kings always think that you're high and mighty and treat others like ants. You think a projection can decide the outcome of the battle? Today, I'm going to fight you, the so-called king. Roar! Han Fei attacked, and the white mist body suddenly pulled out Snowmorn. For a moment, wherever it passed, it froze. The white mist body was extremely cold. With the help of Snowmorn, the ice power went further. As soon as the white mist body brandished the Snowmorn, dazzling silver light shone. However, the Black Evil Conch King rammed at Han Fei with its carapace. At the same time, the sword light poured out with 10,000 times the gravity. Han Fei dove directly into an undersea stone pit, and the other clone of the Black Evil Conch King had already arrived. Its 6-layered conch shell spun at a high speed with a shadow of 1,000 feet long, cutting off the seawater and pouncing at Han Fei. All laws forbidden in this space. After Han Fei activated his Dao Seed, the 1,000-meter-long rotating knife shadow of the Black Evil Conch King suddenly became more than 300 feet, shrinking dozens of times. But even so, the terrifying knife light swept in front of Han Fei. Han Fei had already thought it through. If he was defeated and his body was shattered, he would turn into mist. Then, his twin bodies would fuse and run away first. However, clang, crack, clank, 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 2 different sounds rang at the same time. On one side, the shell of the Black Evil Conch King that Han Fei hit was cracked by Snowmorn. Immediately afterward, the power of ice directly froze him into a large ice block. The king's clone was smashed to the bottom of the sea by Han Fei's sword. With a bang, ripples spread out, and an explosive force swept out for thousands of kilometers. Within 500 kilometers, all lives were crushed. On the other side, Han Fei was cut by the Black Evil Conch King. The 6 rounds of extremely sharp knife wheels felt like they could cut seawater into pieces, but when they cut Han Fei, they stuck. It seemed that Han Fei was cut into pieces. His flesh and blood were cut apart, but in the end, his body was not severed. Bang! Like a nuclear bomb, Han Fei was sent hundreds of kilometers away, his body tumbling at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei thought to himself, it's too uncomfortable to roll like this. So, his white mist body turned into a big rolling white ball and rammed at the frozen clone of the Black Evil Conch King at a terrifying speed. The Black Evil Conch King was stunned. Even if his Dao had been broken, how could his pure rotation power be blocked by a peak-level explorer? The Black Evil Conch King was quite confused. You've mastered an indestructible golden body? Han Fei chuckled. Well, I almost forgot about that. Fine, since you found out, come and fight me another 3,000 rounds. Han Fei knocked the frozen Black Evil Conch King away, and the latter rammed at him with the conch shell. With a bang, both of them were sent flying. However, when the ice was broken, Han Fei saw that the shell of the Black Conch King was being repaired. In all directions, a large amount of dark green corrosive blood was gathering. The Black Evil Conch King said in a dull and disdainful voice, Human, I've never seen anyone as talented as you. But even so, what can you do in my world? Damn you. The white mist body shook, and 2 more heads grew on Han Fei's neck, followed by 4 more arms. Bang, bang, bang. Anyway, his mist body could transform at will. He grew 3 heads and 6 arms out, and the invincible fist was punched at the 2 king clones. Terrifying energy burst out. Countless creatures were killed in the so-called Sea Demon Sage realm in such a battle. Han Fei shouted, Come on, I'd like to see how many conchs you are going to sacrifice to maintain the consumption of your 4 clones. Chapter 1427, I bet your bone is not harder than mine. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei was furious. You won't let me go? Fine, then kill me. If he guessed right, the law of gravity was the law of the Black Evil Conch King. Therefore, in a few seconds, Han Fei was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the fact that his Dao Seed could bewilder and break through this great Dao, he probably would have been beaten to a pulp by this king. This time, Han Fei didn't let his twin bodies run in 2 opposite directions. His black mist body had been exposed. Faced with a king-level expert, even if the king's strength was weakened, it was impossible for him not to discover it. In that case, he should be able to fight another battle by fusing the twin bodies. After fusing them, his strength doubled. In addition to his understanding of spiritual energy disassembling, he could use all the secret techniques. None of the 4 projections could stop him. The black evil conch king was speechless. Was the yin-yang world really so powerful now? Were the strong masters of human beings already so strong? Although the black evil conch king didn't know the twin god technique, he knew that it was definitely an ultimate technique. Just from the fact that the 2 bodies were almost identical and both had the combat power of a venerable, he knew that the 2 bodies were both the original body. Also, the black shadow body couldn't be seen with the naked eye and could only be detected through perception. If he wasn't careful, he would miss it. He didn't know how Han Fei could have such a strange ability. Besides, he had just neglected one thing. This person didn't use spiritual energy at all, but demonic energy. The other party didn't only use demonic energy, but his demonic energy was also fucking endless. This sage realm was built by him, and this space followed his will. Therefore, the black evil conch king said that it was impossible for Han Fei to escape this world. Of course, all the big conches here were trained by the black evil conch king. As long as he was willing, Han Fei couldn't absorb any energy or spiritual energy from here. Once an explorer or a venerable lost their source of energy or spiritual energy, once their storage was exhausted, all that was left was physical strength. Han Fei, on the other hand, was full of spiritual energy as if he had just taken a bomb. He even activated his secret technique and almost killed one of his clones. Logically speaking, Han Fei couldn't support such violent outbursts at all. However, Han Fei's fist shot out like a shadow. The golden light was endless, dazzling, and swept across dozens of kilometers. Each punch contained more than 2,000 waves of power. Who the fuck could resist him? With the Great Tao banned, even if he was a king, he wouldn't be able to defeat Han Fei as an intermediate venerable. As for the power of the Great Tao that Han Fei controlled, it was to seal the space. The black evil conch king didn't suspect much. Needless to say, this Great Tao was very powerful. To be able to grasp the power of this Great Tao at the explorer level, this was why the black conch king had to kill Han Fei. If Han Fei was allowed to grow, there would be a disaster in the future. At this moment, the black evil conch king seemed to understand that in the face of a body refiner like Han Fei, he couldn't be killed by sheer numbers. Han Fei ran and bombarded the enemy with ultra-nuclear bombs one after another. He didn't care if he could really hurt the black evil conch king. Anyway, this energy needed to be consumed. So, wouldn't it be perfect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by attacking the enemy while destroying the secret realm? Almost every punch Han Fei made consumed a large amount of energy and corrosive blood of the black conch king. The black conch king was even weakening, and it was obvious. After all, the supply of corrosive blood wasn't very fast. But as they bombarded each other, Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled, because he found that the figures of the black conch king were overlapping. Fuck, are you finally fusing your projections? Han Fei looked solemn. If he guessed right, the 2 clones had begun to fuse. Sure enough, after only 1 second, although the black evil conch king consumed a lot of energy and corrosive blood, the 2 bodies combined into one. On the other side, the other projections of Black Evil Conch King did the same. Han Fei's face turned dark again. At this time, the old turtle said, "This evil king is crazy. He locked down the area within 5,000 kilometers and detonated all the big conch and sea demons in this area. In order to kill you, he wants to improve his realm." "Seriously? I'm just an explorer. Is it necessary?" the old turtle said leisurely. "Do you think you're just an ordinary explorer?" Han Fei gritted his teeth. "But he doesn't have to consume so much power to hunt me, did he?" When Han Fei came, he had a general understanding of this so-called sage realm creature. 5,000 kilometers was a huge area, and there were more than 10,000 conchs and sea demons. However, the Black Evil Conch King had sacrificed them all at once and transformed them into his own power. The old turtle said, "Now it's all about reserve. You have no choice but to fight. His strength is increasing frantically. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the intermediate level. If this goes on, he'll break through to the advanced venerable realm in a moment. Then you won't be a match for him at all." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Old Yuan, do kings only have so many means?" the old turtle said leisurely. "That's not a lot. With my judgment, this person has probably just become a king not long ago. Anyway, it's definitely not long. His strength is not as strong as any of the 3 kings on the Waterwood world's side. The reason why you find it difficult to fight is that this is his territory, a world specially created by him." After a minute, the strength of the Black Conch King had clearly increased a lot. Although he hadn't reached the advanced venerable realm yet, it would be soon. The Black Evil Conch King sneered. "Human, die, fuse." Han Fei was waiting for this moment. Seeing the magnificent black tide sweeping over, Han Fei thought of something and fused his twin bodies. They were only 10,000 kilometers away, but in a flash, the 2 became one, and Han Fei's strength suddenly soared. The Black Evil Conch King, the Black Evil Conch King, was speechless. Fuck, what kind of divine technique is this? His 2 bodies fused from thousands of miles away? This person actually revealed his true self? Han Fei thought to himself, since I've pretended to be from the Cao family, I'll just pretend to be Cao Chu. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei's 200,000 ultra-quality demonic stones that contained billions of points of demonic energy were dissipating. Shua. Just 1 second after Han Fei fused his twin bodies, the Black Evil Conch King chased over again. The Black Evil Conch King was not in a hurry either. In front of Han Fei, 2 projections combined again. This time, even without the old turtle saying anything, Han Fei knew that the Black Conch King could definitely be upgraded to an advanced venerable. The Black Evil Conch King, you've given me a lot of surprises. Let me see how far you can run. After only a few seconds, Han Fei saw that the road was blocked again. Han Fei stopped running, looked back, and shrugged. Do you think that you can beat me because you are a king? With a swish, the Black Evil Conch King had already chased over and reached out to grab Han Fei. The terrifying power crushed the void wherever it passed. In Han Fei's eyes, demonic energy surged, and 2 strange arrays appeared in his eyes. Han Fei grabbed with his hand, and a ball of demonic energy dozens of times larger than his body appeared out of nowhere. Hey! Blow you up! Han Fei stepped back 100 kilometers. Rumble. As soon as Han Fei took a step, the violent seawater was squeezed over by a terrifying explosion. Even with such a terrifying explosion, Han Fei only used 5 billion points of demonic energy, which only consumed 10,000 ultra-quality demonic stones. The explosion this time was exactly the same as when Han Fei blew up the Sea Demon Trading Valley outside the Ice God Strait. At that time, the power of the explosion directly crushed half of the city. Within 1,000 miles, there was no life. Within 3,000 miles, there was nothing but wasteland. The shockwave produced by the explosion spread out for tens of thousands of miles. The same explosion happened again. The Black Evil Conch King didn't know what to say. Fuck, how much demonic energy did you detonate? I can tolerate the fact that human beings can use demonic energy, but why the fuck did you take out billions of demonic energy so easily? After all, the Black Evil Conch King was just a projection. Under such a terrifying explosion, he could protect himself, but he couldn't resist it. If he could, he would be crippled. But even if he didn't block it, the shocking impact still knocked him hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei was stunned by the blast at such a close distance, but the seal behind him had been broken. Agility of wind. At this moment, Han Fei activated the agility of wind with the power of the explosion and accelerated his speed to the extreme, covering thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. In Han Fei's left eye, an array popped up in an instant. The moment this array burst out, another array appeared in Han Fei's left eye. Behind him, the Black Evil Conch King roared, "Did I let you go?" However, Han Fei had already entered the teleportation array. Han Fei had already calculated everything in his heart. Han Fei could feel that during the teleportation there was a misty glow. However, this didn't affect his running. After all, he had already grabbed the opportunity to escape. Shua, Han Fei suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Sea Demon Sage realm. Ahead, huge cracks were still surfacing in midair. The old turtle said, "At least this crack wasn't created by this king. He doesn't have this ability. This must be because the seal on the wall of death was damaged and the big conch took advantage of it." Han Fei charged at the crack. However, Shua, a dark green seal suddenly appeared without any warning. Buzz, an array that had been engraved in Han Fei's right eye, bloomed. To his surprise, the teleportation array appeared again the moment this seal appeared. Shua. As soon as Han Fei entered the teleportation array, the void behind him broke open, and the Black Evil Conch King had already caught up. "I told you, this is my world. How can you escape?" Han Fei felt that a figure followed him into the array. It seemed that the Black Evil Conch King was right behind him. Dong, poo. Han Fei felt that his back was hit by a heavy hammer, and his flesh and blood exploded. In the misty light of the teleportation array, Han Fei grabbed another mass of demonic energy, which was probably billions of points of demonic energy again. "Are you crazy?" The Black Evil Conch King was speechless. "Does this person want to drag me into the turbulent void with him?" Han Fei grinned. "I bet your bones are not as hard as mine." Chapter 1428, Chaotic Sea. Everyone said that his physique was extremely strong, but Han Fei also felt that his physique was extremely strong, so he was very confident in his indestructible golden body. How many times had he suffered to obtain the indestructible golden body? It shouldn't be too much for him to pass through the void turbulence, right? After the Black Evil Conch King chased him into the teleportation array, Han Fei knew that he couldn't get out this time if he didn't try his best. When he took out a tremendous amount of demonic energy from the teleportation array, even the old turtle exclaimed, "Han Fei, are you crazy?" Han Fei shouted, "I can come in so I can go out too. Conch King, if you can't keep me here this time, let's wait and see. Let's see if you can come out first, or I'll wipe out your 10,000 Demon Valley first." Bang! The demonic energy exploded, and the entire void was shattered. Han Fei took a step forward and spun in light. Pooh, 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 chila, clang, clang, clang. Countless space cracks fell on Han Fei's body in an instant. Even though he was wrapped in the invincible golden light, Han Fei's body was cut into pieces in an instant. His body was covered in thousands of wounds. As for the tearing from the void and the swallowing from the crack, even if Han Fei could only use the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance and flash, he couldn't completely block them. When the turbulent currents were trying to strangle him, Han Fei felt that the demon purification pot hummed in his head and trembled slightly. However, the demon purification pot didn't help him escape the sea of misery. Instead, it extended its small vines and grabbed some strange energy from the misty teleportation channel. Han Fei had no time to think about what the demon purification pot was doing. Because the teleportation array was messed up, he had to protect himself first. Han Fei cast the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on himself. He looked back, only to see that most of the shell of the black evil conch king was broken in the middle of the glowing mist. After all, it wasn't his true body but just a powerful projection. The attacking power of this turbulent space was much stronger than Han Fei's million knife art. It could be said that every void crack could easily kill an explorer. Han Fei's golden body was instantly covered in wounds, not to mention temporary projections of the Black Evil Conch King. Without the energy supply, the Black Evil Conch King could only wait to die. Kakakati, bang. When the Black Evil Conch King completely exploded, Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique and flashed out of the turbulent space. Originally, Han Fei just wanted to flash into a normal teleportation path. However, this void twisted, and Han Fei happened to enter a space crack that had just been opened. Fuck. The old turtle was lost for words. Boy, the void cracks here are so dense. What the hell are you doing, Schwa? Han Fei felt that the surrounding spatial turbulence instantly disappeared without a trace. His heart skipped a beat. He wasn't afraid of being swept by the void rift. After all, as long as his golden body was still there, he had plenty of ways to recover. Just the spatial turbulence alone couldn't kill him. However, Han Fei didn't expect that he would leave the teleportation channel. God knew where he had been teleported to. There was nothing around him, which was a bit different from the kind of normal void. Han Fei waved his saber and tried to directly slash open the void. However, this slash didn't cut open the passage. In this dark place, Han Fei felt a little dizzy. Where the hell am I? In his dizziness, Han Fei seemed to see a weird chain appearing in the distant darkness. The old turtle roared, "Bastard, take out your venerable token now." Han Fei felt that his head was swelling. Hearing what the old turtle said, he immediately took out the venerable token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Han Fei felt that the world was spinning, and as it spun, he seemed to see a small silver ball of light flying past. Almost subconsciously, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the small ball of light, only to find that it was a semi-divine harpoon. Shwa! All of a sudden, space was torn apart, and a huge hand extended from the void. Buzz! Han Fei saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then he saw the puzzled face of Jingzhe. She asked in surprise, "Why did you go to the chaotic sea?" "Ah, where?" Han Fei quickly came back to his senses and looked at Jingzhe in confusion. "The chaotic sea?" The old turtle once told him about the chaotic sea, saying that everyone actually had a sea. After they died, everyone would return to the chaotic sea. For example, the divine weapons and treasures they refined wouldn't fall out of their bodies after they died, but would stay in places like the chaotic sea forever. The old turtle roared, "Boy, don't mess around before you grasp the space Dao." Fortunately, you got lost halfway through the teleportation and were very close to Jinger. Otherwise, Jinger wouldn't have been able to find you. Jinger asked solemnly, "Han Fei, what happened to you inside? Why did you enter the chaotic sea? That's the king's domain. No one dares enter it before becoming a king. Even I dare not enter the chaotic sea completely. How did you enter it?" Han Fei shrugged. "Well, I accidentally got sucked into the turbulent space." Then, Han Fei raised his hand and looked at the semi-divine harpoon in his hand. He had only picked up this ragged harpoon after a trip to the chaotic sea? Before Han Fei asked, the old turtle had said, "If you're close to someone in the real world, so are you in the chaotic sea." So, picking up someone's things just means that someone happened to die at this moment. His soul returned to the chaos, and the things inside were scattered, which you accidentally picked up. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was the same logic as the Soul Sea. If two people were close, their spiritual beasts were close in the Soul Sea too. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no chance to enter the Soul Sea now. He had only seen spiritual beasts, but never a companion spirit. The only explanation was that the companion spirit might live in another mysterious sea. Huff! Han Fei took a long breath of relief. He was too careless this time. If it weren't for Jinger, he might have entered a wrong void. However, he was saved in the end. Han Fei was thinking, should this be counted as one of Jinger's 3 help opportunities? Without thinking further, Han Fei's face changed. "By the way, Jinger, did anything unusual happen when I came out?" Jinger hurriedly said, "Of course there is. If it weren't for this commotion, I wouldn't have discovered that you actually ran into the chaotic sea." "Huh?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "What's that?" Jinger explained. There was a terrifying explosion in the crack channel. The explosion caused a lot of cracks in space within 1,000 kilometers. 2 venerables made a move at the same time to stabilize the space, but half of the half-mermen in the sea demon realm were killed. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" Jinger looked at Han Fei. "Was it you again?" Han Fei said indifferently. "What do you mean by it was me again? The Sea Demon King and I fought for 3,000 rounds in the secret realm. If there was no sound at all, how could it be?" Jinger was speechless. The old turtle was even more disgusted. Fight a king for 3,000 rounds? If you hadn't run fast enough, you would have been killed. Han Fei said, "Did the venerables discover us?" Jing'er said helplessly, "You went to the Origin Sea, so they naturally couldn't find you. If it weren't for the sudden explosion at the entrance, which caused void cracks all over the sky, if you hadn't taken out my venerable token, and if I hadn't happened to be here, you would have probably lost yourself in the Origin Sea." Han Fei was stunned for a long time. "Are the consequences of being lost in the Origin Sea serious?" Jing'er said. "I don't know, but I know it's not easy for you to come out. The queen once said that it's a sea of silence, a place of death, a world after a cultivator dies." Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what do you think?" The old turtle said lazily, "It's not that exaggerated. The Origin Sea is not a space of death, but it's not a world that anyone can enter easily. In fact, if you're strong enough, you can go there to cultivate. But there must be an entrance and an exit. There is a legend that the Origin Sea contains the secret of longevity. Above the king realm, people often explore it, but few gain anything. At least, I have never seen the so-called longevity." When Han Fei heard that Jing'er and the old turtle both said that it was a place where only the king realm could know about, he didn't ask too much, because he still had something more important to do. He had to return to the Scattered Stars Island as quickly as possible. Although the Black Evil Conch King wouldn't be able to come anytime soon, other people could. For example, that Lord Qingliu, a half-king who would come in a month. Besides, the Sage Realm was the territory of the Black Evil Conch King. He could easily send a message to the 10,000 Demon Valley. In any case, the king of the other party had already appeared. Even if the Sage Realm was created to take the lives of billions of sea demons, no one among the sea demons knew. They thought that the Sea Demon Royal City was about to return and the king was selfless. At this moment, the millions of sea demons had become the loyal followers of the Black Evil Conch King. It was useless even if he tried to sow discord. In this case, if the Scattered Stars Island wanted to win, they had to make the move first. Han Fei narrowed his eyes with a murderous look. "Let's go back to the island." Chapter 1429, A Storm is Coming. Chapter 1429, A Storm is Coming. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When he came, Han Fei used the directional teleportation array. Therefore, when he returned, he couldn't just fly back stupidly. After all, no matter how fast he flew, it couldn't compare to the teleportation array. He had practiced arrays for many years and had been honing himself in the Age of Doom for many years. Han Fei could be considered a master of arrays. However, before that, he couldn't do this kind of directional teleportation array that spanned millions of kilometers at once. After all, his previous realm was too low. With Han Fei's original methods, the teleportation distance of the teleportation array could be between 300,000 to 500,000 kilometers at most. This distance was already extremely far. This was the effect of Han Fei's 2 lives of experience. Ordinary people, even venerables, couldn't teleport so far away at once. In fact, for venerables who hadn't studied arrays, teleportation arrays were useless. It wouldn't take them long to travel this distance. The resources needed to engrave teleportation arrays were far more than what they needed to fly. However, teleportation arrays were more convenient than running. While engraving teleportation arrays again and again, Han Fei was gradually growing. Han Fei discovered that there seemed to be an additional line he wasn't familiar with in any long-distance teleportation array. These lines were not difficult. However, if you wanted to learn them well, you had to understand their significance. Han Fei closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The contents of the Ocean Book and the Spirit-Gathering Scripture quickly flashed through his mind. Soon, Han Fei discovered that there were similar array patterns in the space array in the Spirit-Gathering Scripture. And in the Ocean Book, there were even chapters specifically about teleportation arrays. Among them, there was a chapter that talked about the array patterns of complicated spaces. Oh, I can have a try. Teleportation arrays were originally space teleportation arrays. By connecting one place to another, producing a special vibration frequency, they could create a short connection channel. Making this kind of long-distance teleportation array was actually just looking for the vibration frequency of a place he was familiar with. When Han Fei came, he had left a mark on the spot. He had even left a mark in the marshal's mansion. Han Fei used his finger as a pen and drew more than 50 arrays in a row. Among them, there were 10 spirit-gathering arrays to replenish spiritual energy. But Han Fei found it not enough. He threw out a bunch of ultra-quality demonic stones and then drew a complicated remote teleportation array. Jing'er said in surprise, "It's different from when we came. Did you create it yourself? Will we be directly teleported to the Origin Sea?" Han Fei smiled. "Don't worry. I'm quite accomplished in arrays. I just wanted to confirm what I thought, so I created a new array." Buzz! When Han Fei and Jing'er walked through the teleportation array, they saw a lot of things. The strong wind had become calm. Han Fei immediately looked at Jing'er. "Is it the 10,000 Demon Valley here?" Jing'er looked at the void as if she had seen through layers of puzzles. Then she looked at Han Fei with a weird look. "The deviation may be a bit large. This place is more than 200,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley." Han Fei's face turned black, and he explained, "Sometimes the deviation is a bit big. This is normal. After all, our teleportation distance is as long as 4 million kilometers." Jing'er chuckled. Got it. The arrays in our Waterwood world were all drawn by Venerable Bat. In terms of arrays, Venerable Bat can be said to be the strongest in Waterwood world, but the distance he can reach is only more than 2 million kilometers. It seems that you are not bad. However, you array masters are actually not very useful. The queen once said that once you become a king, the distance of 1,000,000 kilometers can be covered in a flash. In terms of speed, it is much faster than arrays. Han Fei's lips curled. That's because you haven't seen a king-level array master's array at all. As he talked, Han Fei drew another teleportation array with his finger. This time, Han Fei was accurately teleported to his mark but was about 230,000 kilometers away from just now, which made Jinger laugh at him. Han Fei said with a dark look, "Wait for me for a day." After that, Han Fei quietly crept into the 10,000 Demon Valley again. The old turtle said in surprise, "The Conch King has already known of your existence. Although you haven't revealed your identity, he's not stupid. You've already scouted the Sage Realm. I'm afraid he will immediately make preparations." Han Fei's eyes flickered. If he has the ability, he can come over by himself. If he can't come over, then he can only transmit information through the Sage Realm or that crack. Hey, no matter where he passes the information, the 10,000 Demon Valley is now lacking in combat power. The old turtle hummed. "Are you stupid? Do you think 50,000 sea demons are too few? You've just asked so many people to return to their hometown, and now all the hidden fishers on the Scattered Stars Island can add up to 20,000? Han Fei sneered. "No, you can't judge the result of a battle solely by the number of people. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and an idiot?" On the 5th day after Han Fei left the Scattered Stars Island, Fishing Ch came to Han Fei every day and stayed for a whole day, doing this every day. The new and old commanders met every day, which made people wonder if there was something fishy going on. Even the guards of the mansion felt that the two commanders must be plotting something big. Fishing Ch was sitting in front of the extremely familiar table as usual, holding a pen and checking the various plans on the island. At this moment, the information in his hand said that the 36 towns were already in a great uproar. A massive number of people who learned the news all wanted to come to the Scattered Stars Island to take a look. Among them, most of the visitors were teachers and students from the major academies in the 36 towns. 2 days ago, it was said that in just one day, more than 500,000 people had applied to come to take a look. Fishing Ch scolded Meng Liang hard. 500,000 ordinary people coming to the Scattered Stars Island? Were they out of their minds? Later, Fishing Ch allowed a batch of them to come over, and the first batch would be 50,000 people. They would be organized into an independent army called the Backup Army. Besides, Fishing Ch also ordered that there were only 2 types of people who could come to the Scattered Stars Island. The first was teachers, village leaders, presidents of academies, and leaders of major groups. The other was those who were capable of fighting. Although theoretically, the backup army couldn't be assigned to a regular army, these people couldn't be without discipline. Otherwise, if anything happened, they would simply die. Today was the day when the first batch of backup army came to watch. Fishing Ch felt that he could take a look. Suddenly, Fishing Ch's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab at the void. However, at the critical moment, Fishing Ch stopped because he knew who had come. When the figure appeared, Fishing Ch frowned. Why the rush? Does anything big happen? The person who came was naturally Han Fei. Han Fei shouted in a low voice. Mr. Ali Han Fei shouted in a low voice. Mr. Day was the branch of the voiding and say. Shui today, right now, at this moment, let the star turtle become a venerable. Fishing Ch paused for a full 10 seconds. He just looked at Han Fei quietly. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were unusually firm, he frowned even harder. Why? Han Fei, Blood Demon Valley, 3 million inferior manfish, 3 venerables, with intermediate venerables as the strongest, 38 Dao Seekers, 280 Sea Spirits, 10,000 Demon Valley, 100,000 Half Mermen, 6 venerables, 1 peak level, 2 advanced, 2 intermediate, 1 junior, 623 Sea Spirits, 50,000 Sea Demon Realms, Han Fei added. In addition, there are also an advanced venerable and a junior venerable who may return at any time. There are a total of 11 venerables. Fishing Ch's pupils were suddenly constricted. 100,000 half mermen and 50,000 sea demon realms? Fishing Ch was not stupid. He certainly wouldn't think that Han Fei was joking. He just looked at Han Fei quietly and waited for him to continue. Han Fei said, the sea demons have a sage realm that can exchange the sea demon's life and potential for strength growth. Millions of sea demons flock to it. Every day, sea demon realms increase by hundreds. Fishing Ch asked, are you sure? Han Fei said, the sea demon royal city is trying to return, but they won't be able to return for a while. The other party's king has just entered the sea establishment realm and doesn't have the ability to return yet. However, at most, a month from now, the other party will have a half-king descend. Therefore, we don't have 3 months left. Fishing Ch's cold face finally showed surprise. Then, he immediately looked at Han Fei solemnly. Han Fei, you are now the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. You have to be responsible for what you say. Is this news true? Han Fei knew what this meant. It meant that they had to start a war in advance, and there was no time for them to waste. Han Fei nodded heavily. He had been in office for too short a time and needed Fishing Ch1401's support. This time, he would initiate a war. Fishing Ch1401's mind was racing. There are only 50,000 sea demon realms left in the 10,000 demon valley. Are they ready for a war? Han Fei said. They're still waiting. I guess they probably won't start a war until the half-king arrives, or they want to wait for 100,000 sea demon realms to be made. But now, I'm afraid the 10,000 demon valley is about to take action soon. Fishing Ch1401 frowned. Have you been exposed? Han Fei said. In the sea demon sage realm, the king's projection descended and the traces of my investigation were exposed. Although I killed him in the end, I'm afraid the news that they were investigated has already been sent back. Fishing Ch1401 was shocked to hear the projection of a king. He thought to himself, does the other party really have a king? But when he heard that the king's projection had been killed by Han Fei, Fishing Ch1401 couldn't have felt more shocked. Now, he suspected that Han Fei was bragging. However, he also knew that as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei would not lie. The king's projection was just a projection. No matter how powerful Han Fei was, it was impossible for him to kill a king. And there had never been a king in the yin-yang world. If there really was, the Scattered Stars Island would have long been gone. As long as the king wasn't dead, Han Fei's traces would be exposed. How could the other party not be prepared? Fishing Ch1401 couldn't help taking a breath. How much time did you use to come back? One day, Fishing Ch1401 asked. How are we going to fight? Han Fei smiled. It's time for the Star Turtle to make a breakthrough. He's on our side, isn't he? Fishing Ch1401 nodded. He is as long as we can protect him. Chapter 1430, the tour group of the 36 Towns translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations Wang Jie, He Mingtong, the old village leader, and Li Geng had the opportunity to come to a place like the Scattered Stars Island because of their relationship with Han Fei. When they heard that the Scattered Stars Island was actually a battlefield of humans and sea demons, they were really frightened. The old village leader had long known that the unknown place was not a good place to come, and even strong masters might die at any time here. However, he didn't expect that the unknown place was a man-eating place, a battlefield of humans and sea demons. Wang Jie and He Mingtong only knew about the unknown place from the old village leader. They never dreamed that they would have a chance to come to the unknown place today. When they arrived here from the teleportation array of the Wind Thunder Town, they gasped because they saw a super big fish more than 300 meters long flying in the sky. Hiss, a ferocious beast. Son of a biatch teach, what a big fish. While everybody exclaimed, Wang Jie and He Mingtong supported the old village leader on both sides, their hearts pounding hard. Gulp, Wang Jie remarked. Is this the unknown place? He Mingtong also sighed. So, Xiao Yu and the others came to this place. The old village leader took a few breaths. Don't panic, don't look like you haven't seen the world. Remember, the commander is your student. Don't lose face. Wang Jie said. Yes, the village leader is right. The village leader said, now that we're here, we have to take a good look at this place and see what it's like. When we go back, we can tell the villagers about this place. Li Geng was already dumbfounded. So, leader has been fighting here all this time? The first batch of people who came to visit were all people who had some influence in the 36 towns but weren't very strong. Han Fei counted on these people to go back to tell people about the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, there were no special people among them. A hidden fisher spread his wings in the sky, stroked the cloud whale, and was about to feed it a big crab. Xiao Yun, there are a lot of people this time. Be bigger so that you can carry more people. The cloud whale's body was growing at a visible speed. However, when the cloud whale reached 600 meters in length, it stopped growing. Maintaining its size required spiritual energy and energy. Even so, it still caused cries of shock. Someone exclaimed, whose spiritual beast is this? It's so big. I'm afraid it can swallow countless people in one bite, right? Someone scolded him jokingly. Anyway, you and I are too small to fill its teeth slit. A hidden fisher stood proudly in the air and shouted at the countless people, everyone, line up in order and wait for the cloud whale to pick you up. In order to avoid congestion, we'll send 10,000 people over at once. The village leader and the others were the first batch of people to arrive. At this moment, they were sitting in the front. The village leader said, remember to be careful about what you say when you get there. Don't mention Han Fei's name randomly. He is now the supreme commander. His identity and status are already different. The old village leader spoke in a low voice, but how could the powerhouses not hear him? At this moment, they looked at each other in bewilderment. This old man, a great fishing master, knew Marshal Han. Wang Jie was intrigued to see that the old village leader didn't speak telepathically. He nodded quickly. Yes, of course. I didn't expect that brat to have such great potential. Has he forgotten me? Li Geng knew that the village leader said that on purpose. Everyone said that the unknown place was too dangerous, and so many people had come this time. Han Fei couldn't take care of them personally. He might not even know that they had come. Therefore, the old village leader purposely said that so that those people would pay more attention to them and ensure their safety. Sure enough, as the saying went, old ginger was hotter than new. Li Geng immediately mimicked him. Leader, do you think our leader is still our leader now that he has become the supreme commander? The village leader tilted his head, frowned, glanced at Li Geng, and shouted in a low voice, shut up. I told you not to mention his name. Didn't you hear me? Li Gang quickly said. Yes, the village leader is right. On the other side, He Mingtang looked solemn. I wonder, how is Xiao Yu? The village leader said. Don't worry, there is danger, but there must be opportunities too. Xiao Yu's growth experience is extraordinary. Didn't she ask someone to bring you a message a few days ago? 2 hours later, most of the visitors from the 36 towns had arrived. In the sky, the flying fishing boats were not new. However, many people deliberately walked in the air, attracting their attention. Someone was stunned. Why do I feel that everyone can fly here? Someone swallowed. This is the unknown place, the frontline battlefield of human beings. 50,000 people was too many, so it was impossible for the Scattered Stars Island to arrange a large number of people to be tour guides for them. Since Meng Liang was assigned the task, he naturally took it over. The inspection team of the island had sent 100 elites, which meant that they were all hidden fishers, which could not only show the strength of the unknown place, but also make it convenient for them to lead the teams. Swish, 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 swish. 100 hidden fishers spread their wings and rose to the sky. This scene stunned all the tourists. Wang Jie asked, Leader, we've never seen so many angels in our life, have we? Li Gang was a little excited. Ever since he knew Han Fei's current status, he couldn't sleep. The Black River Chamber of Commerce was wiped out in the first place, and the remaining 100-odd members of the Fish Dragons were all in high spirits. After the return of the strong masters from the unknown place, countless former members of the Fish Dragons asked to return. However, Li Gang didn't agree and shouted, Those who quit will never be allowed to return. Later, when a strong master from the unknown place asked to join the Fish Dragons, Li Gang was overjoyed. No matter what their purpose was, the Fish Dragons had already reached a higher level. Fortunately, he insisted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to regret it. On this big river, more than 50,000 people were gathered. It was quite a scene. On both sides of the river, many people stopped to watch. 100 hidden fishers stood in a formation in the sky. Meng Liang stood at the forefront, his face cold. A lot of strong masters from the unknown place returned a few days ago, which shocked everybody in the 36 towns. Meng Liang shouted, Everyone, you are all famous figures from the 36 towns. This is the unknown place that has been passed on in your stories. This is the battlefield of human beings and sea demons. Here, people die every day. And they are protecting the billions of human beings in the 36 towns, someone suddenly said. Senior, what is the unknown place like? Meng Liang frowned. I didn't ask you to speak, so shut up. What's the unknown place like? I'll arrange for someone to lead you around and explain it to you. Listen more and see more. If you have any questions, ask your guide. You can travel the island for 3 days. In 3 days, leave the island. As an explorer, Meng Liang was as arrogant as he should be. On the Scattered Stars Island and in the army, being nice was not a merit. The person who asked the question just now blushed and didn't dare to speak again. Swish, swish, swish. One hidden fisher after another flew close and shouted, 500 people in a team, split up. Hurry up. Wang Jie and the others walked together and followed the crowd. Who knew which group they were assigned to? Each of the tour guides was a powerhouse. However, Meng Liang was still dividing the crowd into teams and arranging guides when suddenly a huge curtain appeared in the sky. Han Fei craned his head out. Attention, attention, its leader, it's Han Fei. Li Gang and Wang Jie shouted, only to be stopped by the village leader. Shut up, he is doing something serious. Meng Liang glanced at them and immediately looked at the sky again. Han Fei said solemnly, Attention everyone, the Scattered Stars Island will immediately enter the highest state of combat. Everyone, return to your position. Buzz, swish, 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 swish. For a moment, fishing boats filled the sky, and countless people in the city flew in the sky. Those who were watching the fun immediately disappeared. Someone flashed his wings and stepped on the void, turning into a stream of light in the sky and disappearing. In front of the 50,000-strong tourists of the 36 towns, almost in the blink of an eye, people were shuttling in the sky, and no one could be seen at all except for all kinds of flashing lights. Meng Liang's face changed drastically. Fuck, why did something have to happen at such a critical moment? The Trans-Island inspectors were busy. Meng Liang shouted, Everyone, return to your position. Leave this to me. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Meng Liang gave the order, the 100 hidden fishers disappeared with swishes, and the remaining 50,000 people were in a panic. Meng Liang roared, Be quiet. In the sky, Han Fei said solemnly, Attention, everyone. I have to tell you one thing today. There is a corpse of a king suppressed on the Scattered Stars Island. Now, the creature who suppresses the seal is about to enter the venerable realm, and the corpse of the king is about to appear. When the time comes, sea demons will definitely attack the island. In this battle, you should just guard the shores of the Scattered Stars Island well as usual. The strong masters will be stopped by me and the other venerables. Han Fei continued, The king's corpse can produce countless amounts of spirit-awakening fluid, so humans have been able to live for thousands of years. This king's corpse has made great contributions. Once it's obtained by sea monsters, the consequences will be disastrous. It's very likely that we humans will be in danger. At this moment, except for those who were hurriedly returning to the team, everyone looked up at the sky and listened to what Han Fei said in shock. Han Fei didn't dare to slack off and said firmly as before, To be honest, I don't want to tell you. However, in a corner that you can't see, war smoke is rising. Now, I need you to bravely face the enemy together. If we win, we humans will enjoy peace for hundreds of years. If we lose, we must fight to the last man. Chapter 1431, Star Turtle becomes a venerable. Chapter 1431, Star Turtle becomes a venerable translator. Henyi Translations editor. Henyi Translations war was a common thing on the Scattered Stars Island. Even on a full-scale battlefield, things like all sea demons attacking the island had happened more than once in recent years. Therefore, the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were already used to fighting. If they had to fight, they would fight. If they died in battle, they would just accept their fate. If they didn't die, they would get a large number of resources to cultivate in seclusion. For most people, as long as they had enough resources, they were completely capable of making progress. However, today, Han Fei told a fact that they had never heard of. There was a king's corpse on the Scattered Stars Island. A king's corpse could give birth to spirit awakening fluid. In other words, the king's corpse was a treasure that had raised humans for countless years. With this in mind, many people immediately understood why the sea demons came to attack the island and snatch the spirit awakening fluid. It was all for the corpse of the king. When Han Fei issued this order to the entire island, the venerables of the big clans and the 7 major sects were all shocked. Han Fei had said it so blatantly? But on second thought, even if Han Fei didn't say it, the Star Turtle couldn't hold on much longer. It would only be a few months before the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island learned of it. This didn't surprise them. What shocked them was that Han Fei said that the Star Turtle was about to become a venerable. This was completely beyond their expectations. It was too sudden and no one was prepared. The venerables of the big clans still thought that there should be a few months left. After all, there was still no news from the Empyrean waterfall. Mu Tianfeng and the others from the 7 major sects all gasped. Once the Star Turtle made a breakthrough, it meant that the competition would begin. Zhan Sunqing said, "Everyone, let's face the enemy first. It's not yet certain who can get the king's corpse. The big clans dare not take it lightly. Otherwise, not only Han Fei wants to kill them, but we also won't let them off. Therefore, let's face the enemy first." The Fire Moon Fairy agreed. "I second that. The most likely result is that we can split some. But if we can exclude the big clans, we can naturally split more." Patriarch Six Swords said, "I'm not worried about the king's corpse. I think that although Han Fei has a good relationship with the 7 major sects, it's only relative. Han Fei has never asked for our opinion on many matters on the Scattered Stars Island." Elder Bing Yun said indifferently, "We know that he is the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Once he takes this position, what he sees is not the gains and losses of one person or 2 people, but the entire human race. I think we should win this battle first. If the big clans really take action, the consequences are definitely not something that 1 or 2 big clans can bear." While the powerhouses of the 7 major sects were gathered and discussing, the people of the big clans were also gathered. Whether it was the big clans or the 7 major sects, they were considered outsiders on the Scattered Stars Island. If the Supreme Commander didn't ask, they wouldn't take any action. At this moment, Chu Qing and the others looked awful. Something must have happened that we don't know about. According to our patriarch, there are at least 3 months before the Star Turtle shows up. But now, this is so far in advance. It's impossible that nothing happened. Yi Kai asked, "Have you noticed that everything has been messed up since Han Fei took over the Scattered Stars Island? He has only been back for a few days, but 2 big battles have already broken out, and then he mobilized the 36 towns. What is his purpose?" Yang Kun said. "Humph, I don't think he has any purpose except to show off in front of the million people." The venerables really wanted to roll their eyes at Yang Kun. The young family people just didn't use their brains. Was there something wrong with Han Fei's head? How was it possible that he was just trying to show off in front of everyone? Zhang Jihuo looked solemn. "It's too sudden. The strong masters in our clans are probably not prepared, because all this is not in their plan. Whether Han Guanshu will appear, whether Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei will appear, whether the faceless people of the Thug Academy will appear, and whether they will take the opportunity to attack Thousand Star City again, we don't know." When Zhang Jihuo said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. But if their clans didn't send real strong masters over, they might not be able to handle this. Even including Cao Shuang, there were only 6 venerables from big clans. The 7 major sects had 4 venerables. Shui Shenqi was already on Han Fei's side, so there were 6 venerables on Han Fei's side, including Han Fei himself. It was already 6 on 6. Even if they were to fight each other, it would be difficult to decide who would win and who would lose. The main reason was that Han Fei was too strong, Chu Qing said. "We'd better wait a little longer. Our clans won't give up this opportunity. If we can't beat them and get the remains of the king, there must still be someone scheming in the unknown corner behind us." While the million soldiers and powerhouses were shocked and worried, Han Fei and Shui Shenqi had just come to the Empyrean waterfall. Suddenly, a voice appeared on Han Fei's waist tag. "Marshal Han, the entire island is preparing for war. What about the sightseeing group from the 36 towns?" "Huh?" Han Fei scanned with his perception and immediately saw the more than 50,000 tourists. At this moment, they were looking up at the sky in shock. Han Fei immediately noticed the 4 of the village leader. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Who let them in? Among these people, the strongest one was the village leader who was only a peak-level great fishing master. What are you doing here? But then he remembered that the village leader and Wang Jie were quite intimidating. Even He Mingtang was the deputy president of the Central Primary School of the Heavenly Water Village, and Li Gang was the deputy leader of the Fish Dragons. Only these people could really spread the information of the Scattered Stars Island to the public, which was trustworthy enough for many people. Buzz. Just when the 50,000 tourists were shivering, 100 meters away next to Meng Liang, a phantom head suddenly appeared. It was Han Fei. Hiss. Everybody gasped hard. What was going on? Why didn't this head appear out of nowhere? Li Gang exclaimed. Leader, I'm A Gang. Han Fei was speechless. Why does this guy so stupid? Does he not know who I am? How will others see me if they hear you call me that? Han Fei shouted in a low voice. Shut up. Hearing his order, Li Gang immediately shut his mouth, and Han Fei said leisurely, the sightseeing group take a rest on the spot. When this battle ends, the sightseeing group can continue the sightseeing. Meng Liang quickly asked, Marshal Han, what about me? Han Fei said, return to your position. The Trans-Island inspectors are on a heavy mission. They can't go without you. Meng Liang was secretly relieved. What about them? The void was torn apart, and a pangolin passed through the void. The strength of an explorer made Meng Liang's heart skip a beat. He had been on the Scattered Stars Island for so long, but he had never seen such a creature, nor had he ever seen anyone's spiritual beast so powerful. Therefore, this must be Han Fei's work. Han Fei said, I'll take care of the safety of these people. Earth 9, guard these people and don't leave without my order. Earth 9, yes, master. From beginning to end, Han Fei ignored them except for a yell. At this moment, many people were shocked by Earth 9 drilling through the void, wondering why this strange fish was so much stronger than them. The village leader tugged at Li Gang's arm and said, don't act like you haven't seen the world. Can't you see a big war is coming? Behave yourself. Wang Jie also looked at Li Gang. The village leader is right. Why are you yelling? Don't disturb Han Fei at such a critical moment. The Empyrean waterfall. Many people were still watching from a distance. Zhu Yinling was only a kilometer away from Han Fei and was standing at the gate of his courtyard. Han Fei turned his head and said, everybody from the Empyrean waterfall. Go to the central city and gather in front of the marshal's mansion. Many people were puzzled. Logically speaking, they should go to the periphery battlefield to help with the battle, but Han Fei asked them to go to the central city. Would they have a secret mission? Zhu Yinling said, live on. Han Fei's lips curled. Who can kill me? When the fishing boats took off one after another, the star turtle finally said, I'm ready. I can hold on for another 3 months. But if I become a venerable now, the earth will shake and all the sea demons will notice me. Han Fei looked at Shui Shenqi. Mr. Shui, leave the Scattered Stars Island to me. I'll leave the rest to you, Shui Shenqi said expressionlessly. Okay. When Shui Shenqi tore through the void and left, Han Fei took a deep breath and immediately shouted, big clans, 7 sects, venerables, and explorers, listen to my command. This is war. If anyone doesn't take my order, I'll punish him with military law and he'll become an enemy of 1,000,000 people, so don't make mistakes. While Han Fei was speaking to these people, under a certain street on the Scattered Stars Island, a pure black shadow drilled out of the ground, flew across the sky and followed the distant and lonely crying sound in the sky away in the blink of an eye. After half an hour, Han Fei perceived that there was almost no one in the 4 outer cities. Only when everyone was on their post did Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. Huff, Senior Star Turtle, you can make a breakthrough now. Crack, 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 crack. At that moment, the earth was shaking on the Scattered Stars Island, the Empyrean waterfall was flowing in reverse, and the 1,000-meter-tall mountains were cracking. In the middle of the sky, Dao runes appeared, and rays of light floated thousands of kilometers away. Seeing this, the millions of people on the Scattered Stars Island who were nervously preparing for battle were excited. Chapter 1432, An All-Out Battle. Chapter 1432, An All-Out Battle. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. The Star Turtle finally made a breakthrough. Above the Empyrean waterfall, Dao runes descended and rays of light enshrouded the sky. However, there was only one person standing under the Empyrean waterfall, and that was Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei said casually, take your time, there's no rush. The Star Turtle, on the other hand, couldn't be more nervous. It said to Han Fei telepathically, guard me. Once I become a venerable, I'll be extremely strong. Han Fei nodded. In my territory, no one can touch you. The Star Turtle believed in Shui Shenqi and Han Fei. It could be said that the Star Turtle believed in every supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Over the years, the Star Turtle had long discovered that those who could be supreme commanders were very sophisticated and knew the consequences of their actions. At this moment, spiritual energy soared into the sky, and rays of light shot out. It was the first time Han Fei had seen someone becoming a venerable. Except for a few people on the Scattered Stars Island, no one knew what it was like when someone became a venerable. Han Fei announced to the entire Scattered Stars Island, my fellow soldiers, the Scattered Stars Island has fought for countless years and countless heroes have been buried here, far away from their homeland. This battle may last 1 day, 2 days, or even 3 days. However, please believe me, this battle will be one of the most exciting battles in the history of the Scattered Stars Island. It has never happened even in the last 10,000 years. Everyone, we are creating this era and bringing mankind to glory. Roar, 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 roar! Son of a bitch, teach. Let's fight it out. I'm a little nervous. Is Marshal Han going to fight an epic battle? Can we do it? Some people were shocked, hoping that fewer people would die this time. Marshal Han, we are willing to create a golden age for mankind. Although they hadn't seen the enemy, everyone knew that a storm was coming. It seemed that the enemy would arrive in an instant. They were all people who were used to seeing death. When they heard Han Fei's ambition, for some reason, they felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Han Fei was just doing something that they had never dared or could do before. He was going to fight a final battle against the 10,000 Demon Valley. Who cared? Today they would be on a killing spree. The village leader Wang Jie and the others were horrified to see Han Fei. How many years had it been? The poor boy who suddenly rose to fame had reached such a point? This was already beyond their understanding. The other members of the sightseeing group breathed heavily and were in an uproar. Someone was excited. A great battle. We've caught up to a great opportunity and encountered a great battle. Someone was worried. Will we be in danger? Someone said, how are we in danger? Don't you see that the people who should be fighting have all left? Besides, with our strength, what combat power can we have? The enemy won't pay any attention to us. The moment the Star Turtle made the breakthrough, a great venerable of the 10,000 Demon Valley stood up and said, the king is right. The Scattered Stars Island has made a move. I didn't expect them to be so quick. Immediately, the Sea Demon Venerable's voice resounded throughout the void. All soldiers attack the Scattered Stars Island. This battle will put an end to this protracted war. Stargate Array, open. The 10,000 Demon Valley seemed to have already received the news that the secret of the Sage Realm had been cracked. The Black Evil Conch King personally ordered that within 3 days, if the Scattered Stars Island moved abnormally, all soldiers would attack. 3 days later, if the humans had no movement, all soldiers would still attack. At this time, it had only been a day since the Black Evil Conch King issued the decree, but the Scattered Stars Island had already made a big move. The 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't wait any longer. Now, they had to take action. If they didn't, the king's corpse would be gone. Therefore, they had to take action quickly. Above the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley, 2 purple spirals suddenly rose, illuminating the void. Woo-woo. In the spirals, a strange horn sounded. Immediately afterward, several stars fell. However, before the starlight fell to the ground, huge portals that were enveloped by aurora appeared at the bottom of the sea one after another. Yes, this time it was no longer just teleportation arrays, but gate-shaped passages. In the Blood Demon Valley, a venerable shouted, "Array in order. Strong masters, lead your teams to charge and board the island. If anyone escapes or flinches, kill him." Another venerable smiled. "Shall we leave no one?" The Herald Venerable chuckled. "No, this is a full-force battle. Our king is furious that someone destroyed the Sage Realm. He will definitely send Grand Venerable Qing Liu here at all costs. However, we can't wait any longer. The Scattered Stars Island has already begun to take action. We have to go now." "Oh!" a venerable asked. "Grand Venerable xuanhuan, what about the Sage Realm? Lord Mo Lin has returned. Yingei alone can't set up such a long teleportation array, so Xuan didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. Under the perception of our king, who can cause trouble, the 50,000 sea demon realms of the 10,000 Demon Valley are enough to crush those humans on the Scattered Stars Island." Woo, woo, the howls were deafening. The sea demon army that was as dense as water locusts charged at the gates that spiraled down. On the Scattered Stars Island, the glow was getting more and more intense. Perhaps because the old turtle had been suppressing the Empyrean waterfall for too long, his accumulation was unbelievably rich. After only a moment, in a radius of 3,000 kilometers, light flashed in the sky, and the aura of Dao runes descended. The weather changed, and Dao runes covered the entire island. Like a drizzle, they fell on people, feeling extremely gentle. On the coastal area, someone sighed. "Is this house like to be a venerable?" "Venerable? What kind of powerhouse is that?" Someone sighed. "In fact, it's just that we don't have time. Most of the time, we're stuck on the Scattered Stars Island. If there weren't the 10,000 Demon Valley and the sea demons, we might have been able to travel the seas freely and grow up quickly." Someone laughed. "Don't think so much. Let's win this battle first." Someone said, "It's almost been half an hour, but we haven't even seen any sea demons. Will the sea demons really come?" "I think even if they come, so what? Maybe the powerhouse has already made a breakthrough." Someone sneered. Marshal Han said that there were already wars in places we couldn't see. Don't you understand? Stay vigilant. While countless people were discussing the breakthrough of the Star Turtle on the Scattered Stars Island, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The leaders of the explorers of the major organizations roared, "Everybody, prepare to fight the enemy." Someone experienced took a deep breath. It's a Stargate. The 10,000 Demon Valley opened a Stargate teleportation array. This unprecedented war only appeared 1,800 years ago. The experienced explorers were all shocked and tense. Who would have thought that this shocking battle would break out just because the Star Turtle made a breakthrough? Ordinary people had never seen a Stargate teleportation array before. They all exclaimed in shock. All the commanders, captains, and team leaders shouted, "Have you prepared the resources?" You didn't use all the resources that Marshal Han gave you, did you? Remember, if the battle starts, use all the resources. Don't save any. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die. Someone shouted, brothers, this battle has never happened before. We have to win. Think about your family in the 1,000-star city or the 36 towns. This battle is for the sake of the billions of human beings and your family and friends. In fact, the frequency of battles on the Scattered Stars Island these past few years had told them that there might be abnormally big battles. Maybe this unprecedented war was one of them. Almost everyone on the defensive lines of the Scattered Stars Island breathed heavily. As they roared, they saw a massive number of sea demons surging out of the Stargate teleportation array. The inferior manfish and red demons came at them like a tide. A sea demon, half-merman, came out and walked around the battlefield. After a moment, hundreds of thousands of sea demons appeared. At this moment, Han Fei was also watching this scene. He frowned. This teleportation array seems to be very high level. He had never seen such a teleportation array. The sea demons actually made a space into a gate and connected the two sides? The teleportation array is so stable? Han Fei waved his hand, and the sky-hanging mirror in his hand shone around the island like playing a movie. The tour groups of the 36 towns were all stunned and exclaimed, "What is that? What are those things? It's sea demons. They must be sea demons. How many sea demons are there? And they are of different colors. How can there be some who look so similar to humans?" Almost spontaneously, on the coastal battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island, almost everyone trembled. Was it anger, excitement, or struggle? At this moment, everyone held their weapons, craned their necks, and roared, "Kill!" The captains all yelled, "Don't panic. Listen to my command." After only 100 seconds, a large number of sea demons had occupied the place 10 kilometers away. At that moment, waves surged. Within thousands of kilometers, a large number of sea demons were summoned and began to attack the coast. This time, it was different from any other battle. In the past, most sea demons drove sea creatures to attack the coast, trying to consume humans. When the sea demons were 10 kilometers away from the coastline, the human beings' morale had reached its peak. Seeing the excited crowd, the commanders and captains roared and unleashed their spiritual energy. "Kill! Brothers, this is the last time. Let's fight it out. Follow me, for the sake of the billions of human beings. Don't blow yourself up unless you have to." Someone shouted as he sprinted, "Don't disperse. Where the fuck are you running to?" Team up, someone shouted, "Fuse, fuse, kill." Amidst the cheers, two torrents of iron water collided and spread out on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. This was the first moment of impact. All kinds of explosions sounded. This unprecedented battle began. Chapter 1433, Confrontation. Chapter 1433, Confrontation. Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. On the periphery of the battlefield, the craziest battle in history had already begun. Only then did Han Fei realize that as the Supreme Commander, to achieve his purposes, some people had to be sacrificed. It could be said that he had sacrificed them easily. However, Han Fei didn't regret it. At this time, Han Fei also realized that Shui Shenqi had been in charge of the Scattered Stars Island like this for so many years. It was probably because of this that his face was always stiff. Han Fei turned off the sky screen. It was not the time to play a movie. He did that just now to boost the soldiers' morale. He wanted the entire island to see that this war was different from any previous one, the Empyrean waterfall. The mountain collapsed, the waterfall flowed back, and in all directions there seemed to be a mysterious law of the Great Tao. From the outside, it could be seen that the Empyrean waterfall was rising. It was already more than 10 kilometers higher than before, and it was still rising rapidly. Han Fei knew that the bottom of the lake was 60 kilometers away from the ground. Every time the star turtle rose, thousands of steel cables seemed to be broken. He had been suppressing the place for too long, so long that he seemed to be sealed here. This kind of breakthrough required a huge amount of energy and spiritual energy. Fortunately, after thousands of years of accumulation, the star turtle had no shortage of things like spiritual spring and energy. Suddenly, Han Fei subconsciously pinched his fingers, knowing that something was wrong. The old turtle said, "The sea demon venerables are here." Han Fei reached out and touched the star token on his waist without moving his body at all. The show was about to start. On the Scattered Stars Island, from the Empyrean waterfall to the Transverse Mountain, soldiers on the major defensive lines would be replaced every 4 years. And the replacement time for the Empyrean waterfall was usually more than 10 years. Therefore, the probability of the strong masters of the Empyrean waterfall breaking through to the explorer realm was extremely high. With generations of replacement, would the powerhouses created by the Scattered Stars Island disappear? Of course not. Some of these people went to the 1,000-star city, and some went to the sea behind the Scattered Stars Island, which was the unknown sea area that in theory could lead to the level 3 fishery and the 36 towns. There were also people on the Scattered Stars Island. Some were in the Transverse Mountain, some were in the central city, and some were hiding in the bustling markets of the major cities. In the years when Han Fei was in the Waterwood world, these people had been returning. Up to this day, there were a lot of these people, mostly gathered in the central city and the great array of the Marshal's mansion. Shui Shenqi stood in the air. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Han Fei. The people around Fishing Ch1401 were all from the Transverse Mountain and the Empyrean Waterfall, who had just been transferred here temporarily. Although this might attract some attention, it didn't matter. No one dared to ask Fishing Ch1401 about it, even if he had already resigned. Zhu Yinling, Xiao Yu, and her entire team were among them. Why? Because those who lived in the Empyrean Waterfall could no longer be regarded as ordinary people. Xiao Yu had planned to return to the team. However, they were stopped before they left the Empyrean Waterfall. Now that they were here, they could no longer return to the team. Xiao Yu and the others were stunned for a long time. At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others looked at the more than 3,000 people in the array of the marshal's mansion. Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that she and her team were the weakest. Almost everyone here was at least a peak-level hidden fisher. Xiao Yu had reached this level, but her team hadn't arrived yet. Even so, in order to prevent any information from being leaked, they had never taken a step away from the Empyrean Waterfall. Fishing Ch1401's eyes were cold. There were 2,681 peak-level hidden fishers, 381 Sea Spirit Realm powerhouses, and 6 explorers here, such as Yu Ye, Yue Shi, Ning Jingyao. Han Fei knew these people. They didn't go to the Thousand-Star City back then. Then where did they go? Fishing Ch1401 shouted in a low voice. 3 years ago, I intended to recall you. However, most people have disappeared. I tried my best, but I could only summon 3,068 of you. Today, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island is a battle that could have been foreseen many years ago. Whether I or Han Fei is the supreme commander, this battle must be fought. Fishing Ch1401's body was full of murderous aura. Since it's Han Fei who is fighting this battle, I'll leave the Scattered Stars Island to him. Now I need you to fight an undecided battle. Are you willing to follow me? We are willing, Fishing Ch1401 said lightly. Today, follow me to destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley. All of a sudden, a directional teleportation array was activated in the grand array of the Marshal's mansion. Han Fei had been planning to launch a sneak attack on the 10,000 Demon Valley for more than once. However, the 10,000 Demon Valley was the Sea Demon's base, so how could he launch a sneak attack? And recently, the Star Turtle had become a venerable and most of the Sea Demons came to attack the island. This was the best time to sneak attack the 10,000 Demon Valley, the Empyrean Waterfall. Shua. Han Fei suddenly waved his sword and stepped in. Han Fei's voice was still echoing. Everyone, now that you're already here, there's no need to hide. Then the figures of strong masters appeared in the void one after another. In the void, 9 venerables appeared uniformly. One of them said, well, I didn't expect that there was not even a single advanced venerable on the Scattered Stars Island. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, the other party has 2 advanced venerables, but no peak-level ones. Han Fei didn't panic at all. From the looks of it, the strong certainly wouldn't attack so easily. This was war. What they were fighting was not an upright battle, but peak-level combat power. Han Fei tilted his head. I am the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei. The Empyrean Waterfall is right under my feet. Come and grab it if you have the ability. How can a kid who hasn't even reached the level of a half-venerable be the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island? How dare you challenge me? I'm Mo Lin. Let's see how strong you are. Mo Lin's body flashed and 8 reddish-brown tentacles appeared in the air, stabbing at Han Fei like arrows. Han Fei put his hands behind his back, his face full of disdain. Then an iron rod suddenly broke through the air, struck the sky, and extended out. The 8 tentacles trembled. The tentacles fused and struck out with a bang, blasting out rolling ripples. An old voice said, well, I haven't been out for years, and my bones are a little loose. I wonder if anyone still remembers me, Chen Sanbai. Mo Lin's expression changed slightly. Humph, just an advanced venerable, and unfortunately you're already old. However, the venerables of the big clans and the 7 major sects were all shocked. Chuqing asked, it's him? He's still alive? 800 years ago, as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he broke into that place. I heard that he never came out. Among the 7 major sects, Jian Sanqing said in surprise, Chen San, the one who led 300 righteous warriors into the infinite ocean? Someone even joked that he was Chen Sanbai, taunting that he led 300 people to die. On the yin-yang world side, they didn't know the wall of death and only thought that it was the infinite ocean. It was said that so far no one had ever come out of the infinite ocean alive. But now someone had survived, and his strength immediately everyone was horrified. Had he already reached the advanced venerable realm? He didn't expect that there was such a powerhouse outside of the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei smiled. He didn't expect an old man in the archive room to be so strong. Originally, he had thought that the high-level combat power on his side was no match for the other party, so we might as well let Xinger fight. As it happened, he had gathered a large number of people this time. Once Xinger attacked and swept these people away, his reputation on the Scattered Stars Island would reach an unprecedented peak. However, Fishing Ch1401 mentioned Old Chen to Han Fei, which made Han Fei change his mind. Han Fei immediately shouted, where are Chu Qing, Ye Kai, Xuanhuan, and Jian Sanqing? When these people appeared, in an instant, 4 people in the Sea Demon camp walked out. These people were all intermediate venerables, but they were still venerables. Indeed, although there was a gap in strength between venerables, it wasn't too big. Chu Qing took a deep look at Han Fei and thought to himself, I'd like to see how Han Fei will fight this war. On the Sea Demon side, there were a total of 4 intermediate venerables, with 1 from the Blood Demon Valley, 1 from the Crack, and 2 from the 10,000 Demon Valley. At this moment, all of them were pulled away. Immediately, there were fewer venerables around. Then, Han Fei said, Yang Kun, Sun Beisheng, Zhang Jihuo, Patriarch 6 Swords, another 4 sea demons came out and tore the void, leaving only 1 sea demon venerable. The only sea demon venerable said, to be honest, there are many strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island. However, I am xuanhuan, an advanced venerable. May I ask how the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island is going to stop me? Han Fei looked at xuanhuan and shrugged slightly. No rush. I heard that you brought a lot of great demons in the Tao-seeking realm. xuanhuan grinned. So what? Han Fei grinned and said, how about I give you the Empyrean Waterfall and you give me the 100 Tao Seekers? Xuanhuan's pupils were constricted, thinking, what does Han Fei mean? Han Fei said, this deal is very worth it. There are still 2 junior venerables on my side and myself. You, an advanced venerable, are certainly not strong enough for me. However, if you make a move, I'm afraid it won't be too difficult for me to kill the 100 Tao Seekers. What do you think? Xuanhuan sneered. Do you think I'll believe you? Before he finished speaking, xuanhuan shouted again, everybody, kill the strong masters of the Scattered Stars Island. In the void, figures appeared one after another, dispersing in all directions of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei said, Elder Bingyun, Fire Moon Fairy, I'll leave these explorers to you. The Fire Moon Fairy asked, what about you? Can you stop this person alone? Han Fei smiled, I have to try. Chapter 1434, Watch Me Slaughter the King. Chapter 1434, Watch Me Slaughter the King. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Xuanhuan was a little stunned. Watching Elder Bingyun and the Fire Moon Fairy fly away, how could he bear it? No matter how strong a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a venerable. He launched an attack and pressed the void with an ancient seal, trying to block the 2 of them. However, with a roar, the phantom of 100 beasts swept across, and Han Fei's body expanded and appeared in the way of xuanhuan's bombardment. Bang! Han Fei was blown 100 kilometers away, but as he stomped on the ground, he immediately came in front of xuanhuan. You should still have a peak-level venerable, right? Why don't you leave the rest to him? Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. Are you playing the trick of bullying us with numbers? Han Fei shrugged. Did I? I didn't. But, are you playing the trick of bullying me with seniority? Although Han Fei was clamoring, he was extremely anxious in his heart. It was impossible for Elder Bingyun and the Fire Moon Fairy to succeed. The 2 of them just wanted to sound them out. Han Fei knew very well that if he were the Black Evil Conch King, he would definitely change his plan. He wouldn't give him a month no matter what, especially when he had even been to the so-called Sage Realm. As he expected, as soon as Elder Bingyun and the Fire Moon Fairy broke through the air, they saw the void tremble as 2 spear beams struck out, blowing the 2 of them back. Sure enough, a few more junior venerables had appeared on the 10,000 Demon Valley's side. Han Fei guessed that the 10,000 Demon Valley was also waiting. They knew that they were not strong enough to accomplish the task in one fell swoop, so they didn't take the lead to attack. Otherwise, they would have long destroyed the Scattered Stars Island. When he entered the Sage Realm, the Black Evil Conch King knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He would fight first. Winning or losing didn't matter. Anyway, they couldn't give him time. If he guessed right, these 2 junior venerables should have been sent over this day. However, Han Fei was almost certain that at this moment, the Sea Demon Royal City must still be sending people over. 10,000 Demon Valley. Fishing Ch1401 led more than 3,000 people out of the teleportation array and quickly swept through the various routes given by Han Fei. The reason why Han Fei delayed his return for 1 more day was to set up arrays. However, since the 10,000 Demon Valley launched a full-scale attack on the island, it should be empty. Even if they swept across the 10,000 Demon Valley, so what? They couldn't kill many sea demons. But Han Fei would rather sacrifice Fishing Ch1401 and more than 3,000 core combat power to have them sweep the 10,000 Demon Valley, betting on the 10,000 Demon Valley's trump card. At this moment, everyone looked at the Stargate teleportation array above the 10,000 Demon Valley and was horrified. When did these strange teleportation arrays be built? Fishing Ch1401 shouted, everyone, this has always been the gathering place of sea demons, the 10,000 Demon Valley. Now, destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley as much as possible. First unit, destroy these teleportation arrays. There were always traces of arrays, but Fishing Ch1401 led the troops to attack along the way, and the Stargate teleportation arrays began to collapse one after another, on the Scattered Stars Island. When xuanhuan saw that the Stargate teleportation arrays were rapidly collapsing, he knew that the 10,000 Demon Valley had been attacked. Not only xuanhuan in the void, xuanhuan was locked onto by an aura. He didn't take action because of the aura. His idea was that if he didn't move, the human powerhouses wouldn't either. As for the other venerables on the Scattered Stars Island, in terms of overall strength, they were no match for the 10,000 Demon Valley. Furthermore, on the frontline battlefield, there were 50,000 sea demon realms and nearly 2,000 sea spirit realms. This force was equally ferocious. If they broke through the human defense lines and the high-level human powerhouses were restrained, they could still win. But xuanhuan couldn't figure it out. Under such circumstances, how could Han Fei divert his attention to send people to sweep the 10,000 Demon Valley? xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he wants to snipe the teams returning from the Sage Realm? xuanhuan roared in a low voice, "My king." After xuanhuan said that, with a buzz, a terrifying super powerhouse appeared in the air. Who else could it be other than the Black Evil Conch King? Han Fei was overjoyed at the appearance of the Black Evil Conch King. He let out a long breath of relief. He knew it. If the Sage Realm belonged to the Black Evil Conch King, there were millions or even tens of millions of conches there. As long as the Black Evil Conch King was willing, he could copy himself one after another. As long as he was willing to consume enough resources, he could send one or countless projections over. It seemed that the projection of the Black Evil Conch King was obtained by consuming a lot of corrosive blood. At this moment, a gigantic conch as high as 10,000 feet suddenly blotted out the sky. Someone exclaimed, "What kind of creature is that?" Someone was horrified. "What a huge conch!" Not just humans, even sea demons exclaimed. Someone took the lead to shout, "That's our king has arrived." Roar, "Our king has come. The Scattered Stars Island will be destroyed today." Human, die. For a moment, the whole front-line battlefield was in an uproar, especially the sea demons. Almost at the moment the big conch appeared, the sea demon's combat power soared. The big conch said leisurely, "Oh, so you are the new supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island. You escaped from death last time. Today, I'd like to see what abilities you have to escape from my palm." On the Scattered Stars Island, there were millions of creatures. Hearing that the Black Evil Conch King was calling Han Fei, many people's hearts sank. It turned out that Han Fei and this Sea Demon King had already met, and Han Fei had a narrow escape from his hands. Many people looked mournful. If Han Fei, an extremely powerful powerhouse, could only narrowly escape death, how could they fight this battle? For ordinary people, they didn't know the difference between the so-called King Realm and the Venerable Realm at all. They only knew that Han Fei failed to win and escaped. However, his words raised a storm in the ears of others. Was there really no one listening in the 9 heavens? No, this battle was so important that it was impossible for the big clans and the 7 sects not to pay attention to it. However, these people didn't believe that a king could descend at all. Even if it was a king, at most it would be a projection or a clone. As long as he wasn't a real king, they could fight him. However, when they heard that Han Fei survived a battle with the Conch King, they were shocked. How could Han Fei grow to such a level after only a few decades? At this moment, Han Fei raised his head and looked at the sky, his voice resounding. "Let me ask you, is anyone in the 1,000-star city willing to take action to deal with this monster? The 7 major sects? The big clans?" The Black Evil Conch King laughed ferociously. "Who in the 1,000-star city can withstand a blow from me? Human beings will be extinct in the end. Then I will take over this yin-yang world." As the Black Evil Conch King laughed, the sound wave shook and the pressure descended. Han Fei frowned slightly. Suddenly, with a swish, a sword tide descended from the sky. In the high sky, Sword Key suddenly soared. Han Fei looked at the small red glowing sword leisurely. "Swordmaster?" Seeing that the star turtle in the middle of a breakthrough was shivering, Han Fei patted him casually. "Don't panic. Nobody can touch you as long as I'm here." Han Fei chuckled. "Thank you, Swordmaster. It seems that the 1,000-star city should indeed be rebuilt. There are so many venerables, but only one has come. How pitiful." The red sword torrents crossed the sky. All of a sudden, the sky curtain descended again, and the 10,000 feet large huge conch and the sword tide collided. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. Today, if I am not defeated, you won't be defeated. A mere projection of a king dares to mess around on the Scattered Stars Island? I told you that unless your true body comes, I will kill you. 10,000 kilometers away, in the sky." On the Cloud Whale's back, a black shadow was sitting cross-legged. Who else could it be other than Han Fei's black mist body? Han Fei said leisurely, "Cloud Whale, you have been on the Scattered Stars Island for more than 800 years. Oh no, to be precise, more than 800 years. Is it because you know what is under the Empyrean waterfall is also a cloud whale? I've read the history of the Scattered Stars Island. Before that battle, there were no cloud whales in the world." Woo, hearing the cloud whale's cry, Han Fei chuckled. "Don't pretend. When I went to the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall and saw the remnant body of the cloud whale, I had a doubt. This king's power of the great Tao was too weak. At that time, I didn't take it seriously. I only thought that that was because of the difference in the power of the great Tao. However, after wandering for more than 800 years on the Scattered Stars Island, your strength has never increased. The previous Supreme Commanders didn't see the corpse suppressed under the Empyrean waterfall. If they had seen it, they would definitely doubt you. The Scattered Stars Island seemed to be in great danger, but Han Fei and the Cloud Whale didn't seem to be nervous at all. Han Fei continued, "However, I think many people will guess that the current you is very likely to be the reincarnation of that Cloud Whale. However, It's not that I haven't seen the reincarnation of a king. The reason why a king reincarnates is not to walk the same path, but to make a better path than before. Therefore, you can't be the reincarnation of the cloud whale, you are Tang Yan, right? After Han Fei said this, the cloud whale turned around and changed its direction. Han Fei heard a leisure voice. Interesting. When did you find me? Han Fei smiled and said, when I passed through the cloud whale's demonic origin but reached the Sea of Pearls, I thought, if you are the reincarnation of the cloud whale, then there are too many things in the world of demonic origin that can help you grow, so there's no reason for you not to use them. As for why the demonic origin is directly connected to the Sea of Pearls, I'm afraid that the remnant of the cloud whale below is not a king at all, right? Or maybe he failed to cross the king tribulation. Tang Yan chuckled. Interesting. Why did you call me? Don't you have a trump card? If that girl really attacks, she can kill this king's projection, right? Han Fei chuckled. With you as the guardian of the Scattered Stars Island, why should I use an outsider? Smack. On the Scattered Stars Island, a red long sword was shattered, and the 6 wheels rotated, cutting across the sky and the earth. The Black Evil Conch King didn't want to wait anymore. In order to prevent the Thousand Star City from really having a strong master attack, he directly blasted the Heavenly Sword Master away. After a round, the figure of an old man was sent flying thousands of kilometers away, blood spurting out as he was seriously injured. At this moment, with a buzz, black and white brilliance suddenly erupted in Han Fei's eyes. Han Fei shouted, the yin-yang world has had no king for tens of thousands of years. Even if there is, it won't be a smelly conch like you. Who else would be king but me, Han Fei? Buzz. All of a sudden, Han Fei extended a huge hand and crushed the void. Xuanhuan wanted to sit idle and watch how the Black Evil Conch King killed the humans. But he never expected that Han Fei, who had been watched as a joke, could use the power of a half-king. Bang! In the sky, Han Fei crushed the void and killed a sea demon venerable. Seeing this, the million soldiers were all excited. Han Fei stepped out in a few steps and stood next to the Black Evil Conch King. Everyone, watch me slaughter the king. Chapter 1435, Fierce Battle. Chapter 1435, Fierce Battle Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A huge crack stretched across the sky. In the sky, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a rain of blood poured down. The death of a venerable made many people tremble. At that moment, Jing'er was dumbfounded. She had been ready to attack at any time. As long as Xuanhuan took action, she was prepared to pinch him to death. Because in Jing'er's judgment, even if Han Fei's strength was raised to the extreme, he was no match for Xuanhuan. However, when Han Fei's black mist body returned just now, she knew that Han Fei had gone out. She also knew that the power Han Fei was using now was not Han Fei's own power at all. How could Ning Jing not know Han Fei's capabilities? If Han Fei had the ability, he would have used the power of a half-king back in the Waterwood world. When he went to the 10,000 Demon Valley to investigate, he might have already massacred the 10,000 Demon Valley. How could he wait until now? However, where did Han Fei get this power? Not only Jing'er, everyone on the Scattered Stars Island side was stunned. Han Fei opened his hand, and a large piece of the sky shattered. The void collapsed, revealing a dark void. A guy who looked very strong was squeezed to death by Han Fei just like that? Xuanhuan was really dead. The kind of death that even blood rebirth wouldn't work. He probably didn't understand why he died. Even Jing'er didn't understand it, let alone the others. Thousand Star City. Among the 7 major sects, there were several people who faintly sighed. Just now, Han Fei asked if anyone in the Thousand Star City was willing to take action. However, except for the Master of the Heavenly Sword and a few venerables who had already made up their minds to fight, the others' hearts sank. Did Han Fei just ask that question on purpose? The big clans didn't get along with Han Fei in the first place. In fact, it was not that they didn't want to fight, but they wanted to wait and force Han Fei to use his trump card. After all, none of the people from the Thug Academy had come out yet. The best case was that Han Fei could be seriously injured in this battle. That would be in their interests. In their opinion, it didn't matter how many people died in this battle. What mattered was that when the king's corpse came out, they had a chance to get it. At this moment, a voice came from the Chu sect. Don't panic. He borrowed power. However, someone else said, even if it's borrowed power, his body should be able to withstand it. Can Han Fei withstand the power of a half-king? This shows that his body and meridians have reached an extremely terrifying level. Han Fei smiled. As he said, this was a decisive battle. How could he not have any means? The reason why he went to borrow strength from Tang Yan was that Han Fei was gambling that Tang Yan knew him. Why could Tang Yan understand him? Because Tang Yan was the commander of the Scattered Stars Island 1800 years ago. According to the detailed records, during Tang Yan's term of office, the Scattered Stars Island had fought 63 battles in only 5 years. Tang Yan rose to prominence and swept across the world. Han Fei certainly knew why. The Supreme Commander wanted to get the power of will from millions of soldiers. This was why none of the subsequent Supreme Commanders of the Scattered Stars Island made a breakthrough as quickly as him. In fact, they didn't want to be as crazy as Tang Yan, crazily get the power of will at the cost of human lives. At first, Han Fei thought so. However, then Han Fei discovered another fact. In the 500 years after Tongyan, the war between the Scattered Stars Island and sea demons had suddenly decreased by 80%. What did it mean? When Han Fei came to the Scattered Stars Island, there were only one large-scale battle every half year to a year, and 5 large-scale battles every 5 years. However, such a low-frequency battle couldn't cause much damage to the sea demons. During the period of the truce, they had plenty of time to recover. As time went by, both sides would accumulate strength. When strength was accumulated to a certain level, there would definitely be a super collision. This kind of collision was even crueler than the monthly battles during Tang Yan's term of office. For example, today, both parties had mobilized more than 20 venerables. This number was extremely rare even in the Waterwood world. How could Tang Yan, a war maniac, not know that? Besides, Tang Yan cared about human beings. Otherwise, why would he hide in the cloud whale's body and linger here? Also, when Han Fei deduced the void fishing technique, thunder rumbled. How could Tang Yan not know that? He was the one who asked the cloud whale to take him to the place of deduction he chose. In other words, while Tang Yan was secretly cultivating, he had been paying attention to the Scattered Stars Island. It was certain that Tang Yan knew more about the island than many people did. Tang Yan was both bellicose and cared about human beings. How could he leave the Scattered Stars Island alone? However, the way Tang Yan showed his care to the human race was not to participate in the battle personally, but to inject a force into the demonic origin in Han Fei's body. Han Fei felt that his body was about to explode, so he immediately chose to return. With a single blow, he killed xuanhuan. Han Fei's heart trembled when he launched the attack. Did Tang Yan give him the power of demonic origin? Then was Tang Yan a human or a demon now? However, at this moment, Han Fei was not in the mood to think about it. At this moment, he was at the peak of his strength, so he should use his strongest weapon, the embroidery needle. Han Fei shouted, "Hey, demonic conch, die, buzz." In the sky curtain, Han Fei and the demonic conch disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the sky curtain, Han Fei's voice was still echoing above the Scattered Stars Island. "All of you, fight hard. If you survive this battle, I'll take you to attack into the 10,000 Demon Valley and wipe out the sea demon's lair. Kill, kill." At that moment, the battle on the periphery of the Scattered Stars Island had already gone crazy. Countless people kept howling and their chi and blood were soaring to the extreme. Some even made a breakthrough in battle. On the southern battlefield, Lin Wu was very shocked. As it turned out, she was a fool. She thought that Senior Brother had secretly taught others Master's combat skills to win people's hearts, but in fact, Senior Brother had already reached a height that she didn't understand at all. As for the sea demons, their morale immediately dropped. Although the appearance of the Black Evil Conch King was shocking, Han Fei's appearance was even more shocking. He killed a venerable with a slap and claimed to kill a king? More importantly, the Black Evil Conch King didn't refute him, which made them a little scared. In the void, Han Fei and the Black Evil Conch King had fought 10,000 kilometers away. Sizzle. The law of gravity descended, and Han Fei was struck hundreds of times in an instant. All laws forbidden in this space. Clang, 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 clang. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei struck more than 300 times, making the Black Evil Conch King's scalp tingle and his carapace crack. A large amount of corrosive blood flew out, and the damaged carapace was recovering at a visible speed. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The holy light descended, and Han Fei, dripping with blood, became unscathed in the blink of an eye. Swish, 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 the Black Evil Conch King gritted his teeth. Impossible. This is not your power. Han Fei cursed. It's none of your business. You want to compete in efficiency with me? What? Do you think you can be faster than me? The Black Evil Conch King, your power, like my projection, will be exhausted in the end. Let's see how long the Scattered Stars Island can hold on. The Black Evil Conch King's body was twisted, and 24 sharp spikes burst out of its body. Those spikes immediately turned into a new big conch. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell is going on? The Black Evil Conch King said with a ferocious smile. I'd like to see if you can split into millions of clones, too. In Han Fei's body, the old turtle said, it's just a clone technique, but their strength can't be underestimated. Each of them is equivalent to a half venerable. Roar, the 100-beast soul-subduing roar was used. However, as soon as the sky-shaking roar sounded, with a woo, a conch sound shook the sky, and the 100-beast shadows cracked inch by inch. The Black Evil Conch King sneered. Let's see how long you can hold on. Han Fei stomped, and the space was shortened. The Black Evil Conch King, who tried to run away, couldn't even run 100 meters away. Han Fei casually threw out a mass of demonic energy, and billions of points of demonic energy instantly exploded, directly exploding the void across tens of thousands of kilometers. The pillars of light in the sky and on the ground shone for a long time. Even on the Scattered Stars Island, thousands of kilometers away, in the chaotic battlefield, everyone felt that their eyes were dazzled as if they had been blinded. Rumble. The clone of the Black Evil Conch King didn't even have time to run before it was blown to pieces. Han Fei said disdainfully, You think you're the only half-king here? I'm also a half-king now. How much stronger do you think you are than me? The black evil Conch King was furious. This time, he sacrificed half the Sage Realm in order to leave the Sage Realm. However, Han Fei's attack had reduced his strength by 20%. Before the terrifying power dissipated, Han Fei smiled and said, "Explode again." The black evil Conch King's heart did a flip. Fuck, is there more? But he immediately realized that something was wrong. A drop of water had appeared on his shell at some point. Boom, the infinity water exploded. However, the power disappointed Han Fei. Although he could temporarily use the power of the Half-King realm, the infinity water hadn't reached this level yet. However, Han Fei didn't care. He raised the embroidery needle again and shouted, "Come on, aren't you a king? Show me one more clone of yours." The black evil Conch King snorted. "Your name is Han Fei, isn't it? You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But is that all you've got?" Chapter 1436, If I Want You Dead, You Have to Die. Chapter 1436, If I Want You Dead, You Have to Die. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When it came to the strong, they never lacked fighting methods. Han Fei's strength was only temporary. In terms of strength as a half-king, what he was good at seemed to be lacking. The infinity water didn't leave any traces on the black evil Conch King. There wasn't even a wound. As for how much energy the black evil Conch King had consumed, it was unknown. Spikes flew everywhere, and the spikes that had just turned into clones turned into dark green beams of light. Not good. Han Fei had forgotten that the black evil Conch King also had the power to seal space. If he was trapped here, as long as the black evil Conch King was given a little time, the consequences would be dire. Near at hand. Han Fei stepped back 100 kilometers. Immediately afterward, he activated the star teleportation technique, and only then did he escape in a pillar of light. If he had been 1 second slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. In his heart, the old turtle said, "Don't panic. This conch must have consumed a lot of energy. Fight him from a distance. We just need to hold him back." The entire mountain in the Empyrean waterfall had been raised by 40 kilometers. From a distance, it looked like a huge pillar that connected the sky and the sea. With the Empyrean waterfall as the center, the space within hundreds of meters was full of cracks. Here, the residences of the families had long collapsed, leaving only debris on the rising mountain. The star turtle thought to itself, did they all go to fight? I'm really a little panicked. He would just become a venerable. Why was a king here? When did a king exist in the yin-yang world? At this moment, in the void, dozens of people were fighting each other. Patriarch Heavenly Sword was sent flying by the black evil Conch King and was seriously injured. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the sky, looking at xuanhuan. After all, this was an old man who dared to attack a king. Although the power of that blow couldn't cut off the king's projection, it still caused some damage to the black evil Conch King. At this moment, xuanhuan was restrained by a force, but it seemed that he couldn't hold it back anymore. No matter what, he wanted to fight the peak-level venerable in the dark. "Humph, come out and fight me." xuanhuan couldn't wait any longer. Even the king's projection had joined the battle, but he had been restrained by an aura? What kind of power was this? His performance didn't seem right. What would the Black Conch King say? Would he blame him? However, when xuanhuan came to the aura, he heard Patriarch Heavenly Sword say, "Hey, let me see how it feels to be at the peak level." Patriarch Heavenly Sword had already reached the peak of the advanced venerable realm and was only one step away from the peak level. This was why he dared to challenge the old monsters of the Chu family back then. Now that he had come and fought, how could he give up after being injured by a single blow from a king? Although Patriarch Heavenly Sword estimated that there would still be strong masters on the Scattered Stars Island, for example, Han Guanshu. His son launched a great war. How could he not participate? However, Patriarch Heavenly Sword was also a smart person. Different from others, the reason why he was bold enough to fight just now was that he hadn't seen Ch1401 since the beginning. Where did Ch1401 go in such a big battle? Did the Supreme Commander who had presided over the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years just disappear into thin air? In fact, although the sea demons realized that Ch1401 went to the 10,000 Demon Valley, the human race was still kept in the dark by Han Fei. They didn't know where Ch1401 went. Patriarch Heavenly Sword was still calculating in his heart, the Thug Academy, Ren Tianfei, Han Guanshu. None of these powers have come out. What are they doing? Watching the show? Just like just now, he was watching the show, so were the big clans. Han Guanshu and the others were probably watching the show too. As for when they would fight, it would probably depend on the timing of the battle and the changes of situation. Since there were people watching the show, there must be people acting. At this moment, the Master of the Heavenly Sword knew that he had to fight. As for why Han Fei suddenly became stronger at this moment, no one knew for sure. However, everyone knew that Han Fei had already fought the projection of the king. What power did Han Fei borrow or use? No one knew. Seeing that a big sword appeared in the air and blocked his way, he shouted, "Get lost!" The Master of the Heavenly Sword snorted, and thousands of sword streams on his back soared into the sky like wings. The terrifying sword beams sealed the thousands of kilometers of void. A barrier of sword chi appeared. He slashed down, and the sword chi was like a huge wave in the sea, cutting down the 100-mile wave, looking terrifying. Unfortunately, the battle of the strong was too shocking. It was all in the void and ordinary people couldn't watch it. At this moment, someone sighed. It was said that there were no strong masters in the Thousand-Star City. However, when there was a real battle, strong masters appeared one after another. These ordinary people didn't expect the 10,000 Demon Valley to have so many venerables, nor did they expect their side to have so many venerables. In the void, Jinger, who had been observing, had thought that this time she would definitely have to take action. However, what made her depressed was that none of the venerables participated in the battle. She couldn't help but take out garlic prawns in boredom. While eating skewers, she looked at the battlefield. Han Fei and the Black Evil Conch King were fighting fiercely. As half-kings, they fought so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see them clearly. While Jinger was paying attention, she glanced at the frontline battlefield of human beings. In her opinion, on the frontline battlefield, human beings were completely no match for the sea demons. Although the battle had only been going on for less than half an hour, the comprehensive combat power of humans was weak. Their hidden fishers were fewer, enforcers were fewer, so were explorers. But even so, in a short period of time, the two sides fought to a draw. On the human side, many people were fighting crazily. Their weapons exploded, their spiritual springs exploded, and in the end, they detonated themselves. The battle was fierce. Fortunately, semi-divine weapons were popular on the island now. Otherwise, the human side wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. On the 10,000 Demon Valley side, most of the 50,000 sea demon realms had newly entered this realm. That was why humans could fight on par with them. While Jinger was scanning the battlefield, she suddenly saw several different figures. Huh? Are they from the Waterwood world? Jinger saw Yuandao. This half-venerable looked like a human but was actually from the human race on the seabed. She had seen this person once in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. At this moment, Yuandao was fighting 3 peak-level great demons alone and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. This was what a half-venerable was capable of. But she felt a little confused about the other person. It was a hunched old man. Jinger felt that this person was somewhat familiar. This person seemed to be only in the half-venerable realm, but he killed one with every step he took, and the aura around him was creepy. A great demon in the Dao-seeking realm stumbled, and the old man extended his hand and instantly squeezed the heart of this sea demon. Then, Jinger saw that the vitality of the dead sea demon was disappearing at a visible speed. In addition, Jinger also discovered that although the peak-level combat power on the human side was not much, it was very durable. For example, she saw many law enforcers and hidden fishers, who were very ferocious in the fierce battle. The Star Turtle could feel it too. He was happiest to see that nobody cared about him. It was great that nobody paid attention to him. I'm so close to becoming a venerable. The Empyrean waterfall completely exploded, and rays of light radiated for thousands of kilometers as a massive amount of spiritual energy and energy gathered. The aura on the Star Turtle began to rise. Becoming a venerable didn't need to transcend a tribulation, so there was no thunder and lightning. As long as the old turtle left the Empyrean waterfall, he would definitely become a venerable. At this moment, there were only 10 kilometers left. All of a sudden, just when the Star Turtle was about to enter the venerable level, a silver light pierced the void, and someone was holding a silver spear that illuminated the void. In the distant sky, in the cloud whale's body, there was a murmuring voice. Oh, Yingi has been released? The spear tip dazzled, accompanied by surging sound waves which swept across the scattered stars island. I am Yingi, the head of the 10,000 Demon Valley 1800 years ago. I couldn't kill the scattered stars island before, but today I will surely destroy this place. Not good. In the void, many people looked vigilant, and the people of the 7 major sects all changed their expressions. Why is there another venerable? On the scattered stars island, on the battlefields, many people were dumbfounded. Why did this person from 1800 years ago come out? He was the leader of the 10,000 Demon Valley. He must be very strong. For a moment, many people felt their hearts skip a beat. They prayed that nothing would happen. In the air, the Black Evil Conch King chuckled. Do you really think that the Scattered Stars Island doesn't need to be guarded? Since this is war, I'll certainly mobilize all my forces. However, Han Fei looked at him as if looking at a fool. Well, are you an idiot? Do you really think that I don't have anyone guarding it? Also, who gave you the confidence to think that the power of the Scattered Stars Island is used up? Yingi's spear was brandished like a dragon, and its momentum had reached its peak. All the power was concentrated in one blow. The oppression of more than 800 years was completely unleashed at this moment, making him seem crazy. He shouted, "Die!" The Star Turtle was horrified. Han Fei, Shuishen Qi, help! At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Empyrean waterfall. At the moment when the Star Turtle cried for help, chuckling sounds were heard. Turtle shell sealed the sky, heavenly origin barrier. Buzz. A black shadow suddenly descended and blocked the Empyrean waterfall. Then, with a puff, Yingei struck with all his strength. Although his spear penetrated the black barrier, he suddenly felt that part of his strength had been eaten. In the next moment, a black shadow enveloped Yinji. At that moment, silver light flashed and thousands of holes were left in the black mist. After only 3 seconds, when the black fog was completely pierced through, Yinji finally appeared. However, at this moment, Yinji didn't seem to be able to fight at all. He was dying of old age, and his flesh and blood essence were devoured in a flash. A humanoid old man was standing in front of Yingei, absorbing his vitality and looking extremely creepy. Jinger was stunned. Gei Sanqing? Jinger was very surprised. Gei Sanqing was the follower of the Fish Dragon King. Because she needed to cooperate with Han Fei, she knew this person quite well. When she taught Han Fei the near-at-hand technique, this guy was right beside him. However, Jinger never expected that this person had the ability to kill an intermediate venerable. Rumble, another red crack appeared in the sky. Another venerables had died. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky above the scattered stars island. Fool, I don't care about who you are. If I want you to die, you'll have to die. Chapter 1437. My name is Han Guanshu Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Many people were stunned to see the sudden appearance of Guai Sanqing. In the Thousand Star City, many people were horrified. It seemed that there were still many unknown strong masters around Han Fei who hadn't revealed themselves. This Guai Sanqing had been pretending to be a half-venerable and blended into the crowd. Even Jinger didn't recognize him. However, at the last moment, this beast-stard crushed 3 peak Dao Seekers and directly appeared at the Empyrean Waterfall. In fact, even Jinger didn't know that during the year Han Fei was wandering in the Waterwood world, he had thought of several ways to get Gei Sanqing out. For this, Han Fei and the old turtle discussed dozens of methods and tried them one by one. Finally, they had Guai Sanqing temporarily acknowledge someone as his master. Then, he used the big secret of why the Fish Dragon King became strong as bait to make the other party leave the White Shell Royal City. After he left the White Shell Royal City, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. After that, Guai Sanqing had been cultivating in the sea-quelling painting. Even Bai Suzhen and the others didn't know that there was an additional person in the painting. At this moment, the Star Turtle was the most touched. In the end, it was his clansmen who saved him. It seemed that his fellow friends from the Turtle Clan were the most reliable. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said solemnly, Han Fei, I've overdrawn myself too much. It has taken me at least 100 years of vitality. Only the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique can make up for my consumption. While fighting fiercely, Han Fei said helplessly, Old Yuan, this is not the time to blackmail me. Didn't you just suck up Yingei? The old turtle said. It's different. Just like when you absorb the vitality and soul of others, I can't completely take their vitality and energy as my own unless my soul returns. Han Fei said, okay, let's talk after this battle. Han Fei's invincible fist mark blasted out, and his voice resounded throughout the world. Everyone, today, the second venerable has died. This person was the vanguard of the Sea Demon Royal City 1800 years ago, a big demon from the 10,000 Demon Valley, and has the combat power of an intermediate venerable. Today, I've killed him. Roar. Good job. As expected of Marshal Han, you're my idol. Marshal Han is the most powerful man on Earth. He killed 4 venerables in a month. Damn it, Marshal Han is awesome. We should have been this fierce long ago. Let's fuck up these sea demon beastards from the 10,000 Demon Valley. Someone laughed. Smelly fish, did you see that? Another venerable of yours died. Are you happy? In an instant, millions of soldiers' morale soared. Someone even mocked himself. I was worried just now that something big was going to happen. Haha, I underestimated you, Marshal Han. We're lucky to have you as our leader. The 36 town tour groups were full of gulping sounds. The old village leader clutched Wang Jie and He Mingtung's clothes and counted with a shivering voice. Was the one who died the legendary venerable? Wang Jie looked at the sky dumbfounded. I think so. Li Gang was so scared that he fell to the ground and murmured, Leader, you're my god. I'll see who dares to bully the fish dragons after tonight. Crack just. When everyone was shocked that another venerables had died today, the sound of the mountain exploding resounded throughout thousands of kilometers. Roar. An old voice shook the world. Above the Empyrean waterfall, the mountain had completely collapsed and rubble flew everywhere. A turtle shell more than 300 meters long appeared on the surface of the water. At that moment, the Star Turtle became a venerable and his strength soared. At this moment, if Yingi came again, the Star Turtle felt that he could block him. But the breakthrough wasn't over yet. The Star Turtle had been dormant under the Empyrean waterfall for too long and accumulated too much energy. Even if it had digested it quickly, it had only consumed less than 30% of its accumulation. The Star Turtle looked at Gei Sanqing. May I trouble you to guard me for a moment? Gei Sanqing simply ignored the Star Turtle. In fact, what he wanted to do more was to kill the Star Turtle and occupy the Star Turtle's body, which was much stronger than Gei Sanqing's. Han Fei was not in a hurry now. Regardless of whether the old turtle had combat power or not, there was one more venerable on the Scattered Stars Island side, and a creature like the turtle was born with strong defense power. More importantly, the star turtle was still making breakthroughs. Han Fei would feel sorry for him if he didn't become an intermediate venerable this time. The Black Evil Conch King's face was solemn. This couldn't go on. He had thought that the Scattered Stars Island could be easily destroyed, but he didn't expect the other party to have so many trump cards. He had used all the combat power of the 10,000 Demon Valley, but failed to take them down. At that moment, the Black Evil Conch King made up his mind. If he didn't win this time, the consequences would be disastrous. With this human's temper, he definitely wouldn't give him another chance. The wall of death inside the sage realm. The massive amount of conches suddenly collapsed, and a large cocoon that seemed to have existed for a long time suddenly broke apart. This was the last resort of the Black Evil Conch King. In fact, the Black Evil Conch King was well prepared, and the 10,000 Demon Valley's real strength was well hidden. The first venerable that the Black Evil Conch King sent over was xuanhuan, a peak-level venerable. It was because of this that the multiple groups of scouts Fishing Ch1401 sent over failed to find anything. Although Fishing Ch1401 knew that the 10,000 Demon Valley had taken action, he didn't know how big it was, so it was not easy to judge or make preparations. But when he found Han Fei's black mist body, he knew that Han Fei had known the existence of the Sage Realm and the 10,000 Demon Valley was in danger. As early as the battle began, the Black Evil Conch King had already gathered everyone. However, he didn't think this group of people would be needed. In the eyes of the Black Evil Conch King, most people couldn't even reach the Sea Demon Realm in combat power, so it was useless to send them out. However, the battle on the Scattered Stars Island was far beyond his expectations, so he had to make such an arrangement. Buzz. The Black Evil Conch King emerged from the big cocoon and stepped in front of the teleportation array. Looking at the more than 800,000 half-mermaids, he secretly enchanted them with corrosive blood. In the end, the Black Evil Conch King turned into a void shadow and shouted, "I am the Black Evil Conch King and will lead the royal city to return. All of you are my people. The 10,000 Demon Valley has already started a war with the Scattered Stars Island. All of you, follow me to war." There was no telling if it was because these sea demons had taken corrosive blood. As soon as they heard his words, their brains heated up. Logically speaking, even if the Black Evil Conch King was a king, they wouldn't give him their lives so easily. But it wasn't the case in the Sage Realm. These half-mermaids seemed to have accepted the Black Evil Conch King and were even howling like crazy, "My king." In the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Demon Valley, there were only less than 30,000 sea demons. These sea demons added up wouldn't be able to resist many rounds of attack led by Fishing Ch1401. In just a moment, most of the Stargate teleportation arrays had been destroyed by Fishing Ch1401. The 10,000 Demon Valley was emptied, and the Blood Sea Valley was swept by Fishing Ch1401 alone. At this moment, the others were all bombarding the territory of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei had given them a perilous task. However, up to now, except for the 30,000 useless sea demons, the 10,000 Demon Valley was empty. Even the so-called cracked seal under Fishing Ch1401's feet was motionless, as if it had been abandoned. Suddenly, Fishing Ch1401's eyes narrowed as he felt the void fluctuations appear above the 10,000 Demon Valley. Fishing Ch1401 rushed out and shouted, "Everyone, return to your position and prepare to face the enemy." Zhui Shenling, Lui Xiaobai, and the others were gathered together in boredom. Only Big Yellow was leading his sons and daughters and rampaging from one hole to another. Many people in the Empyrean waterfall knew each other. At this moment, Ning Jingyao was asking, "Xiaozhu, when can you transcend the tribulation?" Zhu Yinling said, "Soon. Han Fei asked me to refine my body before transcending the tribulation." Yu Ye said with a smile, "Alas, I really don't know how Han Fei cultivated. When I first saw him, he was so weak, but now he has become the supreme commander." Du Zhenglu said, "Be careful, we are very strong. If we were on the Scattered Stars Island, we would be among the strongest. But since we are assigned here, there must be something very dangerous that requires our presence, because ordinary people can't handle it." Granny Yin nodded and immediately shouted, "Big Yellow, come back." Buzz. Suddenly, space trembled and a huge hole appeared in the sea. Then Fishing Ch1401's voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, return to your position and prepare to face the enemy." Swish, swish, swish. More than 3,000 people immediately rushed back. At that moment, in the sky, the hole was getting bigger and bigger, and tens of thousands of half-mermaids were rushing down. Instantly, the more than 3,000 people shouted, "Prepare to kill the enemy." Someone laughed and scolded, "Not bad, not very strong. There are very few sea spirits." Someone smiled. "There aren't many sea demon realms. Isn't it a little overkill for us to deal with these sea demons?" However, as soon as he said so, a big conch flew over from the teleportation array. "Oh, I was wondering what kind of strong masters I would face. It turns out that there are only a junior venerable and 3,000 weaklings. Han Fei, how are you going to stop me?" "Everyone," someone exclaimed, "son of a Beta Chi, seriously?" Someone was lost for words. "A king? Han Fei asked us to stop a king. Is he out of his mind?" Fishing Ch1401 shouted, "It's just a projection of a king. Leave it to me." Fishing Ch1401 held a large pearl in his hand and jumped up, his aura soaring. He hadn't given this pearl to Han Fei because Han Fei had more trump cards than him. However, just when Xuanhuan's strength reached the intermediate venerable realm, with a bang, a terrifying force wrapped him, and a terrifying gravity descended, directly crushing Xuanhuan into pieces. The black evil conch king sneered. "You're just a junior venerable. How dare you challenge a half-king? Stupid." At that moment, Zhu Yinling, He Xiaoyu, Granny Yin, and the others were all dumbfounded. He Xiaoyu tugged at Zhu Yinling's arm and said, Is this the power of a king? The scene just now was unbelievable and shocked many people. Xuanhuan, a venerable and the former supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, was crushed without even blocking a single blow. The black evil conch king extended his hand and pressed down. In his opinion, these people were bound to die under his suppressing pressure. He didn't need to do it a second time. However, the pressure was suddenly shattered by an invisible force, and a golden book appeared in the sky. A voice sounded leisurely, "Oh, it seems that you have a lot of projections. Why, does this one also have the power of a half-king?" The black evil conch king's pupils were constricted. This guy was so strong. Didn't they say that the Scattered Stars Island didn't have such high-level combat power? A half-king? Although this person didn't seem to be a half-king yet, he shouldn't be much weaker. The black evil conch king's voice rumbled. "Who are you?" My name is Han Guanshu. Chapter 1438, Reinforcements. Chapter 1438, Reinforcements Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Who was Han Guanshu? The black evil conch king didn't know. Even on the Scattered Stars Island, no one talked about Han Guanshu. Every new sovereign brought his own courtiers, and the Scattered Stars Island soldiers were replaced even more frequently, so they usually only recognized the current supreme commander. Han Guanshu extended his hand and a page flew out. The page turned into a big shadow and flew into the sky. Roar, woo, the dragon roared, the conch shell shook, and a 6-layer spiral shield blocked the sky. Clang. With a loud bang, terrifying ripples swept across the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. Wherever they passed, waves, sand, reefs, and algae were shattered. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the big shield, Han Guanshu smiled and blocked all the shock waves with invisible power. At this moment, Xuanhuan was reborn from a mass of essence blood in the void. A massive amount of energy and spiritual energy swirled around him. In a moment, Xuanhuan appeared in front of everyone again. "Marshal below," everyone exclaimed. Xuanhuan waved his hand. "I'm fine," Han Guanshu smiled. "I didn't expect that a king would be born in the Black Blood Royal City. By logic, it's impossible for a king to be born in the Wall of Death. I'm afraid you didn't use the right method to become a king." The black evil conch king's pupils constricted. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned the name of the Black Blood Royal City. "Human, your strength is really not weak. You have reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, a half-king is a half-king. You are no match for me," Xuanhuan asked solemnly. "So what?" The black conch king transformed into a human and 2 huge gongs appeared in his hands. He had a bugle horn on his head and his body looked like a battle suit. Han Guanshu smiled. "It's a little tricky, but I can handle it." Xuanhuan didn't stand on ceremony with Han Guanshu. "Your son is about to start an unparalleled war. As his father, you have to do something. This is a war that involves countless lives. You can't flinch." Xuanhuan shouted, "Everyone, follow me to snipe the enemy." The black evil conch king waved its hand, and a mass of corrosive blood formed a blood cocoon, which was rapidly taking shape. Seeing that Han Guanshu didn't stop him, Xuanhuan said solemnly, "He is making a venerables? This is a king's means." Below, no one dared to speak. They had no say in a battle between gods. Zhu Yinling took a deep breath. She knew who Han Guanshu was. Although they hadn't met, she had seen him in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei's father, an existence that was powerful enough to sweep the Chu sect. Han Guanshu, with one hand behind his back and his right hand on the golden page in front of him, said indifferently, "A king against a king, a general against a general. You have an army of 800,000 soldiers. How can you bully the 3,000 soldiers of the Scattered Stars Island?" At this moment, the black evil conch king didn't give a damn to fair play. What he cared about was that he had been stopped. The person in front of him looked casual, but he was definitely not weak. Although he claimed that Han Guanshu was not as strong as a half-king, it was only relative. He couldn't guarantee absolute victory. After all, he wasn't his true body at this moment. For the black evil conch king, he didn't expect human beings to have so many advanced combatants. At this moment, he was a little worried. Now, the situation on the Scattered Stars Island was very dangerous. The sea demons lacked high-level combat power and failed to make a breakthrough in low-level combat power, which made him very worried. The black evil conch king made a bugle sound, and the demonic sound in his mouth resounded, "You want fairness? When I return with the Black Blood Royal City, I'll give you fairness. Now, I'm going to crush your Scattered Stars Island first." More than 20 spikes on the Black Hell Conch King's body drilled through the void, forming black spirals behind him. The Stargate teleportation arrays that Xuanhuan had broken earlier were activated again. Clatter, "Hey, it's just a projection of a king. Do you think I don't exist?" Han Guanshu sighed and flipped his right hand, and another golden page floated out. The page flew out and turned into a sword. The sword cut through the air and swept away the seawater, like cutting the sky in half. This casual and elegant attack stunned everyone below. He laughed and jested while killing a king. This person was simply too strong. However, this was not the end of it. Han Guanshu quickly turned his right hand, and 3 pages were knocked into the air. A page cut through half of the sea, like a mystic light crossing the sea, separating the black evil conch king from the 800,000 half-mermaids that kept surging out. A page cut through the void. The black evil conch king was blocking Han Guanshu with his 6-layered shield armor when suddenly the surrounding space was sunken, and they left the 10,000 Demon Valley. The last page blasted out a channel, leading straight to the Stargate teleportation arrays. Shin Chi glanced at Han Guanshu, who nodded slightly. Don't worry, the two exchanged a glance and knew what the other party meant. What Shin Chi was worried about was that no matter how strong the 3,000 people were, they couldn't be a match for the 800,000 sea demons. Besides, among the 800,000 people, there were not only half-mermaids in the demonization realm, but also thousands of sea demons. This was certainly the work of the Black Evil Conch King. There were also some sea demons who wanted to stay in the Sage realm to continue to become stronger, so they had been suppressing their realm. The strength of these sea demons was extraordinary. In this way, the 3,000 human soldiers were actually nothing. Among the 3,000 people, there were only 6 explorers. Shin Chi felt a great pressure. Even if they were explorers, they would fight a very difficult battle this time. 800,000 enemies? Even if they stood still and let you kill, it would take a long time to kill them all, right? At this moment, Han Guanshu separated the Black Evil Conch King and the 800,000 strong army. However, before the two sides collided, countless people in the half-mermaid army suddenly went crazy. A half-merman raised his hands. For the glorious return of our king, I am willing to sacrifice my flesh and soul. Such people were everywhere. Among them, some people rapidly increased their strength after using secret methods, and some people, unable to withstand the power, exploded and died. However, their blood was gathering, and the dark green corrosive blood was gathering. In the blink of an eye, one blood-colored mermaid after another appeared. Their strength varied from the sea demon realm to the sea spirit realm. After a while, 2 half-mermen in the Tao-seeking realm appeared. It was possible to increase one's strength to the sea spirit realm with a secret method. After all, the greater the sacrifice, the better the effect. However, you directly transcended the heavenly tribulation and reached the Tao-seeking realm. This doesn't make sense. Can't the heavenly Tao perceive it? The only explanation was that these were all Black Evil Conch Kings. He was a king himself and didn't need to transcend the tribulation. Or rather, the corrosive blood had reached the Tao-seeking realm, which made the heavenly Tao ignore the rise of their power. Meow, Big Yellow panicked. Granny, can I not fight this battle? My children are here. Granny Yin heaved a sigh. Han Fei probably won't send 3,000 of us to our deaths. Let's see. Just as everyone cheered for themselves and some people decided to sacrifice themselves for justice, Zhu Yinling stepped in front of them and then stood in front of the Stargate teleportation arrays through the passage created by Han Guanshu. Meow Xiaoju, Zhuer, Zhu Yinling, are you crazy? Xiaoyu's head was buzzing. Zhu Yinling, are you prepared to die? Beside Xiaoyu, the armorist sighed. Although we were inexplicably involved in this battle, we've seen a king and the wonders of the world, the manipulator wondered. Doesn't Marshal Han know that Xiaoju and Xiaoju are at the Empyrean waterfall? Before they could chat, Zhu Yinling casually waved her hand, and a fishskin map 5 meters long suddenly unfolded. Ka-ka-ka, crack, 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 crack. In the sea, a large circular hole of 300 meters wide appeared. A directional teleportation array drawn by more than 10,000 lines appeared instantly. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, white figures suddenly appeared one after another. A poisonous knife-tongued giant toad appeared and hopped out. White bones stumbled into the battlefield. Countless deformed creatures, monsters with sea spider legs, crab bodies, and fish mouths, monsters with turtle heads, shrimp bodies, and wings, monsters with eyes all over their bodies, someone exclaimed. Fuck, aren't these the soul eaters from the ancient battlefield? Ning Jingyao shouted in surprise. Look, it's the skeleton army of the underground city. Yu Ye was speechless. How can there be a skeleton army in the underground city? As soon as she said so, a crystal-clear skeleton, holding double knives, stood on the head of a sounding snake and flew out. The man glanced at the more than 3,000 human beings indifferently and then threw out his double knives, leaving 2 white marks. Wherever he went, no one could resist him. With one blow, more than 100 half-mermaids were cut into pieces. Tens of thousands of bow-footed umbrella spiders rushed into the half-mermaid army like predators. Bam! Bam! Everyone was stunned. Damn, how did they get reinforcements? Looking at Zhu Yinling, everyone immediately understood that this was definitely not brought by Zhu Yinling. However, they couldn't figure out how Han Fei had reached an agreement with the one in the underground city to have soul eaters on the ancient battlefield help them. The half-merman army was stunned too. What the hell are these strange creatures? The rolling meat spines, the hopping spiders, the big poisonous toad, the skeleton army with blue eyes, and a bunch of deformed creatures, Du Zhongliu laughed. Haha, I was lucky enough to become a sea spirit back then and didn't have the chance to explore the underground city. Today, I've seen all these creatures. Yi Qingfeng chuckled. I can detoxify the poison of the toads. Don't worry. At this moment, the crowd shouted, "Kill!" Someone roared, "I won't flinch even if I have to fight 800,000 sea demons alone, not to mention that we have such powerful reinforcements now." Someone laughed. Who knows when Han Fei got in touch with the underground city? Sure enough, a man who can become the supreme commander is different. He Xiaoyu shouted, "You guys follow me to kill the enemies." Remember, keep the formation. Chapter 1439, Idiot. Prepare to fight. Chapter 1439, Idiot. Prepare to fight. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. The creatures on the ancient battlefield and the underground city were at least hidden fissures. Especially in the underground city, the weakest ones were at least advanced hidden fissures, and the slightly stronger ones were sea spirits. When such a large army arrived, even if the final number was less than 30,000, it was like 30,000 elite soldiers, almost unstoppable. As for the corpse that had once guarded the boneyard, he held 2 scimitars in his hand and slashed out 2 curved watermarks as if he were holding 2 long ribbons at the bottom of the sea. In the void, the black evil conch king had already split out a venerable clone, sacrificed tens of thousands of sea demons, and created dozens of Tao seekers and thousands of sea spirits. It was not that he couldn't continue to create more strong masters, but the more powerhouses he created, the more his consumption would be. At this moment, there was a big battle, and both sides had invested a lot of troops. Once the strong masters on his side were eliminated, it was very likely that the balance of victory would leave him. At this critical moment of the battle, let alone a peak-level venerable, even an additional powerhouse who had just entered the venerable realm could affect the entire battle. After all, the difference between a venerable and an explorer was too great. A venerable could easily kill more than a dozen explorers in a head-on clash. However, a dozen explorers might not be a match for a venerable even if they were all half-venerables. At this moment, the Black Evil Conch King and Han Guanshu were fighting fiercely in the depths of the void. Compared to the Black Evil Conch King, Han Guanshu had only activated his Great Tao and launched various magical attacks. An azure dragon phantom shot across the world. The sword light was so powerful that it reached the sky. There was a rumbling sound as the sound spread thousands of kilometers. Boom, 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 and infinite energy spread out in all directions. The Black Evil Conch King was shocked. He stared at Han Guanshu and gritted his teeth. "What you practice is the legendary Great Dream Heavenly Book." You're right, Han Guanshu shrugged. "I didn't expect anyone to remember it." "How powerful is it?" Han Guanshu waved his hand, and the golden page turned into a 10,000-meter-long ribbon, sealing the world and setting up 7 killing arrays. The Black Evil Conch King was horrified. He had underestimated the Scattered Stars Island after all. He thought that he could sweep the island with his projection. However, the result was horrifying. The other party had already prepared. However, he had no choice but to take action now. The battle had already reached this point. As long as he increased his strength a little bit more, he might win. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a fool's dream if the Black Blood Royal City wanted to enter the yin-yang world again. In the Sea Demon Sage realm, the Black Evil Conch King didn't want to use up all his trump cards. After all, it hadn't been easy for him to make these preparations. He knew that in the Thousand-Star City there should be several venerables, or even stronger ones. He knew human beings well. They were always so short-sighted and looked only at temporary benefits. As long as he could get the corpse of the king under the Empyrean waterfall this time, he could swallow its demonic origin, king's aura, and its Tao runes. At that time, his strength would be greatly improved. Then it would only be a matter of time for him to conquer the yin-yang world. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, all the remaining big conchs in the Sage realm shattered in an instant. Amidst the boundless blood and chi, another figure of the Black Evil Conch King walked out. Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei was fighting fiercely. The battle between the strong was in a subtle balance. The people brought by the Black Evil Conch King were mostly blocked. However, on the frontline battlefield, there were still 31 explorers on the Scattered Stars Island side. Including the 7 major sects and the big clans, there were only 59 people in total. As for the sea demons, there were more than 100 of them. Gi Sanqing had overdrawn his strength just now and was standing under the Empyrean waterfall, pretending to guard the Star Turtle and that he still had the strength to fight. In fact, he was also recovering quickly. The Star Turtle was making another breakthrough at an extremely fast speed. He had a massive amount of resources to absorb crazily, but at this speed, it would take him at least half an hour to succeed. It was not the Star Turtle's fault. He had been accumulating spiritual energy for too long and needed time to digest it. Besides, it was obvious that the Star Turtle was not good at fighting. A breakthrough in battle was not suitable for him at all. For a moment, the frontline battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island was almost collapsing even though the human beings were in full swing. 3 million sea demons, taking countless sea creatures, kept attacking the Scattered Stars Island. Among them, those in the Sea Spirit realm and the Tao-seeking realm were several times more than the human side. It was remarkable that this battle could last for more than 15 minutes. In the void. The black evil conch king who was fighting Han Fei said coldly, Han Fei, you brat, even if you can stop me, so what? The frontal battlefield of the Scattered Stars Island is about to be broken. The millions of soldiers of your human race are about to die here. How can you bear it? Han Fei glanced at the battlefield on the Scattered Stars Island and shouted again, is there anyone else in the Thousand Star City who is here to help? I'll only ask you once. Do you have anyone? The black evil conch king's heart stirred. What would be the reaction of the Thousand Star City? As he expected, there should still be venerables in the Thousand Star City. However, as long as they weren't half-kings, the outcome of the battle remained to be determined. Originally, if he was given another month, he could send another half-king over. Then, even if there was really a half-king in Thousand Star City, he wouldn't be afraid. Now, to prevent any accidents, he had to do it himself. The black evil conch king said, there's no need to wait. Those who can come have already come. Besides, how do you know if they will be of any use after they come? And how do you know that I don't have any trump cards left? The black evil conch king's voice resounded. He deliberately let the people of the Thousand Star City hear him. You, Han Fei, can threaten and hint to the people in the Thousand Star City who hadn't come out, and I can also hint that I still have other trump cards. Han Fei frowned slightly. He knew that some people would not take action in the end. Even the 7 major sects didn't arrange for their students to help. This was because, in their opinion, the casualty rate on the frontline battlefield was too high. Those students were their treasures. How could they send them over? The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that he perceived that on the teleportation array of the Scattered Stars Island with a swish, several figures appeared. He looked at it, and it was none other than Tangyi shit. Han Fei cursed secretly and thought to himself, Tangyi, what the hell are you doing? I have 1,000,000 soldiers. I don't need you here, okay? Muling came with Tangyi, as well as more than 20 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. They should be Tangyi and Muling's senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Tangyi and the others controlled their fishing boats and rushed to the battlefield. Muling said, you're about to transcend the tribulation. This is not a place for us to participate at all. Tunga's eyes were firm. Although I'm not strong enough now, one more person here, one more combat power added. Father-in-law is here, so is the patriarch. How can we not come? Muling really wanted to say, you blockhead? What realm are my father and the patriarch in? They came to contain the enemy, but what about you? You came to fight in the army, on the Scattered Stars Island. In the sky above the outer city, a teleportation array suddenly opened. A man and a woman walked out of the teleportation array. The man said, Xiaobai, you know the situation in the clan. I can only participate in the battle alone. Let's see if I can become a venerable, by the way. It was none other than Luo Xiaobai and her father, Luo Qianhe. In the years since Han Fei left the Thousand Star City, Luo Xiaobai had been cultivating hard. Her Dao seed had been born, and the Luo family's divine technique was awakened in her. In the past few years, Luo Xiaobai's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. In the entire younger generation of the Thousand Star City, no one could compare to her except for Cao Chu. In just 7 years, she had broken through 3 levels in a row and was already at the peak of the Law Enforcer realm. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, you fight yours, and I fight mine. Buzz. Before Luo Xiaobai and the others left, the void crack opened and 3 men and a woman appeared. Apart from the old man, the other 3 people stunned Luo Qianhe. The 2 men were really too handsome, and the woman was gorgeous and attractive. There was even a refreshing fragrance coming from them. At the next moment, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath. The Yi family, Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. She tilted her head and looked at the youngest. Zhang Xuanyu. Roar. Zhang Xuanyu screamed and tried to flash out to Luo Xiaobai. However, before he left, the woman grabbed him back and said, Zhang Xuanyu, you're a married man. Don't seduce other girls. Zhang Xuanyu roared. She's Luo Xiaobai. She's Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xuanyu roared. She's Luo Xiaobai. She's my teammate. She grew up with me. She's my family. The man smiled and said, we have to end this battle as soon as possible. In this way, we can let Yan Yan come back and marry this brat. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. She didn't need to guess to know who these 2 people were. If they weren't Yi Xian's parents, who else could they be? She didn't know if Zhang Xuanyu was unlucky or lucky. However, this guy didn't seem to be weak at all. His realm was actually no weaker than hers. Before they talked to each other, another figure flashed in the air, and a fat figure seemed to have been thrown out. The figure was still holding the roasted eel in his hand and muttering, old man, I was just having a meal secretly. Is it necessary, huh, Yu, Xiaobai? Fuck, am I dreaming? Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were also surprised. Quang. Among the 5 of them, except for Xia Xiaoshan, who only Han Fei knew where she was, in the following battle, only Lirenquang was taken away by someone unknown. Also, Lirenquang didn't seem to know that a war was going on the Scattered Stars Island. He seemed to have been thrown here. Roar. Lirenquang shouted, am I free? Am I back? Have I finished my apprenticeship? Ha ha ha. Looking at Lirenquang's frantic appearance, Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, idiot, prepare for battle. Chapter 1440, Attack the Big Clans. Chapter 1440, Attack the Big Clans. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At the moment the space trembled, Han Fei had already perceived it. Of course, the Black Evil Conch King sensed it too. However, what the Black Evil Conch King didn't understand was that except for the old man who was a junior venerable, the others were all in the half-king realm, and the younger ones were only peak-level sea spirits. It was impossible for anyone below the venerable level to catch the king's attention, so the Black Evil Conch King wasn't worried. Several mere junior venerables couldn't affect the overall situation. When his last projection came, the result would be decided. Venerables? Han Fei was puzzled. Since when were there so many venerables? He had fought so many battles in the past, but he hadn't seen many venerables. In today's battle, even half-kings were so many here. Of course, what really made Han Fei happy was the return of Luo Xiaobai and the others. He hadn't seen them for a long time and really missed them. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to talk to them during this battle. Luo Xiaobai and the others quickly learned of the whole situation and had already rushed to the battlefield. On the east coast of the Scattered Stars Island, on the sea far away, Hualala, a ragged super big ship surfaced. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of faceless black-robed men leaped into the air and charged at the coastline at full speed. A faceless man was standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the sky. There was no telling what he was looking at, but after the tens of thousands of faceless men rushed into the battlefield, the faceless man on the ship gave his middle finger to the sea demons. Then he stepped into the battlefield, appeared beside a sea spirit half-merman, and killed this sea demon with a slip-slap. Han Fei didn't notify the faceless men of the Thug Academy of the war. This was because Han Fei knew that Old Bai and Old Zheng both knew that something big would happen on the Scattered Stars Island, so they would definitely pay attention to it. This was not Han Fei's last resort. At this moment, with the faceless men joining in, the situation in the battlefield was quickly reversed, especially on the east coast of the Scattered Stars Island, and the humans had already rushed out. On the west coast, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Tianhe, the Yi family couple, and the old servant were fighting. The old servant grinned, revealing a strange smile. In front of him, there was an armored fish with armored scales all over its body. Its scales trembled and swept out in all directions, as if Han Fei was using the million knife art. The humans on the east and west shores were gaining the upper hand, so some soldiers moved to the north and south shores. It was time for a real head-on battle. On this day, Han Fei asked the Thousand Star City, but no one came to help. Whoever survived this battle would probably immediately change their attitude towards the Thousand Star City. Jinger was in the void, watching the battle in silence. The two sides' forces, plus the sea creatures, numbered in the millions. This battle could indeed be called an unprecedented war. Jinger frowned. The situation on the yin-yang world was tense. Should the queen arrange for some people to help? In fact, as long as the Waterwood world sent 2 divisions over, the humans on the Scattered Stars Island would completely be able to resist the sea demons. Bang! Han Fei punched away the Black Evil Conch King and retreated. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. An extremely powerful white pillar of light instantly enveloped the old turtle's body. Han Fei shouted, "You don't have to worry about the Empyrean waterfall. The north and south shores, guard one of them." The old turtle asked in surprise, "What about this star turtle?" Han Fei sneered in his heart, "Keep fishing. Take the star turtle as bait." At this point, the bait is no longer fragrant. It depends on luck whether or not I can catch a fish. At this moment, Han Fei's ambition was already obvious. He aimed at the king and wanted to crush the Thousand Star City. Although he wasn't strong enough now, his aura was already there. In front of so many people, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was inevitably recognized. In an instant, people from the Thousand Star City, the Black Evil Conch King, and the 7 major sects all secretly exclaimed, "Is this the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? Huh? The Human King's Tao?" In the Thousand Star City, a venerable of the Chu sect said, "Damn it, how can Han Fei's spirit-gathering art reach the level of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique?" Inside the Cloud Whale, Tong Yen chuckled. "Interesting. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique seems to have been completely lost 70,000 years ago, right?" The Black Evil Conch King looked at Han Fei in shock. "Heaven Enlightenment? Buzz." A big hole appeared in the void, and the last big conch came out. The Black Evil Conch King roared, "You want to be the king of the yin-yang world? You're just a brat. Don't be too arrogant. What's the use of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique if you haven't even become a venerable? I've already got my new body. Let's see how you can defeat me." Hua! The Black Evil Conch King dropped dozens of drops of corrosive blood, and new clones were taking shape. There were a total of 13 clones. Among them, there were 7 junior venerables, 1 advanced venerable, and 1 half-king. This was the ultimate power that the Black Evil Conch King could use. Except for the 7 junior venerable clones which attacked the 4-sided battlefield, the advanced venerables and the half-king realm powerhouses directly rushed at the Empyrean waterfall. The Black Evil Conch King, who was fighting Han Fei, roared, "I want to destroy the Scattered Stars Island. Who can stop him?" Without saying a word, Han Fei clenched his fist, and a bloody light burst out. In the blink of an eye, the projection of the Black Evil Conch King reached his hands into the central city. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and a burly old man walked out of the shattered void. The man shouted, "The Chu sect is still here." How can I allow you, a mere fake king, to make trouble? The old man punched out with both fists and grabbed at the black evil conch king's half-king projection and advanced, venerable projection. Old Monster Chu's voice was also floating above the Scattered Stars Island, claiming that the Chu sect wouldn't let the sea demons in. However, Han Fei's voice followed. Old Demon Chu, if you dare fight outside the void, I'll kill whoever of you I see. Humph. Ignorant brat. Old Chu was full of disdain for Han Fei's warning. He threw out a punch, but the 100-mile radius was immediately enveloped by the void, and the dispersing energy failed to really destroy the Scattered Stars Island. At the same time as Old Chu attacked, there were 5 consecutive hums. From the Thousand Star City, another 5 venerables appeared out of thin air and tried to stop the Black Evil Conch King. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of explorers broke through the air from the north and south shores. Someone shouted, "The big clans care about human beings. We're here to help you kill the enemy." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Son of a Beta Chi, those Beta Chi, stards from the big clans. I'm halfway through the battle, but now they want to come to pick the peach. Who gave them the courage? The Black Evil Conch King saw that Han Fei's face turned gloomy. All of a sudden, the shadow of a huge wave appeared on the rod in Han Fei's hand. In Han Fei's eyes, a huge array was activated and thousands of arrows burst out. Swish, swish, swish. The 1,000-flow god array was not very strong, but it was an excellent array that could attack a specific area. Faced with a guy who relied on corrosive blood to temporarily maintain his strength, he just needed to consume his strength. Setting up arrays had always consumed energy and spiritual energy. Of course, demonic energy was the same. Now, Han Fei didn't lack this at all. However, it was clearly impossible to trap a king with an array. Therefore, with a swish, Han Fei turned into a thunder panther and dashed behind the Black Evil Conch King like a bolt of lightning. Roar! A big ape rose from the ground, and Han Fei reached out to hold the conch shell. And Han Fei's body was instantly pierced with countless small holes. The Black Evil Conch King shouted, "I am an ancient ferocious conch. How can your human body resist me?" Han Fei smiled ferociously. "I bet that your shell is not as hard as my bones." Clank, 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 clank. Ends of millions of arrows shot out, and a tremendous amount of demonic energy erupted from Han Fei's body from time to time. Boom, boom. Billions of points of demonic energy gathered in Han Fei's hands, and he grinned. "Show me how powerful your projection is." Rumble. For thousands of kilometers, the void collapsed, and the sky changed color as if doomsday had arrived. Under this explosion, Han Fei felt dizzy and his body was blown up, but his golden bones, shining dazzlingly, were not damaged at all. Come back. The illusion of 1,000 kilometers and the fluorescent light spots gathered towards Han Fei, and the big conch was wrapped in a dark green cocoon and seemed to be reborn. Han Fei certainly wouldn't give him a chance. 2 masses of demonic energy appeared on the giant hands of the ape. Roar! You want to be reborn? Do you have any respect for me? Lunatic. Rumble. The land within thousands of kilometers exploded again. On the Scattered Stars Island, in the surrounding area, Han Fei's voice floated. "King of fish shit, let's see how much essence blood you have left. Let's see if your shell is harder, or my bones are harder." Rumble. After bombarding it 5 times in a row, the Black Evil Conch King couldn't withstand such a crazy explosion in the end, mainly because he was gathering energy, and Han Fei was also using energy. In the sky curtain, everyone saw a golden skeleton appear. Shua. A holy pillar of light descended, and golden spots of light returned in all directions. Han Fei's flesh and blood that had been blown up regathered at a visible speed. Seeing this, Lurenquang immediately shouted, "Oh, Fei, what is going on?" Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Is this guy even human? Even Luo Xiaobai was shocked. The waterfall of demonic plants swept dozens of kilometers away, but her heart was dim. Han Fei was ahead of everyone after all. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly disappeared from everyone's vision. On the south coast, in the void, 2 venerables were fighting. One of them was from the Mo family. Han Fei grabbed the Mo family's venerable with the power of a half-king. All laws forbidden in this space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, a red crack appeared in the sky, and another venerable died, followed by a rain of blood. Because the Black Evil Conch King's original body wasn't here, no matter how many times he died, the weather wouldn't change. Therefore, Han Fei had killed the venerable of the Mo family. Ashol, Han Fei, why did you slaughter a venerable of our human race? Han Fei, are you looking for death? Old Chu's voice exploded. Han Fei, you're ruining the human race. Han Fei's domineering and ruthless voice echoed in the sky. Do you guys really take my words seriously? I've used all my resources to fight the sea demons to the death. But you big clans appeared when the battle was about to end, making no contributions yet, trying to reap the fruit of the success. How do you have the cheek to speak to me like this? Han Fei roared. Have you forgotten what I said? If you want to enter the Scattered Stars Island, give the resources first. You deserve to die. I could have won this battle without you. Chapter 1441, Black Evil Conch King Scared. Chapter 1441, Black Evil Conch King Scared. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ordinary people couldn't see the battle between Han Fei and the Black Evil Conch King. However, the venerables who were in the middle of an intense battle saw clearly that Han Fei, this lunatic, had blown himself up into a skeleton. Anyone would be horrified by his brutal fighting style. At this moment, Han Fei had killed the venerable of the Mo family without batting an eye. Chu Sect's old monster scolded, Han Fei, you brat, this is a war and you claim to be doing this for the human race? There are many big clans here helping you block more than 10 venerables. If it weren't for the big clans in Thousand Star City, what can you use to resist the Sea Demon King? Han Fei sneered and said, you want to prove your value? Why don't you kill a few venerables for me to see? Don't just talk nonsense. Also, those explorers of the big clans, under my perception, have nowhere to hide. If you can't kill more than 1,000 enemies, get the hell back to the Thousand Star City. Han Fei stepped out, killed his way into the Empyrean waterfall, and disappeared into the void shadows. At this moment, Gui Sanqing had already escaped because of Han Fei's Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. At this moment, he was fighting fiercely with one of the clones of the Black Evil Conch King in the southern void of the Scattered Stars Island. Because the Star Turtle was still in the middle of a breakthrough, he couldn't move and was also sucked into the void. Shua. When Han Fei stepped into the void, an overwhelming power blasted at him. It turned out that all the venerables of the 10,000 Demon Valley, the 7 major sects, and the big clans were fighting here. A large part of the bottom of the Empyrean waterfall had been blasted open. Everyone wanted to enter the bottom of the abyss. Because neither of them was willing to give in, they were fighting fiercely. As soon as Han Fei came in, he felt that the power Tang Yan gave him was almost exhausted. In such a chaotic battle of venerables, he probably couldn't hold on for a moment and would be beaten back to his original form. As soon as Han Fei came in, he heard the old monster of the Chu family shout, Han Fei, the conflict between you and me is an internal matter of the human race. Now, let's work together to destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley. Han Fei didn't speak. He was thinking, why did old Chu come out? From his current performance, old Chu should be the strongest in the Chu sect. Back then, old Han, the master of the heavenly sword, and the sky-dissecting finger failed to take him down. Why did such a powerful person come over to negotiate with him? Han Fei certainly didn't think that old Chu was being kind to him. What Han Fei could think of was that either this old Chu came for the remains of the cloud whale at the bottom of the lake, or that old Chu wanted to obtain some special improvement in this complicated battle. There was a reason for everything. Those with high statuses would not get into the arena easily. Once they did, something would definitely happen. But no matter what his purpose was, Han Fei would not let him get away with it. Han Fei shouted, okay, if you want me to believe you, kill all the projections of this Black Evil Conch King first. Then I'll believe you. It's not impossible for you to divide the corpses at the bottom of the lake. However, you have to impress me first. Otherwise, do you think I'll believe you? Han Fei did not continue to attack, but stepped to the Star Turtle and stood on his shell. The Star Turtle almost burst into tears of joy. Too many times he felt that he was going to be torn up. Now that Han Fei was here, he was relieved. This guy was so powerful that he wasn't like a human being at all. Han Fei stood on the Star Turtle's back without taking any action. In his opinion, with old Demon Chu here, humans wouldn't lose on the frontline battlefield outside. Besides, he had exerted too much strength just now, so he should reserve some strength. If these big clans wanted to seize credit, the dozens of explorers who appeared last had to kill enemies. At present, they didn't lack venerables. And at the level of explorers, the Scattered Stars Island was comparable to the sea demons too. As for law enforcers, with the faceless men joining the battle, it was actually enough at this level too. With the participation of the various parties in this unprecedented battle, it had reached a temporary balance. When would this balance of combat power be broken? Han Fei paid attention at all times. This was what he, as a commander, should do. Han Fei looked cold at the moment. Outside, people were dying every moment. However, Han Fei couldn't do anything at this moment. From the moment old Chu appeared, Han Fei's enemy was no longer only the Black Evil Conch King, but 2. In total, there were 12 venerables from the big clans, including old Chu. After he killed the venerable of the Mo family, there were still 11 venerables left. How could Han Fei not know how terrifying this combat power was? Therefore, Han Fei was trying to consume these people and buy time. If these people could really kill the Black Evil Conch King, it would be perfect. There were actually 3 parties on the battlefield. Not only Han Fei, but the people of the big clans and the 7 major sects also knew this. Even the low-level officers on the island noticed it. Now, Han Fei was obviously trying to push the big clans to the opposite side of everyone to threaten them to fight the sea demons. After 10 seconds, Han Fei saw that the battle situation still didn't change much. He shouted loudly, if the big clans can't kill the enemy within 10 minutes, don't blame me for taking action. Everyone was shocked. What Han Fei said was definitely not a lie. Although Han Fei's strength as a half-king was strange, it was real. Now Han Fei was waiting for the big clans to show their sincerity. However, the venerables of the big clans knew that even if they showed their sincerity, Han Fei wouldn't believe them. Therefore, this was equivalent to Han Fei forcing them to kill the enemy. Otherwise, he would treat them as enemies too. Although Han Fei didn't have the strength to fight with the two parties, did the people from the big clans dare to leave at this time? If anyone dared to leave, Han Fei would open the sky screen and tell everyone on the Scattered Stars Island that some people from the big clans had run away. The scene would be horrifying. Han Fei was definitely capable of that. All these years, Han Fei's background had long been exposed. Even Han Fei's search for spirit-swallowing soup in the village had been recorded. This was the ability of the big clans. That was why they knew what kind of person Han Fei was. In their investigation, Han Fei was simply a selfish person. Million soldiers? Would this guy care? He was probably just talking. This guy probably didn't care at all. Fishing Ch1401 had been in power for more than 50 years, but he had never initiated such a big battle. But not even 50 days after Han Fei took office, a full-scale war had broken out between humans and sea demons. Besides, did this guy have nothing better to do than to open a sky screen and perform in front of millions of soldiers? He was already used to putting a show in front of others. In fact, although these big clans knew Han Fei very well, they also knew that in the history of the Scattered Stars Island, every supreme commander seemed to have this habit when they just succeeded the throne. This made them a little puzzled. Could it be that only with this personality could one be a commander? The Black Evil Conch King was at a loss. The situation didn't seem right. On the Scattered Stars Island side, one strong master appeared after another. How many venerables had appeared? Besides, Han Fei didn't have a good relationship with the big clans in the Thousand Star City at all. But even so, they still beat him. This made him feel that he seemed to have understood something wrong. The Black Evil Conch King had always felt that the Scattered Stars Island was actually not that strong. Even though he knew that the Scattered Stars Island had the Thousand Star City behind it, he was already prepared for it. After all, when Tongyan was still alive 1800 years ago, both the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley suffered heavy losses and lost a lot of powerhouses. The Black Evil Conch King had thought that in just 1,800 years, how many strong masters could be born on the Scattered Stars Island and the Thousand Star City. Including the projection that Han Fei had just destroyed, all his 3 half-king projections had been stopped. At this moment, his projections were all fighting fiercely, yet unable to achieve anything. His advanced venerable projections were in an even more difficult situation. One of them was squeezed to death by Han Fei, and the other one was stopped by an old man who was almost rotten. Since Han Fei was the commander of an island, he couldn't be a short-sighted person. At this moment, with his strength as a half-king, if he could kill 1 or 2 junior venerable sea demons, the scales of victory would tilt toward humanity. But Han Fei didn't do anything? This made the Black Evil Conch King uneasy. Han Fei didn't do anything? What did it mean? It meant that he still reserved some strength. He had already given away the entire Sage Realm and used up all his trump cards. Why did he still have to reserve his strength? Immediately, the Black Evil Conch King couldn't have felt worse. Hiss, this means that Han Fei is still guarding against the people from the Thousand Star City? From this moment on, Han Fei no longer takes me as his opponent? The Black Evil Conch King realized this and felt terrible. Han Fei didn't seem to take him seriously anymore. He had suffered such a huge loss, but he didn't even have the chance to look at the king's remains. Immediately, the Black Evil Conch King focused his eyes on Han Fei. No, to be precise, he focused his eyes on the star turtle underneath Han Fei. As long as he could obtain the remains of the king, he could quickly seize the power of the king's corpse. Great Tao or not, he would think about it later. He should get the corpse first and replenish his strength. This was the fundamental strategy that placed him in an invincible position. Han Fei, the star turtle, shivered and roared. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei held the sky-hanging mirror in his hand and opened the sky curtain, reflecting himself and the star turtle on the sky above the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei's voice echoed. The star turtle underneath me is suppressing a king's corpse, which has benefited mankind for tens of thousands of years. If the big clans want to prove themselves and prove that they really fight for mankind, then kill the Black Evil Conch King in front of me and the million soldiers. Chapter 1442, Push Hard. Chapter 1442, Push Hard. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At the moment the sky curtain bloomed, the people from the big clans were so angry that they almost wanted to tear Han Fei apart. This guy was sitting on the star turtle and blocking the seal, but he was blatantly streaming the battle to the millions of soldiers. At this time, if the Black Evil Conch King approached and forced Han Fei to fight him himself, the big clans would lose all face. Ordinary people didn't know the reason at all. They only knew that the big clans were unwilling to contribute and didn't dare to do anything until Marshal Han forced them. In such a way, many people certainly felt unfair. They were fighting hard on the front line and narrowly escaped death. Okay, the people of the big clans kept saying that they cared for human beings, but in the end, they couldn't even kill a venerable? On the frontline battlefield, xuanhuan launched an attack at the sky. The void cracked, and 3 sea demon realm half-mermaids were penetrated. Activating the tertiary body, xuanhuan turned into a bloodman and looked extremely ferocious. Sky-swallowing technique. Quang's sky-swallowing technique was even more ferocious. Almost none of the sea demons within 100 meters could escape. Even if a junior explorer came at him, Quang activated his violent war body, the big shield roared, and Quang forcibly dragged the explorer down, killing him with the quad thunder knife. Luo Xiaobai was good at group battles and didn't target the strong. Anyone below the sea spirit level was her target. Wherever her demonic plants covered, there were no survivors. It could be said that these guys all had the strength to skip levels to kill explorers. However, Han Fei already had such strength when he came out of the ideal palace. Therefore, while others were surprised at the terrifying strength of these people, the three of them looked at the sky from time to time. Zhang Xuanyu said, "I thought that I had grown fast enough in the past few years and could compete with Fei Fei, but, alas, is this guy growing fast even when he's sleeping?" As Quang stirred the storm of swords and knives, he shook the fat on his face and said, "I know. I heard that there is a great Tao called time. Whoever enters this great Tao can change the length of time. He is cultivated for 2 days, but only 1 day has actually passed." Luo Xiaobai said, "Stop guessing. After he wins this battle, we can ask him." Although the Luo Xiaobai trio also envied Han Fei, they would only secretly give themselves pressure, telling themselves that they had to work harder to catch up with Han Fei. But the others thought differently. They only felt that Marshal Han was too domineering. Perhaps others didn't like this domineering style, but the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island did. They had fought for so many years. Although it was also for their own growth, it was more for the sake of all mankind. This was the idea that had been instilled in them since the moment they stepped onto the Scattered Stars Island. Therefore, they had the same thought as Han Fei. Your big clans have participated in the battle but haven't done a single thing? This is a problem. Not only did you not make any contributions, but you also told the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island that you cared for human beings the most? You're putting on a show for so many people. Who the fuck would listen to you? Why were the million soldiers convinced by Han Fei? Because Han Fei had been benefiting the Scattered Stars Island. Besides, Han Fei had slaughtered a few venerables today. Many of them thought that it was Han Fei who killed Yin Gei because Han Fei was the one who spoke back then. Wasn't such a battle record enough to prove Han Fei? In comparison, the big clans were just here as spectators. Looking at the picture in the sky curtain, many people who were fighting began to curse. Some were ordinary people from the Thousand Star City and didn't have a good impression of the big clans in the first place. One of them said, "Humph, these guys are just sitting idle and enjoying the fruits of others' work. If it weren't for Marshal Han, would these people have done anything?" Someone scoffed. "They are just putting on a show. Did you see those unusual natural phenomena today? Those venerables were all killed by Marshal Han. These big clans are useless. I even suspect that they are on the sea demon side," someone ridiculed, son of a Bidekuchi. "Some people have all talks but no deeds. The big clans are all cowards who are afraid of death." Han Fei quietly watched the performance of the big clans. The venerables of the 7 major sects didn't speak. Han Fei and the big clans were mortal enemies. The 7 major sects didn't want to get involved in this mess. Sheila. Sword waterfall. It was Zhan Senqing who had already lost his temper. At this moment, his like sword erupted as a tide of swords fell like a waterfall, blasting an intermediate venerable to pieces. Seeing this scene, Han Fei suddenly stepped out. With a single step, he flashed 1,000 kilometers away and shouted, "All laws forbidden in this space." While Han Fei sealed the great Tao techniques here, on the other side, dozens of energy fruits smashed at Jian Sanqing. Jian Sanqing's eyes lit up. The sword waterfall tore thousands of tiny cracks and minced the sea demon venerable's flesh. Han Fei scanned with his yin-yang divine eyes and found the sea demon venerable who was hiding in a wisp of soul fragment almost at the same time as the old turtle. He snapped his fingers and slapped the man at Jian Sanqing like slapping a fly. The latter was overjoyed and shouted, "Sword King break soul, cracked a rumble." At that moment, a red crack appeared in the sky and a rain of blood poured down, covering the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei twisted his body and looked at Ye Kai, who seemed to be hit horizontally but appeared in front of the star turtle at a high speed. He sneered. "How dare you, BX-Stard? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to snatch the king's corpse?" Ye Kai didn't expect Han Fei to return so fast. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was back. At that moment, Ye Kai activated the star teleportation technique and ran away without hesitation. However, Han Fei followed star teleportation and was even faster than Ye Kai, blocking his way. In an instant, an irregular gravity descended, and Han Fei extended his hand. Bang! Ye Kai, an intermediate venerable, was crushed, and the void lines crazily absorbed Ye Kai's vitality. The old turtle's black fog permeated, and Han Fei added, "All laws forbidden in this space." Rumble. Ye Kai, who charged at the star turtle, died instantly. The sky rumbled again as red cracks appeared. Everyone was shocked. 2 venerables had died in a row? How many venerables died today? Countless people exclaimed. This battle of the strong is really terrifying. The death of a venerable can even shake the world like this, but this power makes countless people yearn for it. Han Fei shouted, Congratulations, the Venerable of the Heavenly Sword Sect in the Thousand Star City killed a sea demon Venerable. After a pause, Han Fei continued, by the way, I killed one too. How dare he covet the king's corpse of the Scattered Stars Island? It just served him right. Good job. Marshal Han is invincible. The Heavenly Sword Sect deserves to be the leader of the 7 major sects. The people from the big clans should take a good look. The 7 major sects can kill a Venerable. Why can't they? Many people from the big clans were speechless when they heard this. Who the fuck do you think Venerables are? Can you slaughter them so easily? Who dared to say that he could easily kill a Venerable? Unfortunately, the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island didn't understand. Anyway, Marshal Han can do it. The 7 sects can do it. But why can't your big clans do it? In the void, Han Fei was still standing quietly on the Star Turtle. Yi Kai had died, and his position was taken over by Jian Sanqing, who was in the right place without any delay. Yi Kai had probably forgotten that Han Fei also knew the Heavenly Void Divine Technique, which the Yi family was proud of. Han Fei also knew the Star Teleportation Technique. At this moment, with Han Fei's strength as a half-king, wouldn't it be easy for him to beat an intermediate Venerable? The Black Evil Conch King was dumbfounded. Is Han Fei out of his mind? He killed a human Venerable without any hesitation? This guy is simply a bloodthirsty idiot. As for the people from the big clans, except for old Demon Shu, the others were already terrified. They were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Ye Kai was just testing him out just now, but ended up being killed by Han Fei so easily. How could this be? However, they couldn't say anything. Ye Kai dared to attack because he was fast, so he was not afraid that others could see him. However, he seemed to have forgotten Han Fei's temper. I'm already giving you face by letting you stay, but instead of fighting the enemies, you came to snatch the king's corpse? Do you want to die? Even though the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were watching, Han Fei still killed him without hesitation. If anyone didn't listen to Han Fei's command, he would be punished. However, after this attack, Han Fei secretly sighed. The remaining power in the demonic origin was completely not enough for him to attack again. If he attacked again, his strength would be completely exhausted. Then he would have to use his original strength and become a junior Venerable again. At that time, he could resist an intermediate Venerable at most. At this moment, Han Fei certainly couldn't ask for power from Tong Yan again. It remained to be seen whether Tong Yan would give it to him or not. After all, judging from the situation, the Scattered Stars Island didn't seem to have any reason to lose. Besides, even if Tong Yan gave it to him, it was a critical moment for the Star Turtle to make a breakthrough, so he couldn't leave. It was even more impossible for Tong Yan to come. Otherwise, the secret he had hidden for years would be exposed. At this moment, Han Fei snorted and his voice resounded in the void. It's been 20 minutes, but I haven't seen anyone from the big clans slaughter a Venerable. You're old Demon Chu, right? I know very well how powerful a half-king is. Last time when you wanted to kill me, you resisted a few Venerables alone, right? Why? Now you can't even kill a Venerable? Han Fei raised his eyebrows at those people and counted casually. 10, 9, 9, 8. Instantly, old Demon Chu and the Venerables of the big clans all frowned. Han Fei was serious from the beginning. The Black Evil Conch King's heart skipped a beat. These people from the Thousand Star City must have a deep grudge with Han Fei. He wondered if they would really attack him. The Black Evil Conch King was thinking, I can hold on for another 10 seconds. If the big clans took action, he would have to escape. If not, then he would still have a chance. Chapter 1443, Victory. Chapter 1443, Victory. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Black Evil Conch King knew that his plan failed. If the big clans of the Thousand Star City teamed up with Han Fei, it would be almost impossible for him to sweep the Scattered Stars Island and snatch the king's corpse. Therefore, the Black Evil Conch King directly spoke to the Venerables of the Thousand Star City via voice transmission. Everyone, I only want the king's corpse. However, you have to be careful of this Han Fei. Why don't you cooperate with me to kill him first and then discuss how to divide the king's corpse? It would be a lie to say that the big clans weren't tempted by the words of the Black Evil Conch King. Although many Venerables had died, the overall strength of the Black Evil Conch King was still very strong. Similarly, the strength of the Thousand Star City was extremely strong. Even if there were only 10 Venerables left, they were still more than all the Venerables of the 7 major sects and the Scattered Stars Island combined. However, old Demon Chu knew very well that the Thug Academy hadn't appeared yet. The appearance of the Faceless Men was meaningless. Patriarch Thug, Ren Tianfei, Han Guanshu, these people were the real trouble. In the eyes of the strong, the Scattered Stars Island seemed to be weak and lacking strong masters. However, were there really very few strong masters in the entire Thousand Star City or the entire Yin-Yang world? Old Demon Chu probably knew where Han Guanshu went. However, he really didn't know where Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug went. Although Patriarch Thug had switched to an undead creature and had just appeared a few years ago, he was only an intermediate Venerable. However, from the way he attacked a few years ago, it could be seen that Patriarch Thug's way of growth was rather strange. He seemed to have embarked on an evil path, so he grew extremely fast. There was also Ren Tianfei. This person's strength was the most uncertain. Sometimes it was said that he was only an advanced Venerable. Sometimes it was believed that he was at the peak, and even more sometimes it was believed that he had the strength of a half-king. Not only was this person's strength a mystery, but his origin was also a mystery. From beginning to end, no one knew. If they attacked Han Fei now, these two people would definitely come out. The others from the Thug Academy were not difficult to deal with. 2 junior venerables could solve all of them, and they weren't afraid of the 7 sects either. Old Demon Chu calculated. In terms of strength, if he really cooperated with the Black Evil Conch King, Han Fei might not be a match for them. However, the price for doing so was to annihilate the million human beings on the Scattered Stars Island at the same time. After killing Han Fei, the big clans would still have to compete with the Black Evil Conch King for the corpse of the king. It didn't seem worthwhile to fight to the end. Even if Han Fei and the people on his side were annihilated, it was difficult for the big clans to gain anything. If they were careless, they would be accused and despised by everyone. Buzz. Old Demon Chu struck out horizontally, and a black hand locked onto the void, locking onto the projection of the advanced venerable projection of the Black Evil Conch King. Like a surging wave, terrifying and pure energy suddenly rioted. Bang. With a violent explosion, another projection of the Black Evil Conch King perished. Han Fei watched everything expressionlessly. He only killed an advanced venerable projection. Was this the result a half-king realm expert should have? Was old Demon Chu trying to fool him? When he had just obtained the power of a half-king, he had easily killed Ziyu Chuan with a single blow. Boom boom boom. At this moment, on the other side, xuanhuan from the Cao family punched out with lightning speed and a great momentum. As if he had used all his strength, he punched out and punched through the void to reality. A sea demon, venerable in the fierce battle, was directly shattered. Huff! xuanhuan activated the swallowing technique and swallowed a large amount of energy from the sea demon venerable. Even the shattered blood and corpse were swallowed by him as energy. But this time, Han Fei didn't help him. But xuanhuan didn't ask Han Fei to help either. A tentacle extended from between his eyebrows. Shila, tens of thousands of electric currents exploded in the void, and a figure that was only half condensed was exploded out. xuanhuan took out a pearl and threw it out, causing a black hole in the void. The sea demon venerable was entangled in the pure black cave halfway through his blood rebirth. Rumble. In the sky, a trail of blood was pierced through, and a rain of blood burst out again. After the consecutive bloodbaths, the million soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island were already used to it. Han Fei once said that this was an unprecedented battle. In the past 10,000 years, there would never be such a battle. Most people also realized that the real challenge wasn't the frontline battles. The frontline battles were just evenly matched and had to rely on numbers, cooperation, battle formations, and command to fight. However, at the level of explorers, they didn't need to rely on these. At this level, they could all fight through the void. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the big clans bullied the weak and feared the strong. Logically speaking, on his side, at least on the surface, he was definitely the weakest among the 3 parties. Even with Old Han, Patriarch Thug, and Ren Tianfei, if Old Demon Chu and the Black Evil Conch King were to cooperate, the odds of his winning were still not high. Even if he were to really risk his life, it would clearly be impossible for him to completely wipe out the big clans. But Old Demon Chu didn't choose to attack him. At that time, Han Fei knew that he had made the right bet. But then Han Fei began to worry again. His combat power was too little. If he didn't use Jinger, he might still be in a disadvantageous situation in the battle for the king's corpse, huh? Wait, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. The king's corpse? Yes, Han Fei suddenly seemed to understand something. The king's corpse, the king's corpse, the king's corpse. If these people wanted to snatch the king's corpse, let them. It had nothing to do with him. Han Fei immediately shouted, so among the big clans, only the Cao family is tough enough? Old Demon Chu, do you think I don't know how strong a half-king is? Do you think it's a big deal that you can kill an advanced venerable? Are the others faking fighting? Yang Kun of the Yang family shouted, Han Fei, we are in the middle of a fierce battle. What are you doing? Han Fei immediately roared back, are you qualified to ask me that? There are at least 3 or 5 venerables who died at my hands. Who do you think you are? Have you ever killed a venerable? After yelling at Yang Kun, Han Fei said casually, I know that you want the king's corpse. If you want it, I can give it to you. I never believed that a corpse could create a king. I, Han Fei, am going to embark on the path of a king. I don't care about the mere king's corpse. You want the king's corpse, right? As the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, I can give you a rule. Whoever kills more enemies will get more of the king's corpses. Whoever kills fewer enemies will get nothing. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Han Fei sneered. I'm a man of my word. If I don't even have this little bit of tolerance, how can I become a king? Oh, of course, I mean all explorers, law enforcers, and hidden fishers. The eyes of the Yang family's idiot immediately glowed. Han Fei, are you serious? Han Fei sneered. Why should I lie to you? Your big clans aren't more difficult to deal with than sea demons. I swear to the gods, what I said is true, provided that you kill enough enemies first. Buzz buzz. Before the big clans and the seven sects could do anything, the black evil Conch King intended to quit the battle first. Such a war was meaningless. Judging from the current combat power, he had already used all his trump cards. Although there were still channels that could extend out of the Wall of Death, the price to take the channels couldn't be small. If he were to use those tunnels, he would at least let some people escape. As soon as the black evil Conch King retreated, the remaining sea demon venerables tacitly began to retreat. Han Fei flipped his hand and shot out the sky-hanging mirror, which accurately reflected the scene. The venerable retreated. Han Fei roared, and his voice resounded across the entire Scattered Stars island. All soldiers, the black evil Conch King has been defeated, and the sea demon venerables have begun to flee. Everyone, the war lasting 1,000,000 years should be put to an end on this day. Follow me, kill, splash, buzz. Instantly, the entire Scattered Stars island boiled. Someone had just been replaced and was about to take a break before going to the battlefield again. Seeing the scene on the Empyrean waterfall, he immediately roared, we've won, kill. Someone was overjoyed and his face was full of madness. Ha ha ha, I can't believe it. I can't believe the sea demons have such a day. Swish. Since they had already begun to escape, it meant that it was a decision made by the black evil Conch King after much deliberation. The black evil Conch King also knew that after this battle, the strength of the 10,000 Demon Valley would plummet to the bottom. However, he had to leave. If he left, he could at least preserve a portion of his combat power, but if he didn't leave, he would be as good as waiting for death. It wasn't until this moment that the black evil Conch King realized that neither the Scattered Stars Island under Han Fei's command, nor the big clans that represented the strongest combat power of the Thousand Star City had ever regarded him as their ultimate opponent. This made the black evil Conch King feel terrible. He, a king, had been tricked. He had always believed that the sea demon army he led was the strongest. Withdraw. The black evil Conch King's voice echoed in the sky. The sea demon army, which had been beaten up, immediately ran out when they heard it. Han Fei's voice followed. My fellow soldiers, don't let the enemy escape. Kill. Chapter 1444, Battle of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Chapter 1444, Battle of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei was looking down at everyone as a half-king. After all, Han Fei had killed several venerables in a short period of time. This strength didn't allow them to doubt him at all. In fact, many venerables believed that this power must be left to Han Fei by Han Guanshu, Ren Tianfei, or someone else. Because Han Fei's strength had reached the level of a half-king and he was extremely domineering, no one dared to approach the passage under the star turtle guarded by Han Fei. Suddenly, in the middle of this life-and-death chase, old Demon Chu took action. The huge hand that blotted out the sky crossed the void and shattered the 3 junior venerable projections of the black evil Conch King. However, this action set the half-king projection of the black evil Conch King free. Seeing old Demon Chu's reaction, the others also jumped up. Someone held back the enemy, waiting for allies to attack together and then use arrays to kill many sea demons. But even if they had tried their best, they had only killed 2 projections of the black evil Conch King. Why were these projections killed? Han Fei even suspected that it was purposely left behind by the black evil Conch King. Compared to a true junior venerable, a projection was just a special energy, which would be consumed sooner or later and couldn't be cultivated. Therefore, a projection wasn't very valuable. Even though this battle was already one-sided, the following chase lasted for more than 4 hours. Seeing that the opponent's venerable had fewer injuries, Han Fei had a vague understanding. It seemed that the higher the realm was, the smaller the gap between people. There were very few people like him who could skip levels to challenge. Of course, it couldn't be said that there was no gap between others. After all, a heavenly talent had to be stronger. However, in the venerable realm, the gap between ordinary people and top heavenly talents was no longer obvious. Han Fei thought to himself, this probably has something to do with the fact that heavenly talents didn't have any good techniques. Otherwise, shouldn't the heavenly talents be much stronger than others? In the weak stages, talent abilities could play an important role. However, when one reached the venerable realm, talent was almost all exhausted. After this, without the top techniques, the former heavenly talents were reduced to commoners. In fact, Han Fei didn't think he had any problem either. Just now, Tang Yan had given him great strength. However, when facing the black evil Conch King, with his talent, he didn't seem to be stronger than others. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't his own power, so he couldn't fully tap into his potential. All in all, Han Fei was secretly relieved. He had won this battle. Along with the half-king projection of the black evil Conch King, a total of 6 sea demon venerables ran out. This battle seemed to have killed many venerables. However, in fact, excluding the 2 venerables of the Thousand Star City, most of the venerables killed on the sea demon side were the projections of the black evil Conch King. It could be said that this unprecedented battle only ruined the black evil Conch King's scheme. When the opponent's venerables completely fled, Han Fei's voice shook the Scattered Stars Island. The sea demons have been defeated. My dear soldiers, quickly kill the Tao Seekers among the sea demons. Then Han Fei shouted again, "Soldiers, the Scattered Stars Island is about to welcome a golden age of 1,000 years. The sea demons have suffered a great defeat, and human beings are in power. From now on, this vast sea is the land of human beings. There is no 10,000 Demon Valley, there is only the Scattered Stars Island. Did we finally win? Brothers, after this battle, we don't have to fight anymore. Damn, Marshal Han is awesome, a little fish. Don't run. Let me kill 2 more. As the saying went, a rout was like a landslide. The escape of the top powerhouses like the Black Evil Conch King made the Sea Demon army completely lose confidence. Even their king had run away. Could they take down the Scattered Stars Island? In fact, even the Black Evil Conch King couldn't take them away. After all, an army of millions was not a small number. On the vast sea, fighting was going on. Some sea demons who couldn't escape were being cleared up. Although the battle had only lasted for 2 hours, 300 kilometers beyond the coast of the Scattered Stars Island was almost destroyed, and more than 1 million sea demons and soldiers had been killed. Han Fei couldn't bear to watch the brutal battle. He didn't want to see the sacrifices of these people. He wanted to purge more sea demons. Crack. After winning the battle for only a little more than 5 minutes, the Star Turtle made a breakthrough again, steadily upgrading from a junior venerable to an intermediate one. Rumble. The mountain of the Empyrean waterfall had long collapsed, and the rock wall under the Star Turtle was completely shattered. Instantly, everyone looked over. Han Fei said to all the venerables of the 7 major sects and the big clans, "You want the king's corpse? I'll see you in the 10,000 Demon Valley." Crack, 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 crack. Holding Snowmorn, Han Fei cut open the 300 kilometers around the Star Turtle. The seal had been broken, and Han Fei was carrying an island of 300 kilometers on his shoulder, rampaging in the sky. The Star Turtle had just broken through. Although most of the seal had been opened and the power of the Great Tao gushed out, it hadn't been completely removed. At this moment, it was chasing Han Fei closely. This scene was reflected in the sky curtain, making countless people who were hunting sea demons dumbfounded. "Is this guy really a human?" someone asked solemnly. "What is Marshal Han doing? Why is he carrying a mountain?" someone exclaimed. "He's walking with a mountain on his shoulder." "That's fucking awesome," someone complained. "Fuck, which eye of yours saw that it was a mountain? It was clearly an island, carried on Marshal Han's shoulder." Someone rolled his eyes. "Come on, open your eyes and see which shoulder Marshal Han used to carry it," someone exclaimed. "Look, is that turtle the one who said he would become a venerable?" "Yes, it's him." "Just now, when the sky curtain swept over the Empyrean waterfall, I saw him." Lu Renquang asked, his face shaking. "Where is this guy going?" Luo Xiaobai said solemnly. "If Han Fei wins the battle, he will definitely claim credit in front of others. However, he hasn't, which means that the battle is not over yet." Boom! Boom! The void exploded as Luo Qianhe's figure appeared and landed in front of them. The battle for those below the Venerable Realm is basically over. However, the second battle above the Venerable Realm has just begun. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Second battle? What's the second battle?" Luo Tianhe said. "The big clans and all the factions on Han Fei's side are incompatible in the end. Do you really think that Han Fei summoned the people from the Thousand-Star City to ask for reinforcements?" Xuanhuan exclaimed. Instantly, everyone was horrified. What did he mean? If they wanted to win such a big battle with just the Scattered Stars Island and the 7 major sects, it shouldn't be possible, right? Although the big clans didn't have any achievements, they at least blocked some enemies. Luo Xiaobai was the first to react. The Thousand-Star City isn't really trying to stop the sea demons, so Han Fei doesn't owe them a favor. The two parties have different purposes to resist the sea demons, but they both have a premise, which is to exclude the sea demons, so they are barely united. At this time, the sea demons have been defeated, and there is still a battle between Han Fei and the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Luo Tianhe shrugged slightly. Fight or not, I don't know. Whether or not they will fight, no one knows. The Thug Academy hasn't appeared since the beginning, and less than half of all the venerables in the Thousand-Star City have come. There are still more people, especially those who aren't on the surface, who haven't appeared at all. Lu Renquang couldn't help but scratch his head. So, in fact, neither side has ever regarded sea demons as a real enemy, right? Luo Tianhe nodded slightly. It's not that the Thousand-Star City doesn't understand how troublesome the sea demons are. However, in their eyes, this is not a big problem. The Scattered Stars Island, in their eyes, is more like a training ground, not a real dangerous place. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Where is he going now? Luo Tianhe looked at Han Fei, who disappeared in the sky, and said lightly, "The 10,000 Demon Valley." At the moment when the Scattered Stars Island won the battle, people in the 10,000 Demon Valley had also fought for nearly 4 hours. Facing the 800,000-strong Sea Demon Army, the 40,000-strong allied forces of human beings and the underground city had only less than 20,000 people left. However, it was different from the situation on the Scattered Stars Island. The combat power of the 10,000 Demon Valley was far above that of the Scattered Stars Island. Here, even the weakest was a peak-level hidden fisher, and the one with the worst aptitude was He Xiaoyu's team, who was accidentally left behind. Even such a team was unscathed under the care of Zhu Yinling. The army of human beings and the underground city were extremely powerful. This battle killed more than 200,000 sea demons. After all, most sea demons were still too weak. They didn't even reach the sea demon realm and could only be slaughtered. However, the corrosive blood in the bodies of these dead sea demons was continuously sucked into the void, becoming nutrition for the Black Evil Conch King. If it weren't for the fact that these lives were supporting the Black Evil Conch King in battle, he would have been crushed by Han Guanshu. On Fishing Ch's side, he was caught in the same strange circle as Han Guanshu. This was because the projection of the Black Evil Conch King had been replenished with the power of corrosive blood, so no matter how he fought, the battle wouldn't end. Of course, the Black Evil Conch King consumed the lives of his 800,000 half-mermaids, which was why the human coalition army could kill more than 200,000 sea demons in 2 hours. Buzz! Suddenly their hearts stirred. Han Guanshu grinned. Oh, you lost? The Black Evil Conch King's expression turned extremely ugly. The sea demon army was defeated in the end. He wanted to resist the entire human race with only a portion of his strength. Clearly, he was still a little powerless. The Black Evil Conch King roared. Even if I lose, so what? Even if I lose, my 2 remaining half-king projections are not something the Scattered Stars Island can deal with easily. However, Han Guanshu suddenly smiled. Do you really think you can leave? Buzz! In Han Guanshu's hand, lightning from the 9th heaven poured out of the Great Audiobook and shook the sky. Lightning deity slaying array. He. A dry bone hand extended from the void and grabbed at the sea demon army. Boom! The shocking fist mark was like a huge star exploding, and the starry river trembled. A terrifying and domineering force rushed down from above, straight at the Black Evil Conch King. Bang, 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 bang. Tens of thousands of half-mermaids suddenly collapsed, and the corrosive blood quickly flew towards the Black Evil Conch King. As the Black Evil Conch King flipped his hand, a sun-moon shell in his body exploded. A large amount of corrosive blood enveloped him, trying to block Han Guanshu and this terrifying fist mark. Chiliu, however, the corrosive blood from the outside world couldn't break through the lightning deity slaying array at all. The massive amount of corrosive blood in the Black Evil Conch King's body was mostly vaporized by the punch. Ren Tianfei's figure appeared, and his fist mark shot out again. The Great Audiobook shone again. A white bone hand using the hand as a knife stabbed straight in, not giving the Black Evil Conch King any chance to survive. Puff, hum, the Black Evil Conch King's body exploded, and the projection was destroyed. Chapter 1445. Another war broke out. Chapter 1445. Another war broke out. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Little. Did Black Evil Conch King know that the real big shots weren't even on the Scattered Stars Island? If anyone else were here, such as Old Demon Chu, they would definitely recognize that it was Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug. The white bone slapped down, and in an instant, tens of thousands of sea demons died. These tens of thousands of sea demons were no longer themselves. Their consciousness had been controlled by the Black Evil Conch King, so they could be seen as small clones of the Black Evil Conch King. Patriarch Thug didn't think he was strong and directly killed these hundreds of thousands of half-mermen. Perhaps as the old turtle said, you can kill, but you can't kill for the sake of killing. It was not that they couldn't, but that it was taboo. Usually, the strong disdained doing so. The attack of Patriarch Thug only balanced the battle between these juniors. As soon as the projection of the Black Evil Conch King was destroyed, his junior venerable projection naturally had no chance of survival. The bones of Patriarch Thug disappeared in the void. In the end, he asked, have I been discovered? Ren Tianfei's voice sounded, your breath is too unique. The chances of being discovered are high. I only punched twice. They shouldn't be able to notice me. Han Guanshu said, okay, there's still a half-king projection. It can't cause much harm. You can go back now. Don't lose your card. Buzz, buzz. In the void, the Thug ancestor and Han Guanshu vanished as if they had never appeared. At this moment, Fishing Ch had no opponent. He looked at Han Guanshu and said, I thought this battle would be difficult to fight. With the big clans involved, it should be extremely difficult for us to win. I didn't expect that you would tacitly destroy the 10,000 Demon Valley first. Han Guanshu smiled. Although the big clans didn't contribute, they managed to block a lot of sea demons. They still have some credit. However, this kind of credit is not valuable. If it weren't for them, the Scattered Stars Island wouldn't have been defeated either. Therefore, their credit is meaningless. Fishing Ch asked, there's still a battle today? The sea demons were the first to lose in the great battle between humans and sea demons. However, the big clans probably wouldn't let go this time. At least the Chu sect and the Sao family wouldn't. If these two super families didn't give up, the other families wouldn't either. Originally, Han Fei had no good feelings for the big clans. Now, as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he certainly wouldn't give up. In Fishing Ch's opinion, the war between Han Fei's forces and the Thousand Star City wouldn't be much smaller than the war between humans and the Sea Demon Royal City. At present, the only thing worth celebrating was that these two parties would only fight with peak-level combat power, and their ordinary combat power wouldn't be involved. Since there were no casualties of ordinary people, it was easy to fight. If one party won, the other would lose. Take Fishing Ch, for example. Since he had already stood on the side, he wouldn't be swayed. Compared to the people from the big clans, Han Fei was young and could be molded. His talent, luck, background, and other things weren't weak. The decaying vibe of the big clans was too strong. The internals of the big clans were too orderly. Such a place might be able to produce powerhouses in bulk, but Fishing Ch1401 didn't believe they could produce any king. To be honest, Fishing Ch1401 believed that Han Fei could win. After all, he had been the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island for 50 years and knew the importance of the power of will. It was a power that could promote Han Fei's rapid growth. He had been holding himself back because of the agreement between him and Han Guanshu. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a junior peak-level venerable now, he would at least be an intermediate peak-level venerable or even an advanced one. At this moment, there were only more than 500,000 sea demons left in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although they still had corrosive blood in their bodies, all the sea demons that had been defeated were not enough for the Black Evil Conch King to fight another battle of the century. If the Black Evil Conch King wanted to start another war, it would take at least 100 years. In these 100 years, sea demons would lie low, and humans would enter a rapid growth period. At least, that was Fishing Ch1401's opinion. In Han Fei's view, in the next few years, he only had one goal, which was to overthrow the big clans and completely defeat these people. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. For some reason, he understood a principle that he was very familiar with but didn't like most of the time. That was, those who obey me will prosper, and those who defy me will die. A king? At this moment, Han Fei looked at the entire island, which was more than 200,000 kilometers large. For some reason, he thought to himself, what is a king? A king can be merciful. He can be brave, good at fighting, or even stupid. A king can even be ruthless and cruel. Han Fei immediately realized something. Becoming a king probably wasn't just about strength and realm, but also about personal comprehension. What did the Sea Establisher establish exactly? To establish a space, or a path of kings? Unfortunately, Han Fei knew that his current strength was still weak. He still had a long way to go to learn more about the king. As long as he was given time, he would definitely succeed. He didn't know anything else, but at least he had to eliminate the big clans first. If he couldn't kill these people, he wouldn't be able to become a king for the rest of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived that someone was coming. The people from the big clans and the 7 major sects had all arrived. During this period of time, there were no heavenly phenoms of venerable death, which meant that none of them had caught up. The Star Turtle asked telepathically, Han Fei, what should I do now? Han Fei's strength was already showing signs of instability. After all, this was borrowed, not his own. In the big clans, many people noticed it. Therefore, when Han Fei's strength began to become chaotic, many people surrounded him. Expressionlessly, Han Fei scolded, why? Do you think you can claim the king's corpse with such little combat power? How can I not know how many enemies you've killed? Instantly, old Demon Chu stood right in front of Han Fei and smiled coldly. Han Fei, I didn't hold it against you in the face of the Sea Demon army. Why, do you really think you're something? Without your father, without Ren Tianfei and Li Daxian, who do you think you are? Before reaching the 10,000 Demon Valley, old Demon Chu had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. He waved his hand and threw the island-like land more than 300 kilometers large into the waves. Bang! Tides were surging and tsunamis were rising. However, in the deep sea, this was not a big problem. It basically had no effect on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei smiled coldly. Oh, old thief of the Chu family, what's the matter? Now, you dared to offend me before the enemy is eliminated? You're really confident. The Star Turtle was dumbfounded. He knew that the people in the Thousand Star City were not good. The former supreme commanders of the Scattered Stars Island had all said that the position of commander shall never fall into the hands of the big clans. Every commander had to go through multiple inspections and secret verifications to make sure they had no problem before they could be chosen. In the past, the Star Turtle just thought that the Thousand Star City was selfish and unrighteous at most. But now it seemed that something was wrong. They were not only at odds with Han Fei, but were also about to start a war, old Chu sneered. Han Guanshu, your son is already in the limelight. Now his strength is about to disperse. Do you really dare to let him stay with me? Oh, old Demon Chu, in the past 1,000 years you haven't left Chu sect once. Why? You don't even want Chu sect anymore. As he spoke, a golden path appeared. Han Guanshu held a book in his hand and walked over leisurely. Old Demon Chu's pupils were constricted slightly. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Han Guanshu seemed to be stronger than before. However, after being stuck at the Half-King realm for so many years, old Demon Chu was no longer afraid of anyone. He believed that if a king didn't come, he would be invincible. Old Demon Chu said, where are Ren Tianfei and Great Immortal Li? Since you are allies, why don't I see them? Han Guanshu smiled. What do you think? Old Chu snorted. Since I'm already here, there's no reason for me to return empty-handed. Show me the king's corpse. It's been hidden for so long, and the Black Evil Conch King has been driven away. Come on, show it now. Han Fei sneered. Do you want the king's corpse? Fine. The 3 families present, fight first, and then I'll hand over the corpse. At this moment, the mountain had been enshrouded by the Tao runes, and the spirit awakening fluid was seeping out. The king's white mist pressure had begun to appear, and the power of the great Tao was infiltrating. The star turtle could no longer seal it. Old Demon Chu looked at Han Guanshu. Just now, I gave you a face, but now you don't want it? Han Fei stood above the white mist and sneered. Old man, to tell you the truth, I will uproot the Chu sect. The people of the Chu sect have enjoyed thousands of years of glory. Now you should also feel the filth and darkness at the bottom of this world. Since you've made it clear today, come on. Let me see how many trump cards the big clans of the Thousand Star City have. Han Fei had always been tough. Why didn't he fight since he had a powerful father behind him? If the other party was fair to him, he could fight them alone in the same realm. But the other party definitely wouldn't agree. At this moment, Han Fei looked in the direction of the Heavenly Swordmaster with a smile and said, Senior Swordmaster, this is a choice for you. From tonight on, the big clans in the Thousand Star City and I, Han Fei, one party will decline. Are the 7 sects prepared to bet? Han Guanshu glanced at his cocky son and thought, are you so confident about us? However, Han Guanshu didn't panic. He also wanted to challenge the true strength of the big clans. The master of the heavenly sword looked at Han Fei with a smile, and his old voice sounded, who do you think I will choose? Han Fei grinned, you have no choice. From what I know of the big clans, since you have repeatedly gone against them, I'm afraid they will take revenge on you sooner or later. Why don't you follow me to wipe out those big clans? The master of the heavenly sword smiled. How bold of you. Let's see how many people both parties can summon today first. Chapter 1446, Compromise. Chapter 1446, Compromise. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei knew that from the beginning he was not alone. He had a lot of strength to count on. However, these powers were different from the big clans. The big clans were for their own ruling status and class interests. However, the powers around Han Fei were gathered together by various coincidences. Perhaps they had been planning for a long time. However, their purpose for gathering was different. As it happened, Han Fei was pushed to his current position. Although Han Fei was still not the best combat power here, he had indeed changed from a chess piece to a chess player. The outbreak of a war involved the life and death of millions of people. How could Han Fei be reckless? Even if he became a venerable, he wouldn't act rashly without absolute confidence. Before planning this battle, when he returned from the Sage Realm to the 10,000 Demon Valley, Han Fei had already planned everything. In the Sage Realm, a large number of sea demons didn't have a chance to return and died. Han Fei had seen the huge teleportation arrays. He could build one too, because he only wanted to teleport a few people. However, the sea demon army that the other party was going to send out had hundreds of thousands of people, which was completely different. Once they succeeded, the Sage Realm would inevitably become the reserve force of the 10,000 Demon Valley. In the Sage Realm, there were millions of conchs. With the ability of the Black Evil Conch King, he could send over many projections. Therefore, the power to stop the 10,000 Demon Valley couldn't be weak, although there were not many people. If it weren't for the fact that the Scattered Stars Island really didn't have high-level combat power, he would have arranged for Ningjing to go there. She was a true half-king. Why didn't he use her when necessary? In order to make the 10,000 Demon Valley play a role, the Scattered Stars Island needed to have enough power to compete with the sea demons first. There were very few known powers or people who could be used. Han Fei didn't want the people of the Thug Academy to help him in a critical moment. In that case, it was very likely to expose the trump card of the Thug Academy, but in the end, a ghost boat came with tens of thousands of faceless men. At this moment, the battle seemed to have come to an end, but a smokeless battlefield was rekindled. Because Han Fei knew that this battle would definitely come. In order to become a king, the strong masters of the big families in the Thousand Star City had thought hard for thousands of years but got nothing. Now, a king's corpse was placed in front of them. How could they give it up? It was impossible. Even if it was to obtain the great Tao of the king's corpse, they would choose to snatch it. Once they became a king, they could enter the heavenly palace and rule the entire yin-yang world. At that time, they wouldn't need to worry about sea monsters. Han Fei could keenly grasp the thinking of the big clans. In the past, Zeman Linglin had told him a lot. The big clan's way of thinking and doing things was different from ordinary people. This had long been engraved in their bones. Even at this moment, Han Fei was still gambling. Han Fei didn't like old Han and the big clans to really start an ultimate battle. But Han Fei still attracted them over, because Han Fei was sure that the big clans didn't have the courage to start a war. How was it possible for them to risk the future of their families and fight against people like them who didn't have any background? Since it was a bet, he had to have enough chips. Otherwise, the other party would have eaten him up easily. Although the people on Han Fei's side weren't many, it didn't mean he had no bargaining chips. Just like old Demon Chu, although he had 10 venerables around him, Han Fei wasn't afraid of him at all. Even if old Han couldn't deal with the 10 venerables, Ningjing could. Even if he didn't let Ningjing take action and let old Demon Chu snatch the Cloud Whale, would Tang Yan let him? At this moment, Han Fei looked at the master of the heavenly sword. Seeing that the 7 major sects didn't take any action, he turned his eyes to Ch1401. On the Scattered Stars Island, there were Ch1401, Chen Sanbai, the Star Turtle, and him. His combat power was equivalent to that of an advanced venerable. The Star Turtle was an intermediate venerable, and 2 junior peak-level venerables combined equaled an intermediate venerable. There were not enough of them, but the big clans didn't have advanced venerables. Han Fei suddenly looked into the distant void and said indifferently, "The Yi family has a child who has entered our thug academy. Senior, why do you hide so far away from us? Alas, our family has few people. We can't afford losing anyone." An old voice sounded as the old servant of the Yi family walked out of the distant void. Compared to others, the Yi family was the one Han Fei wasn't familiar with the most. He didn't even know any of them. However, Han Fei and this family had one thing in common. That was, they were both enemies of the big clans in Thousand Star City. The Yi family's bloodline destined them to live a life of exile. Therefore, they were natural allies. The Yi family would help themselves if they helped Han Fei. This was why they had to throw Yi Xian into the Thug Academy. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 6 venerables on Han Fei's side. Among them, Han Guanshu's strength was uncertain. When Han Guanshu was fighting the half-king clone of the Black Evil Conch King, others might not be able to notice it, but Old Demon Shu could. Even if there were 4 more venerables on his side, there were a total of 5 venerables from the 7 major sects here. Especially the Master of the Heavenly Sword, this guy who was at the peak of the advanced level had the combat power of a peak-level venerable. His strength was so rich that he was no weaker than ordinary peak-level venerables. Their combat power had surpassed that of the big clans. In fact, Old Chu discovered that Patriarch Thug had appeared here and was probably still nearby. As for Ren Tianfei, he didn't find any traces of him. This person was best at sneak attacks, so he had to be careful. Old Chu looked at the Heavenly Sword sect's side. Heavenly Sword, you have to know that if you stand on their side today, your 7 sects will completely be enemies of the big clans. It doesn't matter if they hide or not. But your foundation is in Thousand Star City. The Sky Sword Master smiled disdainfully. Old Demon Chu, you don't have to threaten me. If it's so easy for you to destroy the 7 major sects, your big clan would have long done it. To injure 1,000 enemy soldiers, you'll have to lose 800 soldiers. Don't you understand this truth? If you have the ability, then crush them. Don't eye our 7 major sects. Well, even if you really cooperate, so what? Ren Tianfei and Patriarch Thug can't be here. If my guess is correct, one of them has to guard the level 3 fishery, and the other has to wander the Thousand Star City in an attempt to cause chaos. Humph, Cao Tianji, aren't you coming out? The reason why Old Demon Chu dared to fight was that these 2 people would definitely be restrained. Once Patriarch Thug and Ren Tianfei appeared, the big clans would use all their strength to lock them outside the Scattered Stars Island and kill them together. Old Demon Chu's cry made Han Fei's eyelids twitch. Old Han had also shouted this name in the battle in the Thousand Star City. Today, it was Old Demon Chu who shouted it. Among the people who came to the Scattered Stars Island this time, there was xuanhuan from the Cao family. Han Fei already felt it a little strange. Even the Chen family didn't come. Why did the Cao family, a super family that was comparable to Chu's sect, send someone over? Since they had come, it meant that they had a purpose and also wanted the king's remains. Han Fei had thought that a family like the Cao family wouldn't believe these pathways could help them become a king, but now it seemed that it wasn't so. Even Han Guanshu raised his head and looked into the void. After a few seconds, a burly man walked out of the void indifferently. The man glanced at Han Guanshu casually and then looked at Old Demon Chu. In the end, he turned his eyes to Han Fei. Now that things have come to this point, you'd better show us the king's corpse. Han Fei stared at him. Even if I show it, so what? Cao Tianji said. If it's useful, the Cao family wants a large bone. Then we won't participate in the competition here. Han Fei chuckled. You're simply birds of a feather. Your Cao family people are body refiners, and a king's bones are the essence of his strength. What makes you think you can get a big bone so easily? Aren't you even more domineering than Old Demon Chu? Old Chu laughed. Cao Tianji, what Han Fei said is true. You don't do anything but ask for a big bone? That's outrageous. Cao Tianji ignored Old Demon Chu and looked at Han Fei. The Cao family has 3 venerables here. We want a king-level bone. Is there a problem? As soon as he said so, another figure walked out of the void. His fists glowed green, and his hair was all silver. This guy looked very strong, too. Upon seeing this, Han Fei was shocked again. Damn it! How many venerables did these big clans hide? Why did another advanced venerable pop up? Han Fei's face kept changing for a long time before he finally said, You want to see the king's bones? Okay, now, there are a few more people. You know the rules of the Scattered Stars Island. Firstly, you have to give us the resources. As I said before, whoever kills the most enemies will get the most of the king's corpse. Seeing Han Fei flinch, Old Demon Chu couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. However, he also sighed. If it weren't for Cao Tianji, Han Fei probably wouldn't have loosened his bite. Many people thought that Han Fei was just trying to save some face and give himself a way out. In the 7 major sects team, the Master of the Heavenly Sword and the others frowned slightly. Did Han Fei just give in so easily? But it made sense. No matter how strong Han Guanshu was, there was a limit. The big clans would definitely send people to the level 3 fishery to disperse the combat power of the venerables on Han Fei's side. As for the Thousand-Star City, since old Demon Chu dared to come, he must have made corresponding preparations. If Ren Tianfei didn't sneak attack the Thousand-Star City but came here, then there must be other people coming. Then it might be impossible for him to leave. The master of the Heavenly Sword sect was thinking, even if I participate in the battle, the other party still has a half-king more. Han Fei's side is still not strong enough. Seeming to have made a major decision, Han Fei looked at the Star Turtle. Open the array. The Star Turtle trembled, and the seal on its body that looked like millions of small hands began to shrink. Gradually, a white mist filled with the suppressing power of a king emerged. Huh, Cao Tianji said lightly. It's the mist of the Great Tao. You can't see it through from the outside. We have to go in. Han Fei immediately said, You want to go in? I should go in first. Old Demon Chu frowned slightly. Humph, don't talk nonsense. Let's go in together. At this point, I don't want anything to happen again. Cao Tianji nodded. I have no objection. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei. Son, what do you think? Han Fei's face was gloomy, and he said indifferently, Okay, let's enter together. The Sky Sword Master nodded slightly. Although he knew that Han Fei was looking for reinforcements, he also wanted to see the king's corpse. Since Han Fei had agreed, how could he not agree? At that moment, everyone walked into the mist of the Great Tao. As for Han Fei, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Last time he came in, there was no mist of the Great Tao here at all, only the mist barrier of the king's pressure. Chapter 1447, Overturn the Table. Chapter 1447, Overturn the Table. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. The moment he entered the mist of the Great Tao, Han Fei knew that this was no longer the place he had entered before. Last time he came in, the old turtle had discussed with him why the power of the Great Tao of the Cloud Whale's corpse seemed weak. But this time, as soon as he entered, a terrifying king pressure descended. Ka-ka-ka. Han Fei clearly sensed that all the junior venerables had their flesh torn and their bones broken. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked calm. It seemed that he had already adapted to the king's pressure, so it was nothing to him now. However, although the pressure was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill a venerable. 3 seconds later, banging sounds were heard. Old Chu, Cao Tianji, Han Guanshu, Cao Meng, the master of the Heavenly Sword, and Han Fei had almost passed through the mist of the Great Tao at the same time. However, the moment they appeared behind the mist, they saw a skinny man in a dark blue battlesuit with a hint of mockery on his face. He carried an irregular black iron saber on his shoulder and was looking at them with a faint smile. Whew, long time no see. When old Demon Chu and Cao Tianzi saw this person, their expressions changed drastically. Tang Yan? Old Demon Chu immediately pushed the Great Tao mist behind him and shouted, All of you, retreat. Cao Tianzi extended his hand and punched the air, trying to escape. The young man said leisurely, You come and go as you please. That's not what a visitor should do, is it? Buzz? As Tang Yan finished speaking, the mist of the Great Tao shook. Those who were still in the mist of the Great Tao and hadn't seen this scene didn't know what they had encountered. But at this moment, Han Guanshu held the Great Tao book in his hand, its pages flying, and a sky-splitting sword ray slashed at old Demon Chu. Cao Tianji punched out with both fists, and a huge figure appeared behind him, wearing golden armor, looking like a god of war. And at the place where the two fists collided, a black long saber cut out a void wave shadow. Han Fei exclaimed when he saw the attack. Was this Tang Yan? Why was he so crazy? He launched a void turbulence with a single slash. The void collapsed. This slash was much stronger than his draw technique. Han Fei was stunned. It was time to upgrade the draw technique. Oh no. In fact, Han Fei felt that he had to study all his combat skills carefully. Logically speaking, in the Venerable realm, it wasn't strange what kind of power he could unleash. The use of skills was no longer enough to make up for the difference in realms. Tang Yan's blow was full of strange charm. It seemed that he had already melted his knife into the void and slashed out Tao runes. Yes, in combat with the Black Evil Conch King. The Black Evil Conch King's Great Tao had 3 usages. One was the various usage of gravity, one was to attack with gravity, and the other was the protection of himself with the Tao runes. However, there didn't seem to be anyone like Tang Yan's. As Han Fei continued to watch, he saw that Cao Tianji's fist shadows were cut into pieces in an instant. Tang Yan yelled, Slaughter Storm! Bang! There was an explosion. There were full of void turbulences around Tang Yan, but none of them fell on him. A large amount of void turbulence enveloped Cao Tianji. Seeing this, Cao Meng shouted and was about to attack when Cao Tianji shouted, Go! Hey, I haven't fought in a long time. Someone seems to have forgotten. I, Tang Yan, am still in this world. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, tens of thousands of spatial turbulences cut Cao Tianji's huge phantom of the god of war into pieces, and thousands of knife marks appeared on his body. Humph, invincible. On the surface of Cao Tian's body, energy was shrinking and swelling. One of his arms dazzled like the sun. As he punched out, the void turbulences in front of him were all shattered. Clang. Tang Yan chuckled and broke his arms with a crack. He put his hands together and held his black saber, which turned into 3 knives. Clatter, the entire mountain that Han Fei moved over was instantly shattered into pieces. A dazzling silver light illuminated the entire world. Fist sea. Han Fei only had time to see a surging sea. It seemed to be a sea, but also like countless fist marks. In the end, Han Fei saw a big whale appear. Hiss. With a single breath, the entire mist of the great Tao disappeared in an instant. Everybody's eyes lit up, and Han Fei saw that blood was dripping in the mist far away. The star turtle trembled in its shell. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the star turtle, and flew out of the sea. Crack! In the sky, dark red cracks extended across the sky, which was the sign of the death of venerables. Han Fei hurriedly scanned with his perception, only to see that at the same time, 3 venerables were reviving with blood. The 3 people were Chuqing, Shaoxuang, and Zhang Jihuo. Wait, Han Fei scanned with his perception and didn't find Sun Beisheng and Yang Kun. Fus. Activating the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei still didn't find these 2 people. When Han Fei looked at the sky, his heart trembled. Wow, the rain seems to be a bit heavy. Did 2 of them die? A few more people from the big clans came. They were the last to enter the mist of the Great Tao and didn't enter the depths, so they luckily escaped the disaster. Hey, Sun-Moon Twin Killing Array. An array map 30,000 feet long connected the sky and the ground, directly enveloping Chuqing and the other 2 who were reviving with blood. At this time, Han Fei saw old Jiang appear out of nowhere. He chuckled. To come early is not as good as to come in time. Old Bai, watch me slaughter 3 venerables with an array. Idiot, be careful. While Han Fei was surprised, he smelled the breath of undead creatures. Was Patriarch Thug here? If Patriarch Thug didn't come, with old Zhang and old Bai's capabilities, even if they had become venerables, they wouldn't have been able to make it in time for such a critical situation. The sun essence fire roared in the array, and the moonlight-like knife cut out thousands of knife shadows. Obviously, old Zhang had drawn this array in advance. The terrifying energy in the sun-moon twin killing array couldn't be injected into it in a day or 2 by old Zhang. Among the 3 of them, Zhang Jihuo was the weakest. However, Zhang Jihuo was the one who controlled fire and was the easiest to break the array. Shaoxuan punched. The moon wheel swept out, leaving hundreds of knife marks on his body, but it couldn't kill him at all. As for Chuqing, his combat power might not be weak, but his physique was not as good as Shaoxuan's, and his Dao was not as powerful as Zhang Jihuo's. At this moment, his body was burnt to a blur. Old Bai curled his fingers as a claw and cooperated with old Jiang to grab Chuqing, who was most unaccustomed to the array. Bang! Chuqing, who had just been reborn, was immediately crushed by old Bai. At this time, 3 venerable from the Thousand-Star City came close. One of them attacked the array, and the other 2 attacked old Bai and old Jiang respectively. Swish! Chen Sunbai's speed was so fast that he chuckled and turned his sword into 3,000 swords, stabbing at the 3 of them. Han Fei's speed was not slow either. With a star teleportation, he held Snowmorn in his hand and activated the draw technique. Roar. The 100-beast soul subduing roar rumbled. This battle was already in chaos. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by old Jiang, Han Fei struck like an eagle and roared thunderously. His target was not the person who attacked old Jiang, but Chuqing, who was recovering in the array. Although old Bai and old Zhang had become venerables, Chuqing was still an intermediate venerable. No matter how prepared the 2 of them were, Chuqing could be reborn with blood twice. With the Chu sect's strength and heritage, this bit of damage was nothing. Therefore, Han Fei personally took action. A wisp of soul was frozen by Han Fei's knife. Hiss! When infinite energy gathered, Han Fei's swallowing technique appeared. Shaoxuan frowned and subconsciously looked at Han Fei. Han Fei's strength had already returned. Otherwise, he would have already killed these 3 people. However, if Han Fei had to choose one, it must be Chuqing. Although the Cao family had come this time, he would take revenge on them later, and the Chu family was his biggest enemy now. Zhang Jihuo could be killed, but the Zhang family had already lost a venerables. In case the Zhang family decided to completely fall out with him and shake the economy of the yin-yang world, he decided to kill Chuqing first. He extended the void lines and grabbed Chuqing. It would only take him a moment. Sacrificing punch. Chuqing's 3rd attempt at blood rebirth was blocked by Han Fei's void lines. As a result, Han Fei was so shocked that blood oozed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. However, Han Fei was already used to being injured. At this moment, he simply punched out, crushing all the energy here. Crack, rumble. In the sky, a red mark appeared again, and in a short moment, another venerable died. Bang! The array map shattered, and Shaoxuan and Zhang Jihuo hurriedly escaped. Old Zhang was sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, he had a big shield protecting him, so he only vomited blood. Old Jiang shouted, Han Fei, if you hadn't done anything just now, I would have killed them. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Look at the blood you vomited. You've just become a venerable, so don't join in on the fun. Look, as long as the one who attacked you is an intermediate venerable, you will definitely have to escape. Old Bai grunted. Damn it, 2 venerables died, but neither of them was killed by me. Han Fei was puzzled. Wait, 2 venerables died? Isn't it 3? Han Fei wondered. He didn't see either Yang Kun or Sun Baisheng. Was one of them still alive? Pfft. Suddenly, Han Fei had a bad feeling. A presentiment of danger seized me. The people from the Yang family shouldn't have that kind of intelligence. But the Sun family, they were not stupid. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was in a life and death crisis. So, 2 golden fist marks burst out and blasted at Old Bai and Old Zhang. It was impossible for the 2 old men to expect Han Fei to attack them. Therefore, they were sent flying and looked surprised. In the next moment, a sword light slashed down. Han Fei turned into 2 masses of mist. Even so, golden blood was dripping. Obviously, he had been seriously injured by the sword. Han Fei, brat. Old Bai and Old Zhang were shocked and tore the void. Everyone looked over. Han Guanshu shouted, Sun Ch1401, you're quite bold. Chen Sanbai was the closest to Han Fei, but he didn't have the time to do anything just now either. He said, Sun Ch1401, the oldest of the 3 patriarchs of the Sun family. 1,000 years ago, you were already an advanced level venerable. Let me see if you have reached the peak level now. Bang. Before Chen Sanbai took action, with a bang, Sun Ch1401 was slapped to death. A girl's voice said angrily, You cunning bastard, you pretended to be weak and deceived me? You deserve to die. Old Demon Chu was shocked. Blow Sun Ch1401 up with 1 slap? This person must be at least a half-king. Cough, cough. At this moment, a cloud of white mist gathered into a person. It was none other than Han Fei. Huff! Han Fei opened his mouth and sucked, and the golden blood flew back. Han Fei's face was gloomy. Interesting. I wasn't killed by a half-king, but I was almost killed by you, you insidious old bastard. What? Have you used up all your trump cards? Do you still have any left? If you can't kill me today, you won't have a chance in the future. Chapter 1448, Tang Yan. Chapter 1448, Tang Yan Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The advantage of the twin divine techniques was that ordinary people couldn't distinguish the existence of the black fog. Jinger was indeed annoyed. Because this guy surnamed Sun was too cunning, pretending to be weak. In fact, this guy was not Sun Baisheng at all. What was hateful was that Jinger was actually deceived. This could only mean that Sun Xiaotian's ability was indeed not small. With this method of impersonating others, he might even be comparable to Han Fei. Of course, one of the reasons why Jinger took action was that she was tricked. She didn't need to do anything except keep Han Fei safe, but he was still killed by this cunning old guy. How could Jinger's pride withstand this blow? Besides, if she didn't do anything, Han Fei's black mist body would probably be exposed under everyone's gaze. The star turtle, which was not far away from Han Fei, trembled when it saw that Han Fei had been slashed. Fuck, are even venerables so weak now? Even Han Fei was killed so easily. Fortunately, the star turtle knew that Han Fei had the mysterious technique of the twin divine techniques. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. Oh? Tang Yan's voice sounded, because even he didn't know of Jinger's existence. Or rather, they were all in the half-king realm, so neither of them was stronger than the other. Otherwise, if Tang Yan attacked, Cao Tianji would have been killed, and Han Guanshu wouldn't have dared to challenge Old Shu. Besides, Jinger was the one who followed a king the longest. Her daily life in the heavenly palace was very boring. She wasn't allowed to disturb the king. Therefore, she always pretended to be invisible and tried her best not to let the king notice her existence. Therefore, Jinger's hiding ability was never weak. Now, having no choice, Jinger appeared. The moment Jinger appeared, old Demon Chu's heart turned cold. Fuck, where did this half-king come from? Is this endless? Cao Tianji shattered his arms, and the waves of his fists shook thousands of kilometers. Withstanding the power of Tang Yan's slash, he dragged Cao Shuang and Cao Meng away with a big void hand. Buzz. He didn't say anything else. The moment Jinger appeared, Cao Tianji knew that this battle was over. Tang Yan alone had already made everyone so panicked. At this moment, another unfamiliar half-king had come. Even if the Black Evil Conch King came back and joined forces with them, they would at most tie. Let's go. Old Demon Chu and Jinger collided and reached out to grab the reborn Sun Xiaotian. Immediately afterward, Old Chu escaped into the void and his voice resounded from afar. You're very good. You tricked the entire 1,000-star city. This time, I admit defeat. Han Fei, brat, I'm waiting for you in the 1,000-star city, Buzz. Too many venerables died today. They had already won fighting the battle to this point, Chu Qing, Ye Kai, and Yang Kun, who must have been randomly killed by Tang Yan, as well as the 2 venerables Han Fei had killed earlier. Just the big clans had lost 5 venerables. Among them, 4 were killed by Han Fei. As for the other venerables killed, they were all sea demons. In one day, 10 venerables had died, not including the Black Evil Conch King's projections. Just now, although Jinger smashed Sun Xiaotian with a slap, she didn't kill him. Jinger winked at Han Fei. I'll leave this person to you. Han Fei nodded slightly. This couldn't be counted as Jinger helping him. However, Jinger's appearance did scare them away. At this moment, the yin-yang world had a total of 3 major powers. From the looks of it, Han Fei's side was undoubtedly the strongest because the 7 major sects had already taken sides. Especially after this battle, Han Fei's side had proven that they had the strength to compete with the big clans. The 7 major sects were happy to see that. However, they weren't quite happy about the King's corpse scam. In their opinion, Han Fei definitely knew about it. After all, it was Han Fei who led them into the mist. Who gave Han Fei strength in the battle with the sea demons? All of this indicated that Han Fei had long known of the scheme. However, did Han Fei really know? At this moment, Han Fei was quite stunned. He had expected Tang Yan to take action, but he didn't expect Tang Yan to come out. Obviously, Tang Yan knew Old Demon Chu and the others. He was waiting for Old Demon Chu and the others to come. Wow, this move was really smart. However, this scam also deceived the 7 major sects. The people of the 7 major sects were greatly disappointed. It seemed that using these opportunities to find a way to become a king was still not very reliable. The master of the heavenly sword, let's go, swish thur. As soon as the sword master left, Jian Sanqing and the others naturally followed him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. Since Old Demon Chu and the others had returned, they had to return too. For strong masters, what was the bottom line? It was hard to say. What if these people took revenge on the 7 major sects after being defeated on the Scattered Stars Island? Huff! Han Fei's heart did a flip. Fortunately, his acting was good. If he hadn't demanded Old Demon Chu and the others to hand out resources, they probably wouldn't have believed him and directly entered the mist of the Great Tao. However, Han Fei still grinned. He sensed tremendous power of will entering his body. Jinger stepped out and disappeared into the void. Shen glanced at Han Fei and then turned his eyes to Elder Chen and the Star Turtle. Let's go back and clean up the mess. The Star Turtle was still hesitating whether to leave or not. Now it seemed that staying beside Han Fei was the safest. Shen knew what it was thinking and said, "It's the least safe around him. What if he goes to fight again? Are you going too?" The Star Turtle thought that what he said made sense. Therefore, the Star Turtle immediately said, "I've just made a breakthrough and haven't consolidated my strength yet. Otherwise, I would have been able to kill one venerable in this battle." As he talked, the Star Turtle crawled to Shen and glanced at him. "Let's go." The Yi family's old servant secretly heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands at Han Fei. "Farewell." The old servant of the Yi family was the most relaxed and most worried one. He was relaxed because he didn't have a strong sense of presence. He was the last to come to the Scattered Stars Island battle, and he was invited by Han Fei. If Han Fei didn't call him, he wouldn't have come over. In an instant, only Han Fei, Bai Kengye, Zheng Daqian, Han Guanshu, and Tang Yan, who walked over carrying the saber on his shoulder and looked extremely cocky, were left. This was completely different from the Tang Yan in Han Fei's heart. Han Fei thought that a person who could stay in the body of the Cloud Whale for 1,800 years should be an extremely calm person. He should have the same temper as old Han, but this didn't seem right at all. Tang Yan smiled and said arrogantly, "Han Fei, is the power of a half-king useful or not?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course it's useful. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long." Tang Yan laughed and scolded. "If it lasts long, wouldn't you have killed all these people?" After all, it's not your own power. It's fine if you use it temporarily to deal with sea monsters, but you'd better cultivate yourself in the future. After that, Tang Yan glanced in the direction of the Scattered Stars Island and then looked at Han Guanshu, cursing, "You took advantage of me, you beastard." Han Guanshu chuckled. "Anyway, this road is quite different. What do you think?" Tang Yan snorted. "Not bad." For some reason, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Old Han and Tang Yan looked very familiar with each other. Han Fei had suspected that Old Han and Tang Yan knew each other. Otherwise, why would Tang Yan lend him the power of a half-king? However, Tang Yan's look just now made him a little panicked. Han Fei seemed to notice it and immediately said, "Well, wait a moment, Tunga." Han Fei suddenly thought that apart from him, Old Han's son Tunga was Old Han's foster son. Then where did Tunga come from? He was so talented and cultivated extremely fast. What he awakened was a legend spiritual beast, the dragon feather lobster. Did this make sense? At this moment, Han Fei frowned and looked at Tang Yan. Tang Yan chuckled. "I am me, and he is him. You have your father planning for you, but now it's my turn to make some plan." In the direction of the Sea of Pearls, Tunga and Muling were fighting the enemy when the void suddenly collapsed and the two of them were sucked in. Han Fei seemed to understand and looked at these people with a complex look. Each of them was messing around just to walk a unique path. It turned out that Tunga was actually Tang Yan's reincarnation. However, Tang Yan was still there. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What about the corpse of the Cloud Whale? Are you the Cloud Whale or what?" Tang Yan laughed. "I am me. The Cloud Whale is my spiritual beast." Han Fei didn't believe him. That Cloud Whale's corpse is real. Han Fei believed that it was definitely the real Cloud Whale. He had clearly felt the Great Tao and obtained a large amount of spirit awakening fluid and ultra-quality demonic stones from there. Tang Yan told her everything he knew. He didn't seem to have anything to hide, nor did he bother to. He said, "The king's corpse under the Empyrean waterfall was used by me 1,800 years ago. You should know where the Cloud Whale's corpse is." However, it is indeed not a king's corpse, but a body that failed to transcend the king's tribulation. That opportunity is not yours, so don't covet it. He had made it so clear, Han Fei had more or less figured it out. Tang Yen was Tang Yen. This time he might be helping, but he wasn't on his side. Tang Yen smiled and looked at Han Guanshu. In this battle, I killed a brat from the young family and cut off half of Cao Qianji's flesh and blood. I guarantee that he won't be able to recover within 10 years. I've repaid the favor about Tang Ji. Now I gotta go. Keep my secret for me. If you want to attack the Thousand-Star City again, remember not to tell me. Tang Yen left casually. Han Fei estimated that this guy must go to the Cloud Whale's stomach again. Rip! At this moment, a pair of white bone hands tore the void and came out with a strong aura of death. Patriarch Thug said, "You're making a big commotion here. Unfortunately, I was entangled by the Chu sect king. If it weren't for Ren Tianfei leaving a fist mark, I would have been killed." Han Guanshu smiled. "Didn't you take your body back?" Patriarch Thug said. "After all, time is too short. If I'm given another 30 or 50 years, I will smash the Thousand-Star City again." Force Chapter 1449, Jadestone Bridge, Chapter 1449, Jadestone Bridge Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. Hearing the conversation between Patriarch Thug and Han Guanshu, Han Fei couldn't help but scratch his head. When he stood as the supreme commander of the Scattered Stars Island, he suddenly discovered that there were many strong masters in the Thousand-Star City. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "Well, your path is really smooth." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What? My sense of achievement has been ruined by these people." Patriarch Thug glanced at Han Fei. "Han Fei, although you seem to have won a complete victory in today's battle, in fact, that's not the case. The sea demons haven't been annihilated, which is one of the reasons. Secondly, the waters of the Thousand-Star City are deeper than you think. The big clans have existed for millions of years, so they won't decline because of just a few battles." Han Fei said indifferently, "The mystery at the Empyrean waterfall has been unveiled. The Black Evil Conch King is not a fool. He should already know the situation here. Without any benefits, he doesn't have to fight humans to the death now. Therefore, he won't come anytime soon. No matter how many venerables there are in the Thousand-Star City, can they stand it if a few of them die every few years? Besides, with the 7 sects restraining them, they won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time even if they want to." Suddenly, Han Fei looked around. "Where is Ren Tianfei?" Han Guanshu said lightly. "His original body didn't come, so he drove 2 clones to come with the power of 2 punches of his." Han Fei was puzzled. "He can't come over?" Han Guanshu said. "His situation is relatively complicated. You'll know when you see him in the future." Patriarch Thug chuckled. "Boy, just become a king soon. I'll guard the level 3 fishery and wait for the day you become a king." Then, Patriarch Thug looked at the void where Ningjing was. With a rip, he tore the void and left. As for Old Bai and Old Jiang, seeing that everyone had left, they were about to leave too. Old Jiang patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "Brat, the Thug Academy is about to be rebuilt. Where do you think it should be?" Han Fei grinned. "The Blue Sea Town." "Has our land been occupied?" Old Jiang glared at him. "Who dares to occupy it?" Han Fei said. "That's it. In the future, the 36 towns won't be any weaker than the Thousand-Star City. The big clans rule the Thousand-Star City and will rule the 36 towns. Only then can we challenge them." Old Bai nodded slightly. "That's good. Go back to the Blue Sea Town to visit us when you have time." He didn't say much to Han Fei, nor did Old Jiang. After all, Han Fei and his father must have something to say. Such a victory seemed to be a matter of course, but in fact, there were too many secrets. As for Han Fei, he had just participated in the game and made a move. However, it was this move that made everyone realize that they had to take Han Fei's energy seriously. After Old Bai and Old Jiang left, there were only Han Fei and Han Guanshu left. Han Fei had always felt that the way he interacted with Old Han was a bit strange. It turned out that he didn't show him any fatherly love but only taught him schemes. Han Guanshu smiled. "You've gained a lot this time, haven't you?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, I can surely become a half-venerable, but it's hard to say if I can become a venerable or not." Han Guanshu nodded slightly. "Yes. After you become a venerable, you will also be one of the top experts in the yin-yang world. To be honest, I don't want you to become a venerable. However, I still have many things to do, so you have to become a venerable. At least, you still need to fetch your sister." Han Fei was a little confused. "Many things?" Han Guanshu smiled. "Become a venerable first. I'm still very free for the time being." Han Fei didn't think much. It must be the matter of finding his mother. The problem wasn't it better for Old Han to do it after he became a king? After he entered the 9th Heavenly Palace and got to know more, it would be much easier. Han Fei looked at Old Han with a weird look. "Old Han, Tanga-e," Han Guanshu said lightly. "You just need to treat him as before. However, you probably won't be able to see him anytime soon." After chatting for a while, the two had nothing to talk about. Han Fei immediately changed the topic. "Old Han, what realm are you in?" Han Guanshu smiled. "It's quite high." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "How high is it?" Han Guanshu casually glanced at Han Fei's chest. "I don't want to scare you, so I won't tell you. By the way, the turtle inside, although I don't know how you got here, don't take advantage of my son for not understanding the world of the strong. When my son becomes a king, you'll be his servant and sign a master-servant contract with my son. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hanfei, 1, the old turtle, 1. After that, Han Guanshu swooshed into the void and disappeared. Hanfei was stunned for a long time before he asked casually, Old Yuan, what's a master-servant contract? The old turtle roared, he must be kidding. I'm an emperor. How can I? The old turtle, who was cursing angrily, suddenly trembled and said in a hurry, Your father caught Guisan Qing. He set up a life-death restriction on me. Roar, Hanfei was at a loss and didn't understand. However, it sounded very powerful. Ignoring the roaring old turtle, Hanfei looked down only to see that the place had been reduced to ruins. Here, the sword chi was rampant, and the fist auras were shocking. All kinds of big techniques almost crushed dozens of kilometers underground. Up to now, the remaining power here wasn't something anyone below the explorer level could touch. Hanfei couldn't help shaking his head. However, with a thought, Hanfei suddenly grabbed a giant iron from the bottom of the sea. He refined it with spiritual fire, and in Forge the Universe, large bones and strange iron with strange auras were melted into the giant iron. Hanfei used his finger as a knife, and one strange array after another appeared on the huge iron. Half an hour later, as Hanfei blasted out the 12 rounds of 100 War Divine Hammer, a huge pillar was forged. Bang! As soon as this pillar appeared, all the power released by all the great techniques within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was sucked over and gathered on the pillar. Of course, even if the power here was reduced by 90% in an instant, it was still not a place ordinary people could come. The cursing old turtle was surprised to see that. You seal this place with an ultra-quality divine weapon? Aren't you afraid that someone will pull it away? Hanfei thought for a moment. This place is only 300,000 kilometers from the Scattered Stars Island. In the future, the sea will open. If we don't seal this place now, it will become a forbidden place. However, what you said makes sense. Only human beings can use it. After fiddling for a while, Hanfei finally finished modifying the giant rod. In the end, Hanfei stood above the sea and looked at the sea abyss that had been formed here. He thought to himself, this place is too dangerous. Therefore, I'd better set up hundreds of arrays to reduce the vortex. In the future, humans can explore this place too. After everything was done, Hanfei grinned and carved the words, Sea-Quelling Needle on the rod with snowmorn. He didn't use the word compliant golden rod or engrave any weight on it. Hanfei suddenly realized that the Monkey King's compliant golden rod might be an array I. Otherwise, why would the sea be turbulent after the Monkey King pulled it away? After doing all this, Hanfei drew an array with one hand, which was a directional teleportation array leading to the Marshal's mansion. Shua! As soon as he entered the Marshal's mansion, Hanfei immediately activated the seal. Power of will was surging at him frantically. He knew that the Scattered Stars Island should be in an uproar at this moment. Hanfei activated his Dao Seed, and the white mist bridge appeared again. Huff! With a thought, the surging power of will was quickly blending into the white mist, which was dwindling at a visible speed. 20 minutes passed, half an hour passed, 1 hour passed. After an hour, the white mist had become a shallow layer, not even 1/10 as thick as before, and Hanfei felt that the power of will seemed to be halved. After another half an hour, Hanfei finally saw the body of this bridge. It was a green jade bridge, not white jade bridge nor other colors, but an emerald-like jade bridge, which looked a bit strange. When the white mist completely dissipated, the power of will was no longer consumed. The old turtle asked in surprise, What kind of great Tao is this? Hanfei smiled. Let me walk over and find out. This time, Hanfei stepped onto the green jade bridge without hesitation. Just like last time, as soon as he stepped on it, he lost contact with the old turtle and seemed to have lost contact with the outside world. At this moment, Hanfei looked at the door from the bridge. Suddenly, he found that time had stopped. Hiss! Hanfei secretly took a breath. Yes, the time outside was frozen. Oh no, the time on the green jade bridge was frozen. In other words, there was no concept of time on this bridge. This also meant that if he had to fight with others and needed to use this bridge, others might not be able to see it. Click! Hanfei climbed to the 7th level of the bridge with ease. Going down to the 8th level of the bridge, Hanfei paused for a moment. When he walked past this place before, he felt that his body was suppressed by a terrifying force, and it was difficult for him to stand still. He wondered what would happen when the green jade stone bridge was completely revealed. Bam! Hanfei stepped out. After this step, Hanfei found that there was still gravity. The gravity was only about 1,000 times. This little gravity naturally couldn't suppress Hanfei. Hanfei was overjoyed. This gravity was not even 1/100th as heavy as before. The second step, Hanfei frowned. The gravity seemed to have doubled. After the third step, Hanfei confirmed that the gravity doubled again. Hanfei gasped hard. In other words, he had to shoulder more than 100,000 times the gravity below the 8 levels of stairs? Was his great Tao so tricky? Chapter 1450, This Great Tao is Really Useful. Chapter 1450, This Great Tao is Really Useful. Translator, Heine Translations Editor, Heine Translations. The Black Evil Conch King could reach 10,000 times the gravity with a flip of its hand. Even so, Hanfei was not afraid at all. Gravity was not just about weight, but also about its irregular changes. Even if you could resist gravity, if the gravity was fluctuating, you couldn't move precisely, which was most fatal. This directional pressure was the least fatal. Therefore, even if Han Fei estimated that he would have to withstand nearly 130,000 times the gravity in the end, he didn't panic. Han Fei didn't panic at all. Instead, he was surprised and delighted. Although he didn't feel much about his golden body, in fact, nobody would be able to carry him up. It could be said that when Han Fei was walking and sitting, he had to exert a fine control on his body. Only in this way could he appear no different from ordinary people. In other words, at this point, no matter Han Fei was walking, sitting, or even sleeping, he was cultivating. If he didn't cultivate and lay straight on the bed would definitely collapse. Wasn't this the trouble of cultivators? At this moment, on the bridge, on the first floor. The second floor. The third floor. On the 8th floor, Han Fei felt that his legs were trembling. After all, he was heavier now. Fortunately, he had tempered his golden body. Therefore, Han Fei just shook slightly before he completely stood still. Every time Han Fei took a step down, he could see that there were 3 roads ahead, but they were blurred. It seemed that he could only see them clearly after he got off the stone bridge. This time, he succeeded. When Han Fei walked down the green jade bridge, his mind was refreshed. It was as if a power was transmitting to him in his subconscious, telling him that the roads in front of him could change at any time. It didn't specify which road he could take, but that he could take all 3 roads. There were even other roads that he could take. Hiss, Han Fei gasped hard. From the beginning to the end, everyone had given him the same answer. Walk one road and choose it as his great Tao. Great Taos could be absorbed. If you walk on the path of others, you might be harvested by others. But now, he was told that he could switch his great Tao? Didn't it mean that if someone wanted to harvest his great Tao, he could take a different great Tao? With this in mind, Han Fei was very excited. It was said that there were millions of great Taos to choose one, but he could choose 3? Wait. What Han Fei understood was that on the left was the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, and on the right was the path of invincibility. However, it seemed that the 2 paths could be replaced, or they could be switched. A horrible and weird idea popped up in Han Fei's head again. He seemed to be able to copy other people's great Tao through this Tao? Yes. Han Fei looked at the great Tao of the heaven enlightenment and silently recited. The holy light on that road faded, and it turned into a flat ground covered by an invisible force. The great Tao of gravity of the Black Evil Conch King? Han Fei felt that as long as he stood on this road, he could use the great Tao of gravity. However, Han Fei still got it back. Han Fei was relieved when the holy light reappeared. The great Tao of gravity couldn't compare to the great Tao of the heaven enlightenment. With this road, as long as ordinary venerables weren't crushed to pieces, even if they didn't have a chance to revive, he should be able to save them. Of course, this was just Han Fei's current feeling. After all, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was only a great Tao. In this world, there was no great Tao of absolute invincibility. Even if there was, it should be his path of invincibility, not the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. As for the path of invincibility on the right, Han Fei thought to himself, this is a path that I must take. After all, this path is too strong. The reason why I have always been able to win against the strong as the weak and sweep through all my peers is because of the great Tao of invincibility. In Han Fei's current situation, he could actually use the power of the great Tao of heaven enlightenment and the path of invincibility. However, what Han Fei was using now was the most basic one and didn't go deeper. To go deeper, he probably had to completely embark on these 2 paths. In the end, Han Fei focused all his attention on the middle road. Before, every time he came to this bridge, Han Fei would see an identical him on the middle road. Now, when Han Fei walked down, he found that his identical self had disappeared. Neither of the 2 paths had changed. Why did the one in the middle change? Han Fei suddenly had an absurd understanding. All these years, Han Fei had always thought that he could create something out of nothing. That was the power of imagination. He imagined that he had some kind of power. However, at this moment, when Han Fei suddenly turned around, a scene that sent a chill down his spine appeared. He found that on the green jade bridge, he was walking down the bridge. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What kind of weird great Tao was this? Was he himself on the bridge, or was he himself under the bridge? So every time he looked down from the bridge, he could see himself. Little did he know, when he looked up at the bridge from below, he could also see himself. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. This matter was a bit weird, so weird that Han Fei even suspected if he was himself. Feeling that his heart suddenly stopped for 3 or 5 seconds, Han Fei suddenly shivered. No, the self on the bridge I saw has no feelings. It's just like a robot instead of a real me. Han Fei even stuck out his tongue and shook his butt at the self on the bridge, almost dancing at that self. Feeling that he was like an idiot, Han Fei stopped, turned back, and looked at the road in the middle again with a smile. Just now, he scared himself. In fact, there were no 2 of him. Why could he see another him on the bridge and under the bridge? This wasn't incomprehensible. Perhaps it was because he was walking towards a self who was walking to another possibility. Or it could be said that he was walking towards his future self. There was a gap of 7 or 8 steps between the 2 of him. Therefore, there was a variable in between. A variable that might influence the great Tao. On these 8 steps, he might walk any kind of great Tao, which gave him a million possibilities. Then, according to this logic, he could also walk countless great Taos. Han Fei's chest heaved, and he didn't calm down until a minute later. The temptation was too great. Originally, Han Fei felt that 3 great Daos were already very impressive. The other 2 could be changed, which already allowed him to have many great Daos. Huh? No. If the road in the middle may be all the great Daos, then its existence and the 2 great Daos on the left and right are actually somewhat overlapping. Han Fei frowned and tried to sort out his thoughts again. First of all, the road in the middle is my real road. There's no doubt about that. The roads on the left and right can be changed, but not the one in the middle. Secondly, if I have the power of 3 great Daos at the same time, the middle path will definitely be different from the left and right. It needs to be stronger than the left and right paths. Stronger than the path of invincibility, it's either a secret technique or my future self. This does match the characteristics of this path. I can steal a certain amount of power at random in the unpredictable future. However, this kind of power has limits. Where are the limits? Soon, Han Fei was no longer confused. After all, the Green Jadestone Bridge had been cleared. Now, he should be able to use all 3 of these great Daos. However, the one in the middle was special. He needed to find the limits of this power. Immediately, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. He wanted to give himself the power of a venerable. This was a terrifying power that transcended realms. The moment Han Fei thought of this, he felt the weight on his shoulders suddenly become heavy, and his body went limp. Originally, there was only less than 130,000 caddies of gravity, but now he felt that it had suddenly increased by more than 3 times. Immediately, Han Fei staggered under the pressure. However, Han Fei managed to hold on. However, when he took a closer look, he found that he was no longer on the Green Jade Bridge. The scene in the road suddenly disappeared, and he was standing in the marshal's mansion, feeling that his strength had expanded by 3 times. Sweet Mother of God. Fortunately, my strength is real. I can really gain strength by imagining. Since Han Fei's strength had rapidly increased to the level of an advanced explorer, the power of secret techniques had almost been useless unless it was a secret technique at the level of the Demon King contract. But that kind of secret technique wasn't obtained randomly, and the side effects were definitely not small. Even the power provided by the Beast King technique was less than doubled. However, what he had now couldn't be considered a secret technique, right? This was his fucking great Dao. It had nothing to do with secret techniques. Even if he reached the venerable realm, his great Dao might continue to strengthen. Hiss. Han Fei seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His great Dao seemed to be getting more and more unbelievable. It was like a growth-type secret method. The moment Han Fei appeared, the old turtle asked, "What's going on? Have you made a breakthrough? But why did you become so strong all of a sudden? Why do I feel that you've become a venerable?" Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei immediately issued an order in his heart, and the power of the great Dao immediately dissipated. Although Han Fei really wanted to find someone to fight and feel it out, it was unnecessary because a venerable level fight would be too loud. After the power dissipated, Han Fei felt that his body was slightly weak, and his energy and spiritual energy seemed to be lacking. He immediately swallowed a mouthful from Forge the Universe. This consumption seems a bit large. What if it's only doubled? As Han Fei issued an order in his heart again, he felt his strength skyrocket again. However, it was much weaker than before. However, it was twice as strong as before. Fuck, so simple? Is this the power of my great Dao? This is fucking useful.